the esteemed figure within the realm of metaphysics, Sheng You, unexpectedly finds herself transported into the narrative of a tragic novel, assuming the role of a woeful female protagonist. The original character suffered at the hands of a nefarious male lead, enduring a series of melodramatic events such as organ harvesting, car accidents, and amnesia, ultimately winning the affection of a scoundrel whose loyalty is as fleeting as that of a dog. With a sardonic smile, Sheng Yu declares, the trope of the tragic heroine is non-existent. Armed with esoteric knowledge, she embarks on a journey of fortune-telling and exorcism, swiftly gaining fame and becoming a sensation in the digital realm. In a bid to prolong her life, she sets her sights on the illustrious Buddhist figure of the capital, Feng Heng, seeking merely to bask in his aura of virtue. However, as fate would have it, her attempts inadvertently disrupt his serene disposition. In the first chapter, she awakens just as the fateful moment of organ removal approaches. The anesthetic is taking effect, the patient is unconscious, and we may proceed with the surgery, a voice declares. Excellent, let us begin swiftly. Lord Qin is awaiting our progress, responds another. In a daze, Sheng Yu perceives the exchange between the two figures clad in surgical attire, and her instinctive wariness surges forth upon hearing the term surgery. With an abrupt motion, she seizes a scalpel and repels them, her actions executed with precision and intent. What do you intend to do to me? She inquires, her brow furrowed. The thought of organ harvesting sparks a realization the narrative and characters feel eerily familiar, reminiscent of a novel she had read titled Mr. Feng, your wife has perished due to your cruelty. Thus, it dawns on her that she has indeed been thrust into the story post-harvest. As her thoughts coalesce, fragments of foreign memory surface, leading her to confirm her identity as the beautiful yet naive female lead. This tale revolves around the tyrannical heir of the capital, Feng Yanhan, who exploits his elite status to torment the love-struck Sheng Yu. The infamous organ harvesting scene remains etched in her memory. The foolish heroine is deceived by Feng's associate, Qin into a black clinic where her kidney is removed to benefit Feng's ailing mother. In a world where the male lead's affections are as fleeting as a momentary glance of gratitude, Sheng Yu, now the formidable master of metaphysics, resolves not to become a victim of her own narrative. As she attempts to exit, the pair of surgeons obstruct her path. Miss Sheng, where do you intend to go? They ask. Do not fear, it is merely a kidney removal, a trivial matter. You still have another. Li Yang, the lead surgeon, attempts to reassure her with a glint of mischief in her eye. Sheng Yu retorts. Oh, I am quite eager to witness just how skilled your hands are at suturing. Before they can react, she thrusts the scalpel towards them with swift precision. The ensuing chaos leaves the two in shock, as cries of murder fill the air. With a playful demeanor, she observes their flustered attempts to mend their wounds. After ensuring their injuries are stitched, she kindly inflicts further cuts upon them, insisting on the necessity of a more aesthetically pleasing closure. As the two become increasingly disoriented, she nonchalantly engages with apparitions hovering nearby, demonstrating her innate ability to commune with spirits, a testament to her retained metaphysical prowess. Realizing the potential of her new vessel, she reflects on the unique properties of the body she now inhabits, which possesses an abundance of yang energy, making her a rare entity. Upon leaving the clinic, she finds herself in a secluded mountain area, shrouded in oppressive yin energy. Just as a vehicle descends from the hillside, she is drawn to its radiant aura of virtue. Intrigued by the presence of such light, she approaches the wreckage, determined to uncover the identity of its occupant. Chapter 2. The Life-Sustaining Elixir, a Precious Treasure. This individual possesses an innate Buddha's bone. What further astonished Sheng Yu was that the boundless merit radiating from him emanated from such a youthful man. The man remained in a semi-conscious state, his eyes gently closed, his chest heaving violently. The abundant yang energy that enveloped him was irresistibly alluring to Sheng Yu at that moment. Could it be that this man was the life-saving elixir she had failed to find in her previous life? In her past existence, Sheng Yu was acutely aware of her dire circumstances and scoured ancient texts in search of a means to prolong her life. Ultimately, she discovered a method of utilizing yang to overcome yin, to find a man of extreme yang physique, and keep him close, drawing upon his yang energy to neutralize her own yin energy. However, before she could locate him, she had met her demise. Sheng Yu's gaze sparkled as she looked at the man. She truly cherished this life-sustaining elixir. Yet, she suppressed the impulse to leap towards him and instead dragged the other two unconscious men from the vehicle. As Feng Heng gradually regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to find a woman crouching before him, staring intently. After a brief furrow of his brow, he coldly inquired, "Did you save me?" This prompted Sheng You to thoroughly examine the man before her. His features were exceptionally handsome, with strikingly beautiful eyes that resembled serene springs, clear and profound. The calmness in his gaze, despite having just faced death, suggested he was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, she had no intention of rejecting the fortuitous life-saving elixir presented to her. Indeed, I saved you. You cannot fathom the perilous situation I faced when I dragged you from the vehicle, Sheng You thought, embellishing her narrative of the rescue to later request a reward from her benefactor. To her surprise, the man responded readily. What do you desire? Sheng You, of course, would not reveal her vulnerabilities to a stranger she had just met. She rummaged in her pocket for her phone. I have not decided yet. Let us leave it as a debt for now. Alternatively, could you provide me with your contact information? Once I determine what I want, I will reach out to you. Feng Shan showed no inclination to share his contact details, simply stating, Beijing, Feng family, Feng Shan. He shared the same surname as Feng Yanhan, the male protagonist, known as the Prince of the Beijing elite. Could he be related to the male lead? Sheng Yu's gaze fell upon the man's right wrist. And soon she had her answer. A nine-eyed heavenly pearl bracelet belonging to the male lead's uncle, renowned in the Beijing circle as a Buddhist figure. Now that she recognized who he was, he could not escape. This brief encounter had significantly diminished her own energy, leaving her feeling remarkably better. Observing Feng Shan as he checked the other two men's breathing, she languidly remarked, They merely knocked their heads and fainted. They shall not perish. However, the one on the left with the dark complexion has 2 broken ribs. It would be wise not to move him. When Feng Lei arrived hastily with the others, he found Feng Shan seated calmly beneath a tree, as composed as ever. A few steps away, a slender, pale girl was also sitting cross-legged, striking a surprisingly authentic pose. Are you all right, young Master Feng? Feng Lei asked. Yes, came the reply. Thank goodness. Who is this girl? Did you just take her as a disciple? But wait. You were previously in the temple in the West City. Can monks even take female disciples? With a glance, Feng Shan silenced him. Sheng You opened her luminous eyes, rising to brush off the dust from her clothing. I am his life-saving benefactor. Life-saving benefactor? What brings a young girl like you to this desolate place at night? Feng Lei's smile faded, now scrutinizing her with suspicion. She likely had ulterior motives regarding Feng Shan. Instantly, he imagined a scenario where an enemy had dispatched a woman to masquerade as a benefactor and infiltrate their circle. Sheng You, disinterested in providing extensive explanations, simply stated, I could not sleep, so I took a stroll. Feng Hua and the driver are injured. They must be taken to the hospital. Feng Lei attempted to interject, but he was interrupted by Feng Shan's command. As Feng Shan entered the vehicle to depart, Sheng You decided to hitch a ride. Whether the car was luxurious or whether it had heating was inconsequential. What mattered was that she could continue to absorb Feng Shan's young energy and merit during the journey. Thus, she opened the door and slid into the back seat. Feng Lei and the bodyguards were taken aback by the girl's audacity to sit beside Feng Shan. They quickly attempted to pull her out. You, get out! Yet she remained unfazed, deftly escaping their grasp. This woman was truly remarkable. Leaning comfortably against the soft leather seat, Sheng You stifled a yawn. I exerted myself dragging your young master out of the wreckage. I am now fatigued. Feng Lei felt as if he might choke on his words. Unable to muster a retort, Sheng You had no intention of disturbing him further. After some time, she grew bored and activated her celestial vision to observe Feng Shan. This man possessed certain contradictions that defied explanation through metaphysical theories. Despite being imbued with immense merit and auspicious energy and embodying an extreme yang physique, he bore an inexplicable dark energy embedded in his brow. This was no mere metaphysics. Sheng Yu's curiosity was piqued. Yet she had just transitioned into this body and lacked the cultivation to investigate his anomalies. Once her abilities heightened, she would revisit this matter. After all, he was her precious life-sustaining elixir. An hour later, the vehicle came to a halt beneath the small apartment where Sheng You resided. To her surprise, she did not proceed to the back door but instead rapped on the driver's side window. Do you have any paper? Yes. Here's a tissue. Zhao Wei, unsure of her intentions, handed her a piece. Sheng You unfolded the tissue, pressed it against the window, then bit her right index finger, using her blood to inscribe a peace talisman. After a simple fold, she handed it to the driver. Your wife is about to give birth. This talisman will ensure the safety of both mother and child. Feng Lei echoed her sentiment. That girl must not be quite right in the head. Just as his words fell, a phone rang inside the vehicle. Chapter 3. The scoundrel protagonist appears. Zhao Wei, initially inclined to decline the call, glanced at the screen to find it was his wife, causing him to hesitate, recalling Sheng Yu's earlier words. "Answer it." A voice from the back seat commanded. "Thank you, young Master Feng." Zhao Wei replied gratefully and hastily answered the call. "What? You were hit by a car and are about to give birth? Don't worry. I'm heading to the hospital right now. Go to the hospital to check on Feng Hua and the others." Before Zhao Wei could ask for permission, Feng Shan issued a directive. Feng Lei's expression shifted. How did that woman know? This was indeed uncanny. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she had infused the peace talisman with the little remaining energy she possessed, leaving her feeling faint. Combining her understanding of the original text with the memories of the original owner, she quickly analyzed her current predicament. In the original story, the protagonist had suffered greatly, partly due to her overly gentle disposition and partly due to her bizarre and convoluted background. She was indeed a true heiress, yet her father had swapped her at birth. Years ago, her biological mother, Sheng Qing, and her father, Xie Xueqian, had both fathered children on the same day in the same hospital. The mistress had given birth to a pair of twins. The scoundrel father bribed the doctors and nurses, intending to swap the son of the twins for his daughter. Having already fathered 4 daughters, with Sheng Qing, he was unwilling to relinquish his position as the son-in-law of the Sheng family, while simultaneously desiring a son to honor and glorify the family name. However, the nurse, in her inexperience and panic, mistakenly swapped the daughter instead. By the time they sought to rectify the error, the opportunity had already passed. In the present day, the youngest princess of the Sheng family, Sheng Yuan, is but a false heir, while the true daughter, Sheng You, is the genuine gem of the Sheng lineage. The illegitimate child, Sheng Manning, fostered by a negligent father, is merely a distant relative of the Sheng family. Her connection to the clan arose from her mother serving as a maid and her father as a chauffeur for the Shengs, which allowed her to entangle with Xie Xueqian. Deeply envious of the esteemed Sheng Qingsheng, Sheng Manning has never treated her daughter with kindness. Consequently, the original owner of this body was relegated to the status of a servant, subjected to years of abuse and scorn, which fostered a sense of inferiority and timidity within her. When her cousin, Yao Zhu, accrued a massive gambling debt, she complied with his demands to drop out of school to repay it, ultimately signing with a media company to become a streamer. Initially, her income was decent, but the exploitation by her unscrupulous company, coupled with her cousin's ever-growing financial troubles, led to her current state of destitution. To make matters worse, Yao Zhu pilfered her ID to secure a loan from a loan shark. Suddenly, a voice message from Zhu Jie, the operations manager of the company, interrupted her thoughts. "Sheng You, have you died? Why aren't you streaming? If you can manage to entertain old men at hotels, you should have the audacity to show your face here. Hurry up and broadcast. Receive this surge of traffic. What's a little cursing to you? You won't lose anything. Even haters are still fans. Don't you know how to cry? Go ahead and cry in the streaming room. Who knows, there might be more old men willing to shower you with gifts." Sun Zong said, "If you don't comply, you can expect a lawyer's letter from the company along with a hefty penalty." Sheng You listened to the message, her brow furrowing. The insinuation of her accompanying old men to hotels was a misrepresentation of her experience. She had been harassed by an old lecher in a hotel elevator. This incident traced back to the male lead, Feng Yanhan. 6 months prior, while working at a club, she had been on the verge of being taken advantage of until Feng Yanhan intervened. Despite their lack of initial connection, he took notice of her voice, which bore a striking resemblance to that of his beloved Sheng Yuan, and paid her to keep him company. As time went by, she secretly developed feelings for him. Last Saturday at midnight, Feng Yanhan, intoxicated and longing for Sheng Yuan, called her to alleviate his solitude. She had tended to him in the hotel throughout the night. However, upon her departure, she encountered an old lecher who accosted her with indecent remarks and actions. Unbeknownst to her, the lecher's wife had hired a private investigator to catch him in the act, capturing their encounter on film and subsequently branding her as a mistress online. Given her striking appearance, it was nearly impossible for her to remain anonymous. As a result, her social media was inundated with slurs branding her a shameless mistress. In a situation like this, an ordinary person would rush to the authorities or seek hotel surveillance footage to clear their name. Yet, the original owner, consumed by romantic delusions, chose to endure the shame silently, fearing her troubles would tarnish Feng Yanhan's reputation. However, the essence inhabiting this body is Sheng You, a woman who has never known how to endure. The following day, Sheng You ventured alone to the hotel, requesting to view the surveillance footage from that day. The young receptionist, with a polite smile, informed her of the hotel's privacy policies, stating she lacked the authority to disclose such information. Not wishing to cause her distress, Sheng You withdrew her phone, prepared to report the incident. Just as she pressed the call button, a cold and haughty male voice pierced the air. Sheng You, who permitted you to come here? Turning to face the source, she found herself locked in the gaze of a man whose eyes were stormy with disdain. He towered over her, his expression a blend of mockery and irritation. Recognizing him, a smirk curled at the corners of her lips. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Feng. I thought you had perished." She could hardly believe that such a scandalous affair had not reached his ears, especially given the uproar online. Unfazed by his status, Sheng You confronted him directly. Feng Han's expression darkened, his voice laced with displeasure.
"What do you mean by that?"
"Nothing of great import. I simply require access to all footage from last week in the hotel, including that of the old lecture," she replied nonchalantly. Truth be told, Feng Han was quite handsome, with striking features and a commanding presence, but Sheng Yu was not the original owner and had no inclination to play the submissive role. The hotel was under Feng's family's dominion, and retrieving footage was merely a matter of his command. However, her defiance irked him greatly. "Why should I assist you? Who do you think you are?" he retorted. Sheng Yu lifted her gaze, unperturbed. "Are you suggesting we involve the authorities? I wouldn't mind, but I wonder how your true love would react upon learning I spent the entire night at the hotel with you, departing only in the morning." Feng Han's anger flared, his voice low and threatening. "Are you threatening me?" "Not a threat, merely an opportunity for you to choose," she clarified, fully aware that Feng Han, regardless of his feelings for his beloved Sheng Wan, would prefer to avoid any association with her. With a cold laugh, he replied, "So this is your true nature, Sheng You. I caution you not to presume you can extract anything from me, nor utter her name again. You are unworthy. I shall ensure you receive the footage. From this moment forth, do not appear before me," he commanded, his eyes glinting with menace. Meeting his piercing gaze, Sheng Yu quipped, "If you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should seek treatment instead of acting out." With that, she turned and walked away, inadvertently brushing against him as she passed. In an instant, the once mighty CEO found himself sprawled on the polished hotel lobby floor. "Don't attempt to frame me for this. You, a prominent heir, are far too valuable for me to afford," she exclaimed, stepping back and raising her voice to preemptively claim her innocence. Onlookers paused, their attention drawn to the spectacle. Feng Han's expression darkened as he realized how absurd the situation had become. "Are you truly seeking to accuse me of wrongdoing?" Sheng Yu feigned innocence, her expression one of mock concern. As whispers circulated among the crowd, they recognized Feng Han's intimidating reputation and refrained from openly defending her, opting instead for hushed discussions. "I can't believe it. The prince is reduced to such antics. That poor girl. Why would she provoke him?" Regardless of Feng Han's foul demeanor, Sheng Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, her spirits lifted. Upon returning to her humble abode, she even treated herself to an extra egg in her instant noodles. With a dismissive attitude toward Feng's words, she preserved the surveillance footage and began her live stream. Unlike previous broadcasts characterized by heavy makeup, Sheng Yu appeared in cozy home attire, her face unadorned, radiating a fresh and natural beauty. Her delicate features, glowing and serene, exuded an effortless charm, captivating her audience even in silence. As the stream commenced, the chat erupted with comments. "Am I seeing this correctly? The mistress dares to go live. Does she have no shame?" The elderly gentleman exuded an unmistakable aura of age, while the host appeared genuinely famished, seemingly capable of consuming anything. If my intuition serves me right, the host is bound to shed tears and recount a pitiful tale shortly. Despite this, Sheng Yu remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering the mouse to display the hotel's surveillance footage in the live stream. The footage from that fateful day, including the elevator recordings, was laid bare for all to scrutinize. It clearly depicted that she and the elderly man did not share the same floor, they merely coincidentally boarded the same elevator. The surveillance captured in its entirety the unsettling encounter within the elevator, where Sheng Yu was subjected to the man's unwelcome advances. Indeed, they were not on the same floor. Sheng Yu descended from the top floor and encountered the man on the 13th. Shortly after entering the elevator, he commenced his verbal harassment. Observing her retreating in fear to the corner, he brazenly extended his filthy hand towards her. "Don't be afraid, darling. I'm not a bad person. Are you cold? Come, let me embrace you. You smell delightful. I wish to savor every part of you. The man's lewd voice resonated, causing the barrage of comments to erupt once more. A twist in the tale. It turns out the host is the true victim. This is unbearable. I feel nauseous. Enough. My heart aches for Yu Bao. Her plight is more tragic than that of Do-e. I knew Yu Bao wouldn't play the role of the mistress. I apologize for my prior derogatory remarks about the host. I support the host in calling the police and imprisoning that vile creature. How could the man's original partner not seek the truth and merely post the video? The host should sue her as well. Sheng You had no intention of sparing that couple. It is worth noting that the original host had contacted the man's partner after the incident escalated, asserting that she was not the mistress, but rather a victim of her husband's harassment. If in doubt, they could review the hotel's surveillance together. However, the partner responded with a slap, accusing her of intentionally seducing him instead of asking why he would harass anyone else. I want to delete anything. What can you do to me? Even if you're not a mistress, you are still a cheap woman trying to sell yourself. With your shabby appearance, how could you afford to stay at the Feng family's luxurious hotel? If you have the courage, go ahead and report me. Sheng You resolved to support her, planning to take the video evidence to report the matter to the authorities after the stream concluded. Moreover, she had an announcement to make. Starting today, she would conduct metaphysical live streams. As long as it does not involve illegal or unethical matters, she would be open to inquiries. A standard fortune-telling session would cost 500, while other specific situations would be priced accordingly. Faced with this overwhelming mess left by the original host, Sheng You needed to address each issue diligently, with the most pressing concern being her financial situation. Rather than resorting to street vending, she deemed live-stream fortune-telling to be a more viable option. It is important to note that prior to her arrival, even a simple talisman for safety was a rare commodity crafted by her. The timing of her broadcasts would depend on her mood. Currently, her cultivation was still unstable, and dealing with a minor calamity or a ghost king required varying degrees of energy expenditure. One such encounter could deplete her reserves, necessitating weeks of recovery. Wait, did I hear correctly? The aesthetically pleasing host has transformed into a fortune-telling master. Is the metaphysics she speaks of the same as what I imagine? Yu Bao. Why don't we continue with the broadcast gymnastics? Yu Bao, so, what if we sing off-key? We look good. Yu Bao, if you're kidnapped, just blink. Sheng You remained unperturbed, confident that the doubts surrounding her would soon dissipate. The connection for today's live stream was now open. Those curious could apply to join. 500 for a session is quite steep. The street vendors only charge 80. No one foolish enough would join the call. 500 just to chat with a beautiful lady. In the live stream, most viewers were merely there for the spectacle. Sheng You maintained her composure, knowing there would be those eager to join. As anticipated, within mere seconds, a user appeared in the connection queue, their profile depicting a blissful family of 4 parents and 2 daughters. Hello, host. If you truly possess the ability to read fortunes, please assist me in locating my wife. I am utterly at a loss. A voice filled with anguish resonated through the stream. This the delivery man from the recent news? His wife left him, abandoning him with 2 severely burned children. I felt pity and donated 200 to him. It's him. He has been searching for his wife. How tragic. His wife took all their savings, leaving him with 2 injured children. A father's love knows no bounds. How unfortunate for the children to have such a selfish mother. As the viewers expressed their sympathy, they also showered the man with gifts. Buy the children some clothes and food. How terrible. Brother. Perhaps you should sell some items on the yellow bike. The children need money for treatment. The conversation shifted to focus on the man. The heat of Sheng Yu's stream surged, with viewership reaching tens of thousands. In a matter of moments, the man gained over 1,000 followers and received gifts worth several thousand. Sheng Yu narrowed her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke evenly. You know where she is, so why come to me for answers? Oh, I see. You seek to ride the wave of attention, garner sympathy, and elicit further donations. What did you say? The man's voice grew tense, attempting to feign calmness. If you cannot provide an answer, just say so. There's no need for your nonsense. Sheng Yu smiled knowingly. How could someone so young be so forgetful? Didn't you already kill your wife? Her entrails and flesh were ground and discarded in the cesspool, while her head and bones were buried in the barn. Her words detonated like thunder in the stream. Excuse me, am I hallucinating? Murder? Buried bodies? Is this a legal stream? The host must be joking. If he truly killed his wife, why would he brazenly seek her online? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? At this moment, The audience remained convinced that Sheng You was merely jesting, as it seemed unimaginable for someone to be audacious enough to seek attention after committing murder. As comments about the man's motives for killing his wife surfaced, Sheng You clarified. He believed his acting skills were superb and crafted a convincing narrative. He intentionally set fire to injure his daughter, both to defraud and capture attention, diverting focus from whether his wife was missing or deceased. His appearance today was an attempt to exploit the sympathy of viewers for financial gain. In essence, he was akin to a blind man stumbling upon a honeypot, unable to resist his desires after tasting sweetness. It was only then that the skeptics began to realize the truth in Sheng Yu's words. He panicked and logged off. Without even attempting to defend himself, the host has hit the nail on the head. Having committed murder and not fleeing? Is he waiting for the police to arrest him? Shouldn't we be calling the authorities now? Sheng Yu leisurely dialed the police, summarizing the situation before muting her microphone. She discreetly informed the operator. He will likely hide at his sister's house in the city. You should wait there to catch him. Why has the host muted? Does she see us as outsiders? How foolish. The murderer could still be lurking in the stream. The host certainly cannot let him hear. Only I am curious about what the streamer said. In the old residence of the Feng family in Beijing, Feng Lei was preparing to take Sheng Yu's information to show to their family patriarch. Coincidentally, he discovered that Sheng Yu was live streaming and opened the broadcast. Watching the entire session, he couldn't help but exclaim how strange it was. Patriarch, this woman just captured a murderer live on air. Feng Sang put down the brush in his hand, raising his eyes to glance at the animated Feng Lei, his expression as perpetually cool and indifferent as ever, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. In truth, the moment Feng Lei opened the live stream outside and Sheng Yu's languid voice echoed, he had already been distracted. Could it be that the murderer was invited by her to act, all for the sake of gaining fame? No, that cannot be right. Even if the murderer was merely an actor she invited, old Xiao is one of us. His wife indeed faced a car accident that led to a premature birth, nearly losing her life. Who exactly is this woman? Her relationship with your esteemed nephew does seem rather unusual. Could it be that her closeness to you is at his behest? As Feng Lei continued to ramble, he placed the folder of information on the table before Feng Sang. Indeed. Feng Lei nodded, noting that the girl had a rather tragic story. She had just turned 20 this year, with an unknown father. And her mother secretly relied on being a mistress to make ends meet, while also having a gambling addict brother. To pay off her brother's debts, she dropped out of high school, having held many jobs, often bullied due to her striking looks. There were 7 or 8 reports of sexual harassment at the police station alone. Such a captivating beauty, if she were in ancient times, would surely be a favored concubine. Later, while working at a club, she met your nephew, and they began secretly dating. Last Saturday, after spending the night at the luxury hotel, she left alone, only to be harassed by an old lecher in the elevator and then branded as a mistress online by the legitimate wife. Her live stream was intended to prove her innocence. Chapter 6. To compare you with a ghost is to insult the ghost. Feng Lei speculated that the hotel surveillance footage was provided to her by Feng Yanhan, considering their extraordinary relationship. Feng Sang flicked his wrist, losing interest in continuing to listen. However, Feng Lei, caught up in the gossip, failed to notice. Patriarch, it seems they are arguing about a breakup. Your esteemed nephew fell down publicly to keep her. Feng Sang shot a glance in his direction. Are you done? All done. Feng Lei shrank back, uncertain if it was merely his illusion, but he felt that the patriarch's mood was rather displeased. It must be that Feng Yanhan's antics affected the patriarch's spirits. Yet, Feng Sang was not truly in a bad mood. He simply found it unsettling that people and events could disturb his tranquility, preventing him from focusing on copying Buddhist scriptures. It was only when Sheng Yu's voice emanated from the phone that he realized he had unwittingly entered her live stream. If she connected with one more person today, she would log off. Having just used her spiritual powers to observe a man's past and future, she had already exhausted considerable of her cultivation. Her live stream capturing a murderer had doubled the audience in the broadcast room. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the second guest. Isn't this more entertaining than a TV drama? Waiting for the second lucky person. Here they come. It's Bai Tian. I remember Bai Tian is a colleague of the streamer from the same media company. Could she be another one riding on the coattails of the fame? What do you mean riding the coattails? Everyone knows our sweet treasure, and Sheng You are the best of friends. At this moment, Sheng You did not glance at the barrage of comments, but instead lowered her head to check a few messages that had just popped up on her phone. From company operations, Sister Zhu. The boss has asked Tian to connect with you, since you are from the same company, who you bring traffic to is the same. You understand what I mean, right? A smirk tugged at Sheng Yu's lips, understanding that another eager collaborator was arriving. Bai Tian and the original owner indeed belonged to the same company, with the original owner adopting a sultry vixen persona, while Bai Tian chose a pure, girl-next-door image. Shortly after the original owner joined the company, Bai Tian took the initiative to add her as a friend, calling her sister incessantly. When the original owner first entered the industry, encountering such a warm-hearted older sister, it was only natural that she would treat her sincerely, even confiding in her about the secrets between herself and Feng Heng. Last week, the reason the original owner hurriedly left the luxury hotel was that Bai Tian had sent a message, claiming to be in severe pain and asking the original owner to accompany her to the hospital. She also expressed fear of being alone and urged the original owner not to hang up the phone. However, when the original owner encountered the lecher in the elevator and sought help from Bai Tian, she discovered that the call had already been disconnected. After the scandal about the mistress escalated, the original owner had also asked Bai Tian for her opinion. How did Bai Tian respond then? You? That old man is so vile. We should report him to the police. But when the police arrive, they will surely investigate thoroughly. Will it implicate the young master of the Feng family? I've heard that those from prestigious families will be reprimanded by their elders if they are involved in any scandal, and rivals will use it as a stain to attack them. Also, you must not seek the hotel surveillance footage from the young master. I fear that the unscrupulous couple will, in desperation, accuse him of invading their privacy. In truth, once the legitimate wife vented her frustrations, the matter would likely fizzle out. Online spectators were merely there for the entertainment, and it wouldn't greatly affect you. The original owner, with her naive and gullible mindset, actually felt that Bai Tian's words were quite reasonable and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Tian. I nearly made a grave mistake. Thus, the original owner never doubted her best friend. But Sheng You was not so easily deceived. In the surveillance video, the woman and the old lecher entered the hotel room one after the other, sneaking in with their bodies thoroughly concealed. Sheng You recognized at once that the woman was Bai Tian. You, are you okay? I've been terribly ill these days, coughing so much. And couldn't he be there for you during your hardest and most unjust moments? I am truly sorry. I have always believed you could never do such things. How wonderful that you have finally proven your innocence. I am genuinely happy for you. On the other side of the screen, Bai Tian's eyes turned red as she spoke. The comments in the live stream became lively. Hugging sweet treasure, don't cry. She must be crying out of genuine concern for her sister. I declare, sweet treasure and you treasure are the best sisters in the world. Our sweet treasure is still such a pure baby. When has she seen such things? She must be terrified. As for riding coattails, look closely. Our sweet treasure doesn't need to rely on such fame. Having quietly watched the performance for a while, Sheng You yawned in boredom. Don't be in a hurry to cry. There will be plenty to make you weep soon. You, what do you mean? Bai Tian raised her tear-filled eyes, her expression a mix of aggrievement and shock. I mean, you're crying too early. Sheng You smirked. Having seen enough of the monkey show, it was time to draw the curtain. All right, now you may cry. Opposite her, Bai Tian's expression changed drastically. Her tone rising. Sheng You, is it really inappropriate to publicly play someone else's video and invade their privacy? Sheng You shot her a cold glance, a smile curling her lips. Now you wish to discuss moral principles with me? When you use me as a shield to frame me as the mistress, why didn't you uphold those moral standards? Bai Tian's demeanor instantly turned frantic. I don't understand what you mean by that. What shield? What framing? The woman in this video, isn't me. Isn't it you? Oh, no, comparing you to a ghost would be an insult to ghosts. Do you think that by covering your face and wearing the same outfit as me, you can shift the blame onto me? Do you think the police are fools? Sheng You, with an air of tranquility, casually scrolled through the barrage of comments, which turned out to be as thrilling as anticipated. Goodness. So Bai Tian is the true mistress? She looks so innocent. Who would have thought she was so promiscuous behind the scenes? What a disgrace. Truly. Wow. Is that an up-close ultimate move? The host boldly slaps the green tea best friend in the face. I'm totally a fan now. The fans of Sheng You became emboldened, declaring Bai Tian's fans, your host doesn't need to ride on trends. She is the trend. Oh dear, your host is just so pure. I'm furious. Where are the fans of the White Lotus? Come and debate with me. Bai Tian's fans were too embarrassed to speak up, fearing they would be drowned in a sea of verbal attacks in the live stream. Chapter 7. Sheng You, I curse you. Master Sheng, a monumental twist is upon us. In the Feng family's old mansion, Feng lay, filled with excitement, burst into the study, only to find Master Sheng engrossed in his phone, seemingly listening to Sheng You. Sir, so you're also in on the gossip? Feng Sheng looked up, his tone calm. I pressed the wrong button. Feng lay scoffed internally, thinking, Master Sheng certainly enjoys playing the enigmatic card. What do you mean you pressed the wrong button? This gentleman's phone doesn't even have the live streaming app installed. How many times must one mistakenly tap to end up in Sheng Yu's live stream? Just as Feng Sheng intended to turn off his phone by Tian, exposed for her true nature, defiantly retorted, Sheng Yu, don't act so superior. Why didn't you tell everyone why you went to the presidential suite on the top floor? Who did you meet there? Being a mistress. No one is more noble than the other. What makes you look down on me? You're worse off than me. The one you met merely sees you as someone else's substitute. Sheng Yu knew that some cornered dogs would bite. But she was not the original owner and had no fear of being threatened by Feng Yanhan. Then you might as well tell everyone who I met that day. Sheng Yu remained unfazed, her emotions remarkably stable. You. By Tian bit her lip, realizing that her earlier words had been spoken in anger. Now. She recognized that Feng Yanhan had never been married or announced any girlfriend. Even if Sheng Yu had a rendezvous with him, she was not a mistress. Instead, it allowed Sheng Yu to bask in the limelight of the young and wealthy heir of the capital, potentially escalating matters and forcing Feng Yanhan to acknowledge their intimate relationship. No, she refused to accept it. Why should she be relegated to being the mistress of an old, unattractive man, while Sheng Yu could flirt with a young, handsome, and affluent heir? You want me to speak? I refuse to say anything. Sheng Yu shot her a look that questioned her sanity. The barrage of comments echoed the audience's bewilderment at Bai Tian's antics. Just say it already. Do I lack this bit of traffic? I detest those who don't finish their sentences. Bai Tian, what's the difference between this and half a bowel movement? I have a friend who is dying to hear. Of course, some viewers focused on other points of interest. Did no one notice that Sheng Yu went to the presidential suite on the top floor of the luxury hotel? That suite isn't just for anyone with money. Regardless of who it is, that person must be either affluent or noble, certainly from the top-tier families of the capital. Why one T by Tian speak? Is she afraid of offending the man behind Sheng Yu? I heard that the prince of the Feng family frequently resides there. Could it be that Sheng Yu had a late-night meeting with him? Sheng Yu, I curse you to never receive his love. By Tian, in a fit of impotent rage, shouted before hanging up like a defeated dog. Sheng Yu yawned in boredom. Is that all? By Tian held it in for so long just to let that out. What a waste of time. Alright, today's live stream ends here. See you next time. Sheng Yu commenced her broadcast casually and concluded it with equal indifference. By the time the audience registered what had happened, the screen had gone dark. After ending the stream, she received a video request from company operations, Sister Zhu. Once connected, she was immediately met with a barrage of reprimands. Sheng Yu, I see you've grown wings. Who told you to broadcast like that? Do you know Bai Tian is our boss's distant cousin? Offending her will not end well for you. Sheng Yu innocently replied, wasn't it you who asked me to give her traffic? I did. Look at this surge of flow. I've directly propelled her onto the trending list. No need to thank me. Are you playing with me? Zhu Lihua snapped, placing a hand on her chest to steady herself before continuing. You're digging your own grave. I can't be bothered to lecture you. President Sun wants you to come to the company tomorrow. There are matters we need to discuss face-to-face. Sheng Yu readily agreed. It just so happened that she also intended to settle some old scores with them. In the afternoon, Sheng Yu followed her plan and took surveillance footage to the police station to file a report. The police summoned the other two parties involved for questioning. The couple, He Dazhuang and his wife, flaunted their wealth of over 100 million, completely dismissing Sheng Yu, a girl with little background. In front of the police, they maintained a condescending attitude. Isn't it just money you want? How much do you need? Is 100,000 enough? If not, how about 200,000? Mistakes happen. I have plenty of money to spare. 10,000 for a slap. I'll give you 1 million and slap you 9 more times afterward. Ift. You think you deserve an apology from me, you worthless thing? Their arrogant demeanor even caused the female officer handling the case to lose her patience. She tapped her long fingers on the table, warning them. Do you think a bit of money makes you superior? Mind your attitude. Mrs. He raised an eyebrow, her voice sharp and cruel. A bit of money? Ha! Can you afford a house in the capital after slaving away your entire life in this dump? The place you live in is probably smaller than where our dog resides. Who are you glaring at? Did my wife say something wrong? Xiaming Fei did not expect that her first day at the police station would involve such oddities, let alone two at once. Ahem, Xiaming Fei, watch your language. A colleague coughed to remind her. Xiaming Fei was the biological sister of the original owner, which explained why she felt an odd kinship with the beautiful officer upon their first meeting. Sheng You raised her gaze, carefully observing the female officer before her. With her neat short hair and a healthy tan, she possessed striking features that exuded a sense of confidence. Even her crisp uniform could not conceal her perfect figure. In the original text, there was little description of Xiaming Fei. Thus, Sheng Yu only knew she was the third daughter of the Xie family. Born into a prestigious family, yet choosing to defy norms by becoming a public servant, transforming into a spirited female police officer. Sheng Yu had anticipated encountering the original owner's relatives, but did not expect it to happen so soon. Xiaming Fei happened to glance over at Sheng Yu, their eyes meeting with unwavering determination. Miss Sheng, do not fear. The law will not spare any villain. Sheng Yu nodded in agreement. Handle my case according to the law. Let justice be served. Those who should be imprisoned must be imprisoned. Those who should be punished must be punished. They should compensate for the damages. Furthermore, I am here today to report something important. What does Miss Sheng wish to report? Xiaming Fei found the girl before her quite appealing. Chapter 8. The weight of the phrase, I fear nothing. Sheng Yu turned her head, her icy gaze landing on He Dazhuang and his wife. Her tone measured. I wish to report their practice of using living sacrifices to harm children. Xiaming Fei's expression darkened as she pressed further. Do you understand what you are saying? Sheng Yu understood that when it comes to murder cases involving children, the police would not simply take her word for it. However, someone was even more anxious than she was. Mrs. He, dragging her substantial weight, lunged at her, exclaiming, You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Shut your mouth immediately. Sheng Yu deftly stepped back, easily avoiding her assault. Mrs. He stumbled forward and fell heavily to the ground due to her momentum. Xiaming Fei was quick to react, placing her arms on the table to vault over it, swiftly reaching Sheng Yu's side and pulling her behind her for protection. Miss Sheng, are you all right? She inquired. Sheng Yu shook her head. I'm fine. It's our negligence that startled you. Xiaming Fei recognized that the girl before her was not only the same age as her youngest sister, but was also born on the same day. Thus, she naturally regarded Sheng Yu as a younger sister, concerned for her well-being. Sheng Yu continued to shake her head. It's nothing. I am unafraid of ghosts. She may be a bit ugly, but she is hardly frightening. It was only later that Xiaming Fei comprehended the weight of the phrase, I am unafraid of ghosts. With Mr. He assisting her, Mrs. He rose, exchanging a glance with her husband to steady their nerves. They then threatened and enticed, Little girl, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. False accusations can lead to imprisonment. Isn't it money you desire? How much do you want? Would 5 million suffice? Xiaming Fei's keen intuition told her that this matter was far from simple. Miss Sheng, do not listen to them. If what you intend to report is true, then it is not a false accusation. Furthermore, significant cases provide rewards for citizens who offer crucial leads. Sheng Yu smirked slightly. Rewards are of little importance. I cannot bear to see wicked individuals roam freely beneath the vast heavens. All things have their cause and effect. All methods are void, yet cause and effect remain. The He couple's encounter with her was their karmic retribution. Mr. He, whose mental fortitude was somewhat lacking, suddenly felt weak, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly muttering, I don't know, I know nothing. The middle-aged police officer responsible for taking notes, noticing his panicked reaction, recognized the gravity of the situation and exchanged a look with Xiaming Fei, signaling her to keep the situation under control. I cannot comprehend what you are saying about harming children and the 7-in child gathering wealth formation. Miss Sheng, do you believe the police will take your fantastical words seriously? Mrs. He feigned calmness, though her voice trembled with fear. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaming Fei, with a cold expression, retorted, It seems to me that you and your husband harbor guilt. She then turned to Sheng Yu, asking Miss Sheng, Do you possess more information regarding this case, such as the whereabouts of the 7 children's bodies? Xiaming Fei's instinct once again suggested that Sheng Yu knew more than she had revealed. Not 7, but 21. Sheng Yu clarified. The horrifying figure made Xiaming Fei's pupils dilate. Sheng Yu nodded and elaborated. A 7-in child gathering wealth formation requires 7 living children for sacrifice. But their greed led them to set up 3 such sinister formations, resulting in 21 lives lost. Mr. He was left stunned, trembling uncontrollably. Mrs. He's face turned pale, rendered speechless. Sheng Yu, aware that evidence was paramount in solving cases, knew that only with proof could this vile couple be convicted. The effectiveness of the 7-in child gathering wealth formation lasts only 7 years, thus the first burial site should be a property they developed 21 years ago, the second 14 years ago, and the third 7 years ago. You should investigate which locations they are. If this had occurred before she had traversed into this narrative, such complexities would have been unnecessary. Upon realizing that Sheng You had not disclosed the specific locations of the formations, Mrs. He felt a flicker of hope. As long as no bodies served as evidence, they still had a chance. 7 years ago, HE Real Estate hadn't developed any real estate projects at all. If you don't believe it, go check. We will investigate without your prompting. For reasons unknown, Xiaming Fei felt an inexplicable familiarity and unconditional trust toward this young girl. Development projects require registration with the relevant authorities, making the necessary documents easily accessible. Soon, a table of records was presented to Xiaming Fei, detailing all projects developed by HE Real Estate 21, 14, and 7 years ago, along with projects from other years. Xiaming Fei quickly reviewed the information, her brows knitting together as she spoke coldly. 7 years ago, HE Real Estate indeed did not develop any projects. Could there have been an error? Please verify this again. The middle-aged officer glanced at Sheng You, asking, Miss Sheng, where did you hear this information? I mean, could someone harboring a grudge against the He family have fabricated this entire story? Sheng Yu's expression remained steady, her emotions unwavering as she raised her hand towards Xiaming Fei. Give it to me. Xiaming Fei, understanding her intent, handed over the document. Sheng Yu scanned it swiftly, taking mere seconds. The burial site from 21 years ago was the Wujing Mountain Community, 14 years ago was the Blue Rain Building, and for 7 years ago. Sheng Yu's eyes narrowed. There is another possibility. They may have constructed something not intended for profit, thus not listed on this document. Are you suggesting that they might have built a structure under the guise of charity, but since it wasn't classified as a company project, it didn't appear on the records? Xiaming Fei's mind raced, ever adept at criminal investigation. She immediately instructed someone to look into it. While they waited, the He couple began their theatrics again. Oh, I feel so dizzy. Quickly, take me to the hospital. Mrs. He clutched her head, but before she could finish her sentence, she lay stiffly on the ground. Mr. He, as if mourning his deceased wife, collapsed beside her, wailing, my wife, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Please don't let anything happen to you. Their performance was so absurd that they appeared as nothing more than clowns. Xiaming Fei crouched down to check Mrs. He's breath, mocking with a smirk. Fainted? Whatever shall we do? We are quite far from the hospital. Shall I call the coroner to examine you? Chapter 9. You think I would chase you here for $82? I possess some medical knowledge. I can treat her. Sheng Yu stepped closer, her delicate face bearing an earnest expression. Just as Xiaming Fei intended to caution her that the couple was merely acting, Mrs. He, lying on the ground, was slapped awake. Glaring furiously, who hit me? Sheng Yu casually glanced at her, correcting, I didn't hit you. I was saving you. See, you're awake now. After this, Sheng Yu affirmed to herself, my medical skills are truly remarkable. Xiaming Fei was amused by her antics, giving a thumbs up. Miss Sheng, your medical prowess is exceptional. Truly a contemporary divine healer. Sheng Yu humbly waved her hand. I'm flattered, truly. Miss Sheng, you are too modest, I believe Mrs. He should present you with a banner for saving lives. The investigation results had come in. Xiaming Fei, putting aside her jesting demeanor, opened the document. 7 years ago, HE Real Estate built a Hope Primary School in Rongqing Mountain Village. Could this school be the third burial site? Sheng Yu inquired, what is its name? Xiaming Fei replied, it's called Chaoshan Lei Hope Primary School. What a peculiar name. Not peculiar at all, Sheng Yu responded calmly. In the 5 elements, grass represents Yin wood, mountain symbolize Yin earth, and thunder signifies Yin water. The 7 Yin child wealth gathering array is an extremely Yin formation, and naturally, it requires a name that embodies the essence of Yin across all 5 elements. Xiaming Fei suddenly realized that the same reasoning applied to the Mist Crystal Mountain Community and the Blue Rain Mansion, did it not? All of them bore names associated with the Yin elements. Sheng Yu nodded, enjoying conversing with intelligent individuals. This case was immense and of a particularly malicious nature. It had been a long time since such a significant incident occurred in the capital. To exercise caution, Xiaming Fei felt it necessary to report to her superiors. As Sheng Yu departed, she added Xiaming Fei on her contacts, expressing her willingness to assist in locating the bodies if needed, although it would take 2 to 3 days as she had matters to attend to herself. In truth, Her energy was severely depleted, and to expedite her recovery, it would be wise for her to seek out the Buddhist disciple from the capital circle to bask in some merit light and extreme yang energy. This was quite urgent. Upon exiting the police station, Sheng You hailed a cab. The Feng family possessed numerous properties, but only the ancient European-style building situated in the eastern suburbs of the capital could be rightfully considered the Feng family ancestral home. The residence boasted excellent feng shui, a rare and precious geomantic site. Sheng You surmised that the security of the Feng family was likely exceptional, though she was unprepared for the extent of it. Shortly thereafter, several security personnel clad in black suits appeared before her, indicating that she had taken a wrong turn. "I have not taken a wrong turn. I am here to see Feng Shan," she asserted. The security personnel paused, taken aback. "You wish to see Mr. Feng? Do you have an appointment?" "Mr. Feng always informs us in advance when he is expecting guests." Sheng You understood that they were merely fulfilling their duty and patiently explained, "I do not have an appointment. But he told me directly that if I wished to find him, I should come here and simply mention his name. You may contact him to confirm." "Very well. May I know your name, miss?" "Sheng You." Initially, Sheng You intended to simply introduce herself, but fearing that Feng Shan, a man of prominence, might forget her name, she added, "A few days ago, he fell from a cliff, and it took significant effort for me to pull him from the vehicle." The Feng family as security personnel, well trained, did not dismiss her until they verified her identity, after which they contacted Feng Lei. At the Feng residence, in the second-floor meditation room, a valuable antique incense burner was half-filled with high-quality agarwood, filling the room with a rich and subtle fragrance. Feng Shan, dressed in a soft robe, sat cross-legged with closed eyes, fingers deftly moving over a string of prayer beads, exuding an aura of serene detachment akin to a deity atop a mountain. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the master of their household possessed extraordinary hearing. "What is it?" "Come in," a cool voice resonated from within. "Sir, it is that rather eccentric Miss Sheng." Feng Lei hastily entered. "What about her?" "Ah, she has come to see you and is currently at the guard station halfway up the mountain. Do you wish to meet her?" "Bring her here," was his immediate response. Without a second thought, did he not realize that the woman in question was Feng Heng's partner? Regardless of his thoughts, Feng Lei did not dare to delay, and promptly set off to fetch her. In the mountains, human presence was sparse, and the yin energy was naturally heavier, especially as it was deep autumn. A gust of mountain wind struck her, causing Sheng You to shiver as goosebumps erupted across her skin. No matter how thick her clothing was, it could not shield her from the encroaching yin energy. Hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, she initially thought it was Feng Lei come to collect her. Upon rushing outside, she was met with the lifeless visage of Feng Heng inside the car. He seemed to recognize her and, perhaps fearing he had mistaken her identity, stared in her direction for a prolonged moment. "Sheng You, is that truly you? What are you doing here? Who sent you?" "When I hired you, I made it abundantly clear that our relationship was purely transactional, aside from monetary compensation. Do not attempt to extract anything else from me. You agreed to this. And now what is this little game you are playing?" "What game?" Sheng Yu retorted. "Is there no mirror at home, or can you not relieve yourself?" Feeling unwell and in a foul mood, she found herself at odds with Feng Heng. "Sheng Yu, what do you mean?" he demanded, his expression stiffening. Sheng Yu raised her chin slightly, a smirk playing on her lips, and enunciated each word. "Do you not understand human language? I suggest you find a mirror to take a good look or relieve yourself and reflect. Do you think you are worthy of my chasing you down here for $82? Feng Heng had never been so humiliated by a woman. His handsome face darkened, and striding toward her with long strides, he opened the car door. "Do you think this will capture my attention?" Sheng Yu had no intention of acknowledging him. With so many private hospitals in the Feng family, is there not a doctor capable of curing your self-righteous affliction? "I am here specifically for you. This is the Feng family. Who else could you seek?" Feng Heng scoffed, a sneer of derision in his eyes. Sheng Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Is the Feng family left with only you? If memory serves, does this ancestral home not also house your little uncle, known as the Buddhist disciple of the capital?" Chapter 10. Is the young master of Han physically frail? Feng Heng blinked in surprise. "You mean you are here to find him?" "Indeed. I have come to see Feng Shan." At this moment, Feng Heng laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Sheng Yu, have you lost your mind? Who suggested such a ridiculous notion to you? Did they not inform you that Feng Shan has long since renounced worldly ties and has no interest in women? Even if you were to strip bare and lie before him, he would not spare you a glance. For reasons unknown, The mention of Feng Shan's name from her lips left Feng Heng feeling uneasy. I believe you are the one who has gone mad, barking like a rabid dog, snapping at anyone you encounter. Sheng You could not comprehend how such a morally bankrupt individual, replete with contempt for women, could be cast as the male lead. Sheng You, my patience is limited. Do not assume that your gender renders you immune to my wrath. Should I choose, I have myriad ways to make your life a living hell. Feng Heng was genuinely enraged now, veins bulging on his forehead, fists cracking ominously. As she observed him, Sheng You felt a mix of anger towards the feeble disposition of the female protagonist who shared her name and a desire to deliver a blow to the male protagonist. Presently, with an opportunity to strike, she would not let it slip away. How coincidental, my patience is also limited. Before Feng Heng could react, she delivered a punch to his face. The tall figure of over 6 feet flew backward, landing solidly on the ground. To deliver that blow, Sheng You had utilized the remnants of her dwindling energy. Young master, what happened? Did you fall? Feng Lei arrived just as Feng Heng was being assisted up by his aide, Jason, his face swollen and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Naturally, Feng Heng would not admit that he had been struck by a woman, let alone knocked down. I didn't see clearly. It seems I was hit by Miss Sheng. Feng Lei cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Feng Heng, struggling to contain his laughter. Do not be ridiculous. Are you implying that our young master is so fragile that he cannot withstand a light punch from a young lady? If this gets out, the entire elite circle of the capital will have a good laugh at our young master's expense. Feng Heng valued his reputation above all else, especially within the elite circle of the capital. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. You misunderstood. I simply lost my footing and fell. It has nothing to do with her. Sheng You paid no mind to his excuses, as the embarrassment was not hers to bear. Feng Heng wiped the blood from his mouth and regained his composure, for he had important matters to attend to today and no time to squander on this woman. Feng Lei, why are you here? Did my uncle send you to pick me up? Feng Lei nodded in response. It was Master Shan who instructed me to come. He asked me to convey a message to young Master Han that he has matters to attend to today and cannot meet with you. Matters? But I had an appointment with my uncle half a month ago. Feng Heng had come today with a significant project that required his uncle Feng Shan's attention. The project had already been delayed for a month and could not be postponed any longer. Thus, the urgency. Today, Master Feng unexpectedly encountered a matter of great importance. Feng Lei continued to nod respectfully and smile. What could be so crucial? Feng Heng asked, unwilling to relent. He was eager to discover what could possibly overshadow his own affairs. Feng Lei abruptly withdrew his smile, his tone turning cold. Young Master Han, are you inquiring about our Master Feng's affairs? That is not my intention. Feng Heng immediately wilted. Despite his formidable presence as the young master of the capital's elite, he dared not act recklessly before Feng Shan, the true authority of the Feng family, nor even before Feng Lei, the chief steward. He could only yield. Sheng You made no attempt to be polite, striding confidently toward the luxury car parked nearby. Feng Lei, uncle, are you not busy today? Wait, uncle has dismissed our appointment. This so-called important matter is merely to meet this woman, Sheng You. Feng Heng suddenly grasped the situation, feeling utterly defeated. Sheng You, I did not anticipate your influence to be so formidable. He hastened forward, blocking the car door, his frustration nearly palpable. Sheng You languidly replied, as long as you understand. Feng Heng assumed she was about to exit, entirely oblivious to the impatience flickering in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Sheng You adjusted her position, extending her long leg, and kicked toward his chest. With a swift motion, she pulled the car door shut, her movements flowing like water. Had it not been for the constraints of the vehicle's interior, she might have aimed a kick at his face. Feng Lei, we may depart. Very well. Feng Lei started the car, only to realize that the woman's tone and demeanor closely mirrored a certain gentleman's, prompting him to instinctively comply with her request. As the car drove away, it left behind a fuming Feng Heng, whose expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. Why is young Master Han lying on the ground again? Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps the road was uneven, and he stumbled. Yes, we must have misjudged. How could young Master Han be kicked away by a young girl? On the road, Feng Lei could no longer suppress the burning curiosity within him. Is Miss Sheng breaking up with young Master Han? In the back seat, Sheng Yu was resting with her eyes closed. If you have time to concern yourself with such matters, you might as well focus on the road. A stone may fall ahead. Don't brake suddenly. A stone? What stone? This isn't a wild mountain. How could a stone possibly roll down? Miss Sheng certainly has a sense of humor. Little did he expect, before his laughter could fade, a large stone rolled down the slope ahead. In a moment of panic, he slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the luxury car's performance was exceptional. It merely swayed slightly before coming to a steady stop. Feng Lei was drenched in cold sweat as he turned to glance at the back seat. The young lady remained in her previous posture, her eyelids not even fluttering. If you've seen enough, continue driving. Sheng You feigned calmness, though her body was too weak to move. Chapter 11. This young lady has demands. She is truly bold. Approximately 20 minutes later, the pair arrived at the old Feng family residence halfway up the mountain. Feng Lei parked in the underground garage and led Sheng You to the indoor elevator, heading straight for the meditation room on the second floor. Master, I have brought the person. Through the door, Sheng You felt a wave of warmth envelop her, instantly dispelling the chill from her body. Eagerly, she stepped into the room, her gaze locking onto the source of that warmth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Feng Shan casually reclined on a soft couch, donned in a sky-blue robe, his face serene and indifferent, as if he were the master of all things in this world. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this scene was truly pleasing to the eye, compelling one to gaze longer. Indeed, Sheng Yu stole a few more glances, entranced by the aura of virtue and warmth emanating from Feng Shan. Though she had encountered him before, this second meeting still left her in awe. This was far more effective than any air conditioning or heating. She needed to stand closer to absorb more of that warmth. Her subtle movement caught Feng Shan's attention, and he imperceptibly frowned. He despised women, especially those who were modest and lacked decorum. He had hoped she would be different from the others who sought to approach him. Alas, they were all the same. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes as he decided he did not wish to linger here any longer, rising to leave. Miss Sheng, if you have something to discuss, please tell Feng Lei, and he will relay it to me. Sheng Yu had come specifically for him. She could not allow him to depart so easily. With a swift motion, she blocked his path, slightly tilting her chin as she said, "He is far too fond of gossip and chatter. I do not wish to converse with him." Feng Lei, wait, he is merely standing here, having provoked no one. Feng Shan's footsteps faltered, utterly unprepared for such a reason. Yet, he could find no counterargument. With a stern expression, he glanced at Feng Lei before continuing, "It seems Miss Sheng has come today with a clear intention of what she desires. Indeed, I have made my decision." Sheng Yu was reluctant to directly express her desire for him to offer her assistance. If she were to state it plainly, he might regard her as a pervert, and she would never have another chance to see him. Concocting an exaggerated request might be challenging for others, but for Feng Shan, it would be akin to requesting the heavens. He could likely arrange it. Thus, there would be no reason for them to meet again. Therefore, she needed to devise a rationale that would allow her to see Feng Shan whenever she wished, preferably living together. Most importantly, he must not be able to refuse. On the way here, Sheng Yu had yet to formulate a suitable rationale, intending to meet him first and then negotiate. However, Feng Yanhan's recent appearance sparked inspiration. "You see, I have offended the young master of the capital, Feng Yanhan. He has threatened to make my life a living hell, and I am terrified, unsure of what to do. However, they say you are Feng Yanhan's elder, and he fears you the most." Feng Shan could not discern any hint of fear in her demeanor, but he refrained from exposing her, allowing her to continue her performance. "Therefore, I seek your protection. With you by my side, he should not dare to harm me." Feng Shan inquired, "How did you offend him?" Feng Lei was nearly choking on his frustration, thinking, "Dear girl, was that merely a light touch? A gentle nudge? And he goes flying? Is Feng Yanhan's body like a balloon?" Feng Shan also expressed doubt. "Are you certain that 3 gentle nudges would provoke him?" Sheng Yu met his scrutinizing gaze, unflinching. To her, that amount of force truly constituted a gentle nudge. "I cannot speak for his feelings, I assure you. I did not exert much force. Perhaps your nephew is simply too frail." Frail, yet he holds grudges. Sheng Yu was not one to speak ill of others behind their backs. These were merely her candid assessments of the male lead, Feng Yanhan. Feng Shan nodded, indicating his understanding. "I will instruct him not to trouble you. Feng Lei, see her out. Is it time to usher her away?" Gazing at the radiant aura of virtue and the warmth suffusing the room, Sheng Yu was reluctant to move her feet. "You may not fully grasp your nephew's petty nature. In my view, he is nothing but a small-minded individual. Even in your presence, he may appear agreeable, but he will not honor his promises. Even if he does not act directly, he can subtly incite those around him to take action. He has a half-brother involved in the underworld named Sheng You. The day I saved you, I was captured by Sheng You and taken to a black clinic, nearly losing my kidney. He intended to harvest my kidney to replace it for Feng Yanhan's mother, who suffers from uremia. Failing that, he certainly will not rest easy. In order to enhance her persuasive power, Sheng You drew upon the previous experiences of the original owner. She had wagered correctly. Feng Cheng was indeed aware of Sheng Yu's existence, even being well informed about the unsavory deeds he had committed. So, what is it that you wish for me to assist you with? To be honest, Feng Cheng felt a twinge of curiosity after all the groundwork laid. What was her ultimate goal? Sheng You ceased to beat around the bush. Her tone languid as she articulated her thoughts. I believe there is no place as secure as here. Neither Feng Yanhan nor Sheng You could penetrate the sanctuary to seize anyone. So, after all this, your intention was simply to reside here. Before Feng Cheng could respond, Feng Lei, unable to contain himself, interjected. This young lady certainly had the audacity to voice her demands. Sheng You cast him a dispassionate glance. Do you have any objections? Feng Lei dared not voice any dissent, shrugging his shoulders. None at all. It was not his place to express an opinion. However, he could guarantee that their master Qing would never consent to her staying. Throughout the elite circles of Jing City, who did not know that the Feng family as paragon despised women the most? As expected, in the next breath, Feng Cheng dismissed her with a remark about the Feng family not harboring idlers. Feng Lei thought to himself, it is indeed their master Qing, whose steadfast resolve could not be swayed even by a celestial beauty. Yet, they seem to have underestimated the thickness of this woman's skin. Oh. I shall not impose upon you without offering something in return. My presence here will ward off the evils that plague your household and ensure its tranquility. Sheng You was not one to take advantage of others. Her staying here would ultimately benefit Feng Cheng in some way. Feng Lei smacked his forehead in realization. How could he forget that this young lady possessed some uncanny abilities? He had just witnessed her prowess firsthand. However, whether she could stay was not up to him. It depended on their master's will. To ward off evils and ensure household peace? Just who might you be? A divine being of some sort. Feng Cheng had not anticipated her to concoct such a rationale. Chapter 12. The False Heiress. Sheng You maintained her composure and spoke softly. I would not presume to be a deity. Simply call me Master Sheng. Feng Cheng had encountered numerous women assuming various identities to approach him, but this one before him was undoubtedly the most ludicrous. He was intrigued to discover who was behind her and what their intentions were in drawing close. Feng Lei, arrange a room for her. Feng Lei was taken aback for a moment before acquiescing. Might I inquire when Miss Sheng intends to move in? In the meantime, Sheng You had absorbed quite a bit of yang energy and merit from Feng Cheng, leaving her feeling invigorated. She was accustomed to rising early to meditate and practice. The yang energy and merit she had gathered from Feng Cheng yesterday had now transformed into her cultivation. Before heading to the company, she planned to make a trip to the antique street. She sought to purchase some yellow paper and cinnabar to craft common charms to keep on her person for emergencies. Jing City boasted numerous antique shops, with the most renowned being the Antique City on Zhuke Street. Here, one could find a dazzling array of cultural artifacts, antiques, paintings, ceramics, jade, bronze wares, and ancient coins, anything one could imagine and more. It was said that even the luminaries of the antique scene frequently graced this place. Sheng You had no intention of hunting for hidden treasures. She merely wanted to acquire genuine cinnabar and charm paper. Aware of the mixed quality in the antique city, she made a beeline for the largest shop on the street. Such century-old establishments valued their reputation, ensuring they would not counterfeit something as trivial as cinnabar. Sheng You requested a small box of high-quality cinnabar and a stack of yellow paper. Would you kindly trim this yellow paper to that size? It is for drawing charms. The staff at this century-old shop exhibited impeccable service, brewing her a cup of tea and asking her to wait a moment. With some time to spare, Sheng You began to browse around the shop. Her gaze swept past the display windows and curio shelves, landing on a disheveled stall in the corner. To put it charitably, it showcased discounted goods. In reality, it was merely a collection of fakes and worthless, inferior products. Excuse me, miss, do you have your eye on anything? The staff, noticing her interest in the cluttered stall, approached with a smile. Sheng You knelt down and picked up a wooden piece approximately 3 inches long. How much for this trinket? It appears you are knowledgeable. This peachwood amulet is indeed an old item with some years to it. Carrying it as a talisman offers protection against evil. You won't find another like it in the entire antique city. Anyone working here, even a staff, is quite astute. Even a broken item can be described in grand terms. Sheng Yu weighed the wooden piece in her palm. It's just a wooden block. If it were truly that valuable, it wouldn't be discarded among this junk. I find it somewhat appealing. Would you sell it for 50? The staff's assessment was not entirely inaccurate. The item was indeed a peachwood amulet. Typically 3 inches in length, an inch wide, and square-shaped, often crafted from jade, gold, or peach wood. Inscribed upon it were the words, "On the first day of the first month, the spirit is summoned from all directions, red, blue, white, and yellow. These 4 colors are ordained, by the decree of the emperor, to teach Kue Long, let no pestilence dare approach." As it was crafted on the day of the first month, it was called an amulet. After drilling a hole, it could be attached to leather and worn as a protective charm. In terms of materials, jade and gold amulets were indeed more precious. But Sheng Yu was not interested in the intrinsic value of the object. Rather, she was drawn to the small amount of fortune it harbored. If she was not mistaken, the previous owner of this peachwood amulet must have been someone of great fortune, and having worn it for an extended period had imbued the amulet with considerable luck. In the past, Sheng Yu would not have regarded this slight fortune with much importance. However, times had changed, and this unclaimed luck could aid her in enhancing her cultivation. Miss, ISNT 50, a bit too low? Please consider adding a bit more. After all, this is an antique. The staff attempted to raise the price further. Sheng Yu added 30. 80, it cannot be more. Very well, 80 it is. The staff, having finally encountered a generous patron, was eager not to let this opportunity slip away, hastily presenting the QR code for her to scan and complete the payment. The rewards from her previous live stream, aside from the income from paid connections, included a considerable number of tips from onlookers. While she was not wealthy, she certainly was not destitute. Just then, as Sheng Yu completed her payment, a voice called out from behind her. "Wait, I'll take that item." She looked up in surprise to see 2 figures, one tall and one short. She recognized the taller one. Feng Yan. Again, it was him. How was it that she kept running into this rather dim-witted prince of the Jing circle? At the same time, Feng Yan recognized her. However, neither had anticipated that the girl beside Feng Yan would be the first to call out Sheng Yu's name. "Wan, do you know her?" Feng Yan felt a pang of anxiety, his gaze toward Sheng Yu tinged with a hint of menace. Sheng Yu was uninterested in him, her eyes drifting past him to the girl at his side. Wan? Could this woman before her be Sheng Wan? The fabled white moonlight that Feng Yan had cherished for a decade. The original owner had never met Sheng Wan. Her understanding of her stemmed solely from hearsay. The Sheng family had protected this beloved little princess very well. Before going abroad, Sheng Wan had never appeared in public. In the original narrative, she was far from being a benign character. Sheng Yu shared the same curiosity as Feng Yan, as the little princess of the Sheng family. How had Sheng Wan recognized her before the truth of their identities had been revealed? How did she know of her existence? Was it because of Feng Yan? In the realm of metaphysics, there exists a discipline known as face reading, which interprets a person's destiny through their facial features. Therefore, Sheng Yu has conducted extensive research on expressions and gazes. Sheng Wan's interest in her seems to transcend mere acquaintance, as she appears to harbor a profound animosity towards her. Oh, does Brother Han not recognize her? She is quite the internet sensation, having previously been embroiled in an unfortunate public incident, leading to misunderstandings. Fortunately, she ultimately vindicated herself. After speaking, Sheng Wan smiled at Sheng Yu and, in a familiar motion, reached to link arms with her. "Miss Sheng, what a coincidence, we share the same surname." "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence," Sheng Yu replied, deftly avoiding her touch. Feng Yan silently exhaled in relief, as he feared Sheng Wan might have heard some rumors about him and Sheng Yu. He promptly distanced himself, asserting, "I do not know her, I am simply too busy to frequent the internet." Chapter 13. The supporting character and her canine system. Sheng Wan was left hanging, her expression one of disappointment. "I feel a strong connection with Miss Sheng, and wish to befriend you. But it seems you do not quite like me." Sheng Yu casually replied, "I do not know you. There is no question of liking or disliking." "What kind of attitude is this, Sheng Yu? Can't you speak properly?" Feng Yan reprimanded coldly. He was already brimming with frustration toward Sheng Yu, and her demeanor toward Sheng Wan only added fuel to the fire. Sheng Yu's good mood from earlier had also been affected upon encountering him. Who could maintain their composure when faced with a lunatic? "This is my attitude. Do you have a problem with it? Then you must endure it. What gives you the audacity to speak to me this way?" Sheng Yu clenched her fist and waved it defiantly. "There you have it. It is her who granted me this boldness." "You." Feng Yanhan's handsome face flushed red with embarrassment, fearing she would reveal how he had been struck by her fist the day prior. Brother Han, I am fine. Miss Sheng might just be in a bad mood. Please do not hold it against her. Sheng Yuan tugged at Feng Yanhan's arm, urging him to calm down. Feng Yanhan relented. Yuan, there is no need to pay her any mind. Let us browse around and see if anything catches your eye. This store belongs to my uncle's friend, Kai. I can speak to my uncle about it. I quite like the charm in Miss Sheng's hand. I wonder if she might part with it. Sheng Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on the peachwood charm in Sheng Yu's possession. Feng Yanhan glanced at the item in Sheng Yu's hand, adopting a wealthy demeanor. How much for that? I will pay double. The shop assistant swiftly approached, smiling apologetically. Sir, Miss Sheng has already completed the purchase, hence, she is now the owner of that peachwood charm. If you desire it, you must negotiate with her. Cash and goods must be exchanged, as per the rules set by Master Sheng. This cannot be broken. Feng Yanhan was reluctant to escalate this trivial matter to Feng Sheng. He stepped forward, lowered his voice, and said to Sheng You, I want what you have. Name your price. Sheng Yuan also bowed her hands in a plea to Sheng You. Miss Sheng, my grandfather's health has recently declined, and I wish to buy a talisman for him. If you would be willing to part with it, I can pay you 10 times its worth. The Sheng family's little princess was not lacking in finances. However, Sheng Yu could not fathom why Sheng Yuan was so fixated on the peachwood charm in her possession. Shouldn't one typically seek talismans at temples or Taoist shrines? At the very least, one could go to a market. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuan was irked, engaging in a dialogue with the system in her mind. System. Is there truly nothing else in the antique market capable of detecting fortune value aside from the item in Sheng Yu's hand? The system replied, there are other items, but their fortune values are minuscule. The system has detected that only the treasure in the heroine's possession harbors the highest fortune value. If the host wishes to alter the tragic fate of her past life, she must acquire more fortune value. Sheng Yuan replied impatiently, understood. In her former life, Sheng Yu had seized everything that rightfully belonged to her through the halo of the heroine, including Feng Yanhan's love and the affection of the Sheng family. She was sold into northern Myanmar, subjected to inhumane torment, contracting diseases, scrounging for food in filthy alleys alongside stray dogs, bartering her body with stinking vagrants for scraps, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of a deranged, homeless man. All while the news of Feng Yanhan and Sheng Yu's grand wedding played in the background. With a heart full of resentment and grievance, she was reborn. In this life, she would proclaim to all that she, Sheng Yuan, was not a mere wild chicken masquerading as a phoenix. She was the true leading lady. She refused to believe that with the dual blessings of rebirth and a system, she could still be outmatched by Sheng Yu, the Na'vi heroine who relied solely on men. System. Beep. The system reminds the host that aside from that item, there are 2 stronger sources of fortune nearby, one from the heroine and one from the hero. They are known as the daughter of fortune and the son of fortune. Upon the system's reminder, Sheng Yuan recalled that Sheng Yu was the original heroine, whose luck allowed her to escape various perils and whose fortune value was undoubtedly high. System. I intend to usurp the fortune of the heroine Sheng Yu. The system responded, the system has received the host's directive. Please input the name and birth details of the target to establish a connection. Name, Sheng Yu. Birth details, year of Xinmo, month of Iin, day of Bingsu, hour of Dingyu. The system confirmed, target information inputted. The target's birth details indicate a pure Iin constitution, possessing immense fortune. The system warmly advises that once the connection is established, physical contact with the target is necessary to siphon their fortune. The time frame is 1 year. If the host fails to completely drain the target's fortune within this period, the task will be deemed a failure, and the host will suffer backlash. Sheng Yuan smirked inwardly. Such a simple task requires no year. I can drain her fortune in a month at most. She was eager to begin siphoning fortune from Sheng Yu. She wished to witness how Sheng Yu, devoid of the heroine's fortune, would fare as the center of affection. Since Miss Sheng desires this item so much, I shall relinquish it to you. We seem to hit it off. Let us be friends. Sheng Yuan's demeanor suddenly shifted as she graciously extended her hand towards Sheng Yu. You are mistaken. It is not you who is giving it to me. That item has always been mine. Sheng Yu lazily curled her lips, showing no intention of shaking hands. Sheng Yuan was unfazed. If one scheme failed, she would devise another. Removing a brand new luxury bracelet from her wrist, she leaned closer to Sheng Yu. Miss Sheng's outfit today complements my bracelet beautifully. I would like to gift it to you. Sheng You had already discerned Sheng Yuan's repeated attempts to get close to her and was curious about her motives. Using her heavenly eyes, she sought to uncover the truth. Logically, as half-sisters sharing the same father, Sheng Yuan should be influenced by the heavenly path. Thus the heavenly eyes might not reveal much information. However, what she saw was astonishing. She perceived numerous strands of fortune emanating from Sheng Yuan, each from different sources. Ordinarily, each individual possesses their unique strand of fortune, and it is rare for a person to exhibit more than one. Those blessed with strong fortune generally enjoy favorable luck, achieving success with relative ease, and even when faced with adversity, they can turn misfortune into fortune. Conversely, those with weak fortune are often beset by calamity throughout their lives. Yet, Sheng Yuan exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon, more than a dozen strands of fortune, which was scientifically unfathomable. Where did these numerous strands of fortune originate? Chapter 14. See, I told you directly, and yet you are displeased. The only explanation Sheng You could conceive was the involvement of some dark arts related to borrowing fortune. If Sheng Yuan had her sights set on the inconspicuous peach with charm in her possession, could she have discovered its fortune? Sheng You pondered deeply, considering whether Sheng Yuan's approach was an attempt to borrow fortune from her, in order to validate her hypothesis. As Sheng Yuan drew near once more, Sheng You did not shy away, allowing her to adorn her wrist with a diamond-encrusted luxury bracelet. Miss Sheng, please don't be modest. This bracelet may be an exquisite treasure for you, but to me, it is merely a trinket. The moment their bodies made contact, Sheng You felt an unusual sensation coursing through her being. Her previously clear mind began to cloud. The skin on her wrist, ensnared by Sheng Yuan, grew slightly warm. If she had harbored doubts before, now she was certain that Sheng Yuan was employing some form of dark sorcery to siphon others' fortunes. As for the nature of the sorcery, she had yet to discern it. Sheng You withdrew her hand, stepping back significantly to interrupt the spell. Sheng Yuan had just commanded the system to commence the plunder. The system responded, detected that the connection between host and target has been severed. Please reconnect to initiate the fortune plundering. Sheng Yuan, unable to maintain her composure, exclaimed, I just gifted you a 6-figure bracelet. And you tell me that not even a shred of fortune was gained. The system reiterated, please reconnect, host. Sheng Yuan wished to reconnect. Yet Sheng You had already crossed her arms and retreated several meters back to the counter. Are you planning to sell the item that Yuan gifted you? Feng Han, of course, did not regard the modest sum of several 100,000 as significant. He was more incensed that Sheng Yuan's heartfelt gesture had been wasted. At least this spared her the trouble of taking a few more steps. Feng Han's eyes brimmed with indignation as he gritted his teeth. Do you truly have such an affinity for money? Very well, I shall provide it. Sheng Yuan watched in disbelief as the transaction unfolded, her expression darkening. Miss Sheng, if you do not appreciate my gift, you could have simply stated so, rather than resorting to such humiliation. Sheng You lifted the corners of her lips, offering a gentle smile, then allow me to speak plainly. This bracelet is quite unappealing to me, and I do not fancy it. You. Sheng Yuan had not anticipated such directness, her face flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Sheng You calmly tucked her phone into her pocket. You see, I spoke plainly, yet you are displeased. Sheng You, do not act coy after benefiting from this. Yuan adores that item. Will you not part with it? Feng Han, noticing that Bai Yuguang was unhappy, sought to purchase the trinket from Sheng You to please Sheng Yuan. Sheng You, aware of Sheng Yuan's desire to seize the bracelet, regarded her with a hint of cunning in her almond-shaped eyes, since she is so fond of it. I might consider parting with it. Name your price. Feng Han, realizing she was willing to negotiate, felt the situation had become much easier. Sheng You extended her fingers, shaking them playfully. Since you are so sincere, I shall reciprocate with a sincere offer. 50 million. A nearby attendant, nearly losing his balance, was astonished. Having bought it for 80, she was now asking for 50 million. A bold request indeed. 50 million. Sheng You, how dare you make such an outrageous demand? This worthless item is worth 50 million? Sheng You raised an eyebrow, casting him a sidelong glance. What? Are you unwilling? Does Sheng Yuan not hold a significant place in your heart? Her words struck both of them sharply. Feng Han felt the urgent need to affirm his feelings for Sheng Yuan, while she herself pondered whether her worth in his eyes was indeed equivalent to 50 million. Brother Han, 50 million is simply too much. I shall forego it. I will seek another means for my grandfather's talisman. Unexpectedly, this tactic of retreating to advance seemed to work effectively on Feng Han. The The sentiment of filial piety cannot be measured in monetary value. 50 million for the safety and health of elder Sheng is indeed a worthy investment. Spending 50 million would not only win Sheng Wanwan's favor, but also place the Sheng family in his debt, which Feng Yanhan deemed quite advantageous. His loyal assistant was undeniably efficient. Soon, Sheng Yu's account reflected an additional 50 million. With the funds transferred, the Peachwood talisman was promptly handed over to Sheng Wanwan. She could hardly contain her excitement, immediately calling out to the system. "Quickly transfer the fortune from this to me." The system replied, "Apologies, but the system cannot fulfill your command. It detects no trace of fortune present."
How can that be?
Sheng Wanwan's emotions spiraled out of control as she shouted, "Where has it gone? You must search for it." The system responded, "Beyond the system's capabilities. Please seek another target." "Wanwan, what are you talking about? What is missing? Did you not adore this talisman?" Feng Yanhan, not only failing to witness the smile he had hoped for on Sheng Wanwan's face, but also observing her dark expression, felt confused. "It's nothing." Sheng Wanwan forced a smile. "I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Brother Han. I believe my grandfather will love it as well." Sheng Yu lazily smirked, teasingly remarking, "T.S. for 50 million. How could one not appreciate it?" This was undoubtedly adding salt to Sheng Wanwan's wounds. 50 million. She had actually spent 50 million on such a useless piece of junk. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, trembling with rage, but unable to express it. "Regardless of its value, I cherish the gift from Brother Han." Drawing from her memories of a past life, she understood how deeply Sheng Yu loved Feng Yanhan, thus she deliberately spoke to provoke jealousy in her. Yet Sheng Yu remained unfazed, lifting the talisman and vermilion powder as she sauntered past them, bought for 80, sold for 50 million. "I truly am a business prodigy." 80? Feng Yanhan's handsome face twisted in disbelief as he glared at the attendant. How much did she actually pay? The attendant held up 8 fingers. "Just 80. The payment record still exists. Would you like to take a look, young Master Han?" He had initially thought Sheng Yu, who had bought it for 80, was a fool, only to realize Feng Yanhan was the greater fool. Chapter 15. Seeking to terminate the contract, no chance. Sheng Yu arrived 10 minutes early at the company building. This office tower comprised 30 stories, with a media firm where the original owner had signed the contract located on the 18th floor. She pressed the elevator button, ascending directly to the 18th floor. The short-haired receptionist, who shared a good rapport with the original owner, pulled her aside, worry etched on her face. "Sheng Yu, President Sun seems to have been drinking. Please be cautious, and if you encounter danger, just run outside. I will find a way to help you." It had been a while since someone had expressed such concern for her, bringing warmth to her heart. Observing the young woman, she noted her full forehead, large and clear eyes, and a well-defined nose, traits indicative of a forthright and fortunate person. "All right, I understand. This company is on the verge of collapse. If you are willing, you could come work as my assistant." "What? The company is going bankrupt?" Jiang Su had been at the front desk for 3 years, well-versed in the company's gossip, yet had heard no hint of impending closure. As the appointed time approached, Sheng Yu refrained from further idle chatter and proceeded to the president's office. Through the door, she could hear the conversation inside. Bai Tian's voice was sweet and alluring. "Cousin, you must help me settle the score later." Following was a man's voice, lacking vitality. "My little darling has been wronged. Do not worry, I will have her kneel and apologize." Finally, there was Zhu Li Hua's obsequious tone. "Everyone knows that President Sun's favorite is you, Tian. What is Sheng Yu? She is merely courting death by opposing you." Sheng Yu curled her lips in a smirk. Perfect, everyone was present. There was no need for her to seek them out individually. She would deal with them all at once. Without knocking, she pushed the door open and entered. The 3 individuals inside jumped in surprise, turning in unison to stare at her. The middle-aged man seated in the executive chair was in his early 40s, somewhat plump, with slicked-back hair, a disheveled forehead, and lifeless, sunken eyes that were yellowed and dark-ringed, typical signs of overindulgence. Bai Tian, adorned in a refreshing wine-red low-cut dress with a daring split, appeared almost boneless as she leaned against the man's shoulder. His hand rested upon her thigh. Zhu Lihua, seemingly accustomed to the scene, stood opposite the pair, bending slightly at the waist and forcing a smile. Upon recognizing Sheng Yu, in an attempt to demonstrate loyalty, she was the first to scold. "Don't you know how to knock?" Sheng Yu ignored her, settling into the sofa, reclining gently as she slowly stated, "I wish to terminate the contract." Zhu Lihua, ever the sycophant, seized the moment, saying, "What are you thinking, Sheng You? You want to terminate the contract, but there's no way out." Bai Tian lifted her chin. Her gaze at Sheng You imbued with a hint of malicious triumph. "Cousin, do not forget the promise you just made." I was scolded harshly because of her. My eyes are swollen from crying. Sheng Yu cast a languid glance her way. "You were reprimanded. Was it not due to your role as a mistress to He Dazhuang? And now you wish to frame me? Oh, by the way, I heard He Dazhuang is quite promiscuous, riddled with diseases. How is your health?" Sun Kai, catching her gaze, turned pale. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who told you that Mr. He is unwell?" Bai Tian shot her a fierce glare. "I am perfectly healthy. Do not speak ill of me. You are simply envious. My cousin dotes on me." Sheng Yu nodded. "Indeed, he does spoil you. Whenever there's a challenging business matter, he sends you to negotiate." In truth, Bai Tian was merely a tool for Sun Kai to conduct business. Her association with He Dazhuang was also orchestrated by Sun Kai. It was a mutual arrangement, and Bai Tian received considerable compensation each time. Such sordid dealings, laid bare, left Bai Tian's expression sour. "Darling, do not listen to her nonsense. How could I bear to send you to another man? Those powerful individuals, we cannot provoke. It's only natural for you to suffer." Sun Kai consoled her, pulling her into his embrace. He then shifted the topic back to Sheng Yu. "Darling, did you not desire an apology? I shall have her kneel." Bai Tian, displeased, huffed. "Humph, is that all?" Sun Kai replied, then let darling slap her a few times to vent. "My hand hurts from slapping myself." Bai Tian pouted playfully in Sun Kai's arms. "How about I slap in place of darling?" "All right, but cousin, be a bit stronger. I prefer a resounding sound." Bai Tian schemed, glancing triumphantly at Sheng Yu. "All right, I will ensure darling is satisfied." Meanwhile, Sheng Yu remained composed on the sofa, as if the discussion of her was irrelevant. Zhu Lihua assumed she was too scared to resist, hence her silence, and pulled out the contract, stating, "Sheng Yu, kneel and apologize to Tian, then obediently sign this contract." Sheng Yu lowered her gaze to the coffee table. "What contract?" "The company wishes to re-sign a contract with you. From now on, your account belongs to the company. All advertising revenue is to be allocated to the company, and the revenue split for live broadcasts will change from 60 to 40 to 80 to 20, with the company receiving 80 and you 20. Furthermore, any violation of the contract or desire to terminate it will require you to compensate the company 50 million. Zhu Lihua briefly explained the contract's contents, omitting the hidden traps within. Sheng Yu, appearing nonchalant, inquired, "What if I refuse to sign?" With a resounding clap, Sun Kai slammed his hand on the table, threatening, "Once you step into this room, you have no choice. Sign or not, you will sign. To be frank, I have turned off all the company's surveillance. Whatever transpires here today will remain unknown." Sheng Yu responded with an indifferent, "Oh, the surveillance is off? That's quite convenient." "Indeed, it is. If you follow my instructions, you may endure less suffering," Sun Kai said, slowly approaching her, his intoxicated gaze fixed on Sheng Yu's delicate, youthful visage, reluctant to look away. This little girl, who used to shyly lower her head around him, appeared captivatingly alluring upon closer inspection, like a luscious cherry. How had he only just discovered her charm? Sun Kai gulped, raising his hand to touch her enchanting face. Sheng Yu maintained her previous posture, showing no intent to evade, yet Sun Kai's hand halted before it could reach her. Suspended in midair, Zhu Lihua and Bai Tian failed to comprehend the moment's significance, only hearing Sun Kai let out a pained cry. Sheng Yu then leisurely rose, retrieving a talisman from her pocket, infusing it with her energy as she murmured an incantation. With a commanding go, the talisman flew toward Sun Kai. Adhering to his bald forehead, he twitched violently before collapsing backward with a thud. "Mr. Sun, what happened? Cousin, are you alright?" "Sheng Yu, what have you done to him?" Zhu Lihua and Bai Tian hesitated to approach, unsure of the situation. The vitality and merit she had borrowed from Feng Heng had significantly enhanced her abilities. On her way, she had drawn a spirit-binding talisman and crafted a paper figure. Combining the two, she could perform soul control techniques. "Now get up, Sun Kai," she commanded, snapping her fingers. The figure on the ground opened his eyes wide and rose, silent and blank. Sheng Yu then pointed to the paper figure, issuing the command, "I wish to terminate the contract." Sun Kai immediately nodded in agreement and moved towards the safe behind him, retrieving the original contract and a termination contract from the drawer. Bai Tian, witnessing his compliance with Sheng Yu's words, sashayed forward, pouting in displeasure. "Cousin, How can you allow her to terminate the contract? Have you forgotten your promise? Sheng Yu's dark almond eyes narrowed, a mischievous glint flashing within. Sun Kai, anyone who obstructs your path should be dealt with harshly. Slap her. Slap her. Sun Kai echoed the command, his body responding automatically as he struck Bai Tiantian's face with alternating blows. Smack, smack. Cousin. You've got the wrong person. I'm Tiantian, your little darling. Bai Tiantian shrieked, covering her face. Sheng Yu smirked leisurely, her tone relaxed. Sun Kai, continue. That is still insufficient. Yes, Sun Kai, his expression vacant, complied without hesitation, delivering several more resounding slaps, like a relentless machine. Bai Tiantian, dazed from the blows, glanced at the talisman-adorned Sun Kai, a flicker of fear igniting within her. She quickly turned to Zhu Lihua for help. Sister Zhu, why are you just standing there? Hurry and stop him. Cousin seems unwell. Zhu Lihua recognized something was amiss with Sun Kai, hesitating on whether to intervene. Sheng Yu interjected, speaking of which, she should indeed address you as sister. After all, your husband was on a business trip for 7 days last month, accompanying Bai Tiantian, both referring to each other as spouses, spending $500,000 in that time. The necklace she wears was handpicked and gifted by your husband. Sheng Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. My husband is honest and devoted. He hands over his entire salary. How could he be involved with Bai Tiantian? Where would he get $500,000 to spend on her? Zhu Lihua reacted as if she had heard an absurd joke. Failing to notice the shift in Bai Tiantian's expression, Sheng Yu calculated with her fingers and continued, you are mistaken. He has spent far more than $500,000 on Bai Tiantian. Between Livestream rewards and private transfers, it must be around $1,700,000 to $800,000. As for the source of the funds, you have scrimped and saved, serving others like a beast of burden, accumulating $180,000 for your son's study abroad fund. Only for him to squander it on investments for his friends, correct? Zhu Lihua was momentarily stunned. How do you know about the study abroad fund I prepared for my son? And the fact that they used the money for investments? Very few know about that. Could it be that what Sheng Yu said was true? Zhu Lihua's breath quickened, struck as if by lightning. No, it can't be. My husband would never deceive me. He would never be involved with a loose woman like Bai Tiantian. Bai Tiantian, already fuming, was further incensed by Zhu Lihua's insults. You old hag, who are you cursing? If you lack the ability to keep your husband's heart, you have no one to blame but yourself. It is my skill that makes men willingly spend money on me. Zhu Lihua felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, freezing her in place for a few seconds before she lunged at Bai Tiantian. Tackling her to the ground, she raised her arm and struck, you shameless hussy. I'll make you pay for seducing my husband. Just wait until I beat you to death. Where's my money? Zhu Lihua, tall and robust, had a weight advantage of nearly double, leaving Bai Tiantian with little chance of resistance, only able to utter a few curses in return. You old woman. Let me go. The money was spent by your husband and me together. You have the gall to sue me. For years, Zhu Lihua had pinned her hopes on her son. Yet he turned out to be disappointing, failing to secure a place in a domestic university, leaving study abroad as his only option. The couple had been saving for 3 years, refusing to discard even the most worn-out items in their home to fund their son's education abroad. Now, Bai Tiantian had severed that path. Who are you calling old? You shameless wretch. Is it just your looks that attract men? Let's see if you can seduce anyone without that face. Zhu Lihua's twisted face was filled with hatred. She seized a glass from the coffee table and smashed it to the ground, selecting a large shard to slash at Bai Tiantian's face. Ah! You're going to kill me. Help! Help! Cousin, save me. Bai Tiantian desperately struggled, crawling to Sun Kai for help, only to be kicked away. After the commotion, Bai Tiantian's face bore numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, with not a single piece of skin intact. Sheng Yu watched their chaotic altercation with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sun Kai had completed signing the termination contract, respectfully presenting it to her alongside the original contract. Sheng Yu quickly reviewed it, confirming everything was in order before gently waving her arm to brush away the talisman on his forehead. As the talisman fell to the ground and turned to ashes, Sun Kai trembled, his spirit returning, yet his gaze remained somewhat dull. Hearing the sounds of the scuffle, he rushed over, seizing an ashtray and aiming it at Zhu Lihua's head. Cousin! Boo-hoo, you finally came to help me. She's bullying me. Please help me take revenge. Upon seeing him, Bai Tiantian felt as if she had found a savior, scrambling to seek refuge. Sun Kai grinned, giving her a mischievous smile, and in the next moment, the ashtray struck by Tian Tian's forehead. Thud, thud, thud. Big watermelon, don't run. Ah, help. Cousin, don't hit me. It's me, Tian Tian. Your dear heart. Chapter 17. Why does this ghost seem so familiar? By Tian Tian never expected that the savior she awaited was, in fact, a harbinger of her doom. She could only appeal to Sheng You, who was watching the spectacle. Help me, Sheng You. However, Sheng You feigned ignorance, taking the contract and leaving gracefully. Sheng You, are you alright? Jiang Shushu hurried over as Sheng You exited the CEO's office, concern etched on her face. Jiang Shushu glanced towards the door. But I thought I heard someone calling for help. Sheng You nodded, explaining they are fighting inside. Fighting? Jiang Shushu gasped. Yes. Bai Tian Tian was caught having an affair with Zhu Lihua's husband, and she found out. Sheng Yu generously shared the gossip. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened in excitement. Wow. Is it that explosive? Yes, stay back and just watch. Don't get too close. Sun Kai has gone mad, and is using people's heads as watermelons to smash. Sheng Yu warned, concerned she might get caught up in the chaos. Ah. Sun Zong is mad? Is he drunk? Not sure. Sheng Yu certainly wouldn't disclose that she had employed a soul-controlling technique on Sun Kai, which, to some extent, caused damage to the controlled person's soul, rendering them foolish. Such damage was often irreversible. What I mentioned to you earlier still stands. If you can't find a job, feel free to reach out to me. Having concluded her business, Sheng Yu had no intention of lingering. She was not fond of the original owner's clothing style. Previously constrained by finances, she now intended to procure a few new outfits. Sheng Yu visited a high-end custom studio, selecting fabrics and ordering several kipeos. She then went to a mall, picking out a dozen comfortable outfits with a traditional Chinese aesthetic, arranging for them to be delivered directly to the Feng residence the following day. Other daily necessities were ordered online for next-day delivery, all addressed to the Feng household. The original owner's small apartment was rather shabby, offering little to tidy up. The next morning, Sheng Yu packed a backpack traveling light, and took a taxi directly to the Feng residence. The taxi was once again halted at a slight rise. Staying at someone else's home, Sheng Yu naturally had to abide by their rules. Feng Lei arrived even earlier, curious about Sheng Yu's meager luggage. Miss Sheng, is that all you're bringing? Planning to stay just a day or two? Sheng Yu shook her head. The rest is on its way. It should arrive today. When numerous parcels and bags of luxury clothing were delivered to the Feng residence, Feng Lei was taken aback. Wait a minute. Isn't this girl supposed to have a gambling addict brother and signed with a shady company? She shouldn't even be able to afford food. So how could she buy these things? From his earlier investigations, Feng Lei deduced that the only explanation was that Feng Yanhan was footing the bill. Miss Sheng, these must have cost a pretty penny, right? Young Master Han is quite generous. Sheng Yu nodded. He is indeed generous. 50 million just to make a beauty smile. Feng Lei misunderstood, thinking she was the beauty in question, and his earlier fondness for her evaporated. Sir, that Sheng Yu is likely playing a game of feigned hardship with your nephew. They probably haven't really broken up. She just let it slip that young Master Han gave her a 50 million card for her to spend at will, all for a smile. I thought so. A powerless little girl like her wouldn't dare trample on the prince of the capital circle. Turns out they're just acting. She surely had ulterior motives regarding you. When Feng Lei reported to Feng Shi, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Feng Shi shot him an annoyed glance. Are you finished? I shall take my leave now. Feng Lei, quick to pick up on the mood, discreetly exited. Yet someone else was oblivious. You wish to see Master Shi? Is there something of great importance? Feng Lei's tone shifted as he noted Sheng Yu's change in attitude. Sheng Yu was indifferent to his demeanor. Her goal was to see Feng Shi, to bask in his merit and vitality. He has trouble sleeping. I have methods to assist him in achieving restful slumber, potentially alleviating his headaches more effectively than copying scriptures, handling prayer beads, or meditating. Even if Feng Shan has someone throw her into the farthest room from him, what does it matter? Since she could move in, she has her means to approach him. How do you know that Master Shan suffers from insomnia and headaches? Feng Lei's gaze sharpened, his expression tense. Did Feng Yanhan tell you? Few people are aware of Master Shan's insomnia and headaches. How did Feng Yanhan come to know? Sheng Yu was reluctant to mention Feng Yanhan, as this matter had nothing to do with him. Feng Lei, interpreting her eagerness to distance Feng Yanhan from the situation as an attempt to protect someone, let out a cold laugh. I would rather believe in ghosts than your ghostly tales. Sheng Yu had an inkling of what to do next. So, do you wish to meet him? Feng Lei was utterly baffled. Meet what ghost? Sheng You frowned slightly. There's no cemetery nearby, so you might not have many types of ghosts to choose from. When I entered, I noticed an old ghost sitting by the abandoned fountain pool. Do you want to meet him? Feng Lei wondered how he had come to misunderstand human speech. No, what on earth are you talking about? What old ghost? Sheng You chose not to dwell on it further, tugging at his collar and pulling him outside. Feng Lei, towering at 183 meters and weighing 160 pounds, was dragged along effortlessly with no strength to resist. They encountered a security guard along the way, who curiously eyed the two. Director Feng, where are you headed? Feng Lei was equally perplexed about their destination. He couldn't seek help. He couldn't afford to lose face. Miss Sheng, what are you doing? Let go. Don't rush. We're almost there. Sheng You dragged him to the edge of the fountain pool directly in front of the main entrance before releasing his collar. An old ghost by the fountain pool? Wait, this woman couldn't he possibly be bringing him to meet that old ghost? Could she? This ghost, was it the one he was thinking of? Don't panic. It's not a big deal. There's not even a ghostly shadow here. He was eager to see how the woman would conjure a ghost shortly, confirming that the old ghost was still loitering by the fountain pool. Sheng You lifted her arm and lightly tapped Feng Lei's forehead, silently reciting a spell to open his celestial eye. When Feng Lei lifted his head and saw a shadow just a step away, he jumped up in shock. What the hell? Can you not be so frightening at night? This girl was quite adept at magic. No, wait. Why did this ghost look so familiar? Uncle Deng. Is that you? You've already passed away. Haven to you? Deng Dong had been the Feng family's old steward for over 40 years, having watched Feng Shan grow up. He had died 8 years ago due to an electric shock from the fountain pool. Little A, you can see me? The old ghost drifted closer, confirming that Feng Lei could indeed see him, his pale ghostly face filled with joy as blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Wonderful. Little A, you must tell the young master to leave the old residence quickly. Someone wants to harm him and has set up a feng shui array here to take his life. Chapter 18. Have you had enough of touching? Feng Lei's worldview was shattered. He stood there dazed for quite a while before his mind began to function again. Uncle Deng. Are you a ghost? I'm not a ghost. Are you? Deng Dong attempted to pat his head as he used to, but his hand simply passed through Feng Lei's head. Wait, Uncle Deng, I'll go find Master Shan. He'll be so happy to see you. Feng Lei hurriedly dashed off to find Feng Shan. Sheng You smirked slightly, seeing that this opportunity had indeed arrived. Feng Shan, having been quite bothered by Feng Lei, finally followed him out to see what was going on. What was he up to, dragging the deceased Uncle Deng into this? Uncle Deng. Uncle Deng. Hey, don't run. Master Shan is coming. Why are you running? Feng Lei led him along but found Deng Dong continuously retreating. On Feng Shan's side, seeing him shouting at thin air, his brow furrowed. Tomorrow, you should see a psychiatrist. Sheng You would certainly not refuse. Physical contact would make it easier for her to absorb the merits and pure yang energy from Feng Shan. She stepped forward, stopping in front of him, and nodded. Don't move, I'll open your celestial eye. Feng Shan pressed his thin lips together, his deep-set eyes glinting coldly. He was curious to see what tricks this woman was playing, especially since even Feng Lei had fallen for it. Sheng You lazily lifted her eyelids, slowly raised her hand, and lightly touched the center of his forehead, lingering for a moment. Feng Shan, being a pure yang body, was filled with abundant yang energy and was perpetually warm, wearing light clothing year-round. In contrast, Sheng You was a pure yin body, her hands and feet slightly cool. The gentle chill of her fingertips was just enough to dispel the heat within Feng Shan. The harmony of their yin and yang brought an unprecedented comfort to him. Yet, he disliked this sensation of losing control over his own body. His gaze turned icy. Have you had enough of touching? Sheng You calmly replied, I was almost done when you interrupted me. Now I have to start the incantation all over again. Feng Lei, understanding Feng Shan's temperament, urged from the side, Sir, please endure a little longer. Don't interrupt her spell. Feng Shan removed the bracelet from his wrist, fiddling with the beads, striving to suppress his emotions. Sheng You, knowing when to withdraw, decided it was time to stop and successfully opened his celestial eye. Feng Shan's gaze landed on the familiar figure not far away, his movements suddenly halting. Uncle Deng? Seeing him wanting to approach, Sheng You quickly cautioned, Don't get too close, or he'll be frightened away. Frightened away. Why? Ultimately, Feng Shan was the head of the Feng family and swiftly regained his composure. Sheng You did not conceal the truth, because you possess a very strong merit light. And also, You are a pure yang body in all aspects of your birth chart, while ghosts are most attracted to yin energy and most fearful of yang energy. Feng Shan had his doubts about Sheng Yu's identity, but he trusted that Deng Dong meant him no harm. Uncle Deng, why are you here? Deng Dong shook his head in confusion. I don't know. I know that because he still has unfulfilled wishes in this world. He remains trapped here in the form of a ghost due to deep-seated attachments. Sheng Yu had encountered too many such situations before. She had promised to ensure the safety of his family home, free from disturbances. Unfulfilled wishes? Uncle Deng, what is your wish? Feng Shan, oblivious to it, could not sit idly by once he learned of it. Emotions surged in his eyes. He had not expected Deng Dong to remain trapped in ghostly form due to himself. Uncle Deng, I'm fine. You need not worry about me. Sheng Yu supported his statement. With your overwhelming merit light and yang energy, any array or technique would have no effect on you. You need not worry about him so much. Feng Shan turned to her, his gaze sharp. You also know about the feng shui array Uncle Deng mentioned. Sheng Yu shook her head. To be precise, it should be a repulsion technique, and not just one location. The distinctions between feng shui arrays and repulsion techniques are quite significant. Being a practitioner, Feng Shan had certainly heard of such techniques, but was not very knowledgeable about them. You seem to know a great deal? I suppose I can manage. I can probably break them all. Sheng Yu spoke candidly. Deng Dong looked at her eagerly. Wonderful. I hope the young master can lend his assistance. Sheng Yu cast a faint glance at him. Compared to him, your current situation seems more perilous. You have approached him repeatedly, and the merit light and yang energy from him could harm you. Additionally, having lingered in the human realm for too long, if you do not reincarnate soon, your soul will dissipate. Feng lay impatient. Young master, you're so capable. You must have a way to help Uncle Deng. Sheng Yu nodded. There is a way, but... Feng Shan's gaze fell on her again, darkening. But what? This time, what do you wish as a reward? With a casual wave of her hand, Sheng Yu remarked, It is but a trifling task. As agreed upon, I shall reside here to ensure your household remains tranquil and to ward off malevolent forces. This falls well within my responsibilities. This individual seemed to regard the promise she made as mere jest. She certainly would not benefit from his merits and vital energy without due cause. However, it was imperative to first alleviate his lingering attachments. Feng Shan understood her intent and addressed Deng Dong. Uncle Deng, I am fine. You may leave with peace of mind. Deng Dong, still bearing a countenance of sorrow, urged, Young master, be cautious of those individuals. They wish to harm you. Noting that Feng Shan's words had little effect, Sheng Yu sighed softly and stepped in front of Deng Dong, stating, I have dispelled the geomantic arrangements. You may now proceed to your next life. Overcome with joy, Deng Dong bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude to the young master for her assistance. Thus, the trio, accompanied by a spirit, commenced their search around the perimeter of the Feng residence for the objects of suppression, aiming to dismantle the malevolent arts at play. Feng Lei, embodying a curious child, incessantly queried, Sheng Shao master, what is the art of suppression? With time to spare, Sheng Yu elaborated, it is a form of sorcery, said to have been devised by a master carpenter. The term suppression implies conquering through aversion, utilizing talismans to cast curses or prayers to subdue individuals, objects, or malevolent spirits. And what are these talismans?
Feng Lei inquired.
There are many. Common examples include talismans for suppression, peachwood charms, paper figures, clay figures, jade tokens. The bagua, swords, guardian deities, and representations of celestial masters, alongside rarer items such as mourning bricks, hair-bound knives, bowls and chopsticks, paintings depicting malevolent spirits, coffin nails, excrement, and various foul and decayed objects. Chapter 19. Young Master, Save Me. Upon hearing the mention of excrement, Feng Shan felt a slight tremor in his brow. Soon after, Sheng Yu located the first site of a buried talisman at the auspicious southeastern corner of the Feng family's main entrance. Beneath a stone lay an object of suppression. Feng Lei attempted to dislodge the stone, but it did not budge. This won't do. I need to call some strong hands for assistance. There's no need for such trouble. I shall handle it, Sheng Yu said lazily, halting his motion to retrieve his phone. Now closer to Feng Shan. She had gathered sufficient merit and vital energy to manage this task. Placing her hands on the large stone, she identified 2 leverage points, gathered her strength. And with a sudden exertion, the heavy stone was effortlessly overturned. What lay beneath soon captured the attention of the trio and the spirit. What is this? Feng Lei questioned, perplexed by the unremarkable sight of a simple rope. He bent down to pick it up, swinging it through the air. Sheng You raised an eyebrow, her expression playful. To be precise, this is a noose. Someone has used it for hanging. Feng Lei's smile vanished, and in an instant, he tossed the rope aside. Am I to be haunted by the spirit of the hanged? Young master, save me. Sheng You chuckled lightly, fear not. Even if a spirit does linger, it has been dispersed by the merit radiating from your esteemed Feng Shan. Feng Lei, now fully trusting her words, edged closer to Feng Shan. Noticing the subtle shift, Feng Shan chose to ignore it and turned to Sheng You. Miss Sheng, what should be done with this rope? Do not rush. Once all the talismans have been located, we shall gather them and incinerate them together, she replied. In truth, discovering these talismans and removing them from their original positions effectively nullified the suppression art. However, since these items had been enchanted, burning them was the simplest and most thorough means of disposal. The group traversed a considerable distance, arriving at the rear of the residence. This time, Sheng Yu paused beside a flourishing tree. Feng Lei interjected, I recognize this. It is a mulberry tree, which is inauspicious as mulberry sounds like morning. Sheng Yu nodded, affirming his observation. Indeed, those with even a modest understanding of geomancy know that mulberry trees should not be planted in front or behind a house, as they impact the household's fortune. But a practitioner of suppression would not act so lightly. Step back to the hillside and observe what the tree's crown resembles. Oh, I see now. It resembles a human head. Your eyesight serves you well. This is a strangulation tree. The crown resembles a head, the trunk a neck, and the surrounding vines appear as a noose tightening around it. The combination of the noose and the strangulation tree creates a potent curse. Has someone in this house previously taken their own life? Silence ensued in response to Sheng Yu's inquiry. The expressions of the two men and the spirit grew grave, indicating that someone may have been affected. Feng Shan was the first to regain composure. If someone did hang themselves, could it have been due to these two items? After a brief pause, he continued, had I been here at the time, would my merit and vital energy have been sufficient to subdue these forces? Even if that individual had been in poor health, they might not have reached such a tragic end. Feng Lei understood the weight of his question. Master Feng, please do not blame yourself. Deng Dong also grasped his concern. Young master, when the incident occurred, you were still a child and moreover, you did not choose to leave home. It was the young master who bound you and forced you abroad. No one could have foreseen Madame's despair. From their conversation, Sheng Yu deduced that the individual who had taken their life in the residence was indeed Feng Shan's mother. Feng Shan appeared oblivious to their words. Pressing on with his inquiry, what should be done with this tree? Should we cut it down and then burn it? Sheng Yu affirmed, yes. Without further ado, Feng Shan turned and departed, his tall figure appearing somewhat desolate in the night. After completing a thorough search of the Feng family's exterior, they prepared to address the interior. Sheng Yu did not wander aimlessly but directly approached the abandoned fountain pool where Deng Dong had been discovered. Within this pool, someone has placed a talisman. Your death, while appearing accidental, was indeed influenced by this object. Deng Dong, fearing Feng Shan might blame himself for the tragedy, quickly interjected, No. My death was surely an accident. The fountain pool had an electrical leak. Who could have predicted that? Feng Shan was well aware of Deng Dong's intentions, as he had been practicing in a temple in the West City when Deng Dong perished. Therefore, had he been present in the Feng residence, Deng Dong's fate might have been averted. Since Sheng Yu had spoken out, she clearly believed in Feng Shan's resilience. Once we unearth the talisman buried here, you will understand why I assert this. Using the light from a nearby lamp, Sheng Yu pointed to a section of the long-abandoned pool, that upright brick. Break it open. Following her instructions, Feng Lei jumped into the pool, wielding a hammer to strike the brick until it shattered. As the brick fell away, a dark ceramic jar was revealed, exuding a foul stench. What on earth is contained within this? Feng Lei exclaimed, wrinkling his nose. It smells horrendous. He extracted the jar, and even through gloves, he felt an unpleasant odor cling to his hands. Sheng Yu instructed him to position the light closer to the jar and cover his nose, swiftly glancing inside. Corpse rats. They dwell in burial sites, absorbing the resentment and negative energy of the buried, as well as the moonlight's essence. They are exceedingly vicious, feeding on decaying corpses within coffins. Their teeth are sharp enough to pierce through coffins, and a mere electrical wire should pose no challenge. Chapter 20. He shouldn't have asked. Initially, when Deng Dong, the old steward, had his unfortunate incident, everyone regarded it as a mere accident, failing to investigate further. They simply severed the electrical connection to the fountain pool and abandoned it. Who could have anticipated that it was the rats gnawing through the wires? Surely, they were not still lurking about? Perhaps. Corpse rats can live for a century, and if they encountered the right circumstances, they might even cultivate into something more formidable. Upon hearing that the great rat spirit might still be alive, a chill ran down Feng Lei's spine as he stood in the ancestral home of the Feng family. Wait. I have one last question. Is this great rat spirit afraid of Master Feng? After speaking, Sheng You raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and took a few steps forward, approaching the fountain pool to listen intently. She heard some rustling noises, but could not ascertain whether it was the corpse-eating rat. She then retrieved a small yellow paper figure from her pocket, pinched it with both hands, silently reciting the incantation, and tossed the paper figure into the air. The small figure seemed to come alive, soaring toward the opened wall cavity. Sheng You closed her eyes, employing her senses to see through the figure's perspective and discern the situation within the hole. Not only was the corpse-eating rat present, but it had also made its home underground and birthed a litter of rat pups. Noticing Sheng Yu's furrowed brow, Feng Lei felt an ominous premonition and hurried closer to Master Feng. Rest assured, those rats wouldn't dare approach you. Feng disregarded his fidgeting and focused his gaze on Sheng Yu, his curiosity deepening. What exactly was this woman's background? If she were merely a pawn of Feng Yanhan's foolishness, why would she assist him? Sheng Yu opened her eyes and met Feng Feng's inscrutable dark gaze. There is a nest of rats below. If we simply dig them out, I cannot guarantee that one or two might escape. If you would not mind, may I borrow a few drops of your blood? I will set up a formation to contain them and then incinerate them, thoroughly eradicating the infestation. In truth, Sheng Yu was not fond of the foul-smelling corpse-eating rats. She wished to eliminate them entirely to prevent any future disturbances, not because her blood was unfit for use, but because Feng's blood would be more effective and less taxing on her own cultivation. Feng, while skeptical of her identity, did not doubt her capabilities. He extended his hand. Please proceed. How could Sheng Yu miss the opportunity to touch his body and absorb some of his merit? Please wait a moment. I will fetch some tools for drawing the symbols. She then contemplated which finger to cut. This is my first time cutting someone else's finger. I feel a bit nervous. Let me adjust my breathing. With a cool hand, she brushed against Feng's wrist, successfully drawing another wave of merit. Feng's brow twitched slightly. Though she claimed to be anxious, her breathing was remarkably steady, showing no signs of tension. With the gaze of several pairs of eyes upon her, Sheng Yu decided not to overstep. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. All right. I'm no longer that nervous. We can begin. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand moved swiftly, cutting Feng's middle finger. With a turn of his palm, blood dripped from his fingertip into the bowl filled with vermilion powder. Feng's blood was a formidable weapon against the dark corpse-eating rats. 3 drops would suffice. Holding a brush in one hand and placing the yellow paper in the other, Sheng Yu quickly drew several talismans for the formation. She then tossed the talismans to various points, positioning herself within the formation, holding the last talisman, infusing it with her energy, and pressing it down against the ground. The enhanced confinement array was complete. Meanwhile, the nest of rats underground sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, only to be ensnared within the formation, scurrying about and emitting sharp, piercing cries. Master, did you hear any strange sounds? Feng Lei's scalp prickled, and he dared not breathe too loudly. It is the cries of those creatures below. Feng, possessing extraordinary hearing since childhood, had already sensed the commotion beneath when Sheng Yu used the paper figure to probe the hole. Feng Lei, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out after Sheng Yu tossed the talisman inscribed with the Thunderfire spell. Master Sheng, why are those great rats crying out so loudly? Sheng Yu shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, if you were trapped in a small dark room, unable to escape despite injuring yourself, you would scream too. Perhaps even more profanely than they do. Feng Lei. As the two conversed, the paper figure had already navigated through the twisting tunnels and reached the rat nest, silently reciting the thunder-summoning spell. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted from the clear sky, striking the branch embedded in the ground with precision. Before Feng and the others could react, the ground let out a tremendous boom. When they focused their eyes again, they found a massive hole had been blasted into the earth. Sheng Yu, momentarily taken aback, thought, when did my Thunderfire spell and thunder-summoning technique become so powerful? No. Even with all her current cultivation, it would be impossible to achieve such magnitude. Feng Lei's admiration for her was palpable. Master Sheng, you are incredible. Even the special effects in television dramas wouldn't dare to depict this. Deng Dong was nearly frightened to death, fearing that should she be displeased, a bolt of heavenly lightning might obliterate his very soul. Even Feng Feng could no longer underestimate her. As someone with some cultivation experience, he understood the formidable power of summoning heavenly thunder. Sheng You had grown accustomed to the astonished gazes directed at her. She glanced at the large pit created by the heavenly lightning. It should be charred by now. Let's excavate it and find a place to bury it. Feng Lei nodded eagerly, turning to summon several bodyguards who had arrived to investigate the commotion. You all, dig out the great rat from this pit and bury it somewhere on the back mountain. Make sure to dig a bit deeper. A great rat? How big? The young bodyguards, filled with excitement, rushed forward with shovels in hand, unaware of the formidable creature they were about to confront. Chapter 21. Monastics cannot marry, perhaps having grown too comfortable in Feng Feng's presence. Sheng You felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her and raised her hand to stifle a yawn. Feng Feng glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Let's call it a night. We shall continue tomorrow. Sheng Yu yawned again and waved her hand at him. I cannot wait until tomorrow. The thunder just now is bound to attract the nearby ghostly officials. When they come to investigate and discover this wandering spirit, they will surely bind him with a soul-reaping rope, subjecting him to suffering in hell. Thus, she needed to resolve the matter swiftly, dispel the spirit's lingering attachments, and guide him below. Feng Feng, upon hearing this, ceased to insist otherwise. Sheng You hastened her actions. Feng Feng was fine, but Feng Lei had to jog to keep up with her. By the time he reached her side, Sheng You had already retrieved a small grass doll, filled with needles, hidden within a pillar on the first floor. Next, the group, along with the spirit, ascended to the third floor. Sheng You paused before the innermost room of the corridor, preparing to grasp the doorknob, when Feng Feng interrupted her. Does this room also pose a problem? Yes, a significant one. The cursed object used for suppression, after being enchanted by an exorcist, gathers the surrounding yin energy, thus forming malevolent energy. The original occupant's body is of an extremely yin nature, making it highly sensitive to such energies. Sheng You did not need to open her heavenly eye. She could locate the exorcist's suppressive object simply by sensing the yin energy. The malevolent energy in this room was far more severe than that of the previous hanging ropes or corpse-eating rats. Feng Lei, open the door. Feng Feng's dark gaze deepened. Feng Lei hesitated. Master, do we really have to open it? You. Open it. Feng Feng interrupted him, his tone resolute and unyielding. Feng Lei retrieved the key. The moment the door swung open, a wave of yin energy surged toward Sheng You, causing the temperature around them to plummet by several degrees. She subtly shifted closer to Feng Feng. Why waste a perfectly good heater? The room was engulfed in darkness. Feng Lei found the light switch. After flicking it, the light flickered several times before stabilizing. Sheng You surveyed the room's environment. It was a study that appeared to have been meticulously decorated. The master should be a woman, one who has a fondness for flowers and calligraphy. Upon an exquisite wood table rests an array of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Yet, the flowers on the windowsill have long wilted, and the paintings are covered in dust and cobwebs. The entire room, at this moment, exudes a sense of lifelessness. The Feng family, particularly the woman and Feng Shan, are akin to a sealed room, one that remains unopened. Sheng Yu has likely deduced whose study this is. It is indeed my mother's study from her lifetime. Feng Shan's words confirmed Sheng Yu's suspicion. Ah, your mother was quite the artist. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sheng Yu commenced with the task at hand. Using his body as a radar, he detected the area with the most yin energy, concealed behind the wood bookshelf. He pushed aside the shelf to reveal a mirror behind it. In metaphysics, mirrors are often employed to ward off malevolent spirits. However, this particular mirror possesses an unsettling origin and is improperly placed. It is a funerary object, buried for at least 5 centuries, imbued with considerable yin energy. The original owner must have been a tragically deceased maiden, thus the mirror is steeped in her resentment. Emotions flickered in Feng Shan's eyes. Did my mother's death also bear the weight of this mirror's influence? Sheng Yu removed the mirror and unveiled a yin-gathering formation behind it. If it were merely this mirror, the immediate danger would be minimal. At worst, it would only cause discomfort, easily alleviated by sunlight. However, the formation depicted a gathering of yin energy, which, over time, could generate malevolent qi. Such qi cannot be dispelled by sunlight. It must be resolved. Otherwise, it could have a profound impact on one's health. The conclusion was clear. Someone behind this sought your mother's life. Feng Shan appeared composed, yet his clenched fists betrayed his turmoil. Is there a way to locate the person behind this? I would hire you to assist in finding them and will compensate you accordingly. Sheng You had previously vowed to protect his family as safety, which did not encompass investigating the hidden enemies of his mother. I can investigate, but I will need your cooperation. Feng Shan's gaze was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Just tell me what I must do. It is simple. Bring before me anyone who has access to the Feng household and is not easily detected, particularly those who might harbor ill will toward your mother. Even if they are not the ones practicing malevolent arts, anyone who is associated with them will carry traces. To avoid alarming the potential culprits, I suggest finding a suitable pretext for me to meet them. Sheng You had said what was necessary. The rest depended on Feng Shan's actions. Give me some time. I need to investigate the individuals who were close to my mother back then. Feng Shan had always believed that his mother's death was orchestrated by his father. While still a child, he had ascended to the head of the Feng family with the help of Uncle Deng and several assistants groomed by his father. Taking years to gain complete control of the family, he was entirely unaware of who had wished harm upon his mother at that time. Sheng You waved a hand dismissively. Rest assured, once these malevolent arts are dispelled, the one who practiced them will face retribution. They may not perish, but will certainly feel the consequences. Subsequently, Sheng You hastily searched beneath the bed in the bedroom once occupied by Feng Shan's parents and uncovered a disturbing depiction of hellish demons. The influence of this item was not particularly severe. It would only induce nightmares. He also made significant discoveries in the room where Feng Shan had lived as a child. On the old bed frame, he found 9 coffin nails. Within a seemingly innocuous cloth doll, there was a small finger bone entwined with red thread. Beneath the floorboards lay several talismans for summoning spirits and gathering energy. Young master was just a child then. The level of malice was astonishing.
Finglay,
now consumed by anger, directed his gaze toward Feng Shan. If it were any other child, they would have perished long ago. For him, these items posed no more threat than a tickle. Having thoroughly purged the old Feng family residence of these malevolent remnants, Sheng You had one last task, to send the old ghost Deng Dong into reincarnation. It's simple. I will open the ghost gate for you, and you can descend yourself. Hold this talisman for transference. The ghostly messengers will not impede your passage. Deng Dong hesitated, finally speaking. Actually, I have an unfulfilled wish. What wish? Speak quickly. Sheng You urged. Deng Dong turned to Feng Shan and expressed, I wish to see the young master marry and have children. Sheng You allowed the old ghost to speak a few extra words out of respect for Feng Shan, but was taken aback by Deng Dong's audacity. You have 2 choices. Take the talisman and hurry to reincarnation, or I shall summon a thunderbolt to expedite your liberation, causing your soul to scatter and leaving you with no desires. Feng Shan had not expected Deng Dong, even in death, to press him regarding marriage. Enough said. Consider your wish extinguished. Uncle Deng, I have taken vows. A monk cannot marry. Chapter 22, The Exquisite and Eye-Catching Large Warm Companion. Deng Dong found himself truly at a loss. Then I shall descend and seek forgiveness from the master and young master. Yes, do hurry, Sheng You urged, taking advantage of the still dark sky to force open the ghost gate and send Deng Dong away. After a night of toil, when Sheng You next opened her eyes, it was already evening. The sound of her phone vibrating roused her from slumber. A glance at the screen revealed a message from Mingfei. She surmised that Mingfei would not be reaching out without purpose, and upon unlocking her phone, she opened the message. Mingfei, after several days of interrogation, He Dazhuang and his wife have confessed, but they have forgotten the locations of the earlier burial sites due to the passage of time. Mingfei, the Taoist priest who assisted them in committing this heinous act, is also unreachable. Mingfei, the case is particularly egregious, and the higher-ups have requested we expedite its resolution. They wish to provide the families of those children with answers as soon as possible. Mingfei, Miss Sheng, we may require your assistance. In the police station, with the revelations concerning He Dazhuang, it was clear they intended to pursue this matter to the end. Understood. Are you available now? I can drive over to pick you up. No need. I will go on my own. Mingfei, very well. This case is now under the jurisdiction of headquarters, and the expert team has been established there. Borrowing a car? Do you have a driver's license? Feng Shan recalled that the woman before him did not possess such credentials. Of course, Sheng Yu's words caught in her throat. She indeed had a license and could drive well, but the original owner had never even touched a steering wheel, let alone held a license. She had no choice but to amend her statement. I don't have one. So I would also like to borrow a driver. Feng Shan raised his gaze. Any other requests? Sheng You pondered. For the car, the more inconspicuous and inexpensive, the better. As for the driver, they simply need to know the way to the Beijing police headquarters. To dispel any misunderstandings, Sheng Yu added, "Rest assured, I am not turning myself in for a crime. I need to assist with the case over there." Feng Shan nodded slightly. "I will make arrangements. We shall depart in 10 minutes. Sheng Yu inclined her head. "That works." 10 minutes later, Sheng Yu noticed a sleek black sedan parked in the courtyard. Its lines were smooth, devoid of ostentatious designs or embellishments, and aside from the emblem, it certainly exuded a low-key demeanor. In her haste to attend to business, she opened the door and slipped into the back seat. Unexpectedly, Feng Shan was already seated inside, and in her haste, she collided directly into his embrace. Both were momentarily stunned by the sudden impact. Sheng Yu lifted her gaze to meet his, and to alleviate the awkwardness, she chose to take the initiative. "What brings you here?" Feng Shan was unaccustomed to close proximity, particularly with women. Although this woman lacked the cloying sense of unpleasant cosmetics and perfumes, her cool presence was quite pleasant. Yet he disliked the feeling of losing control over his body. "Have you had your fill?" Sheng Yu intended to bask in the aura of his virtuous energy, but did not wish to do so in such a manner. She pushed herself up with her arms. Ouch! She heard Feng Shan draw in a sharp breath. Sheng Yu abruptly realized that her hand was resting on Feng Shao's thigh, inadvertently pressing on an inappropriate area. The embarrassment she felt now far surpassed any awkward moments from her previous life. Quickly rising and retreating to the side, her cheeks flushed. She awkwardly glanced at a certain uncomfortable area of Feng Shao's. My medical skills are quite decent. If you have any issues in that regard, I'll certainly take responsibility and treat you." Feng Shao had no desire to continue this conversation. He turned to the driver in the front seat, saying, "Feng Lei, drive." "Wait, am I in the wrong car?" As the vehicle started moving, Sheng Yu began to sense something was amiss. How could Feng Shao be in the same car as her? She had no objections, considering it was difficult to hail a cab, and being in such close proximity allowed her to bask in the aura of Feng Shao as virtue and vitality. Outside the Beijing police headquarters, Sheng Yu alighted from the car and thanked Feng Shao. Wasn't he supposed to be on official business? She quickened her pace to follow him. Feng Shao merely responded with a curt A thought struck Sheng Yu. Could it be that the matter he was attending to was also at the police headquarters? "I'm here to meet a friend," he replied. Feng Lei, sensing a shift in atmosphere, felt that his temperamental master was treating Sheng Yu differently. Normally, women found it difficult to even approach him, let alone engage in conversation. Sheng Yu was not one to be bothersome. She simply nodded and refrained from pressing further. She was uninterested in deciphering whether Feng Shao was truly on his way to meet a friend. After all, spending more time with him could only be beneficial, like having an extra source of warmth, especially one as handsome as him. At the visitor registration desk, Feng Shao indeed provided a name. "The Major Crimes Unit, Huasiyu." "Is he here?" "He seems to be out on a case," the staff informed them. Upon hearing this, Feng Shao did not inquire further. When it was Sheng Yu's turn, she was about to announce Xie Mingfei's name when a crisp voice called from behind, "Sheng Yu, you're here." Xie Mingfei had stepped out for some fresh air and spotted Sheng Yu as she exited the elevator. "Are these your helpers?" Her gaze swept past Feng Lei and landed on Feng Shao, finding him somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where she had seen him before. Logically, a man with such an aura should not be easily forgotten. After pondering for a moment, Xie Mingfei abandoned the thought. Sheng Yu shook her head. "They are not helpers." Xie Mingfei scratched her nose. "Apologies, I thought they were your assistants. Turns out it's your boyfriend." It wasn't entirely Xie Mingfei's fault for the misunderstanding. The pair looked strikingly well-matched in both appearance and demeanor. Realizing the extent of the misunderstanding, Sheng Yu felt compelled to clarify, "It's not that kind of relationship. I'm currently staying at his place and borrowed his car and driver. He just happened to be here looking for someone." Xie Mingfei, a criminal investigator, raised an eyebrow. "What a coincidence, coming to the police headquarters at night, just to ensure that you're safe. He must have found a reason to accompany you." "Oh, I see. Who is this gentleman looking for? Do you need my assistance?" "Shao Xie, he is looking for team leader Hua, but he is out on a case." The staff at the registration desk informed Xie Mingfei. Sheng Yu estimated that Feng Shao, being a figure of high regard in Beijing, would not enjoy mingling with others. If he were to leave, Feng Lei would follow suit. However, for reasons unknown, Feng Shao surprisingly nodded in agreement. Chapter 23, Single-Handed Ferrari Flirting. The temporary special task force was established on the 9th floor of the headquarters due to the severity of the case. Apart from Xie Mingfei, The remaining members were all elite officers from various departments of the police force. After much effort, they finally managed to extract confessions from He Dazhuang and his wife. And everyone felt a sense of relief. However, to their astonishment, the couple admitted to using their child for illicit activities. Yet they had forgotten the specific locations of the bodies buried in Wujing Mountain Community 21 years ago and in Lanyu Building 14 years ago. During the case conference, Xiaming Fei suggested that they had an expert who might be of assistance. Thus, Sheng You was invited to join. As night fell, the Special Task Force's office was brightly lit. A whole wall was adorned with photographs of missing children. Some were reviewing past case files, while others analyzed the situation. And some organized He Dazhuang and his wife's testimonies on the computer. The arrival of Sheng You and her companions instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Xiaming Fei, is this the expert you mentioned? A man in the corner, wearing black-framed glasses with thinning hair, approached them, his gaze scrutinizing Feng Xiao from top to bottom. So young. Surely you aren't being deceived by his looks? Sheng You had her own principles. She was fiercely protective. Feng Xiao was her lifeline. And she would not allow anyone to bully him. Sir, you appear to be of considerable age. Why haven't you retired yet? The man, not yet 30, looked displeased at being questioned. Xiaming Fei coldly replied, I brought her here. It was unanimously agreed upon in the meeting that we would invite an expert for assistance. Deputy Ma, do you have any objections? Ma Jiahao smirked. We agreed to invite an expert, but we didn't agree to let an inexperienced girl accompany her. What is this? Treating the case as a joke? Sheng You stepped forward. Sir, I think you're mistaken. I am the expert. You're the expert? Xiaming Fei. What on earth are you doing? I understand you want to take credit for solving the case, but you don't need to bring anyone to impersonate an expert. Ma Jiahao's tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Xiaming Fei replied sternly, Deputy Ma, I am neither idle nor foolish. To find someone to impersonate an expert is absurd. Fine, let us assume she is the expert. Then, who are the two men behind her? Sheng You had no objections and subtly moved to stand in front of Feng Xiao. Xiaming Fei also had no issues. Experts can have two assistants, can't they? Certainly. Then let us see what this expert is capable of. Ma Jiahao's words were laced with sarcasm. Sheng You cast a fleeting glance at him. A knowing smile playing on her lips. No need to wait. Let us see right now. Ma Jiahao, male, 29 years old, miserly and fond of petty theft. Using the office as toilet paper, taking a packed box to the supermarket as tasting area, giving his girlfriend only cheap gifts, browsing certain forums, and posting complaints about colleagues and superiors under the username single-handed Ferrari flirting. His most popular posts, My Peculiar Leader and Encountering a Gold Digger on a Blind Date, have garnered significant attention. Ma Jiahao's smile faded. That's utter nonsense. Do you realize that spreading rumors can have legal consequences? Sheng You smirked. But I've also heard that everything must be substantiated with evidence. It's not about who shouts the loudest. Evidence? What evidence can you provide? Ma Jiahao's voice faltered. What evidence do you want? The 2 large bags of toilet paper hidden in your bag, the chat records with your girlfriend when you purchased those cheap gifts, or your forum account password, single-handed Ferrari flirting, which is 88,888. Sheng Yu's voice was not loud. Yet it was clear enough for everyone in the room to hear. After all, they were colleagues, and no one dared to openly discuss Ma Jiahao. However, the expressions directed at him subtly shifted. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension. With only the esteemed Mr. Feng and the distinguished Master Sheng present, who else would warrant his respect? While indulging in the unfolding drama, he couldn't help but interject. Look at you, truly a sight to behold, and yet you appear displeased. You are slandering us. I demand you leave this instant. Otherwise, I shall have you forcibly removed. Master Ma's voice echoed with a menacing threat. Xiaming Fei, not one to shy away, boldly questioned. Deputy Ma, are you so eager to expel us because our words struck a nerve? Just then, a commanding voice, seasoned with authority, resonated from the entrance. Young lady, is what you said the truth? The assembly turned in unison, rising to greet Director Rong. Director Rong. Director Rong. How wonderful to see you. As he strode in, Rongjing nodded to the crowd, signaling them to resume their activities. Approaching Sheng You, he scrutinized her intently and reiterated, Is everything you claim indeed true? Sheng Yu met his gaze with unwavering confidence. If you wish to verify, simply log in to the computer. Do not heed her nonsense. Director, she is merely a pawn of Xiaming Fei, attempting to ensnare me. Master Ma's complexion paled. Rongjing shot him a glance. If what she states is false, why the urgency? Fabricated evidence will not withstand scrutiny. He then turned to Xie Mingfei, who was nearest. Xiao Xie, please access the computer and log into that account. Yes, Director. Tension gripped Master Ma as he swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. Xie Mingfei, do not forget, I am your senior. I haven't forgotten. Hence, I shall operate it diligently to prove your innocence. As she spoke, Xie Mingfei navigated to a certain website, entering the username and password. A prompt appeared, requesting authorization via mobile. Without hesitation, she clicked to send. Mere seconds later, a notification chimed from Master Ma's phone. Deputy Ma, over here. You may need to confirm login on your phone. Master Ma feigned ignorance. You must have misheard. My phone did not sound. Xie Mingfei responded with an amused "oh," and clicked the request again. The notification rang out once more. This time, it seemed he was indeed aware of the sound. How could someone so young be so oblivious? Rong Zheng's expression darkened. Master Ma, produce your phone. At your age, do you not feel embarrassed? I believe we should focus on the case instead, Director. Such trivial matters should not trouble you. Master Ma's hand retreated into his pocket, clutching his phone tightly. Regret washed over him. He should not have provoked Xie Mingfei. Chapter 24. Utterly efficient. Rong Zheng, once fiery in temperament, observed Master Ma's hesitance and deduced his judgment. Without hesitation, he retrieved Master Ma's phone and tossed it to Xie Mingfei. Rising to the occasion, she swiftly unlocked the device and began her task, specifically locating a post titled "A Discussion on My Eccentric Supervisor." Unable to contain herself, she read aloud. I, an exemplary candidate, secured a position in a public office in Jing City, thanks to my top scores in both written and oral examinations. This eccentric individual is our supervising leader, whom I shall refer to as Certain One. Xie Mingfei glanced at the standing Rong Zheng, fully aware that he was the only one in the entire bureau with that surname. What are you staring at? Continue reading. Rong Zheng, seasoned through years of hardship, had developed a robust capacity for psychological endurance. Xie Mingfei's voice rang out again. Certain One relishes displaying superiority, maintaining a facade of congeniality while harboring ulterior motives. He particularly favors a junior colleague, whom I later learned to be from a prominent family, thus explaining why Certain One turned a blind eye to egregious mistakes made by this individual in a bid to enhance connections with the elite. The explosive revelations captured the attention of all present, rendering them unable to focus on their tasks. Rong Zheng, both amused and exasperated, turned to Master Ma. Surely you are not referring to that young man, Huasiu? I value him for his competence. How many cases have you solved compared to him? That's not it, Director. Master Ma hastily waved his hands in denial. He had hoped to achieve recognition through this significant case, only to find himself ousted from the expert group. Now, with his actions laid bare, he felt unworthy to remain. Is this young lady truly an expert in computer science? Rong Zheng's demeanor shifted as he regarded Sheng You with a newfound warmth. How did you come to know that I am adept in metaphysics and can utilize formations and feng shui to locate burial sites? Although Rong Zheng may not fully comprehend metaphysics, he understood the importance of respecting others. Thank you for your willingness to assist us in this investigation. Sheng You inclined her head graciously and then turned to Xie Mingfei. Shall we proceed to Wujing Mountain Community or Blue Rain Tower? Wujing Mountain Community houses the first location of the 7-in Child Gathering Wealth Formation, while Blue Rain Tower serves as the second. As for the third, it is situated at Chaoshan Lei Ho Primary School in Rongqing. Given its recent construction and smaller scale, the couple, He Dazhuang and his wife, had provided ample information during their own desperate bid for recognition. They swiftly contacted local colleagues in Rongqing to explain the situation and seek assistance in unearthing the remains of the children under the cover of night. When the photographs arrived, the atmosphere in the Special Task Force's office grew heavy with gravity. The thought that 14 more children's bodies remained undiscovered left no room for complacency. Let us head to Wujing Mountain Community first. It is closer, Xie Mingfei decisively concluded. Let us follow your lead, Xiao Xia. Rong Zheng expressed his admiration, recognizing her potential as a criminal investigator. With Rong Zheng's endorsement, the others readily acquiesced. On the way to Wujing Mountain Community, Sheng You remained in Feng Xiao's vehicle, while Xie Mingfei joined her in the passenger seat, offering an apology regarding Master Ma's behavior. They had indeed graduated from the same university, with Xie Mingfei entering as a freshman while Master Ma was already in his final year. She was perplexed by his audacity to message her, claiming to offer her a chance to be his girlfriend. Xie Mingfei had deemed him mentally unstable and promptly blocked him, perhaps harboring resentment. Their paths crossed again when Fei landed a position in the City Bureau's criminal investigation team, only to be assigned to the same team as Master Ma. He looked down upon her simply for being a woman in this field, insisting she must have gained entry through connections. He often made her work difficult, and recently, during an arrest operation, Fei had made a mistake, giving him the opportunity he had long sought. This was also why, when Sheng You first encountered Fei, her identity differed from that in the narrative. Wuching Mountain Community was located within the city limits of Jing City. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at their destination. They were instructed to conduct themselves discreetly, minimizing public panic. However, with multiple vehicles and a police cordon in place, the commotion was inevitable. Residents gathered in clusters, murmuring in curiosity. What has transpired? Why are there so many police cars? Indeed, they've even set up a cordon. Something significant must have occurred. In this old, rundown place, not even thieves bother to visit. What could possibly be wrong? Exactly. Each one of us is barely scraping by. Is someone in our community in trouble again? It seems that bad luck follows this neighborhood. It's either someone disappearing today or someone getting caught tomorrow. In summary, there was a palpable unease. Fei stepped out of the vehicle, her short jacket hugging her form and accentuating the clean, sharp lines of her shoulders. The rolled-up cuffs revealed a delicate portion of her slender wrists, while her lower half was clad in simple, durable work trousers, strikingly noticeable. She waved her hand, summoning everyone over, her every gesture exuding composure and competence. Sheng You had just exited the car when Fei ushered her into the center of the group. Sheng You, we are all at your service. Please take charge. Sheng You surveyed the crowd, noting the dark circles under their eyes, evidence of several sleepless nights. Not for now. Let them rest first. I can manage alone. It was only when she locked eyes with Feng Shan's dark gaze that she suddenly recalled her two assistants, hastily amending her statement. My 2 helpers, and I will suffice. Feng Lei's presence was of little concern to Sheng You, yet Feng Shan, this living source of warmth, was undoubtedly too useful to leave behind. Once we confirm the location, let them bring the tools directly. Understood. Fei responded affirmatively, and then inquired. Where are the tools you brought? Are they in the trunk? I can fetch them for you. She had seen on television that metaphysical masters often wielded a bagua compass and the like. I do not require any tools, Sheng Yu replied, not even carrying a bag. Her body served as a walking detector of yin energy, rendering any additional tools unnecessary. Chapter 25. The light surrounding the uncle is terrifying. The 7 yin children wealth gathering formation is an evil array, aptly named, as it employs 7 boys born in the yin months, days, and hours as sacrifices, buried at 7 positions to harness their resentment, forming a sinister formation that gathers the fortune of all living beings within its realm. This dark art defies the natural order. Should the practitioner's skill falter even slightly, they will face dire repercussions, ranging from the loss of vitality to the scattering of their soul. The chosen location for the formation is crucial, requiring an area rich in yin energy. The Wuching Mountain community, having once been a site of execution, is therefore steeped in such energy. After wandering through the community, Sheng Yu pinpointed the location of the formation's eye and the approximate sites of the 7 burial grounds. We have found it. Let them bring the tools over. Fei appeared momentarily stunned. She had followed Sheng Yu the entire way and had not witnessed any actions from her. You found it just like that? Soon, 7 or 8 sturdy young men arrived, equipped with digging tools. The formation's eye lay beneath a flower bed in the community. Sheng Yu tested the ground beneath her feet and said, Here, begin digging. You should reach it at about 3 to 4 meters deep. Why are you still standing there? Start working. Without hesitation, Fei shed her outer layer and led the charge. Soon, sweat soaked her back, and Sheng Yu regarded her with admiring eyes. After digging for a while, they unearthed what seemed to be a bronze artifact, with a wooden pole inserted within, not the object they sought. After an extended period of digging without finding the children's remains, disappointment settled over the group. Sheng Yu scanned the items in the pit. We have not erred. This is the formation's eye, containing the ritual tools. When setting up the formation, 100-year-old locust wood spirit banner is necessary to pacify the souls. The banner must be placed atop the treasure basin which, alongside grains and precious metals, also contains the names, hair, and birth dates of He Dazhuang and his wife. Sheng Yu's gaze shifted to the tall figure nearby. President Feng, would you mind performing a good deed to accumulate merit? Feng Shan, suddenly singled out, raised an eyebrow. Did this woman truly consider herself an assistant? What good deed? Sheng You leaned closer, a playful smile gracing her lips. It's quite simple. Just go down, pull out the spirit banner's pole, and kick over the treasure basin. Or perhaps I should do it. Xiaming Fei interjected, but Sheng Yu raised a hand to stop her halfway. You cannot. This task is meant for him. What's the significance? Xiaming Fei looked towards Feng Shan, skeptical of his capabilities beyond his striking appearance. Sheng Yu explained, to put it plainly, if he intervenes, he can not only disrupt the formation but also ensure that those who committed these misdeeds face their comeuppance. Feng Shan likely guessed that the matter was intertwined with the merit radiating from him. Without further inquiry, he jumped into the pit, pulled the pole, and overturned the bronze basin in one fluid motion. Feng Lei stood in shock. Wasn't their esteemed Feng Shan a germaphobe? Simultaneously, in a villa's basement on the outskirts of the city, a middle-aged man meditating suddenly spat blood and collapsed. At the same moment, within the Beijing detention center, He Dazhuang and his wife were afflicted by a sudden illness, writhing in agony. Back at the Wujing Mountain community, Sheng Yu clapped her hands and extravagantly praised Feng Shan. Such skill, such precision in your kick. Feng Shan wiped his hands with a handkerchief passed by Feng Lei. You are far more impressive. Your kick can send someone flying. Sheng Yu understood he was referring to Feng Heng and smirked slightly. If you are concerned for your nephew, I could grant you a favor. Next time, be gentler when kicking him. You need not extend me such courtesy. A fleeting smile crossed Feng Shan's eyes, vanishing in an instant, leaving Feng Lei to wonder if he had imagined it. With the formation broken, the 7 vengeful souls trapped within it regained their freedom. Aware of their intense resentment, Sheng Yu worried they might turn into vengeful spirits and inadvertently harm others, so she summoned them with talismans to warn them against causing trouble. It was not that Sheng Yu was cold-hearted. Rather, she sought to aid these little spirits, wishing for them not to carry their grievances into their next lives. To onlookers, it appeared as though she was conversing with the air, becoming increasingly peculiar. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Who is she speaking to? From her words, it seemed as though she was addressing those entities. Do not frighten me. Do those things truly exist? After admonishing the little spirits, Sheng Yu noted their trembling forms and wondered if her earlier demeanor had been too harsh. Following their gazes, she realized they were fixated on Feng Shan. And it dawned on her. You need not fear him. He harbors no ill will towards you. However, these little spirits had never encountered such potent merit, and they instinctively felt that getting closer would spell their doom. A few timid ones even began to cry. No, no. The light surrounding the uncle is too terrifying. What? I want my mommy. I want my daddy. Help. Help. Sheng Yu found their cries somewhat annoying, yet her heart softened. She had no choice but to call upon Feng Shan once more to soothe the little spirits. They are frightened by you. You might need to comfort them. Feng Shan wore a puzzled expression. I frightened them? He stood there without uttering a word. Who did I scare? Sheng Yu replied, it was you. They fear the merit radiating from you. One little girl nearly cried herself breathless. Oh, wait, they were already breathless. Feng Shan preferred silence. Sheng Yu took his silence as acquiescence, her cool fingertips brushing his brow, channeling her energy to unlock his heavenly eye. Upon reopening his eyes, Feng Shan beheld the trembling souls of several children huddled in the corner. You must assure them that you will not kick them, and will keep your distance. Sheng Yu nudged him with her elbow. Feng Shan's eyelids twitched, and he reluctantly uttered, I will not kick you. I will keep my distance. At last, he calmed the little spirits. Opening Feng Shan's heavenly eye was merely a matter of convenience for Sheng Yu. Xiaming Fei discerned the nuances at play and cautiously inquired, Sheng Yu, can you allow them to see those children? Sheng Yu affirmed, do you wish to meet them? She was eager to see the small victims. Sheng Yu motioned for her to come closer. If anyone else wishes to see, please line up. I must remind you, they were buried alive and met a tragic end. So they are not particularly pleasant to behold. Those of a timid disposition should refrain from showing off. Despite her warning, curiosity regarding these unknown entities remained strong. Following Xiaming Fei, several young officers stepped forward, eager to witness the fates of the lost souls. After an extensive operation, those digging nearby could perceive the souls of the 7 children. Chapter 26, 10 million. Why don't you go and rob it? To be frank, these children retained their last appearance before death, and with their bodies enveloped in dark resentment, they indeed looked rather ghastly. Yet, upon witnessing the spirits of these children, there was no fear among the onlookers, only profound sorrow. Even the veteran police officers, seasoned by years of service, could not help but surreptitiously wipe away their tears. Perhaps in their struggle to survive while being buried alive, the tiny hands of these children were soiled, their fingernails filled with black earth, their dirty little faces smeared with mud, with eyes reflecting both fear and a yearning for life. The wrist of the child at the forefront was gaping, leaving a bloody hole where a hand should have been. "Where's your hand?" Mingfei stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears, cautiously asking. "It was severed by a villain with a shovel," replied a small boy, aged around 7 or 8, the eldest among the group. Despite his evident fear, he bravely raised his arm, using his remaining hand to protect the other children behind him. Noticing the children's terror, Mingfei took out her police badge to identify herself. "Do not fear, sister is a police officer. I swear on my life that I will avenge you. Those evildoers will face justice." The officers standing behind her also presented their badges, pledging, "We swear to capture them." Damn it! How could those beasts harm such small children? How could they do this? I should have beaten that bastard, he Dazhuang, to death back then. They are just children. Mingfei suppressed her sorrow, yet her trembling voice betrayed her. "Sheng You, what will happen to them?" Sheng You understood her feelings, yet some matters were beyond her control. Their bodies had long since decayed into bones, and resurrection was impossible. All she could do was facilitate their reincarnation. Will they see their mothers again when they reincarnate? Yao Yao wants to find her mother. The youngest spirit, appearing no more than 3 years old, did not comprehend the meaning of reincarnation. The older ones, however, understood. Fool. Reincarnation means becoming someone else after death. At that point, you will have no memory of your mother, and how could you seek her out? But Yao Yao misses her mother. The little girl, with large eyes and 2 small braids, donned a lovely princess dress that clearly indicated she had been well cared for, though it was now stained with dirt. Perhaps influenced by her, "I miss my mother too. My dad said that when he is less busy and on holiday, he will take me to the amusement park. Can I still go?" These were simple childlike expressions, yet they stirred a deep ache in the heart. "Sheng You, since you can let us see them, can you also allow their families to see them again?" Mingfei gazed at Sheng You with hopeful eyes. Sheng You frowned slightly. The paths of the living and the dead are distinct. Even if they see them, it will change nothing, only adding to the sorrow. "I understand that it cannot change anything. Let it be a farewell between them and their families." Mingfei was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong. She simply could not ignore the gazes of those children. Their resentment was too heavy. She could not allow them to roam freely. If their resentment spiraled out of control, they could harm innocent people. "You must find a way to contact their relatives and arrange for them to meet. I will ensure they have a final farewell with their families." This was the utmost concession that Sheng You could offer. "All right, we will investigate and make contact." After Mingfei agreed, she immediately arranged for personnel to register the children as identities. Except for the 3-year-old child, the other children could provide general information about their families, making it relatively easy to locate their relatives by comparing it with missing children reports. Fearing that the spirits might wander off and cause trouble, Sheng You waved her hand, placing them into a treasure basin and affixing a talisman to keep them in place. "You all stay here quietly for now." Next, they needed to excavate the scattered remains throughout the community to conclude the task. 4 of these locations were outdoors. After setting up a security perimeter, they began to dig. As the small bones were unearthed from the earth, the mood among everyone grew extraordinarily heavy. Perhaps even the heavens were grieving as a light rain began to fall. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with a suffocating sense of desolation and silence. These children must have suffered greatly when they were buried. "Everyone, be gentle. Do not hurt them." The remaining 3 remains were located beneath a residential building, and the excavation process proved less straightforward. The onlookers, eager for the spectacle, finally seized an opportunity to inquire. "What are you digging for? Is there some treasure hidden beneath?" "Why, all the secrecy?" Mingfei coldly dispersed the crowd. "Move along. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. This is our property. You're digging up our home, and we can't ask questions?" "Exactly. Who knows what you're digging for? What if you damage the foundation? This could become a dangerous building. Who would dare live here? The son of the Yang family is right. This cannot happen. What if it collapses?" Mingfei's expression turned stern as she shielded Sheng You from the enraged crowd. "Before we dig, we will conduct an assessment. It is not possible for the building to collapse. Just because you say it won't collapse doesn't mean it won't. Just because it's stable now doesn't mean it will remain so. If the foundation is compromised, it could collapse at any time. You don't live here. Of course you aren't afraid. In your eyes, are the lives of us ordinary folk not worth anything? The crowd was led by a disheveled man, his spirit waning, shouting loudly, with others joining in. Xie Mingfei tightened her lips. What do you propose we do? Xie Mingfei was almost amused by his shamelessness. 10 million. Why don't you go and rob it? Chapter 27. Fantasizing about a man. This old, dilapidated place dares to demand 10 million. Xie Mingfei's tone was severe as she issued a second warning. However, the residents, swayed by Yang Erbao's words, began to waver. 10 million. That is indeed a staggering sum. We, the impoverished, have never even seen 10 million. If you don't pay, you can't dig. Not even the King of Heaven can allow it.
Right.
Is there no law? In broad daylight, you are forcibly digging up our homes. These officials, wherever they came from, bully us ordinary folk. Is there no one to protect us? Several elderly men and women, relying on their age, felt emboldened, shouting loudly and pushing forward, while the narrow staircase of the old building could scarcely accommodate so many people. Sheng You instinctively stepped back, but forgot about Feng Shan standing behind her. Perhaps due to his extreme young physique, Feng Shan's body temperature was slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. He often dressed lightly and through a thin shirt. Sheng You could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his body and the rise and fall of his chest. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and being so near, Sheng Yu could catch a faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him. Suddenly, an image surfaced in Sheng Yu's mind, recalling the time in her past life when she perused ancient texts on metaphysics, searching for ways to survive, and accidentally stumbled upon a book titled The Secret Method of Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation. The book not only described the dual cultivation method in detail but also included illustrations for clarity. At that time, she had been curious about the phrase the fusion of yin and yang leads to transcendent bliss. Through desire, one enters the Tao, breaking through to ascend, and had read it several times. In her earnest pursuit of the Tao, she had been utterly oblivious to matters between men and women. After finishing, she had even scoffed. What kind of extreme bliss could such an ugly man bring with that face? I find it difficult to comprehend the notion described in the book, where proximity to a man causes one's breath and heartbeat to become erratic. Yet now, it seems she can faintly grasp that sensation of breathlessness and tumultuous heartbeats. How is it possible that she finds herself lost in thought about a man? What is going on? Feng Shan's voice emerged, slightly hoarse, as if emanating from deep within his chest. Speaking with his head bowed, a warm breath brushed against Sheng Yu's ear and neck. It's nothing, she replied, her ears tinged with warmth as she shook off the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and extricated herself from his embrace, quickly regaining her composure. Her gaze swept over the elderly couples ahead, and she mused, since you all are unwilling, then let us not dig any further. After all, it is not us who are plagued by bad luck while residing here. What do you mean, little girl? What bad luck are you talking about? Indeed, are you cursing us? Clarify your words, little girl, or we won't let this matter rest. The elderly couples, visibly agitated, were well aware of their aversion to such implications. Sheng Yu raised her hand to gently push aside Xie Mingfei, her beautiful eyes scanning the elderly people before she stepped forward and addressed them. Your spouse fell while hanging clothes and is now paralyzed. Your eldest son met with a car accident and broke his leg, while your second son was caught for fraud and imprisoned. You have no descendants and have only given birth to a daughter. Yet she has been diagnosed with a severe illness at such a young age, and your son-in-law abandoned both of you. No matter what business you attempt, it fails. Every investment turns to dust. You even sold your old house to pay off debts and are still buried in them. You, after waiting long for a cherished grandson, find that he has been plagued with ailments since birth, his health far weaker than that of normal children. Her tone was calm as she recounted their family circumstances. The elderly couple stood frozen, expressions revealing their confusion, clearly struck by her accurate observations. How do you know this? Yes. How could an outsider like you be privy to our private matters? Sheng Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at them. You might want to ponder why it is only your building that has encountered misfortune.
Why?
Is there something wrong with our building's feng shui? Or perhaps something undesirable is buried beneath? I suggested seeking a master to examine it thoroughly, but you dismissed them as charlatans, frauds seeking to swindle you. Xie Mingfei played along with her performance. All right then, everyone, let us gather back.
Wait.
Don't rush to leave. Yes, don't go. Hurry and dig. Are you fools? She must have done her homework beforehand and is deliberately ensnaring you. Yang Erbao, witnessing their sudden shift in attitude, shouted urgently. There must be treasures buried beneath. Otherwise, Why would they be so kind as to help us? They wouldn't offer us $1 million. His words sparked a flicker of doubt among the elderly couples. Yang Erbao had been hiding behind them, and Sheng You nearly forgot about him. She activated her keen perception, her dark eyes narrowing as she gazed at him. A moment, she remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. I thought you were genuinely after that $1 million. Turns out, you fear us discovering your mother's corpse buried in the basement, fearing that the police would uncover the truth of your maternal filicide. This formation gathers the negative energy from the surrounding area. Over time, the accumulated negativity and the residents' grievances create a sinister energy. Those who linger in this formation for too long, especially those with weaker life forces, will be afflicted with misfortunes, while those inherently predisposed to malevolence will be driven to commit heinous acts. Yang Erbao, you fall into the latter category. The onlookers were both shocked and terrified, instinctively retreating. What nonsense! Yang Erbao killed his own mother? Wait, I haven't seen Sheng You out dancing in the square for a while. But her son claimed she went out of town to help her daughter with the children. Yang Erbao, did your mother truly go to help your sister? Yang Erbao's expression turned anxious. Oh, of course she did. My mother loves me dearly. How could I harm her? Realizing that Sheng You was not one to joke about such matters, Xie Mingfei's expression hardened, and without a word, he subdued Yang Erbao, cuffing him and handing him over to his colleagues. Keep an eye on him. He is now a murder suspect. Yang Erbao continued to proclaim his innocence. Sheng You smirked, recognizing that he was one who wouldn't shed tears until faced with a corpse. To the left, the fourth room, in the basement, she directed. The freezer has been pushed aside, revealing a freshly poured slab of concrete. Just beneath that lies the evidence about 2 meters deep. Chapter 28. This little girl is cunningly wicked. What are you standing around for? Get to digging. Xie Mingfei's call prompted the young men behind him, armed with tools, to resume their work. Coincidentally, the burial site they sought was also beneath this garage. Before long, a highly decomposed adult corpse was unearthed. Everyone noted how swiftly the case unraveled with Sheng Yu's expertise. The residents, initially captivated by the nearby murder case, had lost interest in what they had originally intended to dig for. Poor Sheng You. In her 50s, she met such a tragic end. She had scrimped and saved to support that ungrateful wretch, only to end up like this. Yang Erbao was indeed a wretch. How could he bear to harm the mother who had treated him so well? The daughter of the Yang family was right. Her mother was far too indulgent of her brother, and trouble was bound to occur. And now it had. Sheng Yu stood idly outside the unit, observing the spectacle, and kindly reminded them, once word of this murder spreads, the value of your homes is bound to plummet. The atmosphere fell silent. The elderly couples, who had initially come to gawk, were now acutely aware that the flames could very well consume them. Yang Erbao, Yusko Undrel. You're putting us in danger. It's over. All over. I want to kill that scoundrel. Yes, let us kill him. Make him pay. Sheng You quietly stepped back to give them room. Soon, Yang Erbao's cries reached her ears. You crazy old folks. Why are you hitting me? Ouch! My head is bleeding. Someone stop these madmen. Feng Shen observed the entire scene, realizing this little girl was cunning in her mischief. Is this amusing? Somewhat. It's a good way to vent without dirtying one's hands. Isn't that quite a good thing? Sheng You lifted her face to smile at him, her eyes curving in a bright, exuberant manner. Her originally lovely features became even more captivating, akin to the blooming peach blossoms of early spring, radiant and enchanting. Feng Shen blinked, momentarily lost in thought, before hastily averting his gaze, a frown knitting his brow as a hint of unease surfaced within him. Yes, he admitted she was indeed beautiful. But who was he? He was Feng Shen, utterly disinterested in the female gender. How could he possibly entertain the thought of wanting to gaze upon a woman more than once? This woman, wielding her mystical arts with finesse, made Feng Shen suspect she had secretly cast a spell on him, which was why he felt so peculiar. Therefore, had Feng Han sent her to approach him with the intent of ensnaring him further? Master Feng, why are you still in a daze? Sheng You is leaving. Feng Lei followed closely behind Sheng You, only to realize Feng Shen stood motionless, lost in thought. Feng Shen now suspected that, aside from himself, Feng Lei was also quite likely under her spell. Do you feel anything unusual in your body? Feng Lei looked at him with a puzzled expression. Master Feng, when did you start caring about others? I'm dressed warmly, it's not cold, and I feel perfectly fine. Feng Shen. Without delving into the intricacies of the situation, the protagonist harbors suspicions about the chief steward of the Feng residence, questioning his mental acuity. The other two burial sites, in contrast, are not as challenging to navigate as this particular building. With effective communication established, the excavation commenced, and soon, the skeletal remains of 7 children were unearthed from the community. As time pressed on, Sheng You was advised by Xiamingfei to take a brief respite before proceeding to the Blue Rain building. The seasoned criminal investigators were accustomed to sleepless nights and, with the aid of copious amounts of coffee, could continue their arduous work. However, Xia was concerned about Sheng Yu's health after a night filled with such exertion. "No need," Sheng Yu replied. "I'll just rest my eyes for a moment on the way." The original owner of this body possessed a frail constitution, drawing strength solely from the merits and vitality bestowed by Feng Sun. As they journeyed toward the Blue Rain building, Sheng Yu inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Resting against the back seat, in a state between wakefulness and dreams, she felt a warmth and instinctively leaned into it. Upon getting into the car, Feng Sun also closed his eyes to rest, but when he felt her body leaning against him, it was too late to retreat. Sheng Yu's head nestled against his shoulder, her form nearly aligned with his arm. They were so close that Feng Sun could discern each gentle breath she took. Feng Sun found himself inexplicably captivated, his heart racing as he gazed at her delicate features so near. Perhaps it was the sealed windows, but he felt a surge of warmth. What enchantment had this woman cast upon him? What allure did she possess that made him feel this way? Feng Yanhan had provided her with some advantage, prompting her to engage in such behavior. He lifted his arm, unbuttoning the top of his shirt to alleviate some discomfort. Meanwhile, Sheng Yu dreamt of playfully teasing a small white tiger she had raised in her past life, her tiny hands wandering up Feng Sun's firm abdomen until he caught her wrist. Awakened by his firm grasp, her lashes fluttered like crow feathers as she slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was sprawled across Feng Sun.
I'm sorry.
"I must have dozed off and mistaken you for someone else." "Someone else?" Feng Sun pondered, wondering whom she had mistaken him for. Perhaps that scoundrel Feng Yanhan? A chill swept through his gaze at the thought, and without hesitation, he pushed her away. Unprepared, Sheng Yu nearly stumbled against the car door. She knew she was in the wrong, having fallen asleep and carelessly unbuttoned his shirt. Had their roles been reversed, she certainly would have faced reproach. Nevertheless, Sheng Yu was not one to dwell on her embarrassment. She accepted the push. Given her understanding of Feng Sun, it was evident that he was not in a good mood. Xiamingfei, oblivious to the undercurrents, assumed they were merely a young couple playfully bickering. The municipal bureau was not lacking in vehicles. Feng Sun's tone was frigid, treating Sheng Yu as if she were a mere stranger of no consequence. As Xiamingfei observed the taillights of their departing vehicle, a realization struck her. The Feng residence. This handsome man bore the surname Feng. She recalled the enigmatic figure of the Feng family, Feng Sun. "Is your boyfriend Feng Sun the powerful figure of the Feng family?" she whispered, astonished. Sheng Yu paused momentarily, her tone nonchalant. "Indeed, he is Feng Sun, but he is not my boyfriend. Unlike others." She was less intrigued by Feng Sun's status and more drawn to the merits and vitality he exuded. Xiamingfei nodded vigorously, believing her words. "I had no idea it was him. This misunderstanding has escalated. He is practically a monk now, so he certainly isn't your boyfriend. Known for his indifference to women, he is not the type to be interested in them. I'm not speaking ill of him. I merely want to ensure you aren't mistreated." Despite his serene appearance, he secured his position of power in the Feng family at a young age without any elder's assistance. He is not one to be trifled with. Though Xiamingfei typically abhorred the gossip surrounding wealthy families, her concern for Sheng Yu prompted her to elaborate. Sheng Yu, however, believed Feng Sun would not harm her, and she chose to end the topic with a simple nod. In comparison to the complexities of the Wujing Mountain community, the Blue Rain building proved far simpler to navigate. Being a property of the He family, they merely needed to present a search warrant and request the cooperation of the property management. Upon learning of their identities, the property manager, eager to comply, escorted them to the underground garage on the 4th level. This is the lowest floor of the building. "Officers, do you have any further instructions?" Xiamingfei shot him a glance. "Shut down the elevators and all access to this level. Also, notify the vehicle owners parked here to move their cars, stating it's for underground pipe repairs. If they don't comply, they will bear the consequences." They had arrived early, just before the workday commenced, and only a few cars were parked in the area. Xiamingfei was concerned that vehicles might obstruct the excavation site, hence her request to clear them. The property manager promptly followed her orders. Soon, some drivers came to move their cars, grumbling in discontent. Among them was a brash young man with bleached hair driving a red sports car. What's going on? Repairing pipes this early? Are you crazy? Hurry up. You're all just rushing to the grave. A few younger officers were incensed and contemplated confronting him, but Xie Mingfei intervened, advising them to disregard his taunts and focus on their duties. Meanwhile, Sheng You was intently searching for the focal point of the array when a cacophony of honking erupted behind her, followed by a man's furious shout. Are you blind? Can't you see you're blocking my way? Move it. Repair pipes? You should fix your brain first. Furrowing her brow, Sheng Yu turned to see a scrawny young man with bleached hair leaning out of his car window, gesturing rudely. Their eyes met, and the young man's insults faltered as he tilted his head, offering a mocking grin. Oh, a pretty girl. My passenger seat is empty. Want to take a ride?
Get lost,
Sheng Yu retorted. Xie Mingfei noticed the commotion and hurried over, positioning herself protectively behind Sheng Yu, her eyes icy and filled with warning for the young man. The younger officers behind her murmured, recalling the earlier advice to treat it as the barking of a stray dog. The young man's interest was piqued, and he grew bolder. The short-haired one isn't bad either. She's got some spirit. How about the three of us? Xie Mingfei clenched her fists and took a step forward, but Sheng Yu halted her, stating, evil deeds beget evil consequences, and the wicked shall face divine retribution. When one's luck runs out, calamity follows. He may well step out and be hit by a car. There's no need to soil your hands. Only by becoming a complete fool would he learn to behave. Sheng Yu had no qualms about hastening his comeuppance. You're too kind-hearted, Xie Mingfei thought, interpreting Sheng Yu's words as a display of compassion. Yet she worried that this disposition might lead to her being bullied in the future. If you encounter such trash again while out alone, remember to call me. Ultimately, the brash young man, realizing the approaching young officers, slinked away, muttering under his breath. With the garage cleared, the subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. According to the precise positioning indicated by Sheng Yu, she quickly unearthed the core of the formation. With Feng Sha absent, Sheng Yu had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. She leaped down, removed the soul-settling flag, and kicked over the treasure-gathering basin. Simultaneously, in the basement of a villa on the outskirts of Beijing, the man who had previously collapsed from blood loss just regained consciousness, clutching his chest, his face ashen. He realized that not only had he sustained severe internal injuries, but he had also lost a significant portion of his cultivation. Before he could ascertain which formation had been disrupted, his body was struck by a backlash once more. A surge of metallic sweetness filled his throat as he sat cross-legged, activating his protective techniques in a desperate attempt to suppress the rising blood energy. Ultimately, he failed. A copious amount of blood spewed forth, as if his internal organs were being torn apart, and he fainted from the excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the He couple also suffered from the backlash. Writhing in agony yet unable to perish, fully aware of the torment comparable to being flayed alive. Following the destruction of the formation, the restless spirits trapped there were liberated. As before, after Xie Mingfei compiled the family information of the spirits, she notified their relatives to come for a final farewell. Sheng Yu then confined them into the treasure-gathering basin, using talismans to suppress them, preventing them from wandering and encountering the reaping spirits on duty. I will not enter. I seek vengeance against that villain. The oldest among the spirits cried, her entire being radiating resentment, her features grotesque, her sunken eyes aflame with unending fury. A gruesome wound marred her neck, oozing a dark liquid. Sheng Yu could roughly surmise her tragic fate before death and sighed softly. If I were to let you kill them and you were to become entangled in the cycle of life and death, you would only suffer more in the end. There exists a path for humans and a path for spirits. They have committed heinous crimes and must face death, so why would you sacrifice yourself? Bid farewell to your loved ones properly. Even as a vengeful spirit, she was still a child, and upon mentioning her family, the tumultuous resentment gradually subsided. Chapter 30. You touched Feng Sha, and even a few more times. Everyone spent the better part of the day excavating the remains of 7 children buried beneath the Blue Rain building. Upon exiting the building, Xie Mingfei glanced at a wrecked red sports car by the roadside, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this the one belonging to the blonde-haired boy?
No.
Did that kid really crash? Sheng Yu truly had a knack for predictions. I'll investigate the situation. Soon, she learned from the building's security about the accident's details. According to the security here, that blonde boy always liked to drive fast. At the intersection where he had his accident, he hit a child and his family paid a considerable sum to settle it. In my opinion, this is karma. Xie Mingfei said nothing, but her gaze towards Sheng You deepened in meaning. Xie Mingfei was so astonished that her mind momentarily stalled. Upon regaining her senses, she sought an opportunity to bask in the merit radiating from Feng Sha. How long was he going to be upset? Who provoked him? At that moment, Sheng You wished to drag out the person who had angered Feng Sha and give them a good thrashing. Feng Lei stared at her blankly. Sheng You gently furrowed her brow. Is it me? When did I provoke Feng Sha? Wait. Could it be that when I accidentally brushed against him while asleep in the car, he got this mad? Feng Lei's eyes widened and his voice rose in pitch. What? You touched Feng Sha, and even a few times. Sheng You, feeling somewhat irritable, retorted, is the focus really on how many times? Besides, isn't he a grown man? Why is he so petty? He just leaves like this, and now who can she rely on for merit to extend her life? Master Sheng, you should be content. The last woman who relied on Feng Sha ended up being a pariah, and her entire family suffered for it. Feng Lei, recovering from his shock, increasingly felt that Feng Sha's attitude towards Sheng Yu was distinctly different. Whether Sheng Yu felt content or not, it was out of her hands. The matter concerning the 7 children gathering wealth formation had yet to reach a conclusion, and she could not depart from Beijing just yet. Furthermore, she could not be chasing after Feng Sha every day. The special investigation team's efficiency was remarkable. Within a few days, Xie Mingfei contacted her, stating that they had reached out to the families of the victims in Beijing and had made comparisons. However, the youngest girl, being too small to remember much, only knew her name was Yao Yao. It would take more time to cross-reference her details with the missing persons database. The expert suggested that those who had found their families should first fulfill their wish to meet their loved ones. In Rome City, the process was not as smooth. They had to sift through the database of missing children, and some might not even be local but abducted from afar, complicating identity verification. Sheng You, once you finish here, can you accompany me to Rome City? After much deliberation, Xie Mingfei finally voiced her request. Sheng Yu deduced her concern was for the spirits in Rome City. All right. We have an agreement. Once the case is concluded, I will apply for a reward and certificate on your behalf. We fear that the number of people might be too overwhelming to manage. Xie Mingfei divided the victims' relatives into 2 groups before bringing them to Sheng Yu. Officer Xie, why have you brought us here? Officer Xie, when will the villain who harmed my child face justice? Officer Xie, you mentioned we would meet someone. Could it be this young lady? Who is she? We do not recognize her. Xie Mingfei was at a loss on how to introduce Sheng Yu. Will I be able to see Dong Dong again? But isn't he already? How can I see him? Our Xiao Yu has turned into a pile of bones. Hasn't he? The relatives expressed their grief, their shock compounding their sorrow. This time, before Xie Mingfei could explain, Sheng Yu interjected, the dead cannot return to life. What you will see is not the living but their intangible forms, and you will only have this one meeting. So, consider carefully whether you wish to see them or not. It was not that Sheng Yu was cold-hearted. Rather, she had witnessed too many scenes of life and death in her previous life and had long since come to terms with it. Even she could not alter what was already set in stone. Allowing them to meet their loved ones was already a breach of the natural order, which would deplete her own cultivation and fortune. Yes, I want to see my child again. We all want to see them. Without a moment's hesitation, the relatives of the children made their choice. Sheng Yu respected their decision, opened their celestial eyes, and then removed the talisman that suppressed the spirits within the treasure-gathering basin, releasing them. The spirits floated out, regaining their freedom and rushing towards their respective families. Daddy! Mommy! Daddy, Mommy! A few remaining spirits stood frozen in place, casting envious glances. Why, isn't my mommy here? Did she have another baby and forget about me? My mommy didn't come either. She might have forgotten me. Wah, I want my mommy and daddy. Don't worry, your families will be here shortly. Sheng Yu turned to console the weeping spirits. Chapter 31. The little ghosts are so adorable. Before them stood their children. How could they possibly be afraid? Dong Dong. It's really you, my precious. Xiao Yu, let mommy and daddy see you. Lily, mommy misses you so much. In an instant, cries filled with pain, helplessness, and despair echoed throughout the room. These scenes struck at Xie Mingfei's heart, leaving her overwhelmed with a sense of powerlessness and defeat. Dabao, don't be afraid. Mommy will come down to be with you. One mother was overwhelmed with emotion, contemplating a reckless act. The little spirit anxiously rushed to embrace her, yet in its current ethereal form, it merely passed through her body. Helplessly, it called out, Mommy, please don't die. Dying hurts so much. I don't want you to suffer. The mother, undeterred by pain, only wished to be with her beloved child. What about Daddy? You've come to be with me. What will happen to him? And I'm not alone. I have so many little friends. Xieming Fei observed the poignant scene of Dabao's parents weeping in each other's arms. Uncertain whether her plea to Sheng You for their reunion was right or wrong. Sheng You, perhaps I should not have insisted on their meeting. Taking a deep breath to suppress her reddening eyes, she resolved, I must eradicate the evildoers of this world to prevent such tragedies from occurring again. Though her words sounded somewhat juvenile, Sheng You encouraged her with a simple, keep it up. Time had come to guide the little spirits onward. They understood the gravity of the moment and, after bidding farewell to their families, patiently awaited Sheng Yu's assistance in their transition. It was their relatives who clung tightly to hope, beseeching Sheng You for a chance to see their children once more. Master, could you allow Dabao to stay a little longer? You are so powerful, surely. You can find a way for Dong Dong to remain with us just a bit more, can't you? Please have mercy on us. Xieming Fei had not anticipated that her moment of compassion would result in Sheng Yu being placed in a difficult position. At that moment, Sheng Yu lowered her gaze, her expression indifferent, as if nothing in this world could stir her emotions. Very well, let them remain. If the spirit officials discover them, they will be shackled with soul chains and cast into the depths of hell, ultimately reincarnating as swine, canines, or beasts. Upon hearing her words, even the most reluctant individuals dared not request that their children's souls linger any longer in the mortal realm. After escorting the first group away, the second group of grieving relatives was ushered in. As before, the little spirits met their families briefly before Sheng Yu sent them on their way with a talisman. Out of 14 spirits, 13 had been guided down, leaving only one small spirit with 2 little pigtails in the corner. Where is Yao Yao's mother? Did Yao Yao misbehave? And now her mother doesn't want her anymore? Everyone else has a mother, but Yao Yao doesn't. Sister, Yao Yao promises to be good and won't run away again. Can I still see Mommy? Xieming Fei, meeting the little girl's hopeful gaze, gently stroked her head. Your mother has not abandoned you, dear. It's just that I, along with the uncles, have not yet found your family. They do not know you are here. This child was far too young. Her memory clouded by the trauma of her ordeal. All she retained was her name, Yao Yao, and a recollection of her large home and a big black dog. They searched the national database for missing children, focusing on names containing Yao. A few matches surfaced, but the years of disappearance and photographs did not align. Sheng Yu glanced at the small spirit and remarked, perhaps her family never reported her missing. Xieming Fei, puzzled, responded, she appears to have been well cared for. Her dress, even 20 years ago, would have been a luxury for an ordinary family. If she came from a wealthy background, how could her family fail to report her disappearance? The little spirit lacked a full name or birth date, leaving Sheng Yu unable to employ her mystical methods to locate her kin. However, an idea sparked within her. I have a method we can try. Xieming Fei's eyes brightened. What is it? Sheng Yu, without hesitation, explained, have your police department's sketch artist create a likeness of her. When I next broadcast live, we can display it online to seek her family. Xieming Fei eagerly nodded. I'll summon the sketch artist right away. The artist, unaware that he would be drawing for a spirit, was astonished at the little ghost's adorableness. In the capital city, with cases nearly resolved, Xieming Fei applied for permission to accompany Sheng Yu on a business trip to Rome City. There were no objections from above. Hearing that experts from the capital were coming to assist, the Rome City officials welcomed them, though they were surprised to find 2 young, beautiful women sent to help. Boss, are they genuinely here to assist us? What can these 2 lovely ladies possibly do? Xieming Fei, frequently doubted because of her appearance, worked harder than anyone else to prove her capabilities. She aimed to show that, despite being a woman, she was just as competent as any man. Sheng Yu, uninterested in explaining her identity, simply inquired, besides the 7 children's bodies, did you unearth a rod and a copper basin inscribed with runes? Yes, we did uncover something like that. Sheng Yu pressed further. Where is that object? The caseworkers from Rome City, mindful of their position, hesitated, not wanting to offend the representatives from the capital. They promptly called to verify the whereabouts of the item. Sheng Yu's expression darkened. The artifact was a crucial element in the formation, imbued with malevolent energy that would not dissipate easily. Furthermore, the 7 lost spirits could very well be attached to the artifact's heavy aura. Chapter 32. The connection between us is indeed profound. There was an unfortunate soul. Sheng Yu could only hope that the elderly woman possessed a strong spirit. The journey from the Rome City Bureau to the village where the elderly woman resided took nearly 2 hours. Thus, The caseworkers were reluctant to make the trip. What was that object? Was it related to the case? They proceeded, fearing to offend the individuals from the capital. Rome City ultimately dispatched 2 officers to accompany Sheng You to the elderly woman's residence. Oh, you're looking for the Kai family? The one draped in white cloth. With all the music and rituals for a funeral, that is indeed them. However, if you seek Grandma Kai, I'm afraid you won't find her. She suffered a head injury a few days ago and has passed. Xie Fei felt a sense of dread, locking eyes with Sheng You. Sheng Yu nodded, realizing she had arrived too late. Let's first locate the item. The Kai family was in mourning. Today was the day of Grandma Kai's funeral. All 3 sons were present. Upon understanding their purpose, they shook their heads in unison. No, we haven't seen any bronze fortune basin. I've never seen it. Perhaps you are mistaken? The Kai brothers uniformly denied the existence of such an object in their home. You're wrong. Several people from the school can attest that your mother took it. The caseworkers from Rome City had not anticipated the passing of the elderly woman. Since it's our mother who took it, you should inquire with her. Oh, wait. She's no longer with us. Therefore, there's nothing you can do. Exactly. Since it belongs to our mother, you need to request it from her. Their blatant refusal to cooperate was evident. Sheng Yu scanned them coolly before stating, she died because she collided with that object. Do you still wish to claim it as your own? Are you courting death? After saying this, she turned to the 2 accompanying officers from Rome City and declared, the item is hidden in the rice jar in the kitchen. Wait, what do you intend to do? That is our family's heirloom. Are you attempting to steal it? Anyone? Someone is trying to rob us. If you want that item, you must pay for it. Yes, that is our ancestral treasure. It must be worth at least $1 million. Otherwise, we should contact the bureau for additional personnel. The officers from Rome City had not anticipated encountering such brazen individuals. Sheng Yu secured her talismans and turned to leave. Xie Fei followed suit without a word. Why was it suddenly refused? The 2 investigators from the Rome City Bureau stood there, bewildered, trailing behind them as they left the Kai family. Sheng Yu remarked if they want it, let them have it. She had clearly informed them that the item was of no value, yet the foolish Kai family remained greedy. Thus, she felt obliged to respect the fate of others. Concealed within her sleeve, her hand flicked a summoning talisman, calling forth several mischievous spirits that had been toying around the coffin of the Kai matriarch. The 3 sons of the Kai family were still lost in dreams of sudden wealth, oblivious to the ominous energy and misfortune that would ensue, leading them to a life filled with hardships and despair. Did they intend to sell it? Any knowledgeable individual would never pay a high price for such worthless scrap. Only these fools mistook the cursed object for a treasure. But wasn't that item related to the case? How could they simply dismiss it? The 2 investigators from the Rome City Bureau were thoroughly confused by her actions. Was this the working style of their colleagues from the capital? Sheng Yu felt a throbbing headache. Handling these matters over the past few days had drained her of nearly all her spiritual energy. Moreover, Feng Shan was in a foul mood, retreating to cultivate in solitude, leaving her unable to draw upon his positive energy. Now, after being exposed to so much negative energy, her hands and feet were icy cold. Noticing her discomfort, Xie Fei stepped forward to support her arm, inadvertently brushing against her wrist. Sheng Yu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why are your hands so cold all of a sudden? I'm fine, just give me a moment, Sheng Yu replied, surprised by her own frail condition. The next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Let me carry you. Don't be deceived by my slender frame. I've always been quite strong. When my little sister Xiao Wu was younger, she adored being carried around the garden by me. She added, you 2 share a certain affinity. Xiao Wu and you share the same birthday and both bear the surname Sheng. By the way, she takes after my mother's side. To prevent Sheng Yu from getting lost in her family's complicated relationships, Xie Fei took the time to explain. A faint smile graced Sheng Yu's lips as she replied with a hint of profundity. Indeed, there seems to be a significant connection between her and me. All right, enough of that. Come on, hop on, Xie Fei said, taking a large step forward and bending down. No need, I can walk by myself. Having been an orphan in her past life, Sheng Yu was unaccustomed to being cared for as a younger sister. Xie Fei didn't insist, but quietly stood by to protect her. It wasn't until Sheng Yu was seated in the car that she finally let out a sigh of relief. Sheng Yu, is your condition related to the matters we've been dealing with these past few days? Xie Fei furrowed her brow, immediately connecting Sheng Yu's physical state with their recent endeavors. In a way, Sheng Yu replied, her eyes shut as she nestled into the back seat, finding the car's seat less comfortable than Feng Shan's vehicle. After a prolonged silence, she heard Mingfei murmur an apology. This is my choice. And it doesn't concern you. If it were something I didn't wish to do, no one could coerce me. Sheng You was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Rather, she firmly believed that everything and everyone was governed by fate. Since she had encountered this matter, it was inconceivable to turn a blind eye. Then let us head to the hospital. Mingfei's furrowed brow remained tense. The hospital cannot remedy my ailment. Sheng You was acutely aware of her own physical issues. Cannot treat it?
Who can help you then?
You can't bear this burden alone. Mingfei gazed at her pallid face and colorless lips, feeling as though a heavy stone weighed upon her heart, impossible to lift. Sheng You opened her eyes, meeting Mingfei's anxious gaze, and the words, "This is my affair. You need not concern yourself," died on her lips. With a resigned sigh, she softly said, "Mingfei, it's a bit cold in here. Could you lend me your jacket for warmth?" Chapter 33. Return. Upon hearing this, Mingfei swiftly removed her jacket and draped it over Sheng You. Feeling it inadequate, she called to the front, "Turn on the heater. Is it broken? What kind of wretched vehicle is this?" Mingfei, who usually prided herself on her calm demeanor, was now utterly flustered. Even the heavens seemed to be scolded for not shining down. What a dreadful day, so gloomy. The two individuals in the front seat exchanged perplexed glances, taken aback by her outburst. The two from the capital were hardly helpful. They appeared to be nothing more than two spoiled young ladies. Sheng You dozed off momentarily, and upon awakening, she realized the car had halted on a village road. And Mingfei was nowhere to be seen. Where had she gone? She went out to buy something, though I'm not sure what. Soon, Mingfei reappeared from a convenience store, seemingly cradling something in her arms. She hurried into the car and handed the item to Sheng You. "Here, hold this. It will keep you warm." Sheng Yu looked down to discover it was a wrinkled beverage bottle filled with hot water, wrapped in several layers of Mingfei's checkered shirt. "I intended to get you a hot water bottle, but this place is too small, so there was nothing else.
Please make do with this for now."
Mingfei, concerned that Sheng Yu might disdain her makeshift solution, offered a gentle explanation. "Thank you," Sheng Yu replied, clutching the bottle. Her long, raven lashes trembled slightly as an unfamiliar warmth enveloped her heart. Whether it was her own emotions or those remnants of the original owner's memories, she couldn't tell. After a journey filled with fatigue, Sheng Yu regained a bit of her energy upon arriving at the Rome City Police Bureau. She released the spirits from the talisman and began to inquire about their identities. These children, when the incident occurred, were not particularly young and could accurately relay their family information. Mingfei was unable to intervene, so she took out her notebook and swiftly documented the information conveyed by Sheng Yu. However, to the onlookers, it appeared as if Sheng Yu was conversing with thin air while Mingfei remained silent, focused solely on writing. The investigative team from the Rome City Special Cases Unit huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. "Weren't you there to find evidence? Where is it? A million? Are they out of their minds? Whether they are or not, I can't say, but these two from the capital certainly seem to have lost their sanity." After Sheng Yu had finished her inquiries and exchanged a glance with Mingfei, confirming that she had recorded all the spirit's information, she retrieved a paper for the rite of passage from her pocket. Her current abilities were only sufficient to help these spirits transition to their next life. "What is that yellow paper you have in your hand?" "I'm not sure, but it seems to have red patterns on it." "I've seen that before. My grandma got me a talisman like that from a fortune teller on the overpass." "A talisman? Is it possible that the casework in the capital has taken a turn towards the supernatural?" Mingfei ripped the pages from her notebook containing the recorded information and tossed them to the others. They glanced at the contents: names, ages, parents' names, workplaces, home addresses, and even contact numbers for the parents. "What is this?" "The identity information of the deceased. You can reach out to their families now." "Wait, how did they know this information? Could it truly be that the spirits of those children conveyed this to them? What nonsense are you spouting? How can you be sure this information is accurate?" "I'm not speaking nonsense. We have already identified the families of 3 of those children, and it aligns perfectly with the information here." "Are you out of your mind? We had previously shown them the information for those 3 children, so of course they would know it well. As for the rest, how can you be certain they aren't fabricating it?" Mingfei had no desire to argue about the origins of this information, as she did not want Sheng Yu to exhaust her energy proving anything through supernatural means. After Sheng Yu dispatched those little spirits, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped her. It felt as if warmth was being gradually siphoned from her body. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her lips tinged with a faint shade of blue. She seemed on the verge of being consumed by the cold. Sheng You, you are acutely aware of your physical frailty. Why did you still choose to put on a brave front? Xie Fei, witnessing her state, felt a mix of urgency and heartache, angered by her reckless disregard for her own well-being. It's nothing. I understand my own body well enough. I won't perish. In her previous life, she was a pure Yin body, and even after ascending to the position of the sect leader, despite her formidable cultivation, she endured relentless torment from the encroaching Yin energy. Thus, this degree of discomfort was still bearable for her. Must you endure such suffering? Is there truly no other way? Are you not exceptionally capable? Could you not use your powers to transfer this burden onto me? My constitution is robust. Xie Fei's brow knitted tighter with worry, wishing she could shoulder the burden for her. Sheng You sensed that she was not jesting, her concern was genuine, and a flicker of warmth blossomed within her heart. Once you have regained your strength, I shall introduce you to our little Wu. You have few friends in the capital, she can take you out for leisure. Sheng You acquiesced, although she feared that she and Sheng Wanwan would never truly become friends in this lifetime. Feng Lei spotted Sheng You from a distance and jogged over to greet her. Is it Feng Ji? Before she could voice her curiosity, Sheng You, who had initially felt lethargic, suddenly felt invigorated. Her gaze swept toward the living room on the first floor, and upon spotting her target, she darted past Feng Lei, heading toward the room. In that moment, she resembled a parched traveler in a desert who had suddenly stumbled upon an oasis. Chapter 34. The Awakening of Divine Power Within the Bloodline. Feng Ji, engrossed in his reading, lifted his head at the sound, and their eyes locked. Sheng You yearned to linger in his presence a while longer. Feng Ji's gaze fell upon her pallid, ghostly face, and his brows knitted instinctively. If I recall correctly, this is my own home. With that remark, Sheng Yu's desire to continue the conversation evaporated, yet she found it difficult to depart. Clenching her fists, she reminded herself, one need not be at odds with one's own body. I am fatigued. I shall rest here while you continue. Sheng Yu disregarded his willingness and settled onto the sofa, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters from Feng Ji, yet still able to absorb a modicum of his virtuous energy and warmth. To alleviate the awkwardness of their solitude, she opted to feign sleep against the sofa. Feng Lei, having taken a phone call that delayed him, entered to find the little master sleeping on the sofa. The little master truly lives up to the title. Even in the presence of our esteemed Feng Ji, she can find rest. Feng Ji gestured for Feng Lei to step outside. Wait, I have yet to report. Feng Lei indicated with a finger to his lips, signaling he had something to say. Feng Ji frowned, rising to exit. Feng Lei followed him outside, where he completed his report. Master, are you concerned about disturbing the little master's slumber? Otherwise, he could find no other explanation for Feng Ji's behavior. Had it been anyone else, Feng Lei would have dismissed such a notion outright. Yet, before him stood Feng Ji, a man utterly disinterested in women, who avoided them as if they were venomous creatures. Perhaps he genuinely sought to breathe fresh air. Feng Lei internally encouraged himself, and finally spoke up. Feng Ji's brow furrowed in confusion. Who told you that I was angry with her? Was it not because the little master inadvertently touched you a few times that you retreated to the temple for seclusion? It appeared Feng Lei had been speaking nonsense in her presence. You expressed such sentiments before her? Feng Lei realized his mistake, shrinking back, unable to meet Feng Ji's gaze. I misunderstood. If there essay next time, I shall pack my things and go abroad for a few years. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed nearby, prompting him to continue feigning sleep. This woman, with her audacity, had the temerity to slumber before a fully capable adult male, displaying not a shred of wariness. Did she not comprehend that sometimes humans could be more terrifying than specters? He intended to consult Master Wuchen for clarification regarding certain matters. After that day in the car, following contact with this woman, something felt off within him. Should he abandon her, he found himself inexplicably consumed by a surge of unwarranted anger and agitation. Such emotions were commonplace for ordinary individuals. However, for someone like Feng Ji, who had devoted himself to the path of enlightenment, they were entirely foreign. Accompanying this was an unusually heightened sense of smell. Feng Ji understood that the inevitable had arrived. The outside world knew only that the Feng family was exceedingly wealthy, their lineage shrouded in mystery and power. Yet, they remained oblivious to a secret concealed within the clan. Rumors abounded that the Feng family was cursed, with every head of the family meeting a tragic end, often through suicide. However, the reality was far more intricate than such tales suggested. The family's ancestor had been a great general and an ambitious emperor, seeking to unify the realm and achieve everlasting glory, required an invincible army. The state sorcerer, versed in arcane arts, employed mystical techniques to craft celestial beings for the emperor. Yet, most perished after invoking dark sorcery, either exploding in a burst of energy or transforming into uncontrollable, bloodthirsty monsters. Only the ancestor, as a great general, survived, ultimately acquiring divine power. The emperor rejoiced, bestowing upon him the title of Heavenly General, charging him to lead the army in conquest. The ancestor fulfilled the emperor's aspirations, wielding his divine power to secure victories. Yet, this so-called divine power bore a curse. While it granted extraordinary speed and strength and remarkable healing abilities, making death a rarity, the ancestor soon realized that this divine power possessed a sinister side. He became increasingly bloodthirsty, and his heightened senses tormented both his body and mind. With the affliction worsening over time, more dreadfully, this divine power began to warp his psyche, engendering a pathological obsession, rendering him akin to an uncontrollable madman. Ultimately, unable to withstand the torment, he succumbed to madness and took his own life. Believing that death would signify the end, he remained unaware that this divine power had been passed down through his bloodline for generations. Feng Zhi's lineage was thus compelled to inherit the ancestral divine power. In matters of affection, they became increasingly obsessive, even forbidding their own sons from associating with the Bai family. Eventually, the divine power within the bloodline awakened, leading to an even more volatile temperament, possessiveness bordering on madness. When Bai cast merely a few glances at a performer on stage, Feng Zhi erupted in jealousy, culminating in the shooting of that performer before Bai. The shock of this incident, compounded by years of mental torment from Feng Yuan, drove Bai to an early grave. Following Bai's demise, Feng Yuan too succumbed to madness, ultimately taking his life before her grave. After his grandfather's death, Feng Zhi's father, Feng Qizong, inherited the family leadership. Having witnessed the tragic fate of Feng Yuan and Bai, as well as the fulfillment of the family curse, Feng Qizong vowed never to tread the same path as his father. Chapter 35. No one suffered. Loved by a madman. At the age of 20, Feng Qizong adopted a son, Feng Ningyuan, intending to groom him as the next leader of the Feng family. Yet, in matters of the heart, who can predict the outcome? He swore to sever all emotional ties, resolving never to fall in love with any woman. At the age of 34, he encountered his lifelong love, Jiang Mingruan, who is also the mother of Feng Sheng. With a 10-year age difference and the rumors of the Feng family's short-lived patriarchs, the Jiang family opposed their union. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally came together. Feng Qizong was deeply enamored with Jiang Mingruan, yet ultimately could not escape the curse of divine power. When Feng Sheng was 8 years old, Feng Qizong manifested his divine abilities, leading to a drastic transformation in his character. He became violent, irritable, and filled with suspicion and hostility. The following day, the stray cat vanished, and despite searching every corner of the Feng residence, he could not find it. From that day forward, his father frequently erupted in anger, becoming obsessively possessive of his mother. Initially, he restricted her outings, later forbidding her from leaving the Feng household altogether, and ultimately confining her to her room. Even he could only see his mother briefly each day. At that young age, he could not comprehend why his father had changed so drastically. He attempted to resist, but was met with his father's wrath. Feng Sheng still vividly recalls the suffocating sensation of being pinned against the wall by his father's grip around his neck, only to be rescued by his mother, who threatened to take her own life. Shortly thereafter, he was forcibly sent abroad by his father, and thus began a 3-year separation. As a child, he was weak and powerless against Feng Qizong. All he could do was strive to grow stronger and return to the Feng family to rescue his mother from his father's grasp. However, before he could attain the necessary strength, he received the devastating news of his mother's suicide. Feng Qizong then revealed to him the secrets surrounding the Feng family's divine power. Initially, Feng Sheng dismissed these claims as mere fabrications concocted by Feng Qizong. Curses and divine powers were nothing more than his father's mental turmoil, which he refused to acknowledge. The reality that he had driven Jiang Mingruan to her death was too unbearable for him to confront. After her death, Feng Qizong descended further into madness, refusing to allow anyone to touch Jiang Mingruan's body, sharing meals, and sleeping by her side. While outsiders spoke of Feng Qizong's deep affection, only Feng Sheng understood how that so-called love had ultimately led to his mother's demise. As he plotted to seize his mother's remains, Feng Qizong fell ill. And within a month, he had lost 2 family members, leaving him an orphan. After Feng Qizong's death, Feng Sheng ascended to the position of head of the Feng family and obtained from Uncle Deng the ancient text containing the secrets of the family's divine power. Yet, even then, he remained skeptical of the so-called curse, suspecting it to be a mere mental affliction. He believed that his emotional struggles were inherited from Feng Qizong's madness. Determined not to become a lunatic like his father, he sought to master his emotions through meditation at the West City Temple, honing his character. Just when he thought that years of practice had rendered him impervious to emotional upheaval, Sheng You appeared. The effects of the curse also began to manifest within him. Before his demise, Feng Qizong had warned him that should he experience any abnormalities in his body, it signified the onset of the curse. He urged Feng Sheng to seek out Master Wuchen for clarity. Thus, upon realizing the changes within himself, Feng Sheng hurried to the West City Temple to engage in a lengthy conversation with Master Wuchen. Upon seeing him, Master Wuchen sighed and shook his head. You have not escaped the curse, and you are even younger than your grandfather and father when it began. Your grandfather was 40, and your father was 42 when he came to me. You are only 28. Feng Sheng felt a twinge of curiosity about what had triggered the curse's power within him. After only a few brief encounters with that woman, my body began to change, and my emotions grew uncontrollable. Master Wuchen suddenly realized. Ah, you have fallen in love with that woman. Feng Sheng frowned, eager to refute. No, how could I possibly love her? She is my nephew's woman. Master Wuchen replied candidly. In the eyes of the Feng family, that is of little consequence. Your grandmother was forcibly taken by your grandfather. Feng Sheng was rendered speechless by his words. What did Master Wuchen think of the Feng family? Were they mere bullies who abducted women? If it was indeed her presence that incited the curse, would simply avoiding her prevent its grasp? Feng Sheng was reluctant to delve into such trivial matters of love. Master Wuchen regarded him with pity. If the curse of the Feng family were so simple, each patriarch would not meet an early demise. Nor would your grandmother and mother have perished. After contemplating a few prayer beads, he continued, You may try to control your feelings for her and distance yourself for her. It would be a means of escape from the madness of being loved by a lunatic. Feng Sheng inquired, How much time do I have left? I am uncertain. Your grandfather endured merely 3 years after the curse began, while your father lasted 4. Historically, each patriarch afflicted by the curse succumbed to madness within 2 to 3 years. Ultimately, how long one can hold out depends on their own fate. However, Feng Sheng refused to accept this, rising to depart. They are they, and I am I. As for the woman who disturbed his peace, Feng Sheng had no intention of avoiding her. He was determined to prove that he would not allow this curse to control him, nor would he succumb to madness. He forced himself to focus on the contract in hand, yet his ears remained attuned to the sounds from the other side of the sofa. What on earth had she gone to Rome City for? Why did she exhaust herself so? Chapter 36. No need for such insults. Sheng You had learned her lesson this time. To prevent a repeat of the previous incident where she had inadvertently fallen asleep in the car and touched Feng Sheng inappropriately, she resolutely refused to let herself doze off in his presence. When fatigue struck, she promptly opened her eyes and left. Feng Sheng watched her graceful silhouette disappear around the corner of the staircase on the 2nd floor, a surge of agitation rising within him. Why had she not spoken to him upon waking? Was it because of Feng Yanhong? What were Feng Yanhong's intentions in bringing her near? Was she blind? What on earth was appealing about that foolish man? If Sheng You knew of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly argue with him to prove her vision was perfectly fine. How could she possibly be attracted to that notorious scoundrel, Feng Yanhong? No need for such insults. Upon opening her phone, she discovered several unread messages. Among them were 2 from Xiaming Fei inquiring about her health. Sheng You promptly sent a video call invitation, which was accepted almost instantaneously. Xiaming Fei's face appeared on the screen. Sheng You, are you feeling better now? Sheng You replied, Yes, I am. Xiaming Fei scrutinized her face for a moment. His professional instincts kicking in. Your complexion has improved, your cheeks are rosy, and your lips are no longer pale. You truly look much better than yesterday. Wait. You haven't put on makeup to deceive me, have you? Sheng You assured him. I am not that idle. Ha ha ha. Then I can rest easy. Xiaming Fei said with a bright smile. After ending the video call with Xiaming Fei, Sheng You continued scrolling through the other voice messages. They were from the front desk girl, Jiang Xushu, at the company. Sheng You, are you there? Is that work opportunity you mentioned still available? I would like to give it a try. Am I asking too late? Have you already found a suitable candidate? Sheng You could hear the tentative tone in her words. Shortly after, another message arrived. What does the live stream assistant position entail? I have no prior experience in this area and am unsure if I can manage. Her tone suggested she was both surprised and apprehensive. Of course, of course. Hello, Sheng You. The video call connected, and Jiang Su was somewhat reserved at first. But soon their conversation became lively. Sheng You, you are truly remarkable. Our company, no, rather, our former company, is on the verge of collapse. Shortly after you left, the police arrived and took General Sun and Sister Zhu away, while Bai Tian was taken by ambulance. The following day, even more officers came and rummaged through General Sun's office, retrieving items from the safe. I later learned that General Sun and his associates were involved in other illicit activities, which Sister Zhu reported. The safe was filled with incriminating evidence of their wrongdoings. I also heard that Bai Tiantian's injuries were severe. She not only suffered disfigurement but lost an eye as well. In recent days, many people have been causing a scene at the company, claiming General Sun deceived them. Everyone has fled, and I no longer dare to stay there. Sheng You listened quietly, her expression betraying no surprise, for she had long anticipated the misdeeds of Sun Kai. This individual was never engaged in legitimate business. The media company was merely a shell to conceal his criminal activities. He recorded compromising videos of them with female anchors, extorting them for substantial hush money. Some older lechers were motivated by reputation, while others wished to keep their spouses in the dark, leading them to capitulate. Bai Tian was merely one of his pawns. Besides her, there were other female anchors involved in this scheme. The original owner managed to escape disaster solely because she had been with the company for too short a time. Sun Kai had not yet fully brainwashed her and did not dare to involve her recklessly. Sheng You, thank you for offering me this job opportunity. Jiang Su expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Otherwise, as a high school graduate with no college education, finding a suitable job in the capital would be exceedingly difficult. How did you know my grandmother is ill? Jiang Su was taken aback. Mentioning her grandmother brought tears to her eyes. They promised me that as long as I didn't pursue my studies and worked in the capital to earn money for them, they would take good care of my grandmother and pay for her treatment. Sheng You preferred not to engage in an extensive discussion about human nature. She favored direct solutions to problems. You should bring your grandmother here and take her to the best hospital in the capital. It may soon be too late. As for the medical expenses, I will lend you the money and you can repay me through your work gradually. Faced with the life and death of her grandmother, Jiang Su could not refuse. She wiped her tears and responded with determined affirmation. When will I start working? Where will it be? There's no rush. First, we need to treat your grandmother's illness. When the time comes, we will discuss your employment. Sheng You was not particularly urgent about this matter. After ending the video call, she transferred 200,000 to Jiang Su, stating, "Take this for now. If you don't use it all, you can return the remainder to me." After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Su inquired about when she would begin her live broadcast. It then dawned on Sheng You that she had not streamed for several days. Perhaps today, she decided. Yesterday, I absorbed some of the merit light and vitality, which has allowed me to recover somewhat, though my cultivation has suffered significantly. The best way for me to restore my cultivation is to draw on the merit light from Feng Sheng. Thus, my plan for today is to find an opportunity to approach him. Feng Lei, where is your master? Is he still asleep? Sheng You donned a watercolored traditional Chinese outfit, crafted from high-quality satin, flowing and smooth. The top was a short shirt, adorned with small jade buttons at the collar, delicate yet understated. The shirt featured a diagonal closure, embroidered with elegant bamboo, and the wide sleeves accentuated her slender wrists. The matching loose trousers swayed gently as she walked, allowing her freedom of movement. Unlike the constraints of a qipao, her long, dark hair was casually tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, with a few strands casually framing her face, enhancing the elegance of her swan-like neck. Coupled with her serene expression, she exuded a sense of languor and ease. As their conversation continued, she grew increasingly anxious. Feng Lei, as the steward of the Feng residence, had been close to Master Feng and had encountered various beautiful women, leading him to silently admire that this young master could easily rely on his looks, yet chose to depend on his talent instead. You're looking for Master Feng? He has risen. He dislikes sleeping in. Is there something you need? Feng Lei felt it his duty as the steward to maintain a good image for Master Feng in front of others. Sheng You nodded. Yes. I have a matter to discuss with him. Where is he now? Without waiting for further explanation, she promptly headed toward the stairs. If she waited for Feng Lei to inform him, based on past experiences, Feng Sheng might be reluctant to see her. Thus, she resolved to act decisively. Wait, Sheng You. Feng Lei suddenly remembered to warn her that Master Feng had woken in a rather foul mood that morning. Based on his years of experience, it was best not to disturb him at that moment, lest she encounter an unpleasant situation. In no time, Sheng You arrived at the door of the meditation room on the second floor. Instead of barging in, she politely knocked. "Come in," Feng Sheng's voice called from within, tinged with slight irritation. Sheng Yu opened the door and stepped inside, immediately locking eyes with Feng Sheng's deep gaze. "What brings you here?" Feng Sheng asked, a hint of surprise crossing his features upon seeing her. "I came to inquire about your mother's situation. How is the investigation progressing?" Sheng Yu had prepared this topic in advance to avoid any awkwardness during their private conversation. It would be somewhat inappropriate to feign sleep at this early hour. "It is still under investigation." Before Sheng Yu could finish praising herself internally, Feng Sheng's terse response effectively stifled the conversation. "Is that all? Aren't we continuing the discussion?" Thankfully, Sheng Yu had prepared numerous topics. Between asking if he had eaten and inquiring about his health, she chose the latter. "Do you think there is something wrong with my health?" Feng Sheng's dark eyes locked onto hers, questioning whether she had discerned any abnormalities in him. Sheng Yu practiced the heavenly eye, not mind-reading. How could she know his thoughts? Her question referred to the incident in the car where she had inadvertently injured him. "Surely you are not experiencing issues in that regard? Are you truly so fragile? You noticed?" Feng Sheng initially thought she had referenced the changes brought about by the curse affecting his body, frowning deeply. Yet, Sheng Yu felt a sense of foreboding. While her medical skills were commendable, she had no experience treating male ailments. "Well, as a monk, even if there are issues in that regard, it shouldn't significantly impact your life, right? A monk? Problems in that regard?" Only then did Feng Sheng grasp the absurdity of her words. "Who told you I am a monk?" Sheng Yu had never felt so flustered. "Even if you are not a monk, you are a practitioner. Take my advice. Practitioners should avoid such matters that could hinder their cultivation. Should I thank you for this?" Feng Sheng was amused by her nonsensical reasoning. Feng Sheng entertained the thought of teasing her, his dark eyes glancing at her. "Are you suggesting you do not wish to take responsibility? Very well. I shall await your answer." Feng Sheng was indeed a master at ending conversations, and this topic had reached its conclusion just as Sheng Yu had hoped. As her anxiety grew, she clung to her belief that as long as she was not embarrassed, it was the others who should feel awkward. And thus, she initiated a new topic. "What was your purpose for visiting the West City Temple?" "I had business there." "What kind of business?" "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you."
Ah.
"What were you looking at on the sofa yesterday?" "Documents." "Oh, what documents?" "They are on the desk in the study. If you wish to see them, go take a look yourself." "Sheng Yu, I was merely asking." The topics prepared were all abruptly concluded by Feng Sheng's few words. Sheng Yu found herself at a loss, compelled to activate her celestial vision, hoping to uncover additional subjects to discuss with him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a change in the dark aura that lingered at the center of Feng Sheng's forehead. A solemn expression crossed her face as she stepped closer, bringing her delicate visage near to observe more intently. Indeed, this dark energy had transformed. With their faces almost touching, Feng Sheng could hardly ignore the subtle, sweet fragrance that enveloped her, drawing him inexplicably closer. Sheng Yu's exquisite features magnified before him. Her skin was as fair as fine porcelain, and her dark eyes sparkled like distant stars, their corners slightly raised, exuding a captivating allure. Feng Sheng felt his heart race, his ears growing warm, and his breath becoming erratic, as if the very air around them had thinned. Is this the power of the curse? It had existed before. Yet I neglected to mention it to you. Here it is, right here. Fearing she could not articulate her thoughts clearly, Sheng Yu raised her slender fingers to brush against his brow, indicating the precise location of the dark energy. "When I first met you, it was merely a slender fragment embedded in your forehead, easily overlooked. Now it is expanding outward. What have you been up to these past days?" Her concern for him was genuine, for he was not an inconsequential figure in her life. He was, in fact, her life-sustaining elixir. Feng Sheng grasped her mischievous hand, pressing it down with a voice laced with hoarseness. "I have done nothing. Think again about what you have truly done." Sheng Yu, undeterred, pressed on with her inquiries. This phenomenon eluded even her celestial vision. Beneath the intense radiance of his virtuous aura and yang energy, it was remarkable that such changes could occur, indicating its extraordinary nature. Intuition warned Sheng Yu that this dark energy was no benign presence and should not be allowed to proliferate. "Do you know what this is?" Feng Sheng speculated that the dark aura she spoke of might be linked to the curse afflicting him. Considering her abilities in metaphysics, he cautiously inquired whether she might have a means to dispel the Feng family's curse. If it were a common malevolent energy, she would undoubtedly recognize it. But this was evidently not the case. Feng Xiong was not yet able to place his complete trust in her. Recalling that she had once been connected to Feng Yanhan, the mere thought of her ties to him stirred a sense of irritation within Feng Xiong. Why then? Do you inquire so thoroughly? Chapter 38. The host finally arrives. Sheng You found his words unpalatable. Just because I cannot decipher its nature now does not mean I will never understand it. Once my cultivation reaches new heights, I may very well unravel the mystery of this dark energy. When you discover its true nature, we shall converse further. Feng Xiong successfully terminated the conversation once more, living up to the title of conversation terminator bestowed upon him by Sheng You. Though her curiosity was piqued, she opted not to press further, recognizing that he was presently shielded by his virtuous aura and yang energy and was not in immediate danger. As long as he survived, she could continue to bask in his protective aura. With Feng Xiong's virtuous energy bolstering her, Sheng You managed to restore her own cultivation in just half a day. Perhaps her previous live stream, where she had connected with viewers for fortune-telling, had garnered significant attention. The audience was lively, with comments flowing in abundance. The host has finally arrived. Host, I missed you so much. Why has the host been absent for so long? We've waited until the flowers have wilted. The host looks stunning today. Absolutely gorgeous. The host is a sight for sore eyes. I thought the host had retired from the internet after such a long hiatus. You, keep it up. We will always support you. You, are you alright? Among the warm welcomes, there were also detractors. I heard many hosts in the media have been arrested. The host isn't fresh out of jail, are they? After such a long absence, is the host looking for actors? What script is the host following today? Is it still about metaphysics? It's obviously a script, isn't it? Such a ridiculous script, and people actually believe it. Do you not think, when watching the live stream, our Sweet Sweet was driven off the internet by you? Are you satisfied now? Sweet Sweet is so unfortunate, harmed by Sheng You, disfigured, and losing an eye. Sheng You, do you not fear retribution for your misdeeds? After much anticipation, Sheng You finally displayed the image of the little ghost named Yao Yao, drawn by a police sketch artist, in the live stream. Beneath the image were the words missing person notice, detailing the ghost's name, age, and approximate time of disappearance. Yu is on fire today. Little Black. Did you hear that clearly? Sweet Sweet's delusional fans, stop barking like mad dogs everywhere. Sweet Sweet was punished for being a mistress. What does it have to do with our Yu? Exactly. It's not like our you made her be a mistress. What content is the host broadcasting today? Is it still the fortune-telling connection? I've already ordered takeout. I'm just waiting to watch the host's live stream while I eat. Even if it's scripted, I love watching it. As Sheng You set up the connection, she spoke. Today, we will have 2 participants as usual, relying on luck. Soon, the first fortunate soul appeared. The live stream split into 2, with Sheng You on the left and the visage of a young woman on the right. The woman wore a simple cardigan, her hair softly curled and cascading over her shoulders, adorned with light makeup, radiating warmth and grace. Hello, host. I would like to ask if one can only read their own fate. The woman seemed to understand and nodded. Then I would like to inquire about my best friend's romantic prospects. I am happily married, but she has been single for years. I wish to know when she will find her other half. If I video call her, can you help her see? Sheng You lightly tapped her chin. If you both consent, it is certainly possible. The comments section erupted once more. After finally seizing the opportunity, she wants to read her friend's fate. What a saintly act. You can actually do this? I'm learning something new. This operation has opened my eyes. After waiting so long, we get a reading for a single dog. How boring. What's wrong with being single? It's not illegal. With consent obtained, Lu Jia joyfully dialed her best friend Yang Yaya's video. Yaya, I've connected with a particularly gifted master. Let her help you discover your romantic fate, and when you might meet your true love. However, the master needs to see your face through video. Are you available now? From the phone came a sultry voice. What live stream fortune-telling master? Shao Jia, don't get scammed. No need for that. I know what I'm looking for. And I want someone similar to your husband. The 2 friends continued their conversation. The audience in the comments section was buzzing with excitement. Her friend's voice, she's single? This is unbelievable. How dare you call you a fraud? You are the fraud. Your entire family is a fraud. Her friend clearly isn't in any rush. Am I the only one who thinks there's something off about her friend's comment? What does she mean by wanting someone similar to her husband? You're taking it too seriously. It's just a joke between friends. My best friend wouldn't joke like that. Lu Jia noticed the comment and quickly explained for her friend. My husband is just too wonderful, so Yaya is complimenting him.
Yaya.
Why not allow the master to take a look for you? It won't take long. Alright then, let me see just how remarkable this master truly is. Lu Jia and the other friends nodded in agreement, aligning their mobile screen with the tablet's camera, adjusting the distance and position. On Sheng Yu's side of the live stream, another woman's face appeared. The woman donned a white bathrobe, her hair damp, clearly having just emerged from a shower, with semi-permanent eyelashes and eyeliner accentuating her large eyes. The slight upward tilt at the outer corners and her charming smiles exuded an alluring demeanor. Perhaps it was intentional, but the angle captured by the mobile camera conveniently highlighted the subtle fullness of her bosom. Pray tell, with such grace and figure, is she truly single? If she is, I shall wash my hair upside down during the live stream. Miss, take a look at me, I'm also a single dog. Together, we wouldn't be single anymore. I advise some of the frogs in the comments not to harbor any illusions. Did you not see the large ring on her hand? It's worth enough to buy your lives. A mere few tens of thousands. My life is not so cheap. Yang Yaya, once confident in her appearance, felt her smile freeze as her gaze shifted downward to the live stream image of Sheng You on Lu Jia's tablet. Angrily, she exclaimed, Lu Jia, what do you mean by showing me a beautiful female host? Are you trying to play me for a fool? Yaya, you've misunderstood. She is indeed the fortune-telling master. Sheng You lifted her eyelids, adhering to the customary inquiry. Would you like to inquire about your romantic destiny? Chapter 39. The Foolish and Wealthy, Number 1 and Number 2. Her words brimmed with hostility and humiliation, leaving anyone who heard them uncomfortable. Even the trolls lurking in the live stream could not remain silent. What does she mean? What's wrong with the female host? Did she offend her? Does the person on the other side not know how to respect? Such a lack of quality. Truly. I apologize. Our Yu has never referred to anyone as brother. TSK, such filthy words. Yet, Sheng You remained unfazed, her expression as calm as ever as she regarded her. I may not know about other hosts, but I can tell fortunes and can even help you gain popularity. No matter, I shall give her a thorough reading shortly. She narrowed her eyes, just as she intended to examine the woman's features. Her view was obscured by the dazzling effects of GIFs on the screen. Initially, she thought it would end with one effect, but to her surprise, a barrage of them followed, rendering her unable to open her eyes. The live stream erupted in excitement, comments flooding in like a tidal wave.
Huazi,
where did this tycoon come from? Is the big brother from the hostess side here to back her up? I can't be mistaken. Huazi multiplied by 33,000 each, and just like that, he has showered 90,000. Is this big brother's family running a bank? I wouldn't even dare to send such a small amount. Big brother, 666. What a genuine big brother. Wait. This seems to be a new account. It must be a small account created by some big brother. Sheng You, amidst a flurry of effects, discerned the name of the account. No need to call me brother. I am sister. Yang Yaya's expression soured. It was evident to all that this individual showering gifts was striking her face. A mere 90,000, attempting to humiliate Yang Yaya, was far too presumptuous. It's too dark here. I shall change locations. She rose, adjusting the angle of the shot, intentionally directing the mobile camera towards her designer handbag and the expansive night view behind the floor-to-ceiling window. The comments became Sherlock Holmes-like. That bag must be a limited edition from home, right? How much was it? Oh, I believe it was around 800,000. The tall building outside. I recognize it. It's a landmark in Jing City. The only building nearby taller than it is the Haojue Hotel under the Feng family, where rooms on the upper floors cost 8,008 per night. So, the person opposite is a rich beauty. It's no wonder she looks down on the earnings of female hosts. Is the young lady raising a dog? I think I heard barking. The big brother of the host, no, rather, the rich sister, has finally met her match. Where is that rich sister? Why, isn't she speaking? Is she busy applying for a loan? If you're broke, there's truly no need to pretend online. The wealthy sister, Xiaming Fei, indeed found herself short on funds, currently on the phone with her legitimate wealthy sister. Sister, it's urgent. I need some money, please. What do you need money for? Is your salary not enough? Xiamingo was curious about what circumstances compelled her typically resolute sister to ask for money. After all, this girl had once left home, vowing that she would rather starve than accept a single penny from the Xia family. What could possibly have her so desperate? Donations to the host? Xiaminga was amused to the point of laughter. Xiamingfei, after months apart, you've made progress. You're now using your salary to donate to male hosts.
No.
Sister, let me explain. It's not a male host. The host is a female, Xiamingfei hurriedly clarified, sensing her sister's misunderstanding. Yet her words could not outpace Xiaminga's speed in hanging up. The next call would surely be blocked. This truly is my biological sister. Xiamingfei recalled the bullying of Sheng You in the live stream. Gritting her teeth, she called the second and fourth siblings. She faced the same wall with them as well. Sister said she has no money. Xiamingfei could not abandon her beloved profession over such trifles. Shutting off the effects revealed the content of the comments. The wealthy sister has left, and another has arrived. Has the host today invoked the god of wealth? This one is even more impressive. They must have a mine at home. Huazi is sending 100 at a time. Big shot. Do you think my sliding posture is standard? Big shot. Do I resemble the long-lost son you've been searching for? Don't say that. I feel for the big shot. Sending so much must have made your fingers sore. With so many wealthy individuals in the world, why can't one more be me? YISNT the host speaking. Has she been rendered speechless? Is the host already looking at houses? Is this yet another small account? Regardless of whether it's a small or big account, sending so generously, it must be a big shot. Sheng You frowned slightly. She too was eager to discover the identity of this individual. Would they allow anyone to live stream in peace? I don't care who you are. Please stop sending. After Sheng You spoke, this foolish and wealthy number 2 finally ceased. By this time, the number of viewers in the stream had reached 50,000. Don't ask. It's simply that everyone is curious to see which godly tycoon is showering money here. Meanwhile, in the study on the 3rd floor, Foam Shun moved his nearly cramping fingers away from the phone screen. He wished to uncover who developed this live stream. Why couldn't T1 simply input a number while sending gifts to directly send the corresponding quantity, instead of clicking repetitively? I shall have someone acquire it and make modifications. It would make sending gifts much more convenient in the future. Yang Yaya, continuously humiliated, was nearly driven to madness, unable to swallow her indignation. As her friend Lu Jia suggested hanging up the call, she interjected, "Why stop? Isn't she a highly skilled fortune-telling master? Let her tell me my fortune. I wish to see what tricks she can conjure." Sheng You, dismissing her attempts at banter, directly delved into the matter. "Your name is Yang Yaya. You are 28 years old, your primary occupation is a corporate white-collar worker, and your side job is being a mistress. Your face has undergone 10 surgeries, and your breasts have been altered 3 times. While you appear to have a good relationship with your friends, you secretly envy them for their prosperous marriages and thus entice their husbands to stray, indulging your twisted psychology. Your romantic fate revolves around seizing another spouse and ascending as a mistress." The comments, having just regained their composure from the flurry of gift effects, erupted once more at this scandalous revelation. A side job as a mistress. The laughter echoed as the host displayed her wit. It was revealed that the affluent beauty's visage and form were mere facades. The crux of the matter, however, lay in her moral decay, seducing her best friend's husband. But wait. Could this friend be the very lady who had initiated the connection earlier? Chapter 40. The host's smile. I felt as though I were about to succumb. Lu Jia was utterly bewildered. What was the master truly saying? How could someone as ambitious as Iya possibly become a mistress, especially to her best friend's spouse? Thereby shattering a family? Yet, was I not Yaya's closest confidant? As the realization dawned upon Lu Jia, her expression shifted, and she hesitantly inquired, "Master, are you referring to me as that friend?" Her tone suggested she felt unjustly accused. "My sincerest apologies, Yaya. I should never have doubted you." "Master, you must have miscalculated. Yaya is not that sort of person. We grew up together from middle school to high school and into university. I know her character best." Yang Yaya, fully aware of her friend's naivety, dismissed Lu Jia entirely. Her focus was now directed towards the female host known as Sheng You. "I fail to comprehend, as a fellow woman, why you harbor such malice towards me. Do you not feel a twinge of shame in maligning another's integrity to garner attention and acclaim?" The barrage of disparagement from the online trolls resurfaced at the opportune moment. Why is it that when a woman appears, the host immediately labels her a mistress? Hasn't the host herself been wrongfully accused of being a mistress before? What is this? Misery loves company? Just because the host sees someone staying in a hotel with designer bags, she shouldn't be so envious as to assume they must be a mistress. Her friend has already come forward to vouch for her. She cannot possibly be a mistress. In her quest for views, The host has truly lost all sense of decency. While this initial attack proved somewhat effective, it was of little consequence to someone as unflappable as Sheng You. She lazily supported her chin, raising an eyebrow. Given that you are unashamed to be a mistress, why should I be embarrassed to broadcast my life openly? Were it not for her intimate knowledge of Lu Jie, Yang Ye might have wondered if Lu Jie had discovered her affair with Ji Ming and sent this woman to deliberately humiliate her. Having dismissed such notions, she pondered how this so-called fortune-teller could possess so much information about her. Basic facts could easily have been pried from Lu Jie during their previous conversations. However, how could the host know about her clandestine affair with Ji Ming? Could it be that she genuinely possessed some prophetic ability? Yet even if she did, as long as Yang Ye steadfastly denied it and insisted the predictions were inaccurate, she would be safe. With all her thoughts in order, Yang Ye spoke with righteous indignation. I'm sorry, but I cannot deceive the audience alongside you. I knew it. It's all a script.
Yes.
The signs of scripting are unmistakable. What is happening? Is this an admission of scripting? I merely wish to know if the millions in gifts earlier were scripted. Host, why are you silent? What is the host doing with her head down? The host is flustered. Hold on, everyone, the host is surely searching for excuses. Of course. There remained rational supporters, and those who chose to observe. Those claiming it scripted. Do you even browse the internet? The police have confirmed that the male influencer's wife murder case aligns with what the host stated. As for Bai Tian, her fans are still present in the chat. Let us just enjoy the live stream without getting too worked up. Those shouting the loudest should be wary of being proven wrong by the host. User, no need to call me brother. I'm your sister, commented in the chat. I can attest that there is no script in Sheng Yu's live stream. The internet is not a lawless realm.
To those with filthy mouths.
You are all guilty of infringing on personal reputation rights and violating Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, which pertains to publicly insulting others or fabricating facts to slander them, punishable by detention or fines. Feng Shen, having undergone meditation in a temple, retained a certain composure. Unlike Xieming Fei, who would easily lose her cool, he merely cast a cold glance at the accounts disparaging Sheng You, diligently recording them on a piece of paper designated for transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Once the Feng family acquired this live stream, he would ensure all those accounts were banned. Sheng You glanced up and noticed the legal references flashing across the screen. Recognizing the righteous tone, she surmised who "I'm your sister" might be. If one were to consider blood relation, this individual could indeed be her sister. Patience just a little longer, Sheng You remarked, surveying the other comments. What are we waiting for? I advise you to admit early on that you are a fraud.
Opposte her, Yang Ye assumet a victorious posture.
Her tone laced with triumph. Lu Jie, witnessing the escalating chaos in the chat, grew anxious about the situation spiraling out of control.
Dada.
If you do not trust her words, let us disconnect. She had not anticipated that her tentative attempt to connect would lead to such a tumultuous event. Believing her life to be sufficiently blissful, she intended to offer her friend an opportunity. Little did she know how things would unfold. Do not hang up. Lu Jie. Why are you so timid? I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Yang Ye's envy towards Sheng Yu's beauty intensified, especially regarding the substantial gift Sheng Yu had just received. In her mind, she fantasized that if she could force Sheng Yu offline today, she would gain fame, and the traffic from Sheng Yu's stream could become hers, with those wealthy patrons potentially supporting her as well. Hence, she was determined to seize this opportunity. Today, I shall confront this fraud head-on. With a clear conscience, she invited the challenge. The viewers in the chat were all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama.
Wow.
This lady is truly bold. I'll hit that follow button. What on earth is the host waiting for? She doesn't seem fazed at all. The host is facing her opponent head-on. She should respond. Sheng Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. No rush, no rush. Is this not the moment we've been waiting for? What is coming? The host's smile makes me feel as though I am about to faint. A flicker of unease crossed Yang Ye's eyes. What was this woman truly waiting for? Could it be that she possessed evidence of Yang Ye's affair with Ji Ming? Chapter 41. You city dwellers truly play extravagantly. What video? Is this going to be a live broadcast? The host wouldn't have footage of the other party's infidelity, would she? I recall the host previously aired surveillance footage from the Huanjue Hotel. The Huanjue is a subsidiary of the Feng family. Could it be that the host is acquainted with one of their significant figures? Yang Ye could no longer sit still. What video? You have no right to check my surveillance without my consent. Do you realize that is illegal? Sheng You lazily replied, Rest assured, I am a law-abiding citizen.
With that,
She activated screen sharing, entering the short video platform and typing in the username. You use Little Lackey. Upon opening the latest video posted by that account, the audience was left speechless. Wait, isn't this just the live video from earlier? What is happening? I genuinely do not understand this move by the host. Can someone explain what the host is doing? Yang Yaya was perplexed by her own enigmatic actions, yet a foreboding sense of unease burgeoned within her. What on earth does it mean to unveil this? Sheng You raised his cup, leisurely sipping water before manipulating the mouse to pause the video that was playing. Initially, the audience, eager for gossip, began critiquing her maneuver. But in the next moment, someone discerned an anomaly in the video frame. Do you see that shadow on the window glass near that bag? Isn't there a man's figure? It's a man. And he is naked, crawling. Goodness, I thought it was a dog. On closer inspection, you can make out the man's general appearance. He is not bad looking. And his rear is quite perky. What is that around his neck? A dog collar? Wow, you city folks really know how to play. Lu Jia was more curious than anyone about the man's appearance. When she finally recognized him, her pupils dilated, as if the world had crumbled around her. She stood frozen, unable to move. This man was her husband, Ji Ming, who should have been on a business trip out of town. Why are you doing this to me?
why? You mean?
Stop crawling. Are you a dog? Lu Jia's voice trembled, barely audible, each word forced from her throat, laden with an overwhelming shock. The audience in the live stream sensed the salacious drama unfolding. Look at the lady's reaction. This crawling man can't possibly be her husband, right?
Oh my.
She is really seducing her best friend's husband. Wait, is the host really that clever? Just a moment ago, there were those criticizing the host's script. Why are they silent now? Passing by, can someone explain why this stream is so popular? This level of melodrama is something even dogs would shake their heads at. This is explosive. Video chatting with someone's wife while whipping her husband. Yang Yaya's earlier assertiveness dissipated as her eyes darted around in panic, unable to meet the camera's gaze. Meanwhile, Ji Ming, hearing Lu Jia's voice from the phone, quickly scrambled to his feet. In his fright, he inadvertently spoke. Lu Jia. How does she know about us? No, how does she know what I'm doing? He completely forgot that speaking would reveal his position. He also neglected to remember that Yang Yaya was not merely video chatting with Lu Jia, but was broadcasting live, conducting a fortune-telling session. By the time he comprehended this, it was too late. Not only had Lu Jia heard him, but the more than 60,000 viewers in the stream had as well. Ji Ming, stop crawling. Ji Ming, you're trending. We know about your affair with your wife's best friend. Ji Ming, your wife is telling you to stop. Ji Ming, if you keep crawling, you'll end up abroad. Ji Ming, stop. Your little butt is showing. As Ji Ming realized the foolishness of his actions, his face turned ashen. Wait. How does Lu Jia know I'm here crawling? There's only one possibility. That woman, Yang Yaya, must have flipped the camera to capture him.
Yang Yaya?
You plotted against me. Ji Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his expression fierce, resembling a provoked beast as he lunged at Yang Yaya, gripping her neck tightly and screaming in a fit of rage. I didn't. Let go, please. Yang Yaya's face flushed crimson, her legs flailing in the air. You wretched woman. You want to ruin me. Haven't I been good enough to you? Why are you doing this to me? Ji Ming. It's not me. If it's not you, then who? I shouldn't have listened to your deceitful words, playing games. Ji Ming regretted his decisions deeply. He should never have heeded her advice to engage in something so provocative. Now he had humiliated himself online. The mere thought of the live stream audience witnessing him naked, wearing a dog collar, crawling on the floor like a dog, made him dizzy with shame. Yang Yaya hadn't anticipated Ji Ming would turn violent. He truly intended to strangle her. She did not wish to die. Desperately, she fought back, using all her strength to tug at the dog collar around Ji Ming's neck. Ji Ming, you brought this upon yourself. You wanted to be with me. It takes two to tango. Now that trouble has arisen, why should I bear the blame alone? She acknowledged her own faults, envying Lu Jia for her advantageous background, marrying a good husband, and flaunting her happiness before her, which fueled her desire to ruin Lu Jia's bliss by enticing Ji Ming. But what of Ji Ming? She had merely flirted with him while visiting Lu Jia, yet he clung to her like a needy puppy. The phone lay discarded, the camera capturing the entwined couple on the floor. Unbeknownst to them, the platform had surged with even more viewers, drawing in an additional 20,000. With 70 to 80,000 people online, they were witnessing this raw spectacle of a dog-eat-dog scenario. What is happening here? Is this a live stream brawl? Are they husband and wife, or just dating? Neither. They're the mistress and her cheating man. Oh my, this is quite the eye-opener. I thought I accidentally entered an adult-only stream. My eyes can't take this.
Stop.
This ISNTA kindergarten bus. Lu Jia remained engulfed in sorrow and shock, struggling to comprehend why her closest friend would betray her. How could the man she believed to love her deeply engage with her best friend? Why did this happen? What had she done to deserve this? The barrage of comments also expressed their sympathy for her. You did nothing wrong, sister. It's these two scoundrels who are at fault. My heart aches for her. May the scoundrel meet his end. Scoundrels deserve to be with dogs for eternity. Protect our sister. Hug her tightly. Don't cry, sister. You deserve far better. Chapter 42. Left by the roadside, not even dogs would want him. Ji Ming, we are getting a divorce. Lu Jia dug her nails into her palm, forcing herself to regain composure. If Lu Jia were to divorce him, his career would be ruined. He could hardly focus on whether this was happening live. Immediately, he fell to his knees, pleading. Xiao Jia, listen to me, it was Yang Yaya who seduced me first. I was just playing around. My heart belongs to you. I was momentarily foolish, for the sake of our many years together. Please forgive me. Xiao Jia hearing his voice now only made Lu Jia feel nauseous. Ji Ming, I will have my lawyer contact you. Before that, please move out of my house. I don't want to see you again. The audience continued to feast on the drama, astonished that this scoundrel was living off his wife while cheating. How dare he seek forgiveness? Cheating is a disease that needs to be cured. I suggest burying it. Will the scoundrel soon say, I just made a mistake that all men make. Sister, do not soften. There's either zero or countless times of cheating. Scoundrels are not worth forgiveness. A cheating man is like spoiled food, keeping him only disgusts oneself. Lu Jia, though gentle in speech, was not weak at heart. She simply had poor judgment. It was not her intellect that failed her. Our sister is fierce. She's doing the right thing. This is how you deal with a scoundrel. Sister, keep your eyes wide open from now on. Over there. Yang Yaya was equally surprised by Lu Jia's seemingly fragile demeanor, which proved to be remarkably resolute in this matter. She had assumed that Lu Jia harbored profound affection for Ji Ming, and that losing him would cause her immeasurable pain. But now, what was this? What was the purpose of her seduction of Ji Ming, and indulging in those perverse games with him? Yang Yaya felt a surge of resentment. Lu Jia, stop pretending. You truly love Ji Ming, don't you? Yet, he has never loved you. He married you solely for the social resources and connections your father, a professor at Peking University, provides. But all Lu Jia saw was a visceral disgust and disdain when confronted with sordid truths. Should I be grateful that he doesn't love me? His revolting sincerity is cast aside, unworthy even of a dog's attention. Apologies, I forgot. You are quite rare. Lu Jia hadn't anticipated that in a moment of impulse, casually connecting a line would lead her to uncover the affair between Ji Ming and Yang Yaya. Though unexpected, it was a fortuitous revelation. Out of sentiment and reason, she felt compelled to express gratitude to the host. Host, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be oblivious to their deception. Sheng You nodded gently, exuding an air of calm. No need to thank me. This is the consequence of the good deeds you have sown. Lu Jia was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? I've remained anonymous. Over the years, she had indeed been supporting impoverished children in mountainous regions. She didn't deem it significant enough to mention, not even to her own parents. Yet the host was aware. On second thought, considering the host had deduced Ji Ming and Yang Yaya's affair, knowing this was hardly surprising. Is there anything else you wish to ask? If not, I shall disconnect. Sheng You hadn't anticipated that the first call would take so long. She aimed to swiftly conclude this one and retire for the night. Lu Jia shook her head. Nothing more. Very well, on to the next. The connection between them was severed, leaving only Sheng Yu's exquisitely beautiful face in the live stream. Host, your looks are stunning. Host, your beauty is breathtaking. It captivates my heart. Honestly, with a face like that, you would incite wars in ancient times. Such beauty. Insurance companies wouldn't dare take the risk. With this allure, you could easily make a name in the entertainment industry. For this face, I would perish in this stream. All right, let us welcome the next fortunate soul. The comments scrolled rapidly as the next fan appeared on screen. Here she comes, here she comes. Why is it another lady? Does the host's stream lack male fans? I've been single for 18 years and couldn't snag a single lady.
Wow.
Congrats to this lady. She's so lucky. Ugh. Don't tell me, she's here to catch a mistress again. Sheng You lazily lifted her eyelids, her gaze sweeping over. The girl appeared youthful, her face still carrying a hint of innocence, her excitement unmasked. Is it me? Is it really me? Yes, it is you. Sheng Yu replied. The girl, confirming it was indeed herself, sprang from her chair. You, I'm your longtime fan. I've supported you since your first stream. I want to say that I will always support you. Sheng Yu expressed her gratitude and got straight to the point. What do you wish to inquire? A bashful smile graced the girl's face. I want to know if my boyfriend and I can be together. The audience, who had hoped to witness a murder mystery, were displeased upon hearing this. Another one asking about relationships? You love-struck individuals. Don't you have anything else to do? Is this a relationship advice stream? Why does everyone come here with love-related questions? Boring, I'm done watching. If you want to know if you can be with your boyfriend, shouldn't you ask him? The barrage of comments continued. But Sheng Yu merely cast a fleeting glance before returning her attention to the girl, her brow furrowing slightly. Are you currently with your boyfriend? The girl, shyly affirming, replied, We snuck out to play. He knew I wanted to travel, so he secretly brought me to Yun City. The comments chimed in. Your boyfriend snuck you out. You can't be underage, right? If your boyfriend can sneak you out, he isn't a good person. Little sister, we don't connect with minors in this stream. Isn't the sister already with her boyfriend? Why is she asking if they can be together? The girl noticed a few comments questioning her age and hurried to clarify. I'm of age. My parents are just strict, which is why I sneaked out. My boyfriend isn't a bad person. He saved me from some troublemakers. But my parents dislike him, criticizing his job and background. He doesn't want to work early. But he has no choice. If he doesn't he'll starve. He earns with his own hands, without stealing or robbing. Just because he works in a bar doesn't mean he deserves disdain. As Wei Xian spoke, she became increasingly emotional, tears welling up as she sympathized with her boyfriend's plight. Yu, can you tell me what I should do for my parents to accept my boyfriend? Sheng Yu's expression turned serious, her tone tinged with gravity. I can only say that your parents are correct. Your boyfriend is indeed not a good person. Wei Xian's expression froze, her pupils widening in disbelief. Yu, how can you say that? The comments erupted. Diagnosis complete. This little sister is undoubtedly love-struck. If your parents disagree, you can't just elope. The hostess' words suggest something isn't right. The hostess' expression indicates that the situation may be dire. Has this little sister been brainwashed by her boyfriend? Sheng Yu scrutinized her for a moment before continuing. If you cannot accept this, let me rephrase. You and he cannot be together, for you are on the brink of death. Is the host certain that this way she'll find it easier to accept? Why does the host say this? The sister doesn't seem to be gravely ill. The host is a fortune teller. She must have seen something. Wei Xian was even more anxious than them, her eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable fear. Being a devoted fan of Sheng Yu, she believed in her ability to foresee. Yu, why did you say that? Did you see something in me? Am I gravely ill? She was still young. She didn't want to die. Yu, I'm scared, please help me. Wei Xian's voice trembled, thick with emotion, nearly begging. Youth often renders one unacquainted with the gravitas of life and death, leaving them ill-prepared to confront such profound topics with composure. A mere utterance can instill considerable fear. Observing her unwavering belief in his words, Sheng Yu felt a glimmer of hope. First, calm yourself and listen to me. Follow my instructions. Remember, the only one who can save you is yourself. Understood, she replied, her demeanor remarkably serene, as if the cacophony of the outside world could not disturb her tranquility. Xiamingfei, are you still in the stream? If so, press 1. The barrage of comments erupted with a flurry of question marks. Who is Xiamingfei? Since the host knows his name, she must be acquainted with him. Isn't the focus now on why the host is calling for him? Xiamingfei had initially intended to watch Sheng Yu's stream for a brief moment before retiring for the night. Having been engrossed in a major case that had benefited from Sheng Yu's insights, she finally had a couple of days off. Yet, once she entered the stream, she found herself unable to leave. She was not one to indulge in gossip or meddle in romantic entanglements, but the thought of leaving Sheng Yu vulnerable to bullying was intolerable. Thus, she remained. Upon hearing Sheng Yu call her name, she immediately responded, using the dwindling funds in her account to send a floating comment. One after sending it, she realized something was amiss. Wait, how did Sheng Yu know she was lurking in the stream? Could she have deduced it somehow? This thought only deepened Xiamingfei's admiration for Sheng Yu. akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. The audience in the stream noticed the account named, "Don't Call Me Brother. I'm the Sister" had sent a So, the rich sister knows the host. Haha, my rich sister is now online with her real name. Forget rich sister.
Call her Xie.
This brief interlude alleviated the previously tense atmosphere in the stream. As the viewers speculated on the purpose of Sheng Yu's summons, she instructed Fei, "Once I provide the address, contact the local police immediately to mobilize for rescue." Any other individual would have taken ages to elaborate. But Fei did not ask a single further question, pressing one again. However, her account was devoid of funds, so this time it was a standard comment, and fearing Sheng Yu might overlook it, she sent several more. In this, she underestimated Sheng Yu's perceptiveness. After exchanging pleasantries with Fei, Sheng Yu turned her attention back to the girl on the line. "Now, you may disclose your address." Her dark eyes were profound and exuded an undeniable authority as her voice turned cool, the name of the guest house, and its approximate location. Upon receiving the information, Fei wasted no time in contacting her local colleagues, explaining the situation. Since it was a direct call from the capital's criminal investigation team, the authorities in Yun City took it very seriously. There was indeed rationale behind Sheng Yu's directive for Fei to make the contact. Meanwhile, the stream was abuzz with rapid discussions. Did I hear correctly? Xie can directly contact the local police in Yun City. Does that imply her identity is also that of a law enforcement officer? No, wait. What's the situation? The girl is in distress. Shouldn't we be contacting a nearby hospital instead? Have you overlooked something? The host has never stated that the girl is seriously ill. Exactly. The host only mentioned that the girl is close to death, but not how. Chapter 44. Urgent, I am the king of Gigi. At that moment, someone recalled Sheng Yu's earlier remark and the topic in the comment shifted. Wait, didn't the host previously say that the young lady's boyfriend is not a good person? Pay attention to the keywords, not a good person. Could the young lady's demise be related to her boyfriend? I have an immature hypothesis. Her boyfriend might be a serial killer. No. Are you treating the host stream like a legal news report? Wei Xian initially believed her health issues were the cause of her impending death. However, now that Sheng Yu was in contact with the police rather than an ambulance, coupled with the comments circulating, a multitude of horrifying thoughts flooded her mind. Yuyo, how will I die? Please tell me, I can handle it. And what is wrong with my boyfriend? At this critical juncture, Sheng Yu had no intention of withholding the truth. Revealing the vision she had seen, "You will die on the operating table. Your boyfriend is not as simple as you think. He brought you to Yun City because he covets your young and healthy body. Die on the operating table? Am I truly ill?" Wei Xian, having been sheltered by her family, was unfamiliar with the darker aspects of society and failed to grasp the implications of Sheng Yu's words. The fans in the stream were equally bewildered. What does the host mean? Stop being evasive. So, is the young lady really gravely ill? Urgent, I am the king of Gigi. However, Fei, who remained in the stream to follow the developments, comprehended the gravity of the situation, her expression darkening. This girl's case was entangled with organ trafficking. Feng Jun also understood, his brows furrowing slightly, concern evident in his eyes. If the girl were saved today, Sheng Yu would become a target for the criminal organization seeking retribution for disturbing their operations. Conversely, if she were not rescued, Sheng Yu would be subjected to both the organization's vengeance and online harassment. For Sheng Yu, this connection was far from fortuitous. Sheng Yu hadn't anticipated that her revelations would be misunderstood by so many. Some operating tables were not necessarily for saving lives, and not all surgeons wielded their scalpels for benevolent purposes. Before the girl could voice her question, Sheng Yu pressed on. Before you met your boyfriend, did you undergo a health examination? Wei Xian's pupils dilated in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yuyo, how did you know? I had a physical examination at the hospital about half a month before I met him. Do you know the black market value of a young, healthy human heart? You don't, but your boyfriend does. Sheng Yu spoke with an impassive face, her tone calm as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, her words ignited an uproar in the stream. I understand now. The young lady's boyfriend wants her heart. My intellect has finally kicked in. So, the young lady's boyfriend approached her to extract her heart? Goodness, that's terrifying. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. What a horror story. Stop with the idle chatter. Shouldn't we be urging the young lady to escape? The host is wasting precious time that the young lady could use to save herself. Wei Xian's mind went blank, paralyzed by fear. She wanted to rise and flee, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. Yet, a flicker of hope for her boyfriend lingered in her heart. Yuyo, could you be mistaken? Chuan doesn't seem like a bad person. He has always been good to me. The comments reacted vehemently to her words. Bad people don't have bad person written on their faces. Love is blind. There's no saving her. A brain is a wonderful thing, but it seems you lack one. Too foolish to be saved. Host, let her go. Of course, some naysayers took the opportunity to stir trouble in the stream. Is the host's word gospel? Can't people question it? The host casually accused the girl's boyfriend of being an organ trafficker, a claim that was understandably met with disbelief. If someone were to say my boyfriend is a trafficker, I wouldn't believe it either. With a dispassionate gaze, Sheng You regarded her, his tone growing even colder. Why did he bring you to Yin City? It is the closest point to the border region of Myanmar. Why did he not travel by plane or train, but instead opted for a rideshare? Because his identity card is forged, rendering him unable to purchase tickets. Since arriving here, his temperament has soured. He perceives you as a lamb waiting for slaughter, and he can no longer maintain the facade. The color drained from Wei Xian's face, leaving her pale, and her voice trembled as she asked, "What should I do now?"
Vilidi?
I miss my parents so much. The audience in the live stream began to grasp the gravity of the situation, growing anxious for Wei Xian. What are you waiting for, sister?
Run.
Now, you think of your parents? Why didn't you consider them when you eloped with your boyfriend? Stop crying and run. I'm losing my mind. My blood pressure is rising. Hurry. I told you about love-struck fools. They invite disaster. Isn't the host supposed to be impressive? Then why not act quickly to save her? The host is just stalling for views, disregarding lives. Is the host willing to sacrifice for clicks? Those who seek views have no moral compass. Host, stop chasing views and try to be a decent person. What kind of people are cursing the host? Critics, stop being awkward. It's embarrassing. Critics, could you at least use your brains when you criticize? Critics, stop already. Your keyboards are nearly smoking. Critics, how much do you charge per comment? Share, so we can profit together. Sheng Yu is not stalling for time. Rather, the girl on the other end of the line had no chance of escape. This guest house was their stronghold, and every corner was likely under surveillance. She could not flee and had to await rescue. What should the sister do now?
Right.
She can't just wait to die. Didn't the host say to wait for rescue? Just as Sheng Yu finished speaking, a knock echoed from the other side. Then came a man's voice. Xian, open the door. I forgot my room card. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wei Xian's body jolted, paralyzed by fear. The audience felt her tension. I can't even breathe. This is too nerve-wracking. I can't bear to look. What if he discovers her? Sister, hang in there. I was just dozing off. Wait for me. I'll put on some shoes. Wei Xian attempted to steady her voice, but it trembled nonetheless. She forced her shaky legs to move toward the door, each step feeling unbearably heavy. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and opened the door.
Ah, you're done?
Were you sleeping? Why didn't you take off your jacket? Jia Zhenchuan scanned her with a puzzled look. Oh, I was lying down playing on my phone, and I dozed off without bothering to remove my jacket, Wei Xian replied, pinching her palm to remain calm. She did not want to die. As Sheng Yu had advised, she could only rely on herself now. Yet, she was too young and inexperienced to completely conceal her fear in the face of a man intent on her destruction. Why are you trembling? Jia Zhenchuan's piercing gaze slithered over her like a snake, sending chills down her spine. The audience in the live stream collectively held their breath for her. Did he discover something? His voice is terrifying. Sister, don't shake. I'm about to lose it. You're facing a murderer, and you still tremble? I can't take this. My heart is racing. ISNT the air conditioning on? Why do you still feel cold? Jia Zhenchuan's displeasure intensified as he scrutinized her. In the past, Wei Xian might have interpreted his words as concern. But now she understood that his gaze was that of a man sizing up a valuable commodity, devoid of genuine emotion. His concern was not for her well-being, but rather for the health of his investment. Yes, illness. She could feign sickness. A spark of inspiration struck Wei Xian. I don't know. My head doesn't hurt, but my stomach has been bothering me. I think I might have eaten something bad. Oh no. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for his response, she clutched her abdomen and rushed to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Sitting on the toilet, her legs trembled uncontrollably. She opened her phone, speaking in hushed tones to avoid detection. What should I do? What is my next move? Yes, outside, right there. Sheng Yu understood she was seeking refuge in the bathroom and lowered his voice. He needs your living heart. If you die, you lose your value. So for now, you're safe. You're doing well. Continue to delay. Sister, stay strong. Sister, don't give up. Sister, don't fear. We are all here. Sister, you are doing great. Much braver than I am. Wei Xian felt her eyes well up at the encouraging messages flooding the screen. Thank you all. Yet, Jia Zhenchuan heard her speaking from within the bathroom. Wei Xian, who are you talking to? Just a good friend. She asked if this place is fun and wants to come visit. Perhaps the supportive messages from the audience had eased her fear, allowing her to regain some composure. Oh, your friend wants to visit? Have her come over. I know the owner of this guest house. I can get her a 50% discount. Jia Zhenchuan shouted, eager not to miss any opportunity. Everything seemed to be shifting in a positive direction. She just needed to stall and await the police's arrival. But outside, impatience was growing. Why are you taking so long? Can you hurry up? My friends are planning something. I'm taking you out tonight. Jia Zhenchuan lit a cigarette, his irritation rising as he realized she was still inside. Wei Xian, fearing he might suspect something was amiss, dared not ignore him. My stomach hurts. I want to be going out tonight. You go have fun. No. You must go tonight. Jia Zhenchuan's voice turned harsh, then softened. Xian, be a good girl. Listen to me. We need to take some medicine. This outing is for you, and I can't embarrass myself in front of my friends if I don't take you. But my stomach really hurts, Chuan. Can we reschedule? Wei Xian continued to negotiate. Seeing her resistant to his gentle approach ignited his suppressed anger. Regardless, he would ensure she left tonight to complete the transaction. He no longer cared to maintain the facade of the infatuated boyfriend. Wei Xian, you will go tonight, whether you like it or not. Get out here. Don't keep my friends waiting. If you don't come out soon, I'll kick the door down. Jia Zhenchuan's patience snapped, and he revealed his true nature, violently pounding on the door. Wei Xian was terrified by his sudden transformation. The relentless banging on the door felt like a death knell. The viewers in the live stream began to comprehend the peril she faced. There's no way anything will happen. It will be fine. Sister, don't panic. He no longer wishes to act. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xiaming Fei, while broadcasting live and monitoring the real-time dynamics of the stream, maintained contact with colleagues in Yun City. She felt a greater urgency than the viewers in the streaming room because she understood the inhumanity of those who trade in human organs. Chapter 46. Your reckoning is approaching. Xiaming Fei had witnessed the horrific sight of a victim's abdomen being brutally opened by organ traffickers, and she had perused case files concerning organ trafficking. Why are you still not here? Hurry. The organ trafficker is no longer pretending. The girl awaiting rescue is in peril. The police team from Yun City is still on their way. Officer Xie, this is not the bustling metropolis of Jing City where the roads are easily navigable. We wish to expedite our arrival, but the mountain roads at night are treacherous. Xiaming Fei felt helpless despite her anxiety. At that moment, a piercing scream emanated from the phone she was using to watch the live stream. Ah! This was soon followed by the sound of the phone hitting the ground. The screen showing the girl in the live connection went dark, but fortunately, they could still hear sounds. Wei Xian, you think locking the door will stop me? This flimsy door cannot hold me back. Jia Zhenchuan, no longer pretending, approached Wei Xian with a distorted expression of anger. His cruel gaze looming over her like a predator eyeing its prey. Aren't you feeling abdominal pain? Why are you sitting on the toilet with your pants still on? Jia Zhenchuan quickly noticed something amiss. Wei Xian's mind was engulfed by fear, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Jia Zhenchuan discerned the unmistakable terror reflected in her eyes when she looked at him. Are you afraid of me? Why? Have you discovered something? A sudden realization struck him. He might have been exposed. Yet, he had concealed himself well from Wei Xian. How could this fool have figured out that something was amiss? Wait. Who are you talking to while hiding in the bathroom? Jia Zhenchuan immediately became alert. Damn it, this wretched woman isn't secretly calling the police, is she? He yanked her up, searching her body. Where is your phone? Produce it. What phone? You insolent wretch, still pretending. You were just using your phone to call for help. Weren't you? Jia Zhenchuan's expression darkened, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he tightened his grip around her neck, slamming her against the glass wall of the bathroom. Coughing, Wei Xian struggled to breathe, nearly suffocating. Suddenly, Jia Zhenchuan released his hold on her neck. You can't die. Your life is too valuable. It's over. I've been discovered. He's coming in. Will he kill the young lady now? The young lady is so pitiful. What should we do? Streamer, speak up. Stop acting mysterious. At that moment, A significant portion of the chat room was filled with queries about what to do. After experiencing the terror of near death, Wei Xian was emotionally shattered. All she could do was plead for mercy, uncertain of any other course of action. Don't take my heart. I don't want to die. My parents are wealthy. They will pay you. Jia Zhenchuan sneered coldly. You've realized it, Haven to you? Now you think of your dear parents? Too late. I have no interest in your family's wealth. Do you know how much your beating heart is worth? It can fetch 10 million. Wei Xian sat helplessly on the floor, her face filled with despair as if every shred of hope had been stripped away, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Jia Zhenchuan showed her no mercy, squatting down and gripping her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Now, tell me where you've hidden your phone. Wei Xian shook her head. It's not here, not here. Jia Zhenchuan, being seasoned in this line of work, was not foolish. He scanned the bathroom and soon discovered Wei Xian's phone wedged between the toilet and the trash can. Upon seeing her phone had been found, Wei Xian felt the last flicker of hope extinguished. She shouted towards the phone. Yuyo, save me. The phone has been found. Oh no, the phone has been discovered. You bastard. We're all watching. Don't harm the young lady. With all the wrongdoings you've committed, beware of retribution. Murder. Go to hell. Jia Zhenchuan used Wei Xian's face to unlock the phone, revealing a stream of insults directed at him. He paused in surprise before mocking Wei Xian. Are you out of your mind? Instead of calling the police, you chose to connect to the live stream to seek help? Ha ha ha. I've never seen someone so foolish. Fortunately, they don't require your intellect. Otherwise, your brain would be worthless. Jia Zhenchuan laughed arrogantly for a while. His malicious gaze fixed on the screen as he ominously stated, if you meddle further, you'll be the next to die. Anyone else might have been intimidated by his words at that moment. Yet, Jia Zhenchuan had no time to listen to her ramblings. He raised his hand and gave the screen the middle finger, subsequently disconnecting the phone amidst a chorus of insults. This person is incredibly arrogant. It infuriates me. He disconnected. What will happen to the young lady? Streamer, quickly contact your friend and see if they arrived. Will the young lady be saved? The viewers, caught in suspense, could only feel anxious as the stream abruptly ended. Sheng You was also preparing to contact Mingfei to inquire about the situation in Yun City. However, the organ traffickers were already aware of the stream's existence. She could not risk revealing any information in the live chat. After shutting down the stream, she finally contacted Mingfei. Has the police arrived in Yun City? Sheng You, the situation is dire. They arrived at the inn, but the owner and staff insist that the suspects have already left. Sheng You furrowed her brow, realizing they were a step too late. Surveillance footage confirmed their departure. And to prevent any deception, they had searched all the rooms in the inn, concluding they had indeed left. The environment there was complex, surrounded by snow-capped mountains. If they had hidden in the mountains, it would be quite challenging to locate them. They needed to request additional personnel for a search operation. Mingfei relayed the situation to Sheng You. Chapter 47. Borrowing a large airplane. No, they are still at the inn. They haven't left. With this statement, Sheng Yu could ascertain that they were still hiding at the inn. Mingfei unconditionally trusted Sheng Yu, knowing she would not speak without certainty. However, when she communicated this information to her colleagues in Yun City, they were skeptical and demanded evidence. Mingfei stated plainly, our experts have deduced this. I would never jest about matters of life and death. The recent child sacrifice case we solved was expedited thanks to the assistance of this expert, Sheng. She possesses an inexplicable talent beyond scientific explanation. Sheng Yu recognized that Mingfei was facing resistance and suggested forming a group chat to connect herself with the police in Yun City. I will explain it to them. Mingfei, with her exceptional efficiency, completed this task in mere minutes, initiating a multi-party video call. Sheng Yu's porcelain white face appeared on the screen, only reinforcing the other's belief that Mingfei was jesting. Officer Xie, is this the expert you mentioned? She appears younger than you. Mingfei became displeased upon witnessing him belittle Sheng Yu, exclaiming, does age truly correlate with one's abilities? Sheng Yu, well aware of the importance of substantiating claims with facts, raised her eyelids and cast a glance at the man across from her, whose face was adorned with stubble and whose hair was cut short. Captain Liu, she began, your wife wishes to divorce you not because of infidelity, but due to your mother frequently mentioning your first love in your absence. She believes you still harbor feelings for your initial romance. The insinuations your mother made regarding your wife's supposed disloyalty are nothing but fabrications. As a police officer, shouldn't you investigate this matter? Liu Yang's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Indeed, his wife was pursuing a divorce. Yet, he had never shared the details outside their home, fearing the embarrassment of airing family grievances. How could such information have reached a stranger in Jing City? The only conclusion was that this seemingly young girl possessed genuine divination skills. I understand my family matters and will handle them, he replied, but could you speak about the current case? Sheng You replied, I can confirm they are still at the guest house, but I cannot ascertain their exact location. There should be secret rooms or hidden spaces within the guest house. Please search thoroughly and refrain from hastily withdrawing. If she were present at the scene, perhaps her metaphysical abilities could guide her to their hiding spot, but regrettably, she was merely separated by a screen, unable to manifest her skills. Seal off the entire guest house and the surrounding roads. I will find a way to fly over. Fly over?
Luyang questionet, incredulo usli.
Are you planning to demonstrate sword flight? The distance from Jing City to Yin City is considerable. It would take quite a while. Sheng You retorted, I practice metaphysics, not immortality. I cannot fly on a sword. I will borrow a large aircraft. To reach Yin City in the shortest time possible, she needed to seek help from Feng Sheng. She wondered if he was already asleep. Having heard, he lived like an elderly man, favoring early nights and early mornings. Disregarding her thoughts, saving lives took precedence. Sheng You grabbed her phone to contact Feng Sheng. Master Feng, how is the young girl? Has she been rescued? Unexpectedly, she encountered Feng Lei loitering at her doorstep, clearly having watched her live stream that evening. After finishing her broadcast, he, like the thousands of viewers, was eager to learn about the unfolding events. Unable to sleep, he hesitated to disturb her at such a late hour, opting instead to pace outside her door. Where is Feng Sheng? I just spoke to him, Sheng You thought. But she had no time for idle chat. I have something to attend to, she stated curtly, heading straight for the second floor and Feng Sheng's bedroom. After knocking a few times, Feng Sheng's deep voice resonated from within. The door is unlocked. Come in. Sheng You turned the handle and entered, only to be greeted by the sight of Feng Sheng's muscular back. He had just emerged from the bathroom, droplets of water glistening on his hair. A white bath towel casually wrapped around his waist, revealing a trim waistline and hinting at a well-defined physique. As he turned, expecting Feng Lei, he was instead met with Sheng Yu's wide eyes, filled with surprise. Although Sheng Yu was not unfamiliar with the male form, having encountered it during her previous life of exorcism, the sensation felt different in this moment. Do you need something? Feng Sheng's gaze remained deep and tranquil, resembling a still pond, concealing any ripples of emotion, yet subtly revealing an undercurrent of intrigue. He would not confess that his thoughts had been occupied with the woman before him during his shower, ultimately suppressing his rising warmth with cold water. I need to borrow something, Sheng Yu stated, getting straight to the point. What do you need to borrow? A plane, a private jet. I wish to fly to Yin City immediately. Yin City? Is the girl not rescued? Do you need to go yourself? Upon hearing her intent to travel to Yin City, Feng Sheng deduced it was related to the girl from the live broadcast, indicating the matter was unresolved. How did you know I was going to Yin City? Did you watch my live stream? Sheng Yu found Feng Lei's interest in her broadcast unremarkable, but Feng Sheng, who usually occupied his time with meditation and copying Buddhist scriptures, seemed an unlikely viewer. I stumbled upon it by chance, Feng Sheng admitted, feigning nonchalance, but internally regretting his slip of the tongue. Fortunately, Sheng Yu did not press further. So, can I borrow your private jet? Once tonight passes, they may relocate that girl. I'll have Feng Lei make the arrangements. After securing the aircraft, Sheng Yu promptly sent a voice message to the group created by Xiaming Fei. I have acquired the plane and will soon depart for Yin City. You continue the search. Apply pressure to them so they hesitate to act, and gather everyone at the guest house. I will see if I can uncover any clues from them. Chapter 48. You can come closer, but not so close. What are they searching for? The girl from the live stream? Feng Sheng, now dressed in a robe, glanced toward Sheng Yu, initiating conversation. Sheng Yu nodded, briefly relaying the situation in Yin City. So, you suspect there are hidden rooms in the guest house, and they are currently hiding there? It is not a suspicion. It is a certainty. I saw it with my celestial eye. The man is hiding inside. Leisurely smoking a cigarette, Sheng Yu corrected him. In Feng Sheng's eyes, her earnest defense was endearing, prompting him to refrain from further comment. He picked up his phone to contact Feng Lei and arranged the private jet. The process on Feng Lei's end was not expeditious. Are you certain you want to remain standing here? To ensure flight safety, the private jet required a flight plan submission prior to departure, coordination with the airports in both Jing City and Yin City, as well as pre-flight inspections. Thus, Feng Sheng's private aircraft did not operate as swiftly as depicted in novels. While standing there was not physically taxing for Sheng You, the radiant energy and auspicious aura emanating from Feng Heng were captivating. She felt drawn to absorb it, as it was an opportunity not to be missed. The spacious bedroom featured a set of traditional Chinese redwood sofas positioned by the window. Feng Heng sat on a single chair, and Sheng You chose a spot nearby, reasoning that proximity would enhance her chance to absorb his energy. With a legitimate reason to remain, she no longer needed to awkwardly engage in conversation, instead settling into a meditative position on the large sofa to cultivate her energy. Uncertain of the reason, she sensed an abundance of yang energy radiating from Feng Heng at that moment. Before she could ponder further, a notification chimed from her phone, drawing both their attentions. Feng Heng feigned interest in documents, yet his focus wavered, unable to concentrate on the text. Sheng You opened her phone to listen to the recently received voice message. Lu Yang's voice came through. "Little expert, we have thoroughly searched the guest house inside and out. Yet we found no secret rooms or hidden spaces. We inspected even the cellar and wine cellar, discovering nothing amiss. They have overlooked no corner." Almost to the point of digging 3 feet into the ground. Sheng You raised her gaze to him, her brows slightly furrowed. "What did you discern from that voice message?" Feng Heng's chin dipped slightly before slowly rising, his movements deliberate and forceful. "I heard someone calling for help. Are you certain? Should we get closer and listen again?" It is not that Sheng Yu disbelieves his words, but rather, how is it possible that she, being closer to the phone than he, did not hear anyone calling for help? With the enhancement of her cultivation, her hearing should have improved as well. Fei Qing took several long strides to approach her, slightly bending down with his hands resting on the back of the sofa. Sheng Yu had not intended for him to be this close. Close enough to hear each other's breaths. If she were to concern herself with such trivial matters now, it would make her seem overly sensitive. "I let it go. Listen carefully again." After listening, she began to doubt whether there was an issue with her hearing. Why had she heard nothing? Were there really cries for help? Could it be that you misheard? It didn't he come from the phone but from outside? Sheng Yu pressed the phone to her ear once more, listening intently. Fine. She conceded that she detected some indistinct noise. But wasn't that merely the sound of the wind? Fei Qing observed her bewilderment and, with a calm demeanor, explained, "My hearing is superior to most. It is normal for you not to hear it." In truth, Sheng Yu's hearing was also quite good, yet at this moment, she was no longer preoccupied with whether she could hear, but rather focused on conveying this discovery to Lu Yang at the inn. She initiated a video call in the group chat. Xiaming Fei and Lu Yang answered almost simultaneously. "I just sent a voice message from the stairs. What happened?" "The voice message you sent had a girl's cry for help in the background." "A girl's cry for help? How come I didn't hear it?" Lu Yang thought to himself that he was not usually hard of hearing. If there was a cry for help, it was illogical that he could not hear it while the little expert on the other end could. Sheng Yu glanced at Fei Qing, noting his disinclination to explain. So she hastily fabricated an excuse to deflect. "I have my ways of hearing sounds that ordinary people cannot." Lu Yang did not press further, as the immediate priority was to rescue the person in distress. "Gather everyone. Search thoroughly. Don't overlook the stairs or the gaps in the floor." "Understood." The group split up, one team searching upward and the other downward. The innkeeper, noticing their intent to search the stairs behind the building, changed her expression and intervened. "You don't even have a search warrant. What right do you have to damage my property?" Her sudden and unusual reaction further convinced Lu Yang that something was amiss. "Go ahead and break it. I will take responsibility if anything happens." "Captain, there's an entrance here. Leave a few people to keep an eye on these suspects above. The rest, arm yourselves and follow me down to investigate." Knowing they were pursuing a dangerous organ trafficker, Lu Yang remained vigilant, brandishing his firearm and leading the way. It was no wonder they could not hear the cries for help. It was too deep for anyone to hear. Oh, but the little expert could hear them. Lu Yang heightened his vigilance, raising the powerful flashlight to illuminate their surroundings. The space was limited and shrouded in darkness, permeated by a musty odor. Under the beam of the flashlight, he spotted several individuals lying on the ground. They were still hidden in the inn. These individuals included both the victims they sought to rescue and the organ trafficker. Having previously served in the narcotics unit, he had dealt with some extremely vicious and cunning criminals. If the organ trafficker had no escape routes, he would likely disguise himself as a victim, waiting for the chance to flee afterward. Chapter 49. Don't let that little rascal get up. Everyone, be cautious, Lu Yang warned his team, signaling them to hold back momentarily. He contemplated whether he should call the little expert via video to show her the situation below. When the video connected, Sheng Yu's gaze followed the rear camera of the phone, revealing the conditions underground. The cavern was small, approximately a dozen square meters, with several individuals sprawled awkwardly on the ground. One man in the corner was wearing the same coat as the organ trafficker seen during the live broadcast. Clearly, Lu Yong had also noticed him and cautiously edged closer, gun drawn. That's not him. That's a woman. Sheng You caught a glimpse and immediately sensed something was amiss. Promptly revealing the true position of the organ trafficker, he had swapped clothes with one of the victims and was now lying on the left side, dressed in a pink down jacket, face down. Lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious, Jia Zhenchuan felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Wait. Why did that woman's voice sound so familiar? Wasn't she the female broadcaster who had linked with Wei Xian? Who was she? And how could she command the police in Yun City through a video call? Jia Zhenchuan had no time to ponder further, since he had been discovered. He could only fight for his life. He reached down to retrieve the knife hidden in his pocket, preparing to take a hostage and escape when the opportunity arose. However, that woman's voice echoed again. He's reaching for a knife now, probably thinking he can resist. If you don't want to engage in close combat, I suggest you don't let that little rascal get up. Jia Zhenchuan, caught attempting to grasp the knife, Lu Yong, poised to advance with his firearm, and the team members behind him froze in their tracks. With his next move exposed, Jia Zhenchuan hesitated, unsure whether to continue or withdraw. Seizing the moment, the others coordinated seamlessly to subdue him, placing handcuffs on his wrists and retrieving a small military knife from his possession. With your little tricks, you still think you can turn the tables? Stay put. Jia Zhenchuan believed that the organization he worked for would not abandon him. All he needed to do was insist that he was merely on vacation and deny any allegations related to organ trafficking. What right do you have to arrest me? I was just playing around with my girlfriend. Those statements during the broadcast were merely meant to frighten her. You police wouldn't take them seriously, would you? Unexpectedly, he even dared to provoke Sheng You through the phone. I've memorized your face. Just wait. Once I'm out, I will definitely come find you. On the other end, Sheng You ignored his taunts and instead addressed Lu Yong. Captain, do you want to make a name for yourself? Looking for a promotion and a raise? Lu Yong nodded eagerly. Of course. Who in this line of work doesn't want to achieve merit and rise through the ranks? Oh, then you have your chance. He's involved in more than just this case. Jia Zhenchuan smirked, thinking the woman had wasted her breath. Did these officers not know he had other cases against him? Did they have the evidence to convict him? However, before his smile could fade, he heard the woman's voice again. 5 cases in Jing City, 1 in South City, 3 in Port City, 1 in New City, 3 in Ocean City, plus today's case, totaling 14 missing persons cases, all perpetrated by him. He could not have done this alone. There must be a vast organization behind him. If the organization learned he was turning into a police informant, they would surely not spare him. My suggestion is to utilize him as bait to lure out the bigger fish. Jia Zhenchuan's smile vanished. How do you know so much? Wait. How does this woman know all this? Could it be that someone in the organization had betrayed them? Lu Yong, understanding the situation, nodded in gratitude towards Sheng You. Thank you, little expert. After controlling Jia Zhenchuan, the team members who had followed Lu Yong down began to check on the others lying on the ground. There were 4 in total, all young girls, including Wei Xian, who had linked with Sheng You during the broadcast. Boss, they are all alive, just drugged and unconscious. The fact that they were alive did not imply that the criminals had any humanity. It was simply because the merchandise was unsellable. Lu Yong nodded and replied, First, let's get the people up and call an ambulance for them. The rest of you, come with me to control everyone in this guest house. Once these girls regain consciousness, we will have them identify the culprits. With everyone found alive, President Feng had accumulated another wave of merit. After ending the video call with Lu Yong, Sheng You turned to Feng Shan. This man was truly a natural-born cultivator, amassing virtue with effortless ease. Feng Shan's expression remained calm and steady, showing little fluctuation. He was indifferent to how many lives were saved. His gaze fell upon Sheng Yu's delicate face, and he inquired, Do you understand who you have offended? Sheng Yu blinked at him, responding, Of course. They are bad people. Feng Shan rubbed his forehead. Sheng Yu, I am not jesting. These individuals are involved in the trade of human organs. To them, murder is merely a trivial matter. Sheng Yu tilted her head and smiled. So what? Are you suggesting they will come to kill me? If they do, let them come. I owe Xiaming Fei a favor and can use them to repay it. You are not afraid at all? Feng Shan was utterly astonished. After all that, she actually contemplated using those merciless criminals to settle a debt. Sheng Yu was certainly not afraid. After all, she was a master of metaphysics and had no reason to fear a few filthy rats scurrying in the dark. Her gaze caught the radiant light of virtue surrounding Feng Shan, and suddenly, she had an epiphany. Of course, I am afraid. But as long as I stay by President Feng's side, illuminated by your virtue, they should not be able to harm me. The only uncertainty is whether you would be willing to protect me. To bask in his virtue, Sheng You had no qualms about feigning weakness in front of him. A few days prior, the negative energy had coursed through her body, leaving her feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. And she did not wish to endure that again. Feng Shan had not anticipated the utility of the virtue surrounding him in this manner. However, he was unsure whether Sheng Yu was being sincere or merely teasing him. Are you certain that being near me will keep you safe? Sheng Yu gazed at him earnestly. Half seriously, yes, as long as I remain by your side, I will be perfectly fine. Chapter 50. President Feng is handsome and kind-hearted. Truly a person of boundless merit. All right. Then you shall stay by my side. Feng Shan, who lived more like a monk than those in the temple, exhibited no emotional fluctuations in this mundane world. Sheng Yu was somewhat surprised by his prompt agreement. Are you certain you understood my meaning? When I said I want to be near you, I do not merely mean residing in your home. To be under the protection of your virtue, I must be close to you. If I were too far away, like that time when the vehicle you were in rolled off a cliff, those two gentlemen survived solely because they were in the same car as you. Had you not been there, they would not have lived through such a fall. She pointed out, look where I am staying now. It's too far from you. If an assassin were to come at midnight, I would surely perish. Feng Shan grasped her meaning. His dark eyes deepening. I will have Feng Lei arrange for you to move to the room next to mine. Sheng Yu had not expected him to be so accommodating, so she seized the opportunity to make further requests. During the day, I might occasionally wander in front of you. Can you accept that? Fearing he would find her bothersome and refuse, she quickly added, rest assured, I am perceptive and will not disturb your important matters. Just a glance from you, and I will promptly take my leave. Feng Shan hesitated, not because he thought she would annoy him, but rather because he worried that she might witness his emotional instability and uncover the secret of the Feng family's curse. Sheng Yu lowered her gaze, her tone laced with disappointment. President Feng thinks I am a nuisance and no longer wishes to protect me. In truth, those organ trafficking organizations are not so terrifying. If they capture me, they might just take a kidney and spare my life. Feng Shan's brow twitched. He knew she was acting, yet he found himself unable to disregard her. Let it be as you say. President Feng is indeed handsome and kind-hearted, truly a person endowed with boundless merit. Having participated in a couple of live streams, Sheng Yu had learned quite a few new terms. After receiving the instruction from their master, Feng Lei was bewildered for a while. Master, are you still my Feng Shan? Have you been possessed by some wild spirit? Feng Shan looked at him, his gaze as cold and detached as ever, yet it exuded an invisible pressure that left Feng Lei feeling small. He shrank back, realizing that this was indeed their master.
Feng Shan.
Master, why have you placed Sheng Xiadashi by your side? Do you suspect her identity? Feng Lei could find no other suitable rationale. Feng Shan lifted his eyelids, his thin lips curving into a faint smile. Since when do I need to report my actions to you? Feng Lei dared not breathe, realizing he had gotten ahead of himself, inadvertently drawing attention to their master. I will go help Sheng Xiadashi with her belongings. During Sheng Yu's last live stream, although it had ended abruptly, the related topics continued to gain traction online. The public's primary concern remained the fate of the young woman who had connected during the broadcast. Had the Yun City police found her? Was she still alive? Had her heart been removed? The conversation extended, with calls for vigilance in friendships and warnings against organ traffickers. Naturally, some detractors seized the opportunity to spread rumors, alleging that Sheng Yu had caused someone's demise. A certain internet celebrity, in pursuit of traffic, has no limits and endangers lives. I heard that the girl who called for help during the live stream was found with a large hole in her abdomen and her heart removed. A friend of mine runs a guest house in Yun City. She witnessed the girl's body being dug out of the snow, a horrific sight. I am from Jing City. My father knows the girl's father, and I can confirm the news is true. She is truly gone. Such marketing accounts typically attracted little credence. However, once several prominent figures stepped forward to express their views on the matter and criticize Sheng Yu for her lack of ethics in pursuit of fame, public opinion shifted. A certain influencer remarked, that girl could have been saved, but some streamers, for the sake of traffic, deliberately delayed, leaving her trapped in peril. A keen observer added, I watched that live stream. All I can say is that some people do things and think they can escape judgment. Another voice echoed, I urge everyone to boycott those who, in pursuit of traffic, disregard the safety of their followers, causing harm and then disappearing. Even metaphysics-related streamers emerged, denouncing Sheng Yu's content as fraudulent. Our family has served as imperial astrologers. I can responsibly tell everyone that reading faces does not yield such accuracy. Do you truly believe you have the heavenly eye to see others' past and future? Another declared. A disciple of the Divine Insight sect stated, I, Moyugu, formally report that this person is a fraud. Yet another chimed in, what kind of metaphysics master is she? Just a scammer using the guise of fortune-telling to swindle online. These metaphysical streamers, each with millions of followers across various platforms, swayed the previously skeptical public. In no time, aside from a small group of die-hard fans waiting for her to clarify, nearly everyone across all platforms was criticizing Sheng You, demanding she emerge and stop hiding like a turtle. The victor has taken it upon themselves to expose her personal information, alongside that of her biased foster mother and her younger brother Yaozu, all of whom have been laid bare. She is merely a high school dropout, a petty delinquent with no insight into fate. During her high school years, she was hardly a paragon of virtue, leveraging her beauty to engage in flirtatious encounters with numerous boys. Though she may appear youthful, her romantic escapades are astonishingly numerous, far exceeding what one could count on 10 fingers. After achieving fame, her biological mother and brother disavowed her, truly embodying the epitome of ingratitude. I reside next door to her. She is indeed an ungrateful child, having blocked her mother and brother on WeChat after her rise to fame, vanishing after relocating, leaving her family in the lurch. Sheng You rarely streams and seldom opens those platforms, nor does she search for news about herself. It was only upon receiving a link shared by Zhang Shushu that she became aware of the online frenzy surrounding her. No matter what others may think, I believe in you, Sheng You. Zhang Shushu could not fathom that someone who had extended a helping hand during her times of hardship could be the kind of ungrateful wretch the internet portrayed. However, her solitary efforts to defend Sheng You in the comments were akin to a stone cast into the ocean, yielding no assistance. Chapter 51. The Unashamed, the Unrivaled in Depravity. Sheng You held little interest in the other links, but clicked into Sheng Yaozu's streaming room out of curiosity. She wished to see what absurdities he was broadcasting. It remains unclear who was advising him from behind the scenes, but he evidently knew how to capitalize on her notoriety by streaming. Did he truly grasp the implications of his actions? The viewership was substantial, numbering 5,000 to 6,000. Sheng You logged into her main account and entered the stream with poise. Observant netizens soon spotted her. Am I seeing things, or is that Sheng You? Sheng You. Sheng You. Is it really her? It can't be a fake account for attention, can it? It's real. I clicked on her profile, and it's definitely her. Sheng Yaozu looked down at the rolling comments, his eyes gleaming. Sister, is that really you? Where have you been these days? Mom and I haven't been able to reach you. We couldn't find anyone at your company. We're worried about your safety. We had no choice but to stream to find you. Mom and I miss you so much. Have you gotten into some trouble? Please don't hide away. It's alright to have made mistakes. As long as you own up to them, we can face this together as a family. Sheng Yaozu inherited his father Xie Xueqian's appearance. He was not unattractive, possessing soulful, expressive eyes. Yet, the years spent straying from the right path, indulging in gambling, had squandered much of his fortune. Despite his youth, he hunched over, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, exuding the vitality of a man in his 60s or 70s. He had the audience in the streaming room captivated. Poor brother. Stuck with such a sister. Brother has such a strong sense of morals. I'm a fan now. Brother, if you tidy yourself up, you'd be no less than your sister. I heard they are fraternal twins. Brother dropped out of middle school to work to support sister's education. Who would have thought that after gaining fame, sister would block all contact? Most pitiable is their mother, a single parent who raised them alone, ultimately falling victim to her daughter's rejection. I heard their mother fell ill from overwork, still worrying about her daughter, while sick. Sheng You glanced at the comments in the streaming room, a cold smile gracing her lips. It could only be said that this mother and son duo exemplified the audacity of shamelessness, demonstrating the true meaning of utter depravity. They seemed to rely on the original host's submissive nature, believing she would not dare to publicly confront them or expose their true nature. Yet, Sheng You was not the original host. She had no inclination to suffer in silence. With a few taps on her phone, a membership notification appeared in the stream, connecting. The viewers, even more excited than Sheng Yaozu, urged, quick. Open the connection. Brother, she wants you to connect. Hurry, don't let her slip away. Do you know how to connect, brother? There are so many people waiting. Sheng Yaozu understood the art of suspense. He hesitated before revealing a conflicted expression. Sister, do you really want me to connect? This tactic proved effective with some eager viewers, leading to a flurry of gifts. User laughing, user sent a rocket. User I'm a melon sent a plane. Watching the cascade of gifts, Sheng You struggled to contain his excitement. He had not anticipated that streaming could be so lucrative. By simply sitting there and spinning a few tales, he had captivated such a large audience. If he connected with Sheng You, wouldn't he even more viewers tune in? He would be rolling in profits. Connecting was acceptable, but he insisted, promise me you won't insult my sister. I know she may have made mistakes, but she is still my sister. As Sheng Yu's patience wore thin, they finally connected. The stream resonated with Sheng Yu's cool, indifferent voice. Sheng Yaozu, do you need something from me? Unsurprisingly, just the name Sheng Yaozu held explosive potential. Sheng Yaozu? Is that really your brother's name? Am I overthinking this? Or does it reek of patriarchal favoritism? Sheng Yaozu? Clearly, they are fraternal twins. So why does one bear the name Sheng Yu while the other is Yaozu? Everyone, don't be so sensitive. It's just a name. Besides, what one is called isn't determined by the brother, but perhaps by relatives with patriarchal biases. Sheng Yaozu's expression shifted slightly. He had never considered his name problematic. What was wrong with Yaozu? Who was to blame for Sheng Yu being an unworthy girl? Yet, he was not foolish and understood the necessity of maintaining his facade in the stream. Sister, you know I've always disliked the name given to me by Grandma. Just call me brother like before. Sheng Yu dismissed his words as mere drivel. Sheng Yaozu, why are you making such a fuss to contact me? Have you once again accumulated a mountain of gambling debts, and are you and your mother here to pressure me for money? Why would I pull you into this mess? You think I blocked you for no reason? Do you really believe I would continue being your financial lifeline? Sheng Yaozu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sheng Yu would connect only to say such things. How dare she? Sister, I know you've gained fame and wealth, and that you don't want to acknowledge Mom and me, but there's no need to fabricate lies to tarnish our reputation. You're hurting Mom's feelings. Clearly, he had been trained well, displaying the performance skills of a small-time schemer. You don't suppose I've erased all your previous messages asking for money for gambling debts just because I blocked you, do you? With your lack of acumen, it's no wonder you're in debt. The comments intended to condemn Sheng Yu took an unexpected turn as the sibling confrontation unfolded live. Wait. Let me sort this out. Yaozu is in debt from gambling and is using his sister as a financial crutch, which led her to block them. That makes a lot of sense. No, how can you believe everything she says? Don't forget, she is the kind of person who would do anything for traffic. Chapter 52. Counterattack. Right, if you don't trust Brother S words, do you really believe Sister S?
No.
The fact that Sheng Yu dared to connect today and confront him suggests she is not at all guilty. I trust only in evidence, not in anyone else's words. At this moment, a portion of the audience remained rational. What evidence does Sheng Yaozu possess? His fabrication stems solely from his belief that Sheng Yu would not dare confront him. However, Sheng Yu had ample evidence to decisively condemn the duo. I shall present the evidence shortly. Those interested are welcome to visit my account. Sheng Yaozu could no longer maintain his composure, issuing threats. Sheng Yu, dare to post anything online and see what happens. Sheng Yu cast a disdainful glance in his direction, too disinterested to waste her energy on such a worthless individual. The mother and son duo had never contemplated that one day the original owner would resist them, compelling her to repay debts. They had previously contacted her through messages and calls to demand money. Anticipating such a day, Sheng Yu had saved portions of the evidence during their initial exchanges. And now it proved invaluable. She turned and uploaded the chat logs and transfer records, these tangible proofs, online. The onlookers began to realize they had all been deceived by Sheng Yaozu. The chat records revealed his true nature, where he berated Sheng Yu and resorted to foul language at the slightest provocation. Oh, how pitiful Sheng Yu is, coerced by this mother and son to earn money to repay debts. That Sheng Yaozu is truly despicable, forcing his own sister to sell her body to repay him. Why doesn't he sell himself? His mother is no better, pressuring her own daughter to repay debts. She claims that a sister must support her brother. The girl's virtue is unimportant. Finding a man, regardless of age, as long as he has money, is acceptable. What is the harm in a few unwanted touches from men? It won't cost her anything. Where's the decency in that coming from her own mother? What do you mean a girl doesn't need much education? She will marry eventually. I truly doubt whether Sheng Yu is even her biological child. You can't deny they don't resemble each other at all. There's no need to question their blood relation. Some mothers simply do not deserve the title. So it turns out, she didn't drop out because of being expelled, but because her mother forced her to quit school to work and pay off debts. Everything those marketing accounts said is false. May those marketing accounts suffer for their slander. Have those marketing accounts lost their conscience? With such wickedness, don't they fear divine retribution? In my opinion, Sheng You is far too kind. I would have sold them out. Fortunately, Sheng You has awakened and refuses to be their blood bank any longer. My heart aches for Sheng You, sending her a virtual embrace. Sheng You naturally drew attention, and with Sheng Yaozu's live broadcast attracting thousands of viewers, a significant wave of traffic ensued. In less than half an hour, comments exceeded 3,000 and views surpassed 1 million. The evidence Sheng You presented not only crushed the mother and son but also caught the attention of Xiamingfei. No one had informed her that Sheng Yu's family background was so dreadful. Awakening in the middle of the night, Xiamingfei scolded herself harshly. It was no wonder Sheng You was cold and reticent. Given such a family background, remaining sane was an achievement. Like countless others online, Xiamingfei felt sympathy for Sheng You and promptly called her. I cannot interfere in your family matters, but should you ever need me, do not hesitate to call. By the way, when will you come over for dinner? My home is lively with many sisters.
All right.
After Sheng You agreed, Xiamingfei felt a slight lift in her spirits, then mentioned the negative comments circulating online. Regarding the Yin City case, I've already communicated with them about issuing a statement to refute the rumors about those slanderous marketing accounts. I had intended to connect you with a legal team to sue them, but it seems you've already taken the initiative to have them remove their defamatory video and issue an apology. Sheng Yu had not paid much attention to what the marketing accounts had said. In her view, those who spread slander would inevitably suffer repercussions. She believed these individuals would not require her intervention for their downfall. However, Xiamingfei's words left Sheng Yu somewhat perplexed. I did not contact them.
Oh.
Weren't you the one who sought a lawyer to send them a cease and desist letter? I only learned of the online situation today. If not you, then who? Sheng Yu was equally uncertain who had aided her, as the original owner's memories did not include any influential lawyer friends. Noticing Feng Yan, who was focused on documents nearby, she casually inquired, did you have someone handle those marketing accounts online?
Yes.
Feng Yan replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his head. Sheng Yu was somewhat taken aback. Why would you help me? Feng Yan finally looked up at her. The Feng family's legal team was too idle. I found them some work. Sheng Yu. Well, let us consider it an act of kindness on your part. Meanwhile, Sheng Yaozu faced the wrath of justice-seeking netizens, leading him to abruptly end his broadcast. You truly live up to your name, Yaozu. What a worthless creature. Why don't you go sell your own body? You're so loathsome. No one would want you. A gambling addict. A pathetic gambler. May you meet a dreadful end. You and your biased mother are no better. How dare you show your face online? Fortunately, Sheng Yu is clever enough to preserve evidence. Also, tell your mother to find an older man to pay your debts. Mother, look what your foolish actions have wrought. This little wretch has left us with incriminating evidence. Sheng Yaozu, humiliated, was more enraged that the newly discovered source of income had just been severed. His fury was palpable. He vented his frustrations at his mother, Sheng Menying. She, too, had not anticipated that the once submissive daughter, who had endured slaps without flinching, would now retain evidence and retaliate. The anger simmering within her matched that of Sheng Yaozu. How was I to know that little wretch would act this way? Don't worry, Yaozu. I will find that girl and help you regain your dignity. You better find her quickly. She received millions in tips during her last live stream. With her around, my gambling debts are nothing. The mother and son duo continued to dream of extracting money from Sheng Yu. Chapter 53. Stop being a turtle and come out to apologize. With no resources to locate Sheng Yu, Sheng Menying resorted to seeking assistance from capable individuals. Avoiding Sheng Yaozu, she dialed Xie Shueqian's number. As Yaozu was his only son, he could not stand idly by. Hello? Why are you calling me so late? Didn't I tell you not to call me casually? A stern voice echoed from the other end of the line. Qiange, please don't be angry with me. I had no choice but to call you. Sheng Menying spoke in a sweet, coaxing tone. Spit it out. The man's tone softened slightly. It's about Yaozu. He never had a father to guide him growing up. He is innocent and has fallen victim to deception. Now they are demanding money from him, threatening to cut off his hand and ruin his life if he doesn't pay. After sharing her plight, she lowered her voice to sob. Xie Shueqian. Upon hearing it concerned Sheng Yaozu, begrudgingly listened. That brat is in debt again? Didn't I give you 1 million before? Have you squandered it all already? Sheng Menying rolled her eyes in disbelief. This man, having lived in poverty for so long, still clung to his stinginess even after marrying into the Sheng family. $1 million was hardly enough for her and Yaozu to spend. Yaozu is the son, and his daily necessities must be of the finest quality, which naturally incurs greater expenses. He is not merely a servant girl who can be satisfied with a meager meal. Xie Xueqian only has this one son. Even if he proves to be a disappointment, he must bear the burden of his upbringing. How much do you require this time? I will arrange for the funds to be transferred to you tomorrow. Sheng Menying chuckled lightly. Qiange, you truly care for us mother and son the most. Please have someone transfer 5 million to us first. The money Sheng You earns is hers, and she covets Xie Shue's fortune too. 5 million. Sheng Menying, your appetite seems to have grown. Qiange, as the son-in-law of the Sheng family, with such a vast family fortune, surely you can part with this trifling sum of 5 million? Sheng Menying taunted him a little. Xie Xueqian, as the son-in-law of the Sheng family, felt utterly humiliated. What do you understand? That old fool of the Sheng family has always been wary of me, preferring to hand over the family assets to a useless girl rather than to me.
What can I do about it?
Although that useless girl is indeed his own daughter, she is still just a girl. Once married, the Sheng family fortune will belong to another surname. Why can't that old fool comprehend this? 1 million, no more. If you want it, take it. If not, so be it. Xie Xueqian was thoroughly disheartened by her words, reflecting on the days he spent in servitude to the Sheng family. Then let us settle for 1 million then. By the way, there is another matter for which I would like to ask for your assistance. Sheng Menying, aware of Xie Xueqian's situation within the Sheng family, knew that Sheng Qing was foolish, but she had a shrewd father with extensive business acumen. What is it? Speak quickly. Sheng Qing is about to regain consciousness, and I need to attend to this sickly girl. Xie Xueqian's patience began to wear thin. It's about Sheng You. She has blocked all our contact information and has moved without our knowledge. We now have no idea where she is hiding.
Qian.
You have extensive connections in the capital. I hope you can help me find out her current address. If she has blocked us, then let her be. Let her perish out there. Xie Xueqian, who favored sons over daughters, had no fondness for the few girls he kept close, let alone for Sheng You. Fearing he would hang up, Sheng Menying hastened her speech. You don't understand. That girl has become successful, a social media influencer, earning hundreds of thousands from a single live stream. Having spent too long in the elite circles of the capital, Xie Xueqian initially thought earning 1 million was nothing remarkable. But upon hearing that it was Sheng You who had earned it, he began to doubt his own ears. Surely you jest. That useless girl, who has always been a disappointment, can become an influencer. Seeing his disbelief, Sheng Menying urged him to search online. Look it up yourself on that social media platform. Her followers have surged to 5 or 6 million. While she may lack other talents, her looks are indeed striking. Perhaps that wealthy benefactor is enamored with her beauty and is currently hiding her away. Xie Xueqian took a moment to check and confirmed that Sheng Menying was not deceiving him. To his astonishment, Sheng You had indeed achieved such success. If Sheng Menying found her, she would no longer come to him for money. Understood. I will hire a private investigator to look into this matter and will inform you if I find anything. Please refrain from contacting me again if Sheng Qing discovers this. We are both finished. Sheng Menying rolled her eyes. Even the esteemed Sheng Qing, the envy of many, could not retain a man as heart. The official account of the Yun City police issued a statement that evening. Along with the statement, they expressed gratitude to Sheng You at Xie Mingfei's request. Once this announcement was made, all the small detractors who had been causing a stir vanished. The officials have come out to dispel the rumors. How can the detractors continue to slander? To all the detractors, open your eyes and see. The person is safe and was rescued thanks to UU's help. Finally, UU's name is cleared. I knew she hurried to end the live stream because she was off to save someone. To those who were quick to criticize, do you feel the sting of embarrassment now? All those who spread falsehoods should come forth to apologize. In the end, Wei Xian personally appeared, releasing a gratitude video that propelled the entire incident to new heights. If it weren't for Sheng You, I would have perished. I want to tell everyone to be cautious in choosing friends. You never know if they are after your heart, your kidney, or even your eyes. Sheng You felt somewhat embarrassed accepting their gratitude, as the greatest credit for the incident belonged not to her, but to Fengzhen, who remained indifferent to accolades. Everyone believed that the matter had reached its conclusion, while only Sheng You understood that this was merely the beginning. Xie Mingfei's call came the following day. At that moment, Sheng You was nestled by the window in Fengzhen's study, basking in the sunlight. Sheng You, There is someone here who greatly admires you and wishes to meet you. Do you have time to sit down and share a meal with him? Mingfei did not directly provide the contact details, but instead sought her opinion first. Feng Zhen, with his extraordinary hearing, clearly caught every word Mingfei uttered. Chapter 54. The Iron-Faced Judge of the Capital. Feng Zhen implied that he had no intention of going out, but if she was not concerned about the potential revenge from criminals, she could feel free to take a stroll. Sheng You, of course, feared no retribution from those petty nuisances. However, to bask in the glow of virtue and vitality, she had adopted a persona before Feng Zhen of a timid individual too fearful to venture outside. Feng Zhen subtly frowned. Wasn't Mingfei a criminal investigator like Heroine? Why was He so busy while she seemed unoccupied? Was it that all the work of the criminal investigation team at the Capital Bureau fell solely on her? I do not appreciate unfamiliar faces at the Feng residence. Sheng You conveyed his sentiments to Mingfei, who responded with enthusiastic approval. How fortuitous. This gentleman is also acquainted with Mr. Feng. I will bring him over to meet you. Sheng You knew of Feng Zhen's keen hearing and thus refrained from reiterating Mingfei's words. Feng Zhen's expression hardened. Many people know me, yet I do not necessarily know each of them. Mingfei replied, this Mr. Feng is indeed acquainted with him. He sought him out previously. Previously sought him out? Sheng You guessed who it was, and Feng Zhen also recalled that he had an acquaintance at the capital police station. After much discussion, it turned out to be Heroine. Feng Zhen had a good understanding of his brother. He was a workaholic, and his visit to see Sheng You was likely for a case. Yes, Team Hua, I heard you use metaphysics to solve cases and wanted to meet you. He mentioned he was familiar with the route to the Feng residence, so there was no need for Mr. Feng to send a car. Feng Zhen chuckled. Heroine had come with Mingfei. Mr. Hua, what a rare visit. Are you not busy today? In Feng Lei's impression, Heroine was indeed a very busy person. One of the least frequent visitors among their esteemed circle. Heroine nodded in greeting. I'm not here to see Feng Zhen today. I came for official business. Yes, we are here to see Sheng You. Where is she? Mingfei, having benefited from Sheng Yu's reputation, had gained the opportunity to join Heroine's team. And she knew she had to make a good impression. Feng Lei suddenly understood and, with the fire of gossip igniting within him, asked, so you are here to seek the help of the little Master Sheng? Is there a special case that requires her assistance? Heroine shot him a glance. It seems you, the chief steward of the Feng residence, have quite a lot of free time. Should I mention this to Feng Zhen and have him send you to a foreign country to mine? Feng Lei dared not pursue the matter further. Mr. Hua is joking. I keep myself busy, every day. As for that, the little Master Sheng is upstairs in the study. I'll take you to her. Heroine initially believed that only Sheng You was present. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Feng Qing there as well.
Oh.
How embarrassing to trouble the illustrious Buddhist disciple of the capital to wait for me. I thought you were hiding in the meditation room, enjoying skewers, he remarked. The term skewers, as used by Heroine, referred to the act of handling prayer beads. The group often teased Feng Cheng with this moniker in their chats. But he was not part of that circle. Feng Cheng's gaze drifted lightly toward him. Is it your mouth that solves cases?
Who said that?
I rely on my brilliant mind. Heroine, known in the police station for his stern demeanor and cold, unyielding image as a judge, relaxed considerably in the company of close friends. Who could match Feng Cheng's depth?
Ha!
With just 2 words and a glance, Feng Cheng made Heroine feel as though he were being thoroughly mocked. Sheng You, this is the person I mentioned to you on the phone. The one who holds you in high regard, Captain Heroine from the Major Crimes Unit. Captain Hua, this is Sheng You, the expert who previously assisted us in solving the case involving the tragic deaths of 21 children. Hello, Expert Sheng. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Heroine. Heroine looked at Sheng You, who appeared even younger in person than in the videos he had seen online. Had he not checked her identification, he might have questioned whether she was of legal age. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Heroine opened his briefcase, revealing a thick stack of case files. I have come today to ask Expert Sheng for assistance in locating someone. Seeking someone? What kind of person are you looking for? Sheng Yu adhered to her protocol, needing to understand the full context before deciding whether to lend her help, even though Heroine was acquainted with Feng Cheng and Mingfei. She did not wish to entangle herself in unnecessary complications. Heroine spread the documents across Feng Cheng's large desk before continuing. The person I am looking for is an undercover agent we placed within a criminal organization. He went missing a week ago. Despite our various efforts, we have been unable to locate him, and I hope you can assist me in finding him. Sheng You approached the desk, quickly scanning the documents and summarizing the key points. Your undercover agent infiltrated a human organ trafficking organization. You suspect that although the criminals may have discovered his identity, they did not kill him in retaliation but intend to sell his organs instead. There is a significant chance that he is still alive. Huasiu nodded in agreement. He is young and in excellent health, meeting all the criteria the organization looks for in merchandise. I suspect he is very likely still alive, but if we do not find him immediately, his chances of survival will diminish with time. A week was already a considerable duration for Huasiu. He had heard in the department that Sheng You had helped the neighboring task force solve a major case and had assisted the police in Yun City with a human trafficking case, prompting him to reach out to her as a last resort. He was willing to face criticism for straying from conventional methods if it meant saving a life. Sheng You, how have you been feeling lately? If it's too much, don't force yourself. We can explore other avenues, Xiaming Fei remarked, recalling the time she had seen Sheng You exhausted and not wanting her to reach that state again. Sheng You assured them that she felt well and was willing to give it a try. I will need a photo, the name, the precise time of birth, and ideally, an item closely related to him, preferably hair, nails, or blood. If those are unavailable, something he has recently worn or carried will suffice. Huasiu's expression turned troubled as he responded. The other items are manageable, but I cannot provide his birth details, as he is an orphan and may not even know his true age, let alone his precise birth information. Chapter 55. What you have opened is not a line of thought, but rather your excessively unique neural pathways. Sheng You sighed softly. Without the birth details, there is no way to use metaphysics to locate him. Is there truly no other method? Huasiu, unfamiliar with metaphysics, did not grasp the significance of the birth details in that context. Sheng You met his anxious yet hopeful gaze and slowly shook her head. No, without the birth details. It is akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. It is utterly futile. Huasiu felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, as if all his strength had been suddenly drained. Finally, he forced a bitter smile. I suppose I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. My apologies. Sheng You glanced at him and then at the slumped Xiaming Fei, asking, is your undercover agent involved with the organ trafficking organization in the capital? Sheng You nodded slightly. Oh, if it is in the capital, I do know of someone involved in human organ trafficking. You know someone in the capital dealing in human organs? Who? No, wait, how do you know this? Huasiu's voice rose sharply, his tone laced with incredulity. Something flickered in Huasiu's eyes. How do you know that Qingjiu is involved in this business? Sheng You recounted her previous experience of being deceived by Qingjiu and nearly losing her kidneys at a black clinic. Feng Cheng had heard her mention it before, but thought she was fabricating a story, and thus had never sought verification. Huasiu's gaze darkened as he regarded Sheng You with a hint of skepticism. You do not strike me as someone easily deceived. What could Sheng You say? She certainly could not reveal that the fool in question was herself. At that time, I was not fully aware. It was only when I was on the operating table that I came to my senses. Sheng You shrugged off the matter. After all, she was involved in metaphysics. What was wrong with experiencing something mystical in her life? Is it that your vampire mother and gambling brother are pressuring you to sell your kidney to pay off debts? If they come looking for you again, give me a call. And if you ever need money, you can come to me. Do not engage in foolishness, like selling your kidney for cash. After saying this, Xiaming Fei suddenly remembered that she herself was broke, with a balance of 0 on her salary card. Thus, she shifted her tone. While I am out of money, my grandfather has some, my eldest sister has some, my mother has some, and even our second and fourth siblings have money. Sheng You wanted to clarify that her situation was not as dire as Xiaming Fei imagined. I sold something at the antique market and made a profit, and I earned a bit from my last live stream, so I am not lacking in funds. Remember, you suspect they took the person to that black clinic? I don't think Qingjiu would be foolish enough to make such a mistake. Sheng You believed that Qingjiu, having clawed his way out of the slums and now thriving in both the underworld and legitimate business in the capital, would not make such a rookie error. However, Huasiu was unwilling to overlook any possibility. In reality, the missing undercover agent had been placed beside Qingjiu to gather evidence against him. Before disappearing, he had gained Qingjiu's trust, yet for some unknown reason he vanished. After the disappearance, they had immediately executed a search warrant for all properties and territories under Qingjiu's name, but found nothing. Even when interrogated, Qingjiu remained remarkably calm. And even Huasiu, renowned as a master of criminal investigation, could not uncover any flaws in his demeanor. Sheng You lazily lifted her eyelids and said, Then I shall go meet Qingjiu. It is time to settle the score regarding the previous kidney incident.
No, no, no.
Unexpectedly, her words were met with a unanimous rejection from Feng Chung, Huasiu, and Xiaming Fei. Sheng You raised an eyebrow. Why not? Don't you want to find the person? Xiaming Fei replied earnestly. If Qingjiu is indeed involved with the organ trafficking organization, he is a very dangerous individual. You are not a police officer. There is no need for you to take that risk. If anyone should go, it should be me. Huasiu echoed this sentiment. Qingjiu is a dangerous character. We cannot allow you to put yourself in harm's way. Feng Chung narrowed his dark eyes. His tone restrained. Didn't you say you were afraid of their retaliation? Now you're feeling bold enough to walk into their den? Sheng You. Regrettably, she forgot the persona she had crafted before Feng Shan, revealing herself to be a coward fearful of retribution from the criminal organization.
Indeed.
One cannot weave a lie without subsequently fabricating countless others to maintain it. Moreover, should a confrontation arise, with her current cultivation, it would be improbable for her to be outmatched by Qingjiu. Is merely meeting him sufficient? Huasiu found himself slightly swayed by her words. Sheng You replied affirmatively, stating that a single encounter would suffice. Then I shall accompany you, she declared, unwilling to let Xiaming Fei venture alone to meet Qingjiu. Huasiu concurred with her suggestion, expressing that they should go together for mutual support while he remained outside, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Feng Shan remained silent, his expression betraying his displeasure, though it was unclear what exactly troubled him. After departing from the Feng residence, he vented his frustrations in a group chat with a few close brothers, specifically emphasizing the presence of a woman beside the esteemed figure in the capital circle. Huasi, I visited the Feng residence today. Can you guess what I saw? Henan Yuan. What could be intriguing at the Feng residence? Did Feng Shan acquire a new bracelet? Or perhaps a different string of beads? Song Jing Mo. Henan, please behave yourself. Pei Sanhua. Henan, you're only emboldened because Feng Shan is absent from the chat. Have the courage to say that in his presence, and see if he doesn't teach you a lesson. Henan Yuan, Pei Sanhua, your provocations hold no sway over me. Ho Si, open your minds, everyone. Henan Yuan, what is there to see at the Feng residence? A group of monks reciting scriptures? Song Jing Mo. Ho Si, hint. It pertains to a woman. Henan Yuan, I see, you encountered a group of nuns at the Feng residence. Song Jing Mo. Chapter 56. The esteemed figure of the capital, so concerned with appearances. Ho Si. Henan, I beg you, cease your guesses. I can simply tell you. Song Jing Mo, being the most composed among them, remarked, to my knowledge, Feng Shan has no intention of marrying or having children in this lifetime. Perhaps the girl's identity is merely that of a lifesaver. Pei Yan, the most impatient of the group, stated, I'll call Feng Shan immediately to ask who that girl is. Wait for me. Feng Shan, fourth brother, said he saw a particularly beautiful girl at your home today, claiming she resides there. Is that true? Upon receiving Pei Yan's call, Feng Shan had just finished copying a volume of scriptures, seeking to calm himself. Pei Yan's boisterous voice blared through the phone, which, at a volume acceptable to most, became exceedingly jarring for him. Feng Shan distanced the phone before responding. Is this call merely to inquire about that? This question is crucial. Henan stated that the likelihood of encountering a group of monks or nuns at your home far exceeds that of encountering a normal woman. Pei Yan relayed this to every brother equally. If Henan Yuan were aware of Pei Yan's reckless chatter before Feng Shan, he would undoubtedly pursue him to school and give him a beating. Feng Shan had always known of their small group, but he refrained from joining due to his disinterest in their idle gossip and rumors. Little did he expect that one day, the subject of the gossip would be himself. Since you have so much time on your hands, why not arrange a card game? No money involved, just for fun. On the other end of the line, Pei Yan's fading memories began to assail him. Feng Shan had never lost at cards, and he did not gamble with money, opting instead for other stakes. For instance, winning his beloved motorcycle, or drawing on Henan's proudly sculpted abs, or compelling Ho Si to wear boxers while dancing. In short, his brothers now dared not challenge him lightly. Pei Yan quickly hung up the phone, preserving his newly acquired prized vehicle. The others in the group awaited his return with bated breath. Ho Si. Pei Sanhua, where are you? Song Jing Mo. I bet 50 cents that Pei Yan will glean nothing. Pei Sanhua. No need to wager, I'm here. Feng Shan asked me to convey that if there's nothing pressing, you should arrange a game. He is willing to take on 4, no money involved, just for amusement. Ho Si. Pei Sanhua, you brought this upon yourself. Do not implicate your brothers. Henan Yuan. Pei Yan, did you betray us? Song Jing Mo smiled silently. The following evening, Sheng Yu received a call from Yu, declaring that if action were to be taken, it should occur that night. However, a pressing issue remained. The night banquet was a private venue requiring a special membership card for entry. If she were to apply under her identity, she feared raising Qinjiu's suspicions. I heard that Feng Yanhan has shares there. Could you inquire with Feng Shan if he possesses a membership card? Sheng Yu glanced at Feng Shan, who, without needing her to ask, could clearly hear Yu's words on the phone. In fact, he could even hear things that Sheng Yu could not. Clearly, he was the right person to approach. Uncertain if he indeed possessed such a card, Feng Shan called for Feng Lei to inquire, as he usually managed these cards. Xiaming Fei, aware that they used the private club's black card to prop up tables, remarked with a click of her tongue, "You wealthy elites really know how to play, using black cards as table supports." Sheng Yu had arranged to rendezvous near the night banquet with the black card in hand. She changed from her loungewear into a haute couture little black dress, casually styling her hair into a bun, thus meeting the standards Yu had set for her appearance. However, her neck felt somewhat bare. Like any woman, she adored beautiful jewelry, and Sheng Yu was no exception. Yet, she did not favor diamonds or gold. Her sole preference lay with jade, as it possessed a certain spirit. Therefore, the item Sheng Yuan had given her that day barely warranted a second glance. Quality jade was not inexpensive, and few pieces caught her eye. Her limited savings could scarcely afford even a few decent pieces, so she had not pursued that avenue. "Are you going too?" Sheng Yu opened the car door to find Feng Shan in the back seat, somewhat surprised. "I need to discuss some matters with Yu."
Oh.
Then we are indeed on the same route. To be honest, after several unexpected incidents riding with him previously, Sheng Yu now held a psychological barrier against sharing a vehicle with him. She obediently pressed herself against the car door, wary of getting too close. Feng Shan noticed her subtle movements and remarked, "The car windows are spotless. You need not assist with cleaning." Sheng Yu feared that if she did not retort, she would regret not having spoken up later. "I tend to be restless while sleeping. Touching you a few times is a trivial matter. But I dread the nightmares where I might slap your handsome face." Implicitly, she indicated that her distance was for his sake. Feng Shan, unfazed by her verbal jabs, instead handed her a sandalwood jewelry box. Sheng Yu hesitated to reach for it, raising an eyebrow. "What is this? A necklace? For me?" She was uncertain if she had misinterpreted his intentions. Why would he present her with a necklace? Surely, he could not have ulterior motives. "I merely borrowed it. You are using my card today, and your attire is rather plain, which reflects poorly on me." Upon his explanation, Sheng Yu finally grasped the situation. She had overthought it. She had not anticipated that this seemingly disinterested figure from the capital would be so concerned with appearances. Chapter 57. Even if roosters laid eggs, Feng Shan would not take a liking to women. It was only then that Sheng Yu accepted the sandalwood jewelry box and opened it. What lay before her was a jade necklace of exquisite quality. Even having seen many fine things in her previous life, she could not help but admire it several times. The jade beads are uniformly sized, each one round and plump, warm to the touch. At the center hangs a jade Buddha pendant, its body resplendent and translucent, resembling a pool of jade water that has solidified. Under the light of the car's dome, it radiates a gentle, lustrous glow. This exquisite piece must surely be the work of a master craftsman, for the carving is superb, and the Buddha appears lifelike, imbued with a certain ethereal spirit. It has been quite some time since Sheng Yu has encountered such a spiritually charged jade. Moreover, this jade is not merely imbued with spirit, it also contains an aura of fortune. It is likely that the Buddha's previous owner was someone of considerable fortune, often wearing it close to her heart, thus acquiring a share of that luck. Should anyone less than appealing present themselves, Sheng Yu would certainly find a reason to politely decline. Even disregarding the jade's spiritual and fortuitous qualities, this piece undeniably resonates with her aesthetic sensibilities. "I believe you are correct. Holding your card signifies the identity of President Feng, and it would be inappropriate for me to appear too humble. I should indeed wear something of merit to uphold the occasion." Sheng Yu picked up the necklace, intending to try it on, but she had forgotten that in her effort to distance herself from Feng Shu, she had seated herself tightly against the car door. As she raised her arm, her elbow inadvertently struck the window with a thud. Though it did not hurt, it was undeniably awkward. "Be careful." Feng Shu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible tension. "Come here, let me help you." "Oh, all right." Without further thought, Sheng Yu pushed the necklace along with its ornate box towards him, shifting her body to turn her back to him. Feng Shu grasped the necklace. and his slender fingers inadvertently brushed against the skin of her nape, the warmth transmitted from his fingertips causing Sheng You to shiver slightly. His aura is truly vibrant. Don't move, Feng Shu said in a low, husky voice, gently sweeping aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her neck. His touch was tender, and the proximity allowed Sheng You to feel the unique warmth of his presence as it brushed against her ear. She did not let her thoughts wander due to his assistance in fastening the necklace. Instead, she found herself reflecting. When did she become so unguarded? How could she so readily entrust her back to another? Feng Shu, inexperienced in assisting others with jewelry, fumbled slightly as he took his time to secure the necklace around her neck. He would not reveal to her that prior to their departure, he had overheard her murmuring to herself in the adjacent room, prompting him to ask Feng Lei to retrieve this jade necklace, recently acquired at an auction. When he first bought it, he merely found it visually appealing, never contemplating that he would personally place it around a girl's neck. In the underground parking lot, separated from the night banquet club by a mere street, Huasiyu and Xiamingfei had already been waiting for nearly half an hour. Huasiyu had expressed his grievances about his good friend's distant residence on multiple occasions. With so many properties owned by the Feng family, why did he prefer living in the depths of the mountains? Xiamingfei could not help but chuckle. Captain Hua, the Feng family's estate isn't quite as remote as you make it sound. As Xiamingfei exited the vehicle, Huasiyu extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette casually. Not too far off, by the way, do you know why Sheng You is residing at the Feng estate? Huasiyu had little interest in gossip about others. Yet he was somewhat intrigued by rumors surrounding Feng Shu. Xiamingfei was taken aback, realizing that the rumored stern judge, a deity within the criminal investigation community, was also quite curious. Yuyo hasn't he mentioned, but I speculate there must be some matter requiring her assistance from the Feng family. It's certainly isn't because she and Feng Shu are romantically involved. Huasiyu narrowed his dark eyes. Why is it impossible for her to be involved with Feng Shu? Because she explicitly told me that Feng Shu is not her boyfriend. She is merely temporarily staying at his home. Xiamingfei glanced at him.
Besides,
you know what kind of person your good friend is, right? He is practically a Buddha of the capital. There are countless rumors about him in the elite circles of Jing City, with some claiming that even if a rooster laid eggs, Feng Shu would still not be interested in women. Huasiyu retorted, that analogy is a bit excessive. Are there rumors about me in your elite circles? Indeed. But the remarks aren't particularly flattering. Are you sure you want to hear them? Huasiyu, skeptical, could not believe they could possibly be worse than the metaphor involving a rooster.
Speak.
Oh, Xiamingfei obediently replied, they say you, Huasi, are the least accomplished in the Hua family, that you could have pursued any career but chose to be a detective, stating you deal with murderers daily, and that you take a life with every shot you fire. Huasiyu knew those remarks were baseless, yet he was indifferent to them. After all, even his closest family had pointed fingers at him, calling him unaccomplished. Xiamingfei was unaware of this. Huasiyu noticed her growing agitation as she squeezed the aluminum can in her hand, causing it to crumple audibly. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. All right, let us dismiss their words as mere nonsense. Xiamingfei's temper seemed to linger until Sheng You arrived, at which point a gentle smile returned to her face. Yuyo, you're here. Xiamingfei approached warmly. What a coincidence. Both were clad in elegant little black dresses, though Sheng Yu's was longer, reaching her knees, while Xiamingfei's was slightly shorter, paired with black ankle boots. One had her long hair styled up and adorned with a jade necklace, radiant and charming, while the other sported a short hairstyle with simple silver accessories, exuding a vibrant and confident demeanor. If one were unaware, they might well assume the two were sisters. I recall, Xia, your mother's surname is also Sheng, being the sole daughter of the Sheng family in Jing City. Sheng Menying had worked as a maid in the Sheng household and had engaged with Xie Shuetian when Xiamingfei was still an infant. Thus she had no memories of it. Consequently, she was oblivious to the fact that Sheng Yu's mother was a distant relative of her own mother. Having once worked as a maid in the Sheng family, naturally, she thought little of it and did not take Huasiyu's words to heart. She casually remarked, I do wish I had a sister like Yuyo, unlike our little fifth, who has been spoiled by the family. Though she said this, Sheng Yu could discern the affection in her tone towards her sister. Sheng Yuanyuan. Let us go. Sheng Yu initiated, concluding the topic. Chapter 58. She knows nothing. Do not frighten her. Huasiyu observed Feng Shu watching the two women depart, leaning against a car window, teasing, your Buddha seems to have developed feelings for her. Feng Shu dismissed him, instructing Feng Lei to raise the window. To his surprise, Huasiyu boldly opened the car door and slid into the back seat. Your car is indeed more comfortable to sit in. Having known him since childhood, Sheng You was already accustomed to his irritable temperament. You may deceive others, but not me. My eyes can see through any criminal that passes before me. I have never been mistaken. Feng Shu finally responded. Am I a criminal? Just a hypothetical. No need to take it so seriously. Look at Sheng Yu's eyes. She isn't easily fooled. You can cease your chatter. You aren't here refuting my words. You're telling me to be quiet. Does that mean you are conceding? Sheng You detected a hint of truth. Feng Shu believed he was concealing his feelings well. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Sheng You had discerned them after only a couple of encounters. She knows nothing. Do not frighten her. Sheng You was not so indiscreet, reclining against his hands. At this moment, you appear quite human. Meanwhile, Sheng You and Xie Mingfei entered the lobby of the night banquet club on the first floor. As they stepped inside, they were met by a smiling hostess who promptly halted them. Apologies, ladies, but this is a private club and not open to the public. You require a membership card for entry. I believe you have made a mistake. We did not make a mistake, Sheng You replied, retrieving a black card from her handbag and presenting it. This is our black card? The hostess stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment. I apologize. It was my oversight. Please. Ladies, come inside. The hostess wiped the sweat from her brow, relieved that she had not offended a distinguished black card member. It is indeed remarkable how effective Feng Shu's card is. Without exchanging a word, the two were escorted to a private elevator that took them to the finest suite on the top floor of the club. The two young ladies paused for a moment, as our supervisor was on their way. Such esteemed guests were beyond the reach of mere employees, who trembled at the thought of making a mistake that could cost them their jobs. Once the hostess departed, Xie Mingfei relaxed slightly, rising to scan the room and ensuring there were no hidden cameras before daring to speak. Shall we go find him? Sheng You shook her head, languidly reclining on the genuine leather sofa. No need, he will arrive on his own. They possessed a card marked with Feng Cheng's identity, and anyone with a modicum of sense in this establishment would relay the information upwards. If Qin Jiu were indeed present tonight, he would undoubtedly come to investigate. Just as Sheng You had predicted, within 10 minutes, Qin Jiu arrived. To Sheng Yu's surprise, Feng Heng and Sheng Yuanyuan were also present. Coincidentally, Xie Mingfei had indulged a bit too much in her drink and had stepped away to the restroom, leaving Sheng You alone to face them. Sheng You, what brings you here? Qin Jiu exclaimed, astonished to see her lounging on the sofa. He had heard whispers of a woman using Feng Cheng's black card at the club, and with Feng Heng also present he had conveyed this news to him. Feng Heng's curiosity was piqued. The presence of a woman close to Feng Cheng stirred an instinctive sense of crisis within him. Should Feng Cheng remain unmarried and childless, all of Feng's legacy would eventually belong to him, despite his passive demeanor. However, if Feng Cheng were to marry and have children, the future became uncertain. Feng Heng was not concerned about the woman herself, but rather whether she might bear Feng Cheng's offspring. Qin Jiu was shocked, but Feng Heng's astonishment surpassed his own. Equally taken aback was Sheng Yuanyuan, who stood behind them. Yet, despite any fame she had, she was merely a minor internet celebrity and had not regarded Sheng Yu with any seriousness. However, now that Sheng Yu appeared before her with Feng Cheng's card, she could not help but pay attention. That man was none other than Feng Cheng. Sheng Yu's gaze swept over the three of them, finally resting on Qin Jiu. She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit that evening. Why can't it be me? How did Feng Cheng's card end up in your possession? Qin Jiu voiced the unspoken thoughts of the other two. Sheng Yu smiled faintly, a hint of mirth in her voice. You always have a penchant for idle chatter. He gave it to me, of course. Feng Heng despised discussing his past, his eyes darkening with anger as he recognized Xie Mingfei's presence. Despite his fury, he could only clench his fists, suppressing the rage that threatened to surface in front of Yuanyuan. Third sister? What are you doing here? Sheng Yuanyuan was also taken aback by Xie Mingfei's sudden appearance, her expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. A flurry of questions surged within her.
Why?
How is it that Xie Mingfei was with Sheng Yu? How did they know one another? When did they meet? Were they aware of something? Were they starting to suspect Sheng Yu's identity? System, do they know something? The system responded. Apologies, the system can only provide information related to fate. Currently, it has detected that in this room, 3 individuals possess greater fortune than the host. The host may choose to bind and plunder. At that moment, Sheng Yuanyuan was hardly in the mood to seize fortune. Xie Mingfei was equally surprised that her youngest sister would be found in such a place. Little 5. Why are you here so late? This is a friend's establishment. I came to have some fun. But what about you, third sister? How did you come to be with Miss Sheng? When did you two become acquainted? Why Haven T, I heard you mention it. Sheng Yuanyuan pouted, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Your friends, are they? Xie Fei scrutinized the two men standing in the private room. One was Feng Heng, whom she recognized, while the other was Sheng You, whom she had only encountered in case files. Yuanyuan, aren't you going to introduce us? Sheng You, well aware of Xie Fei's identity as both Sheng Yuanyuan's sister and a detective in the capital S Major Crimes Unit, had no illusions that her sudden appearance at the club was merely for leisure. As for Sheng You, he hardly regarded her as a threat. This is my third sister, Xie Fei. That is Miss Sheng You, a well-known internet celebrity. Third sister, these are my friends, Feng Heng and Sheng You. They own this establishment, Sheng Yuanyuan announced, deliberately emphasizing Sheng Yu's online fame to signal that they belong to different spheres. Chapter 59. You're so out of touch, you can't even use a smartphone. Feng Heng had never held any fondness for the Sheng family. He could not forget how, when he was just a poor boy from the slums, the young ladies of the Sheng family had looked down upon him, using money to humiliate him and driving him away from Yuanyuan. Thus, he offered no greeting to Xie Fei, merely casting a cursory glance in her direction. However, Sheng You, after the introductions, promptly extended his hand to Xie Fei with a broad smile. I have long heard Yuanyuan speak of the third Miss Xie. Meeting you today? You truly embody elegance and grace. Xie Fei also extended her hand, quickly stuffing the paper towel she had just used into his palm. Did little five not inform you of my profession? Third sister, why are you treating my friend like this? Sheng Yuanyuan interjected, her eyes reddening as she stood protectively in front of Sheng You, reminiscent of a delicate fairy in a white dress, suddenly appearing to shield him from Feng Heng. No one knew how many times that image had haunted his dreams. Yuanyuan, I'm fine, Sheng You spoke gently, soothing the girl before him. If memory serves, third Miss Feng's profession is that of a police officer. Xie Fei's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. I am not just any officer. I am a detective in the Major Crimes Unit, specializing in capturing criminals. Sheng You maintained his smile. I see. I shall remember that. Xie Fei felt a headache coming on. She was unsure of the motives behind these two approaching little five, and regardless of their intent, she needed to remain vigilant. Sheng Yuanyuan glanced at Sheng You on the sofa. There was no way she would leave them alone. Sheng You nodded in agreement. Yuanyuan is right. Third Miss Xie should be new here, and I must extend my hospitality. Despite her rising anger, Xie Fei remained focused on her task for the evening. Seeing that Sheng You intended to stay, she exchanged a brief glance with Sheng You, and they both nodded in agreement. Very well, let us all stay together. Third sister is always so kind to me. Sheng Yuanyuan beamed sweetly. Xie Fei pulled her to sit beside her, but Sheng Yuanyuan had no intention of remaining there. Her eyes were set on Sheng You, the one who bore significant fortune. System. I have already bound the female protagonist. Can I now plunder her fortune? After a long wait for an opportunity to seize the protagonist's fortune, Sheng Yuanyuan was determined not to let it slip away. The system has detected that aside from the original female protagonist, the male lead, and supporting character Xie Fei, there is an additional source of fortune linked to the jade necklace around the original female protagonist's neck. The host must not miss this opportunity. Sheng Yuanyuan frowned, feeling dissatisfied. Why is it that every time she possesses something, it carries additional fortune? Is it simply because she is the protagonist? After the last purchase of a worthless stone for 50 million, she would not be foolish enough to spend money again. Miss Sheng, that jade necklace you wear is exquisite. Would you mind letting me see it? Sheng Yu recalled the incident at the antique market and guessed her intentions, curling her lips into a smile. I cannot. This item does not belong to me, but is borrowed. If you wish to see it, you must obtain permission from its owner. Beside him, the previously silent Feng Han suddenly spoke. Whose item is this? Inform him that I wish to borrow it. In the elite social circles of the capital, could there truly be someone who would disregard the heir of the Jing family? Xie Fei could not tolerate his pretentiousness and scoffed. Who else could it possibly belong to? Even with just a hint, one could deduce that it is, of course, your uncle, the monk of the Jing circle. We are using his black card. If you wish, you may call him right now. Brother Han. Would it be convenient for you to call your uncle? If it's inconvenient, then it's fine. Sheng Yuanyuan feigned disinterest in putting him in a difficult position. Of course it is convenient. Do not worry, Yuanyuan, I have a good relationship with my uncle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Han had no choice but to awkwardly call Feng Shan, or rather, to call Feng Zhai. The call was connected swiftly. Feng Lei's voice echoed from the other end. Young Master Han? How may I assist you? I am looking for my uncle. Oh, Master Shan is not home. He has stepped out. I cannot divulge any further information, Feng Lei replied in a tone that was strictly businesslike. Could you please contact him and inquire whether the emerald necklace around Sheng Yu's neck could be gifted to me? Initially, Feng Lei's attitude had been merely perfunctory. But upon hearing that he intended to seize Sheng's necklace, his drowsiness dissipated instantly. I am unable to reach Master Shan either. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. With that, he abruptly ended the call without a moment's hesitation. Xieming Fei could not contain her laughter. Your uncle-nephew relationship is truly commendable. You lack even a phone number and must go through the butler. After all, in our family, uncles and nephews certainly exchange phone numbers. Feng Yan Han's face darkened at her mockery. Yet, he stubbornly retorted. My uncle is no ordinary person. He has spent years in a monastery, indifferent to worldly affairs, and has no habit of using a phone. Not only Xieming Fei, but even Sheng You could not bear to watch him feign ignorance any longer. She took out her phone and dialed Feng Shan. Hello. Why did you call me? Is there a problem? Feng Shan's deep voice resonated through the phone, making Sheng Yu's eardrums tingle. Oh, nothing major. There is someone here who says you are an old-fashioned man who cannot use a phone. Sheng You deliberately raised her voice for those nearby to hear. Sheng You, who are you calling? Feng Yan Han's voice revealed a hint of anxiety. He must have misheard, as Sheng You could not possibly possess his uncle's number and speak so warmly. Feng Yan Han feigned calmness, grinding his teeth as he said, Sheng You, that joke is not amusing at all. My uncle would never answer your call. Sheng You chose not to engage further, simply reporting to Feng Shan. Did you hear that? Your nephew claims you are a counterfeit. Would you like me to put you on speaker so you can prove otherwise? The two others present could not muster a smile. But Xieming Fei was thoroughly entertained. Feng Yan Han doubted that Feng Shan would agree to join Sheng You in such a prank. However, Feng Shan had long wished to do just that. Chapter 60. My belongings I dislike others touching. Sheng You activated the speakerphone, and Feng Shan's voice immediately echoed clearly in the private room.
Feng Yan Han.
Just the utterance of his name made Feng Yan Han tense up. Uncle, it's me. I merely meant to say that you are uninterested in worldly affairs. I did not say you are incapable of using a phone. You have quite a bit of free time. The Feng family has just opened a mine overseas. You should go there tomorrow. Feng Shan's voice revealed no discernible emotion, but his words worsened Feng Yan Han's already dismal mood. Uncle,
What?
You do not wish to go? Would you prefer to remain in the capital as the heir of the Jing circle, gossiping about others? No, Feng Yan Han's voice grew increasingly faint. Brother Han, do not forget about the necklace. Sheng Wan interjected, urging him, completely unconcerned about his grim expression. At that moment, Feng Yan Han felt a surge of irritation towards her, but out of respect, he still addressed Feng Shan. Uncle, I would like to borrow the emerald necklace from Miss Sheng. She said it was lent to her by you and requires your consent. Feng Shan's reply was succinct. My belongings, I dislike others touching. He unequivocally rejected the request. If Feng Yan Han still failed to acknowledge the nature of the relationship between Feng Shan and Sheng You, he would only be deceiving himself. Feng Shan sending him to work overseas was largely due to Sheng Yu's influence. Miss Sheng is truly capable. Sheng Yu glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. No, it is you who is capable. You are about to head overseas to mine. At that moment, Sheng Wan, eager to earn favor before the male lead, hastily comforted him. Brother Han, great responsibilities are bestowed upon those deemed worthy. One must first endure hardship, labor, hunger, and adversity to cultivate resilience and fortitude. I believe in you. You will surely achieve great success overseas. Had this been the past, Feng Yan Han would have felt moved. Yet now, he was utterly unreceptive to her words. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Sheng You pulling Feng Shan from his pedestal. If they married and had children, the position of power in the Feng family would no longer belong to him, the nephew without blood ties. Xieming Fei, seeing her sister's warm demeanor met with cold indifference, grew increasingly dissatisfied with Feng Yan Han. Enough, Nuan, he does not require your comfort. Qinzhou interjected to ease the awkwardness. Brother Han, Nuan is speaking to you. Sheng Nuan was indeed forgiving, understanding that he was the male lead. It's all right, Brother Han. I do not hold it against you. System. I have abandoned the fortune tied to the emerald necklace. I shall directly seize the great fortune from the female lead. After much effort, Sheng Wan was unable to touch the necklace around Sheng Yu's neck and had to give up. System. The system detects that the host is now bound to her and can seize her fortune at any time. The system reminds you that physical contact is necessary to steal the other's fortune. Sheng Yuan grew impatient. I am aware. I have seized others' fortunes numerous times. Surely I understand this rule? Cease your chatter. Soon, I shall approach her, and you must immediately initiate the seizing process. Do not let it drag out like last time. Yielding no fortune at all. The system, feeling aggrieved, responded. The system detected that the last time the host contacted the female lead, the duration was too short, leading to the failure of the fortune seizure. It was unrelated to the system. Sheng Yuan did not wish to waste time arguing with it. She needed to maximize her time to seize Sheng Yu's fortune. Third sister, I would like to have a chat with Miss Sheng. Xiaming Fei, curious, asked, what? Did you know each other before? Yes, we met at the antique market last time, and I felt a connection with her. I even gifted her a bracelet. I wonder if Miss Sheng remembers. Sheng Yuan stood up, using the conversation as a pretext to sit down beside Sheng Yu. Thus, when Sheng Yuan reached out to place her hand on Sheng Yu's shoulder, she immediately shifted away. Of course I remember. I still recall that bracelet being hideous. And in the end, it was bought by this Mr. Feng Han. Xiaming Fei frowned, bewildered by the absurdity. Nothing major. It's just that Miss Sheng did not like the item I gifted her, so she resold it to Brother Han. I cannot fathom why she chose to do so. In her past life, Sheng Yuan had disliked how Xiaming Fei and her companions spoke to her in a condescending manner, akin to a headmaster lecturing a student. Yet, in her previous life, she believed herself to be their younger sister, enduring their behavior. In this lifetime, she would not allow herself to suffer such indignities. Xiaming Fei was merely a supporting character. After all, why should she reprimand her, the reborn female lead? System reminder. The host is now very close to the target character. With a little more effort, she can seize the target female lead's fortune. In her mind, the system's alert chime only served to heighten Sheng Yuan's irritation. Was she not aware of how close she was to Sheng Yu? The issue, however, lay in the fact that Sheng Yu guarded herself against her as if she were a thief, leaving Yuan utterly incapable of any physical contact. She harbored a nagging suspicion that Sheng Yu might know something. Third sister, you are indeed my dear sister. Why, when trouble arises, do you question me, your own sister? When did your relationship with her, an outsider, surpass that of your own blood? Sheng Yuan deliberately emphasized the words own sister, observing Sheng Yu's expression. Yet, Sheng Yu remained as calm as still water, betraying not a hint of emotion, as though she had not heard Yuan's words. Xiaming Fei began to reflect on her own demeanor, questioning whether her frequent encounters with criminals had led her to speak too harshly. Xiao Wu, that was not my intention. I merely wished to understand what transpired. Feng Heng, not wanting the conversation to continue on this topic for fear that Xiaming Fei would discover the truth, that he had foolishly spent 50 million on a worthless stone, interjected Yuan. Let the past be the past, let's not dwell on it. With keen interest, Sheng Yu observed the two, now certain that Sheng Yuan had uncovered her origins. Thus, she had chosen to test her with the term own sister. She was wary of Xiaming Fei's contact, continually probing her. All right, Sheng Yuan replied obediently. Brother Han said not to speak of it, so I shall not. In truth, she had no desire to discuss the bracelet. Her only wish now was to make physical contact with Sheng Yu and seize her fortune. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. Chapter 61. My palm reading skills are lacking. I excel at face reading. I greatly enjoy Miss Sheng's live streams. At such a young age, she has mastered the art of mysticism. Would you be so kind as to read my palm? Sheng Yuan said, a smile gracing her lips as she extended her right hand. Internally, she reveled in her cleverness. Convinced that Sheng Yu would be unable to refuse this time, even the system praised her. Host, you are truly brilliant. On the other hand, Sheng Yu was not blind to Yuan's little ploy. Miss Sheng, are you certain you enjoy watching my streams? Then why do you not realize that during my broadcasts, I only read faces and never palms? For my palm readings are inaccurate. Face readings are where my true skill lies. Engaging in a battle of wits with Sheng Yu required more cunning than Yuan possessed. I no longer wish to proceed. Sheng Yuan's voice trembled with tension, sensing the impending danger, but it was too late. Sheng Yu appeared not to hear her and continued, from your facial features, it appears your background is quite convoluted. I said I do not wish to proceed. Are you deaf? Do not continue. I refuse to listen. Sheng Yuan's complexion changed at the mention of her background. She hastily attempted to halt Sheng Yu's words. Xiaming Fei, however, was left bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. Wait, how could Xiao Wu's background be convoluted?
You. What do you mean by that?
Third sister, do not heed her nonsense. Those are merely tricks she employs in her live streams. Sheng You thought she had misstepped. If given another chance, she would never be foolish enough to ask Sheng You for a reading. Yet, Xiaming Fei, having witnessed Sheng Yu's genuine abilities, understood that her live broadcasts, where she divined and dispelled misfortunes, were indeed authentic. Xiao Wu, you have truly been spoiled. It was you who sought her assistance in the first place. Now you claim it to be mere trickery. If you did not believe in her from the start, why would you have asked for her help? Is this not a jest at her expense? Initially, Xiaming Fei had not given much thought to Sheng Yu's words, but Sheng Yuan's intense reaction left her perplexed. Sheng Yu, what exactly did you discern from Xiao Wu's features? Sheng Yu, not being the original owner, lacked the yearning for familial warmth and care. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, accustomed to a solitary existence, unconfined by the expectations of a large family. Little did she expect that Sheng Yuan, taking advantage of her status as the fifth child of the Sheng family, would repeatedly provoke her. Sheng Yu's temper, indeed, was not one to be easily contained. Sheng Yuan, having grown too comfortable in her life, dared to provoke her. Sheng Yu preferred to torment her prey slowly. Allowing Sheng Yuan to remain in a state of fear regarding the exposure of her origins, such a game was far more entertaining. My skills are not yet sufficient. I can only perceive that her background is unusual, but the specifics elude me. Sheng Yuan exhaled in relief, grateful that Sheng Yu had not discerned the secret of her origins. The thought had terrified her. But what was that look in Xiaming Fei's eyes? Why did she regard her with the scrutiny typically reserved for criminals? Could it be that Xiaming Fei was beginning to harbor doubts about her sisterly identity due to Sheng Yu's single statement? System. I wish to change my target for fortune acquisition. I shall no longer concern myself with the female lead. I want to focus on Xiaming Fei and seize all her fortune. Sheng Yuan anxiously twisted the hem of her skirt, her downcast eyes concealing a ruthless determination. She aspired to be the grand heroine. She could not afford any indecisiveness. Upon her rebirth, having just discovered the system, she had bound herself to Xiaming Fei and her other half-sisters, as the system had detected that their fortunes far exceeded hers as the reincarnated female lead. Yet she had not been ruthless with them. She had only extracted less than 10% of their fortunes. Now, however, she would show no mercy. It was Xiaming Fei's fault for disregarding their years of sisterhood and questioning her identity, even siding with Sheng Yu, the outsider. The system has received the host's new request and has retargeted the acquisition to Xiaming Fei. Upon physical contact, the host will begin the fortune extraction. Xiaming Fei would not suspect her sister's identity based on a mere utterance. She was merely contemplating why Xiao Wu had such a profound reaction to Sheng Yu's words. Was someone stirring up trouble behind her back? After all, Xiao Wu bore the Sheng surname, while all four of her sisters followed their father's surname, Xia. In her childhood, Xiao Wu had overheard other children at a banquet and mistakenly believed she was not her parents' child, resulting in tears for a long while. Perhaps Sheng Yu's assertion of a convoluted background referred to Xiao Wu taking her mother's surname and being duly recorded in the Sheng family genealogy. Having found a reasonable explanation, Xiaming Fei ceased to dwell on the meaning behind Sheng Yu's words. Seeing Sheng Yuan clinging to Xiaming Fei, Sheng Yu thought little of it, believing she was merely performing sisterly affection before her. Recalling the purpose of her visit that evening, she activated her clairvoyance and directed her gaze toward Sheng You. Since his arrival in the private room, Sheng Yu had activated her clairvoyance several times, yet had failed to uncover any information related to the missing undercover agent. Such occurrences typically indicated a person of formidable inner strength and extraordinary willpower. Moreover, as Sheng Yu's clairvoyance had not reached its utmost potential, her ability to perceive the past and future, whether in space or time, was inherently limited. However, she could discern certain images from Sheng Yu's past, his childhood, where he endured beatings from his drunken father and his mother, who sold her body for money, while neighbors whispered derogatory names. Some called him a bastard, while others referred to him as an illegitimate dog. There were also unsettling images of him secretly engaging in unsavory acts while gazing at Sheng Yuan's photograph. The sight was so repulsive that it made Sheng Yu's stomach churn, far more distressing than the teachings of the Heroine sect. Yet, there were no images related to the undercover agent. At this juncture, her best strategy was to provoke Sheng You, hoping to incite a murderous rage within him that would elicit specific past scenes. With a decision made, Sheng Yu rose and declared, "Xiaming Fei, it feels stifling here. I shall step outside for some fresh air. You stay here and keep your sister company. Be cautious, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me. Chapter 62. Such filial piety. Perhaps you should offer her a kidney. Less than a minute after Sheng You departed, Sheng You found himself restless. I'll step outside for a smoke. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. Exiting, he lowered his voice to inquire with a waiter about Sheng Yu's whereabouts, then strode purposefully in pursuit of her. From a distance, he spotted her silhouette at the corridor's end and swiftly transitioned into a jog. Miss Sheng, this place is rather noisy. Shall I escort you to a quieter location? Sheng You glanced at him with a slight lift of her eyelids, responding nonchalantly. Sure. Sheng You smiled and gestured, this way, Miss Sheng. Following him, she entered a storage room concealed within the stairwell via the emergency exit. Upon entering, Sheng Yu's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze turned venomous, akin to a serpent fixated on its prey, locking onto Sheng You with a sinister grin. Oh, I neglected to mention. There are no surveillance cameras here, and the soundproofing is excellent. This means that whatever I choose to do to you, no one will ever know. Sheng You raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I too relish conversing in places devoid of surveillance. Sheng You, are you toying with me? We agreed you would donate a kidney for my godmother, yet you vanished mid-course. What does that signify? Sheng You had been searching for her these past few days, as he had promised his godmother a kidney from a young, beautiful girl, and he was incensed at being deceived by Sheng You. With a frosty smile, Sheng You retorted, if you truly wish to save your godmother, why not offer her your own kidney? Now that would demonstrate your filial devotion. Using someone else's, that hardly counts. Recalling how she had just humiliated Feng Heng and Sheng Yuan in the private room, Sheng Yu's frustration reached a boiling point. Sheng You, it's been a few days, and your audacity has grown. Do you think that by aligning yourself with Feng Shen, I can't touch you? Others may fear him, but I, Sheng You, do not. Sheng You met his venomous gaze, activating her keen perception. Sheng You, seeing her gaze fixed upon him without a hint of fear, initially assumed she was stunned into silence. Isn't it true that you fancy Hanga? If you donate a kidney to your godmother, Hanga would surely be deeply moved. He attempted to manipulate her into agreeing to the donation. On her end, having activated her perception, Sheng You felt she had gained valuable insight, justifying her restraint against the scum before her. Now that her tasks for Huasi were complete, it was time to settle old scores with Sheng You. You truly do ramble excessively. Without unnecessary movements, she balled her fist and delivered a sudden punch to his abdomen. Caught off guard, Sheng You collapsed to the ground, and Sheng You wasted no time, placing a foot on his shoulder and with a sharp crack, rendered one of his arms useless. She executed the same technique on the other side, brutally breaking his arm. No matter how tough Sheng You was, the pain radiating from his shattered bones quickly engulfed his entire body, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Standing above him, Sheng You regarded him with disdain. As if viewing refuse, and without a word, she turned elegantly to leave, as if the violence had never transpired. You're all right, aren't you? Why did you come out of the stairwell? Xie Fei, concerned for her safety, became restless shortly after Sheng Yu's departure. However, Sheng Yuan kept clinging to her, preventing her from leaving. Sister, what are you so worried about? This place is owned by a friend of mine. What could possibly happen? Xie Fei tried to reassure herself, reasoning that a cunning character like Sheng You wouldn't be foolish enough to act violently here. Yet, that rationale only comforted her for a fleeting 5 minutes before anxiety resurfaced. Ignoring Sheng Yuan's protests, she insisted on pushing her arm aside to search for Sheng You. In her haste, she nearly stumbled. I'm fine. What's wrong with your foot? Sheng You quickly noticed her limp. Xie Fei, typically unscathed during missions, brushed it off. Seeing her nonchalance, Sheng You thought little of it. Xiao Wu, don't speak carelessly. We didn't see him, Xie Fei chided sternly. However, Sheng Yuan was unconvinced. Sister, I was merely joking. Why take it to heart? Miss Sheng isn't even upset. Sheng You raised her gaze to meet Sheng Yuan's. Her eyes filled with meaning. You're spoiled, being the youngest princess of a Sheng family. If I were given such a status, perhaps I too would be indulged. Sheng Yuan felt a chill run down her spine, her body tensing involuntarily, fearing Sheng You might utter the words that she was the true heiress of the Sheng family. Desperate to escape the situation, she failed to register Sheng Yu's comment. Grabbing her bag, Sheng You stepped forward to support Xie Fei's arm, guiding her towards the elevator. Upon arriving at the first floor, as they prepared to exit, they were intercepted by Feng Heng and a cadre of bodyguards clad in black. Sheng You, wait. You cannot leave. This establishment was their territory, and locating individuals within was a simple task. Before long, they discovered Qingjiu sprawled on the ground of a small dark room, groaning in agony. The bodyguards, having never seen Qingjiu in such a pitiful state, promptly relayed the news to Feng Yanhan. Chapter 63. Such acting prowess. One could easily become an award-winning actor. Young Master Han, Qingjiu has been gravely injured. Both arms have been rendered useless. At that moment, Feng Yanhan had just dropped Sheng Yuanyuan off at the parking lot, and upon hearing the report from the bodyguards, his brow furrowed deeply. The image of Sheng Yu overpowering him with sheer force flashed through his mind. What's the matter, Brother Han? What has happened? Sheng Yuanyuan, having regained her composure, began to concern herself with the male protagonist to boost his favor. Had it been earlier, Feng Yanhan would not have tolerated her sulking demeanor. Accompanied by his bodyguards, Feng Yanhan cornered Sheng Yu and Xiaming Fei in the lobby on the first floor. Sheng Yu, how did Qingjiu offend you to warrant such brutality? Today, you will clarify this matter. Otherwise, you shall not leave. And what is this place? Are you attempting to restrain my freedom in front of the police? Hua Siyu's voice echoed before he made his entrance. Feng Shun, your family's prince truly is audacious. One might think the entirety of the capital belongs to the Feng family. Feng Shun remained silent, advancing toward Sheng Yu, his gaze sweeping over her. Did he harm you? Feng Yanhan, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly clarified. Uncle, I did not harm her. She attacked first and injured my brother. Feng Shun turned to Sheng Yu. Why did you take matters into your own hands? Are the bodyguards the Feng family employs merely for show? Meeting his affectionate gaze, Sheng Yu mused inwardly that should she pursue a career in entertainment, she might very well become an award-winning actor. I had no intention of engaging in violence. It was Qingjiu who lured me into that small dark room and initiated contact. I acted in self-defense. Uncle, do not be misled by her excuses. She surely intended to inflict harm. Feng Yanhan interjected. Sheng Yu smiled slightly, a playful smirk gracing her lips. You claim my actions were intentional, yet where is your evidence? In the absence of proof, that is mere slander. If you lack this basic understanding, you might as well be mining for resources in a foreign land. Xiaming Fei nodded in agreement from the sidelines. It was her first visit. How could she possibly know where that small dark room was? Surely, Qingjiu led her there. No one would guide another to a dark room solely for the purpose of confrontation. Would you be so foolish? Feng Yanhan was rendered speechless, struggling to formulate a response. Feng Shun's arm encircled Sheng Yu's waist in a protective gesture, whispering, "Let us depart." Sheng Yu merely regarded his performance in front of Feng Yanhan as a mere act, and thus played along. However, Xiaming Fei had twisted her ankle. Feng Qing cast a glance at Hua Siyu behind him, who immediately understood the unspoken message. I will take care of her. Is the injury serious? Does she need to go to the hospital? Hua Siyu genuinely cared for his subordinate. Compared to his own foot injury, his primary concern was whether Sheng Yu had discovered any leads regarding Qingjiu. Feng Yanhan fixated on the retreating figures of the four, a profound hatred filling his eyes. At this moment, he was reluctantly forced to accept a painful truth. After leaving him, Sheng Yu had climbed into Feng Cheng's bed. Sheng expert, have you unearthed any information from Qingjiu? Hua Siyu inquired anxiously as he closed the car door. Sheng Yu slowly nodded. I witnessed 2 scenes involving your missing colleague. The first scene has already transpired. He was suspended by Qingjiu, enduring torment, ultimately having his fingers brutally smashed with a hammer. Xiaming Fei grasped the implication. So, you crippled Qingjiu's arm to avenge him? Sheng Yu did not deny this, but continued. The second scene is a forthcoming event. Qingjiu has already found buyers for his heart and kidneys. To prevent any lingering uncertainties, he will act swiftly. I merely inflicted temporary harm on Qingjiu, uncertain if it will alter the course of events. Therefore, it is imperative to locate the talent as soon as possible. Hua Siyu was already aware that the missing undercover agent was connected to Qingjiu. Thus, the next step was to apprehend and interrogate him. The challenge lay in the absence of supporting evidence to advance the arrest process. They could not simply claim it was discovered through Sheng Yu's mystical abilities. After all her efforts, Sheng Yu could not possibly yield this scant information. In the latter scene, besides Qingjiu, there was another figure, a man in a white coat. Qingjiu's gaze merely flickered across him. But I noticed a line of text on the man's chest, the beginning obscured, but the last character clearly denoted hospital. You should investigate the doctors associated with Qingjiu or the hospitals he frequently visits. Excellent,
Hua Siyu exclaimed.
immediately making a call to direct his team to pursue this lead. The finest private hospital in the capital. Feng Han summoned the most authoritative orthopedic specialists in the city, assembling a medical team around Sheng Yu's bedside for diagnosis. The imaging revealed that the patient had sustained severe comminuted fractures in both arms, necessitating bone graft surgery. However, post-surgery, he might not fully recover, likely suffering from some functional impairments. This meant that even with surgery, he would be rendered disabled. Sheng You lay helplessly, his arms limp, unable to perform even the simplest movements, reduced to a state of impotent rage, lashing out at the doctors. "Get out! All of you useless wretches!" Feng Han instructed the doctors to leave, leaving only himself and Sheng You in the room. "What have you done to her? Why has she resorted to such brutality against you?" Sheng You turned his head, avoiding his probing gaze, and retorted, "What could I do to her? I merely sought to distance her from you." And Wan. Chapter 64. How could I possibly fall in love with that woman? Feng Han disliked others meddling in his affairs. "Sheng You, my matters do not require your intervention. From now on, keep your distance from Sheng You. Moreover, Mixue has set his sights on you. You must swiftly dispose of your illicit dealings." Sheng You, half serious and half jesting, responded, "With your protectiveness over her. Could it be that you have developed feelings for that woman? What about Wan? Are you planning to betray her? Shut your mouth. Are you out of your mind? How could I ever love that woman?"
Feng Han retorted vehemently.
"Indeed, I doubt you would fall for such a vain and wretched woman." Sheng You smirked slightly, unwilling to allow anyone to harm Wan, not even Feng Han. Feng Han recalled the latest information his assistant had provided about Sheng You. She had been compelled to drop out of school, and her desire for money was driven by the necessity to repay her brother's gambling debts. Perhaps she was not merely vain, but genuinely in need of financial support. "Brother Han, why are you still defending that woman? She has left me disabled. Speaking of which, she is quite formidable. Her skills are exceptionally impressive." The fact that Sheng You was skilled needed no confirmation from Sheng You. Feng Han had experienced it firsthand. Knowing her abilities, he resolved to avoid provoking her. "Understood. I will keep my distance." Sheng You feigned compliance to silence him. He secretly harbored intentions of incapacitating that woman and selling her to Southeast Asia for grotesque exhibitions. However, Feng Han reminded him of the undercover officer, who needed to be dealt with swiftly. By then, Mixue would be unable to locate, not even a body. Meanwhile, Mixue had managed to trace a connection between Sheng You and the deputy director of a private hospital in just half a day. The two were known to associate frequently. En route to the hospital, Mixue instructed Mingfei to call Sheng You and update her on the latest developments, while also seeking her opinion. Upon hearing the situation, Sheng You fell silent for a few seconds before responding, "You may need to make a fruitless trip. This is likely a diversion orchestrated by Sheng You. If the director is indeed involved in organ trafficking, he would not brazenly associate with Sheng You." Mingfei furrowed her brow and muttered, "Could it be that he is merely associating with the director because he saved his mother? Is it reasonable for him to lavishly gift him houses and cars? Sheng Yu's mother is still alive?" Sheng You inquired over the phone. Mingfei nodded. "Yes. She is alive, though her mental health is poor. She resides in a mental health facility." "A mental health facility?" Sheng Yu's mind sparked with insight. Suddenly, she comprehended something. The hospital did not necessarily refer to a conventional hospital. It could also denote a mental health facility. Mingfei immediately followed her line of thought. On the surface, he visits the mental health facility to see his mother, but in reality, it serves as his hub for organ trafficking. Even with frequent visits, no one would suspect him, viewing him merely as a dutiful son. "Captain Hua," she exclaimed excitedly. "It is highly probable that the shadow is concealed within the mental health facility where Sheng Yu's mother resides." Mixue slammed the brakes, cursing under his breath while turning the car around. Through his earpiece, he alerted everyone. "Turn around. We are heading to the mental health facility." Mingfei, feeling her ankle throb from the sudden stop, had been relying on painkillers to manage her mobility. This time, the jolt seemed to exacerbate her injury. Why had she been so unfortunate these past few days? Tomorrow, she would ask Sheng You for some talismans to ward off her misfortune. Sheng You instructed them to send her the location of the mental health facility. "I will go. This matter may not be easily resolved." At the Feng residence, Feng Chen listened intently to her conversation with Mingfei, understanding that she intended to infiltrate the lair of criminals, and insisted on accompanying her. He presented a compelling reason that Sheng You could not refuse. "Didn't you say that the virtue light surrounding you is more effective than any protective talisman?" capable of shielding you? Are you deceiving me? How could I deceive you? The virtue light surrounding you is indeed powerful, capable of driving away evil and averting disaster. I had intended to ask you to join me. I just hadn't gotten around to it, she replied. Though a tinge of fear crept in at the thought of confronting those vicious criminals, she felt emboldened with him as her protective charm. In her quest to absorb his virtue light and positive energy, Sheng Yu's skill in weaving lies had become increasingly adept, even complimenting him artfully. They hoped to find answers in the director's office on the 3rd floor of the mental health facility. Xiyu and Mingfei sat on the sofa, their expressions far from pleasant. Between them, seated on a couch, was Wang Yuanhan, the director of the Hope Mental Rehabilitation Institute. You do not have a search warrant. What gives you the right to search our institute? I will report you to your superiors. Wang Yuanhan exclaimed, adjusting his glasses, his tone fervent. Captain Hua, should we call Yu and ask how much longer she will take? Mingfei suggested. No need to call. We have already arrived, came the reply. Sheng Yu guessed that upon entering the rehabilitation center, Xiyu would first seek to control the person in charge. Thus, they headed directly to the director's office. You have finally arrived, Mingfei exclaimed upon seeing Sheng Yu, as if she had spotted a long-lost relative. Xiyu also rose immediately, shaking off his earlier fatigue. Expert Sheng, you're here. His gaze lingered on someone standing behind Sheng Yu, momentarily pausing. Feng, you've also come? He is my assistant. Sheng Yu clarified, not disclosing Feng Zhang's identity recklessly. They would indeed need his assistance to break the formation later. Xiyu did not press further and informed Sheng Yu about the search. We have conducted several searches with no results. Even if you searched 100 times, you would find nothing. Our institute is entirely legitimate, Wang Yuanhan interjected, dousing their hopes. Sheng Yu lifted her gaze slightly, activating her spiritual sight to peer at him. This man clearly lacked the mental acuity of Qingjiu, as his hidden secrets were laid bare before her. In the underground 2nd floor, Xiyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The underground 2nd floor? But I just personally led a team there, and found nothing. Sheng Yu explained, you did not go to the 2nd underground floor. You must have gone to the 3rd. They constructed an additional level between the 1st and 2nd floors, where all their illicit activities take place. The entrance is not through the elevator you used. Chapter 65. Who does she turn to for justice after being struck by a mental patient? A flicker of panic crossed Wang Yuanhan's eyes as he pointed at Sheng Yu, shouting, You young lady, what nonsense are you spouting? We only have that one elevator. Xiyu, increasingly vexed by him, grabbed his collar and pulled him aside. Either you honestly disclose where that entrance is, or you better shut up. Sheng Yu smiled faintly and replied, He has already revealed to me where the entrance is. Wang Yuanhan nearly jumped, exclaiming, When did I say that? I haven't said anything. Finding him too loud, Sheng Yu threw a talisman, sealing his mouth entirely. She then turned to Xiyu. Let's go. I will take you there now. Xiyu handed Wang Yuanhan over to his subordinates and followed closely behind. Expert Sheng, where exactly is this entrance you speak of? Upon hearing this, Xiyu felt regretful for having smacked his own head. They had just searched all the corners they deemed obscure but overlooked the patient area filled with people. Their ingrained thinking led them to believe that Qingjiu would not dare to carry out such actions without being discreet, especially in a crowded environment. Did they really build such a crucial entrance right under so many noses, without fear of being discovered? Xiyu shook his head. I don't believe it. Mingfei quickly grasped the situation. I understand. Even if these mental patients could escape, who would believe what they said about what they saw? The most dangerous place is indeed the safest place. Qingjiu is quite cunning. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the neighboring patient area. All the inhabitants here were mentally ill, some severely, while others were slightly less so. However, at that moment, all the patients had emerged from their rooms, creating chaos and blocking the path ahead. Xiyu's dark eyes narrowed, realizing that someone was deliberately orchestrating this, aiming to use the patients to hinder their progress. We cannot let their plan succeed. Everyone, follow me and charge through. Xiyu led his team, all elite officers from the police department, robustly built and ready for action. Yet, they faced an overwhelming number of individuals whose behavior defied normal reasoning. Look, the police have come to catch you. Catch the bad guys. Captain Hua, how do they know we are police? Could they be feigning it? Mingfei questioned. Little did she know, the next moment, she was slapped in the face by a mental patient who had lunged forward. Wretched woman. Do not try to seduce my husband. Husband. Quickly tell me. Who do you love most? She was utterly bewildered. No. Why am I so unlucky lately? just walking along, and I get hit by a mental patient. Who do I go to for justice? Xiaming Fei forced a smile and reported, Captain Hua, I am fine. Not far away. Sheng You had also noticed the commotion and pushed her way through the crowd of patients to reach Xiaming Fei's side. Your foot injury hasn't healed. Xiaming Fei blinked at her, raising a finger to her lips. You, I beg you, keep it down. We don't want Captain Hua to hear. I'm fine really. I just got careless. Sheng You guided her to stay close, specifically to Feng Zheng, whose aura of merit provided a bit of protection, making their path slightly smoother. Xiaming Fei nodded obediently. But as they passed by a room, she noticed a female patient being bullied by several male patients, and her sense of justice compelled her to intervene, completely forgetting her earlier promise to Sheng You. What are you doing? Let her go. Having trained in martial arts and boxing since childhood, Xiaming Fei was among the top in her precinct, many male colleagues unable to match her prowess. However, she made a grave mistake by perceiving these individuals as normal people, unaware that they had no concept of fear and their erratic actions could not be anticipated through conventional logic. She kicked one of them away and turned to confront the others. Behind her, the first patient she had kicked took advantage of the moment, seizing a chair and swinging it fiercely at her back. I will kill you, you monster. I will destroy you. Xiaming Fei felt the chair crash against her back, but gritted her teeth, enduring the pain to rescue the bullied female patient. The male patient, now fueled by rage, raised the chair again to strike. Yet, he was a moment too late. Xiaming Fei was knocked to the ground as several male patients began to kick her. Monster. I will destroy you in the name of the moon. Show your true form. Without a moment to ponder, Sheng You rushed in to save her. With swift kicks, she sent the assailants sprawling. Grabbing Xiaming Fei's arm, she hoisted her up. Are you alright? I'm fine. Please go save that female patient. They are bullying her. Xiaming Fei gasped for breath, trying to ease the pain. Sheng You supported her to the side, turning her attention to the woman lying on the bed. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her face clearly having undergone numerous beauty treatments. Initially staring blankly at the ceiling, upon noticing Sheng You approach, she suddenly turned her head and grinned widely. Let us play. Everyone come and play. Let us play games together. It's fun, really fun. Sheng Yu's gaze lingered on the woman for a few seconds. This woman was too meticulously groomed. Her nails were perfectly manicured, and her hair did not resemble that of other patients who hadn't tea-washed for days. Was it necessary for someone who had been residing here long-term to maintain such a refined appearance? To uncover the truth, Sheng Yu activated her spiritual sight again. Looking back at her, what's going on? Is Qinjiu even concerned about your life or death? Indeed, Sheng Yu, endowed with celestial insight, discerned that the woman before her was none other than Wang He, the biological mother of Qinjiu. Her presence here was not due to any mental affliction. Rather, she was managing affairs on behalf of her son. The ostensible director, Wang Yuanhan, was merely a puppet thrust into the limelight by their mother-son duo. Chapter 66 engaged in a rather novel game, upon learning of the police's search of the sanatorium. Wang He feared that the authorities would eventually uncover the sordid truths hidden within the wards. Consequently, she promptly ordered her disguised aides to release the mental patients, thereby disrupting the police's operations. They were to seize the opportunity to obliterate any incriminating evidence concealed below, ensuring that the remaining souls could not voice the horrors they had witnessed. Amidst the ensuing chaos, she intended to blend in with the mentally ill, seeking a chance to escape. To better camouflage herself, she provocatively engaged with the male patients, inviting them to play games alongside her. Little did she expect that an interfering figure, Xiaming Fei, would emerge unexpectedly, thwarting her plans. You officers truly have a penchant for meddling. As her name was called, Wang He realized her cover was blown. There was little point in maintaining the facade any longer. Rising from the bed, she brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen near her face and began fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Sheng Yu's gaze remained fixed upon her, observing her every movement. When Wang He reached for the pillow, Sheng Yu decisively seized her wrist, applying force until a sharp crack echoed through the room as her bones snapped. Before Wang He could emit a scream, Sheng Yu grasped her shoulder and restrained her other hand, producing yet another sickening sound of a bone breaking. With a dismissive motion, Sheng Yu discarded her onto the floor, rifling through the pillow to reveal a hidden firearm, a cold smile gracing her lips. Like your precious son, your hands are too tainted. They must be rendered useless to ensure compliance. You have harmed my sewer. You have turned him into a cripple. Wang Yi fell heavily to the ground, struggling to regain her composure. The male patients, previously toppled by Sheng Yu, had regained some mobility. Upon seeing Wang, he writhing on the floor, they mistakenly believed she was inviting them to join in her game, crawling toward her with foolish delight. Hee, let us play a game. I want to play too, sister. Shall we engage in a game of undressing and fighting? Quickly, let us remove our clothes before we brawl. Sheng You felt her brow twitch in exasperation, contemplating whether to avert her gaze or shield her eyes from the scene. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled her senses. Do not look. It will tarnish your vision. Feng Cheng, appearing as a towering wall, blocked her view. Sheng You murmured, I had no intention of watching. Xiaming Fei leaned against the wall, feeling significantly better. You, had it not been for you, she might have slipped away right under my nose. For her, as a detective, allowing a criminal to successfully escape under disguise was a grave professional blunder. Recently, she had felt somewhat dull-witted, pondering whether she ought to visit a hospital after concluding this case. In your current state, it is best to remain here. I shall summon 2 others to keep a close watch on the primary suspect. Recognizing Xiaming Fei's injuries, Sheng You advised her to rest. Xiaming Fei, not wishing to hinder their progress, complied obediently. As for the individuals still engrossed in their game, she would certainly refrain from further interference. Later, 2 team members arrived as reinforcements, staring in disbelief at the half-naked patients beside the bed, hesitating to intervene. Xiao Xie, what are they doing? Xiaming Fei, with a lingering ache in her back and a memory of grudges, replied, Do not concern yourselves. They are merely engaged in a rather unconventional game. Feng Cheng protected the petite figure in his arms, ensuring she had no opportunity to witness anything that might tarnish her vision. Following Sheng Yu's lead, they soon discovered a concealed elevator within a wardrobe in one of the patient rooms. The elevator descended with only a single button to press. You, accompanied by 2 subordinates, along with Sheng You and Feng Cheng, made their way down. As they had suspected, this was indeed the largest stronghold of the organ trafficking syndicate led by Sheng You. Beyond the operating room for live organ extraction, there lay a crematorium for incinerating corpses and cells for imprisoning victims. It was evident that those who underwent organ removal were subsequently cast into the incinerator, reduced to ash. They had arrived just in time, as Wang He's subordinates were attempting to destroy evidence, but had first rummaged through Sheng Yu's private office in search of valuables. Neglecting to address the victims imprisoned in the dungeon, You swiftly subdued the members of the organ trafficking organization, rescuing the endangered undercover agent known as Shadow, along with several other imprisoned victims. Tragically, Shadow had lost both hands and, having received no timely treatment, faced a grim path to recovery. Some victims had already endured the removal of a kidney or the extraction of corneas, their survival hinging solely on the remaining value of their other organs, which was why Sheng You had permitted them to live thus far. In the eyes of Sheng You and his mother, these individuals were mere commodities. Once a buyer expressed interest in their other organs, their lives would be forfeit. In short, no one was meant to leave this place alive. Aside from these witnesses, evidence captured at great personal risk by Shadow, videos of Sheng You engaging in organ trade with foreign criminal organizations, ensured that he could not elude justice this time. Sheng Yu's current dilemma was that once the organ trafficking organization was dismantled, she would need to concoct new reasons to remain in Feng Cheng's vicinity, subtly basking in the glow of his benevolence and vitality. Throughout the journey back, she pondered this conundrum. So serious? The vehicle had been halted for quite some time, yet she remained oblivious. She contemplated whether she should simply confess her desire to draw upon his benevolent energy. However, the words caught in her throat. With her celestial vision, she found it impossible to fathom the man before her. She could not ascertain how he might react upon discovering the secret of her condition. Would he assist her? Or would he use this knowledge as leverage to compel her into actions she would rather avoid? In any case, after experiencing betrayal from those she had once held dear, she was reluctant to gamble her life so easily. She mused that the organ trafficking organization run by Sheng You and his mother might not be linked to the organization behind the Yunqing case, leaving her to possibly seek Feng Cheng's protective light once more. Feng Cheng, as succinct as ever, maintained an enigmatic presence in her mind, appearing remarkably grand and handsome. Chapter 67 Master Cheng, I wish to borrow a bit more of your benevolent energy. Sheng You would hear Sheng Yu's name again 3 days later, as Xiaming Fei sent her a message discussing him. According to Captain Hua, the mother and son had taken the lives of many over the years, and capital punishment was inevitable. However, out of humanitarian considerations, they were permitted to receive medical treatment in the hospital first. Sheng Yu was not overly concerned about Qin Jiu's fate, for she had already foreseen these outcomes through her celestial insight. How is your recovery progressing? Xiaming Fei had been taken away by ambulance from the sanatorium, and though her injuries had not affected her bones, the blows to her back had left her with extensive, alarming bruises and swelling. My wounds? They are nearly healed, almost fully mended. When will you be discharged? Soon, very soon. Xiaming Fei once remarked to her that typing messages is a sluggish endeavor. The words, devoid of warmth, merely reflect cold, emotionless text. Nothing compares to the clarity of face-to-face communication. Thus, aside from a few messages exchanged in the early stages of their acquaintance, they primarily engaged in video calls thereafter. Xiaming Fei, why have you resorted to typing today? Before she could fabricate an excuse, Sheng Yu promptly initiated a video call request. After a brief wait of several seconds, the other party accepted. On the phone screen, Xiaming Fei's head, wrapped in bandages, beamed at her with a silly grin. When did you sustain an injury to your head? Sheng Yu furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that Xiaming Fei had not been injured during her stay at the sanatorium. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Xiaming Fei chuckled awkwardly. You might not believe this, but I was feeling a bit bored in the ward this morning. So I took the wheelchair downstairs for some fresh air. Unfortunately, I was struck on the head by a flower pot that fell from above. Sheng Yu scrutinized her bandaged head, her gaze darkening. A couple of injuries might be mere accidents. However, if misfortunes occur in swift succession, it raises concerns in metaphysical terms. It is highly probable that Xiaming Fei's fortune has encountered some turbulence. Their blood relation might subject her to the influences of destiny, and the clarity of her insights into Xiaming Fei's situation could be somewhat restrained. Nevertheless, observing fortune differs from predicting the past or future, even with familial ties. The impact of destiny would not be overwhelmingly significant. Xiaming Fei, have you visited any places recently? Have you encountered anyone or engaged in any transactions? Why has your fortune diminished to the point of near invisibility? Although Sheng Yu had not previously examined Xiaming Fei's fortune with her clairvoyant abilities, it is implausible for an ordinary person's fortune to dwindle so drastically. Moreover, had Xiaming Fei's fortune always been this poor, her recent troubles would not have manifested now. Xiaming Fei stared blankly for a moment before shaking her head. I've been in the hospital these past few days. I haven't gone anywhere or met anyone. Have you picked up anything unusual? Perhaps a red envelope containing money? Typically, those who borrow fortune must perform a certain ritual, such as discarding money on the roadside for someone else to find, thus transferring their misfortune and borrowing good luck from others. To be honest, I suspect the misfortunes happening to me are linked to problems with our ancestral grave. Xiaming Fei paused, lowering her voice further. Problems with the ancestral grave? Sheng Yu had some knowledge of feng shui related to ancestral tombs. If it were indeed an issue with the grave, she could investigate. Xiaming Fei sighed heavily. In recent days, it is not just me who has faced misfortune. My elder sister and second sister have encountered difficulties as well. And my mother's health has deteriorated since giving birth to Xiaowu. Her condition has worsened over the years. The most alarming case is that of her grandfather, who begins to mutter nonsensically and engage in bizarre behavior every night, only to wake up the next day with no recollection of it. We have consulted numerous specialists, neurologists, psychiatrists, even psychologists, and none have been able to cure his peculiar affliction. In truth, her previous invitation to Sheng Yu to visit her home was not only a sincere desire to introduce her family, but also a personal hope that Sheng Yu might help her grandfather, exploring the matter from a metaphysical perspective to uncover the root cause and perhaps remedy his condition. Now, with her elder and second sisters also experiencing troubles, could it be anything but an issue with the ancestral grave? Upon hearing this, a thought struck Sheng Yu. As for the fourth sister, she could be overlooked for now, but it is highly likely that Sheng Wanwan is the one siphoning their fortune. Previously, she had noticed Sheng Wanwan employing some form of dark art to steal her luck. Hence, she had kept her at a distance to prevent her from casting any spells on her. However, Xiaming Fei, who had doted on her precious younger sister since childhood, had no such defenses. That night at the club, Sheng Wanwan had clung to Xiaming Fei's arm without letting go. It was also that night that Xiaming Fei had twisted her ankle at the club. Everything seemed to align. Now, with Sheng Wanwan disregarding the years of nurturing by the Sheng family and the bonds of sisterhood, and with the innocent members of the Sheng family falling victim, alongside Xiaming Fei's connection, Sheng Yu felt compelled to take action. You should arrange to visit your grandfather first. Sheng Yu refrained from voicing her suspicions immediately, as she herself had yet to discern what kind of dark art Sheng Wanwan was employing. Without evidence, merely relying on her words, It would be implausible for the Sheng family to believe her over their cherished darling. Weren't we supposed to check the ancestral grave first? Xiaming Fei remained adamant that the family's trouble stemmed from issues with their ancestors, or else it would be impossible for the entire family to face misfortune simultaneously. To reassure her, Sheng You explained, "Let us first check on people. If nothing is amiss, then we can look into the ancestral grave later. By the way, you must stay put in the hospital, don't wander around or move about. I'll be over to see you shortly." Sheng Yu was not being alarmist. The little fortune Xiaming Fei currently possessed made her susceptible to further misfortune. While she might not lose her life, she would undoubtedly endure suffering. Xiaming Fei obediently agreed, raising her arm in assurance that she would not step out of her ward until Sheng Yu arrived. After concluding her call with Xiaming Fei, Sheng Yu wasted no time and promptly knocked on the door of Feng Cheng's study. "Master Feng, I wish to borrow a bit of your merit light."
Come in.
Upon hearing that familiar voice, Feng Cheng paused his examination of documents. "I wish to borrow a bit of your merit light," Sheng Yu reiterated, fearing he had not heard her clearly through the door. Naturally, she felt it necessary to inform him of the purpose of her request. Thus, she succinctly explained, Xiaming Fei might have had her fortune borrowed by someone, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Her ankle injury is still healing, and now her head has been struck by a falling flower pot. I wish to draw a protective talisman for her. Given her circumstances, standard talismans would be ineffective, and she requires a strengthened version. Feng Cheng lifted his gaze, appearing calm at first glance, yet a subtle shift in his demeanor suggested an underlying current of intrigue. "Very well. You're agreeing just like that? Aren't you going to ask how much merit I intend to borrow?" Spending time with him had made Sheng Yu more comfortable, leaning her slender arms on the table and flashing him a playful smile. Feng Cheng suppressed his urge to continue observing her and lowered his gaze, responding, "You may take as much as you wish. As long as she desired it. She could take as much as she needed." Sheng Yu asked him to wait a moment while she fetched her tools for drawing talismans. She organized a small area on Feng Cheng's expansive desk, setting up paper and brushes, and opened the prepared cinnabar to begin her work. Setting aside the previous occasion, when Sheng Yu had bitten her finger to draw a talisman with a tissue, this was the first time Feng Cheng witnessed her earnestly at work. He observed as the young girl focused intently, lifting her brush, the tip saturated with cinnabar, moving swiftly and fluidly, completing the talisman in one continuous motion. With the final stroke, the talisman was complete, and a flicker of spiritual light seemed to dance across the paper. "All right, this should suffice." Sheng Yu put down her brush and glanced at the several talismans on the table, when suddenly a thought struck her. She bent down to draw another one, this time at a slower pace. Intrigued, Feng Cheng leaned closer to see what made this particular talisman distinct. He noticed Sheng Yu was meticulously drawing a tail for the small red turtle on the talisman. What kind of talisman is this? Once the talisman was completed, the next step involved borrowing some merit light to enhance their magical efficacy. "Please lend me your arm, Master Feng," Sheng Yu requested, clutching the talismans and stepping closer to his side, gesturing towards his arm. Though Feng Cheng did not fully comprehend her intentions, he complied, extending his arm toward her.
How shall I lend it to you?
This knowledge is merely a means to harness the radiance of merit. To those unaware, it might seem as if she is merely assisting him in wiping his arm. Feng Shan's brow twitched slightly. "Is this sufficient?" Sheng Yu rubbed a few more times and then switched to another talisman. "Yes, this will suffice." Aside from the talisman adorned with a small turtle, the other 6 talismans were imbued with merit before Sheng Yu expressed her gratitude to Feng Shan once more.
"Now,
"All that remains is to infuse a portion of my own fortune, and we shall be complete." With that, Sheng Yu raised 2 fingers, gathering her fortune at their tips, preparing to channel it into the talisman. However, before she could make contact, Feng Shan seized her wrist, halting her. "Did you not say that I possess great fortune? Why not utilize mine instead of your own? A malevolent cultivator borrows the fortunes of others. I, being a righteous practitioner, shall not engage in such acts." Even when Feng Shan had previously drawn upon the fortune from her jade necklace, she had never considered claiming it for herself, as it was merely a loan. And she did not consider herself the owner of the necklace. "What if I were willing?" Feng Shan's voice was low, carrying an unyielding insistence. Sheng Yu had never encountered anyone so eager to lend their fortune to another. She inwardly sighed, acknowledging him as a man of immeasurable virtue. Nonetheless, she ultimately opted to use her own fortune, primarily because her own fortune was not lacking, and lending it would not affect her in the slightest. "Next time, if needed, I shall use yours." She was mistaken. Feng Shan had never been a benevolent individual. He simply wished to ensure that she did not suffer any unforeseen misfortunes. Having heard her mention that misfortune could ensue from lending one's fortune. When will you visit Xiamingfei? I shall accompany you. Unbeknownst to him, Fengshan was concerned about the extent of Sheng Yu's diminished fortune and was uneasy about her going alone. Sheng Yu was about to inquire when he had grown so close to Xiamingfei when he spoke again. His tone earnest. I merely wish to see how unfortunate she truly is. Fengshan was going to observe Xiamingfei's misfortunes for entertainment. At the First National Hospital of Jing City, Sheng Yu pushed open the door to the ward and found Xiamingfei leaning against the wall, limping awkwardly from the restroom. Her complexion was even paler than before, her brows twisted into a tight knot, and her expression was one of deep frustration. Upon hearing Sheng Yu's voice at the door, Xiamingfei looked up and, upon seeing her, exclaimed as though she had encountered a long-lost relative. You have finally come. What on earth has happened? Have you snuck out of the ward again? Xiamingfei waved her hands repeatedly. No, I just ordered some takeout. She was residing in a hospital room arranged by Huasiu. The hospital's amenities were quite satisfactory, save for one thing. The food was exceedingly bland. For someone like Xiamingfei, who preferred bold flavors, the soups and plain congee held no appeal whatsoever. She had promised Sheng Yu not to step out of the ward even once, so she could only order takeout to satiate her cravings. Little did she know, within that takeout was a half of a large green caterpillar. Xiamingfei had always harbored a deep fear of insects, especially green ones. Just moments ago in the restroom, she had nearly vomited her bile. As Sheng Yu listened to her lament, she could not help but chuckle. You certainly are quite unfortunate. Reaching into her pocket, she retrieved several folded talismans and handed them to Xiamingfei. These are peace talismans I just drew. If you wear them, your misfortunes shall diminish. You may give the others to your family. I have written each person's name on them, so do not mix them up or open them, lest they lose their efficacy. Fengshan's gaze lingered on the triangular talisman inscribed with the name Xingwanwan. If memory served, this was the turtle talisman drawn by Sheng Yu. Chapter 69. Not discussing money, but fate. You are truly too kind to me. Xiamingfei was genuinely touched. She had not anticipated that Sheng Yu would consider her family as well. I will have them come to collect it shortly. After delivering the peace talismans, Sheng Yu decided not to linger, wishing for Xiamingfei to rest properly. Matters concerning the Sheng family, particularly those involving Old Master Sheng, were best addressed promptly. The two agreed to visit Old Master Sheng the following morning. After Sheng Yu and Fengshan departed, Xiamingfei messaged all her sisters in their group chat. Are you all free now? Come to the First National Hospital of Jing City to see me. Once she sent the message, she realized she had concealed her injuries from her family. Oh no, now I'm exposed. The eldest sister, Xiaminga, was the first to respond. Xiamingfei, what are you doing in the hospital? Did you get injured while on a mission? Send me your ward number. Seconds later, the second sister, Xiamingxi, also messaged. Third sister, where are you hurt? Is it serious? I'm coming over right now. The fourth sister, Xiamingyang, was attending an academic conference abroad and had likely muted her phone. Xiamingfei planned to contact her separately later. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Sheng Wanwan was secretly eavesdropping and, upon seeing Xiamingfei's message about being in the hospital, felt a sense of satisfaction. Serves you right for getting so close to Sheng Yu and repeatedly speaking on her behalf. After mocking Xiamingfei for being foolish, she pretended to express concern. Third sister, are you alright? How did you suddenly get injured? I'm coming over to check on you. She was eager to see just how miserable Xiamingfei appeared now. In the past, Xiamingfei would have reassured them that her injuries were minor and not to worry. However, today she needed them all to come. The eldest sister, Xiaminga, was the first to arrive, dressed sharply in a tailored suit and high heels, her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Due to her haste, a few strands of hair had come loose, framing her face. I'll write my resignation letter tomorrow. No, I shall write it now. I'll have my secretary draft it and you just need to sign. Wait, elder sister. When did I say I wanted to resign? Xiamingfei was taken aback by her immediate assumption. I've just managed to join Huasiu's team and work alongside my idol. How could I possibly resign? It's just a minor injury. Besides, my injury has nothing to do with my work. What does it pertain to, then? Xiaminga crossed her arms and settled on the sofa, waiting to hear her explanation. These injuries are related to fortune. I know a little expert in this field who said that my fortune has been problematic, which has led to all these misfortunes. However, the issue has been resolved now. She gave me several peace talismans and said that as long as I wear them, I'll be fine. Is that all? Xiaminga waited for her to finish speaking before sneering. Let me guess, that pitiful salary of yours has all been spent on this little expert, hasn't it? Or did you give it to some streamer? Her remark reminded Xiamingfei of something. Now that you mention it, I seem to have forgotten to pay you. How much does a peace talisman usually cost? No. In their line of work, it seems they don't discuss money, but rather fate. The swindlers on the overpass often charge a few hundred. US talismans are undoubtedly genuine peace talismans, so they must be worth at least a seven-figure sum each. Regardless, in Xiamingfei's eyes, Sheng You was the most formidable talisman master. Therefore, the talismans she drew could not be inexpensive. If she doesn't owe you on your money, it's merely a long-term strategy to ensnare you later for something far more significant. Don't be foolish enough to fall for it. Xiaminga had not anticipated that the little swindler could be so skilled, even convincing Xiamingfei, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, of the talisman's efficacy. Elder sister, Yu is not a swindler. She is an expert engaged by our police department who has assisted us in solving 2 major cases. If you don't believe me, I'll call our deputy director to confirm whether my words hold any truth. Has your deputy director met this so-called little expert of yours? When our deputy director met her, he was all politeness and even awarded her a special bonus. Moreover, even if she were inclined to deceive for financial gain, I am certainly not her target. If she were to deceive anyone, it would be that wealthy member of the Feng family. That individual possesses wealth rivaling nations. Who? You ask? The implications in her words were rather substantial, leaving Xiaminga momentarily speechless. While the deputy director might have calmed Xiaminga's initial reaction and altered her perception of the little swindler, the appearance of Feng Shan ultimately restored her composure. After all, who could possibly deceive Feng Shan? If that little trickster were capable of outsmarting him, then she certainly held Xiaminga's family in high regard. Before they could clarify their conversation, Xiamingxi arrived.
Who hurt you?
Xiamingfei pointed to her ankle and said, Here, I was walking and stepped on something, twisting it. Then she indicated her head, and here, I was out for a stroll when a flower pot fell from a height and hit me. Lastly, she gestured to her back. And here, I encountered a few individuals fighting, and when I tried to intervene, one of them struck me with a chair. She concluded, all mere accidents. Upon hearing her recounting, Xiaminga could only agree. Xiamingxi looked astonished, remarking that even the plots of the films she had filmed could not rival such absurdity. Xiamingfei had explained everything that needed explaining and then produced a talisman hidden within her pillowcase. Yu has also prepared safety talismans for you, one for each of you, inscribed with your names.
Do not mix them up.
As for the 4th sibling, I will find a courier to send hers tomorrow.
Who is Yu?
Xiamingxi inquired. A friend of the 3rd sister, an expert in metaphysics. She claims that the 3rd sister's fortunes are in disarray, which is why she has been injured, Xiaminga explained. Xiamingxi, possessing a slightly greater tolerance for the mystical, did not immediately dismiss Sheng You as a charlatan. As soon as she heard Sheng Yu's name, she associated it with a beautiful host from an online fortune-telling live stream. 3rd sister, are you quite familiar with that host? When can you introduce us? I have been searching for a leading lady for a film, and I believe she would be quite suitable. Xiamingxi had begun acting in college, and was surprised when her debut film garnered an award. The Sheng family imposed no restrictions on their children's development, emphasizing happiness above all else. Their opposition to Xiamingfei becoming a police officer stemmed not from disdain for the occupation, but from a genuine concern for her safety. 2nd sister, are you referring to that grand fantasy drama you've been preparing for years? Sheng Nuan, who had been outside the hospital room, burst in upon hearing Xiamingxi's words. Nuan, you've arrived? The 3 individuals in the hospital room turned their gazes toward the entrance, their expressions softening despite their varied identities as a president, a celebrated director, or a dashing female detective. Sheng Nuan ignored their attention and continued to press Xiamingxi. 2nd sister, are you speaking of the new drama that has been in preparation for several years, the one featuring a strong female lead? Sheng Nuan aspired to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, dreaming of becoming an acclaimed actress and a true leading lady. This opportunity seemed to have presented itself at the perfect moment. Secretly elated, she thought, indeed, fortune had shifted in her favor, bringing such a grand opportunity directly to her doorstep. Xiamingxi nodded. It is a grand fantasy drama featuring a strong female lead. Is it titled Xian Cheng? Xiamingxi appeared slightly taken aback. How did you know? We have considered several titles, but none have been finalized, one of which is indeed Xian Cheng. I was told secretly by someone. Sheng Nuan hadn't anticipated that the name was still undecided, but she thought it inconsequential. for they could never guess that she had been reborn. I think Xianqing is quite a lovely name. Let us use it. It is bound to be a hit. Sheng Yuan feared that if Mixue were to change the title, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. What if the drama failed? Of course, the title was not the crucial factor. The most important thing was that she secured the role of the leading lady in this production. Second sister. You know I wish to enter the entertainment industry. Feng's entertainment company has already signed me. They say my appearance and demeanor are quite suitable for stardom. Now, I simply need a good script. Please grant me the leading role in your drama. Sheng Yuan was aware of the indulgence the Sheng family bestowed upon her. Whatever she desired, Xiaminga and the others would do their utmost to fulfill. However, this time, Mixue unexpectedly declined her request.
No.
We have other plans for the lead role in this drama. If you wish to act, I can find you another project. This lead role is not suitable for you. While Mixue adored her sister, she was adamant about keeping personal feelings out of her professional decisions. After all, the entire production represented the collective efforts of the crew, and it could not be compromised due to her personal issues. She understood her sister well. Playing a pampered young lady was one thing, embodying a cold, aloof heroine was entirely another. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuan's mood soured. Why is Sheng Yu allowed to take part, yet I cannot?
What makes her superior to me?
Are you truly my sister? She could accept losing to anyone, but never to Sheng Yu. Seeing Mixue's troubled expression, Xiaminga intervened gently. All right, Yuan, do not press your second sister further. If you wish to act, I will find another role for you. You may choose any genre you desire. You are free to pursue it as you wish. The Sheng family does not lack the funds. She could afford to indulge Sheng Yuan. However, Sheng Yuan was not appeased. If it's not Xiancheng, then I won't act in any other production. For it was only Xiancheng that could catapult her to instant fame, elevating her status to that of a top-tier star. This was something no other production could offer. Yet Mixue remained resolute. No was no, and there was no room for negotiation. Xiaminga and Mingfei clearly sided with her, believing Sheng Yuan was merely throwing a tantrum, spoiled by too much affection and treating her acting ambitions lightly. Mingfei produced the safety talisman, attempting to shift the topic and lighten the atmosphere. Little 5. This talisman is for you. Keep it safe, and remember to carry it with you. It must not be damaged, soiled, or torn, or it will lose its effectiveness. Sheng Yuan, upon seeing the tattered yellow paper she was offered, expressed her disdain. Who needs this scrap of paper? With my fortune, I have no need for a talisman. Do you think I am one of you unfortunate souls? I do not require it. This was personally drawn by Yu. It's quite effective. Mingfei, having witnessed Sheng Yu's true abilities, understood the value of such an item. She regretted mentioning Sheng Yu. The simmering anger within Sheng Yuan flared once more. Only you would consider her worthless talismans to be treasures. Rather than engage in futile conversation with them, she would be better off seeking to acquire more fortune elsewhere. But who might she seek? 3 options stood before her. Previously, she had drained most of Mingfei's fortune, but Xiaminga and Mingxi still possessed quite a bit. Out of consideration for their years of friendship, she had refrained from being too ruthless. However, Mingxi was intent on leaving opportunities for Sheng Yu. In that case, she would not hold back in seizing the fortune from her. She was eager to witness whether, devoid of her fortune, Mingxi would still produce a successful drama. As for herself, with enough fortune, even if it were not directed by Mingxi, it would still thrive. With these thoughts in mind, Sheng Yuan grew disinterested in further disputes with Mingfei. She stuffed the yellow paper haphazardly into her bag, then donned a different expression as she sat beside Mingxi, wrapping her arms around her. Second sister, you aren't upset with me, are you? You still want to talk to me, right? In her mind, she urged the system to act swiftly. System, come forth. I wish to seize the fortune from Mingxi. Expedite your efforts. System alert. Detected that the talisman contains the heroine's fortune. Please choose whether to proceed with the seizure. Sheng Yuan was taken aback, pondering. Are you suggesting that the tattered talisman in my bag possesses the fate of Sheng Yu, the heroine? All her efforts to seize even a fragment of fortune had come to naught, and now it seemed to have found its way into her possession. Indeed, she was the chosen one of destiny. However, the system doused her excitement with a cold reality. The talisman in your bag does not contain any, all others do. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, why is mine the only one without any? Yuan, what are you talking about? What do you lack? Her 3 sisters turned to her, startled by her outburst. It's nothing, third sister. May I take a look at the other protective talismans? Though Xie Fei was puzzled by her sudden interest, she handed over the remaining ones. Here, be careful not to damage them. There are also Mother S and Grandfather S among them. Sheng Yuan held those talismans tightly in her palm and immediately communicated with the system. I intend to seize all the fortune from these talismans, leaving not a shred for them. Chapter 71. Come to my room, and I shall let you borrow. The system responded, detected several strands of the heroine's fortune in the host's hand, initiating plunder mode. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping in her mind persisted for a full 5 minutes, showing no signs of abating. She felt as though her head might explode. Desperately, she called out, System, system. How much fortune can there possibly be on these tattered talismans that it takes so long? The incessant noise was giving her a headache. Stop playing dead. Has it finished or not? Xiao Wu, what are you thinking? As the talismans were drawn from her hand, the beeping finally ceased. Immediately after, she heard the system freeze. System under attack from an unidentified force. Malfunction occurring. Requiring repair. Entering sleep mode imminently. Sheng Yuan was left dumbfounded. Who attacked you? How long will the repair take? Do you not understand that I am eager to seize Xie fortune? Wait, don't go to sleep yet. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Sheng Yuan, feeling agitated, pushed away Xie Fei's outstretched hand. Her gaze filled with palpable resentment. I'm fine. Do not touch me. Surely, it was this unfortunate Xie Fei who had transmitted her misfortune to her, causing the system to malfunction. The longer she stayed, the more bad luck she absorbed. She needed to leave quickly. Perhaps the system would recover. Meanwhile, at the Feng residence, Feng Chen inquired, what brings such joy? The talisman bore her cultivation and fortune, and naturally, Sheng You sensed it. She anticipated that Xie Fei, valuing family, would bestow the safety talisman upon Sheng Yuan. Upon discovering the talisman as fortune, Sheng Yuan would surely devise a way to snatch it away. However, the merit light from Feng Chen, which derived from him, was particularly effective against all forms of evil sorcery. The more wicked the sorcery, the more it feared the merit light. Was it not Sheng Yuan who had illicitly taken Xie Fei's fortune using dark arts? Feng Chen pieced together the events and arrived at a conclusion. To be precise, it was the turtle talisman. Feng Chen gazed at her with an affection he was unaware of himself. Indeed, it is the turtle talisman. You gave her the turtle talisman because you already knew she had stolen Xie Fei's fortune? Sheng You had no intention of concealing the truth from him, so she had not avoided him while drawing the talisman. Indeed, on several occasions, she attempted to use dark arts to steal my fortune, but I thwarted her efforts. I never expected she would turn on her own sister. Regrettably, I still do not know what kind of dark art she employed. She refrained from divulging the melodramatic details of her conflict with Sheng Yuan. She attempted to steal your fortune? Feng Chen latched onto the crucial point. She intended to steal but failed. You just mentioned that the merit light I possess can counter her dark arts? If you were to absorb the merit light from me, would she then be unable to harm you? Feng Chen synthesized all the information and drew a conclusion. Sheng You, feeling slightly guilty, confirmed that is indeed the case. Her guilt stemmed from the fact that she had frequently absorbed his merit light, converting it into her own cultivation. Next time she had the opportunity, she could store some on the talisman for her own protection against dark arts. However, she had not anticipated that the opportunity would arise so swiftly. Then before we sleep, come to my room, and I shall let you borrow. After Feng Chen spoke, he realized how that sounded and cleared his throat, adding, do not misunderstand. I meant to let you absorb the merit light. That evening, as she observed Feng Chen, freshly showered, Sheng You grasped the implication of his words. His physique, coupled with that handsome face, was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Yet, Sheng You merely appreciated it without any base desires, refraining from leaning in to absorb. At the Sheng residence, system. Have you rested enough? How much longer will you sleep? System, stop playing dead. System, were you injured by Xie Fei's misfortune? The silence persisted until bedtime, and Sheng Yuan found it impossible to sleep, agitatedly rummaging through her bag for a cigarette. Her gaze fell upon the triangular talisman, and recalling it was drawn by Sheng You, she unwittingly tore it open. Upon closer inspection, she found it depicted a rather hideous turtle. Sheng Yuan suspected that Sheng You was mocking her appearance, which enraged her further.
Sheng You,
in this lifetime, I shall never lose to you again. You shall not take my possessions. In her rebirth, she had grown overly reliant on the system as her golden finger. forgetting that she possessed another advantage: foresight into future trending events. If Sheng You could rise to fame online through fortune-telling, then she, Sheng Wan, could also garner attention and become a social media influencer by predicting the future. Meanwhile, as Sheng Yu absorbed the merit light, she inadvertently also absorbed some of Feng Chen's yang energy, enjoying a restful night's sleep. Considering Xia Mingfei's health, Sheng Yu did not have her come to fetch her, but instead borrowed a car from Feng Chen the next morning to pick Xia Mingfei up from the hospital. And together they went to visit old Master Sheng. Grandfather, having grown older, preferred solitude over the noise of living with them and resided in another villa.
En route.
Xia Mingfei shared some details about the family members. My parents enjoy their life as a couple and do not live with us. What Xia Mingfei did not reveal to Sheng Yu was her belief that her father did not truly love her mother, leaving her puzzled as to why they chose such a lifestyle. However, such personal family matters were not something she could comfortably disclose. Thus, the 3 generations of the Sheng family lived separately. Chapter 72. Perhaps it is because I let her see a ghost. Old Master Sheng resided alone in a standalone villa located in the Blue Bay of the capital. When Sheng Yu and Xia Mingfei arrived, the old gentleman was practicing Tai Chi in the pavilion of the courtyard. Old Master, Miss Mingfei has brought a friend to see you. The butler guided Xia Mingfei and Sheng Yu directly to him. Sheng Tingsong paused his movements, taking deep breaths to steady his disrupted rhythm. The old man did not match the image Sheng Yu had envisioned. He was tall and thin, with graying hair slicked back, dressed in a simple tang suit, and wearing black cloth shoes, devoid of any trace of the once dominant commercial mogul. Sheng Tingsong had initially intended to chastise his disobedient granddaughter, who had defied family opposition to become a police officer. However, upon seeing Xia Mingfei seated in a wheelchair, her head wrapped in bandages and her foot in a cast, he could not bear to utter a harsh word. You're injured? How did you sustain such severe wounds? Sheng Tingsong was unlike other scions of wealthy families, who often insisted on having sons to inherit their fortunes. He had only one daughter with his deceased wife. That daughter had blessed him with 5 granddaughters. The first 4 bore the surname Xia, after their father, Xia Xueqian, while the youngest retained his surname, Sheng. Each granddaughter, a continuation of the Sheng lineage, was cherished by him. Grandfather, I'm fine. My injury looks serious, but it's not as exaggerated as it seems. If it were that severe, the hospital wouldn't have let me go. Xia Mingfei immediately reassured her grandfather. Are you truly all right? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Rest assured, I am indeed well. Xia Mingfei said, fearing that the conversation might drift towards her profession. She quickly introduced Sheng Yu. This is my good friend Sheng Yu. I heard from my elder sister that you haven't been in good health, so I've brought her to see you. Sheng Tingsong had already noticed the young lady beside his granddaughter. After years in the business world, he had developed a keen sense of character. This young lady is remarkable. Is she, like our 4th child, a doctor? What field does she specialize in? Mysticism? Xia Mingfei hastily clarified, Grandfather, mysticism involves ghost hunting, helping people open their 3rd eye to see spirits, assisting spirits in reincarnation, fortune-telling, and drawing talismans. Sheng Yu interjected, no need to elaborate so thoroughly. At his advanced age, Sheng Tingsong was aware of what mysticism entailed. He was merely taken aback. A mystic so young? He had sought the expertise of many such masters in the past, purchasing numerous talismans for protection, yet his condition had only worsened. Could this young woman truly surpass those masters? Wait, 3rd brother. Didn't you say you didn't believe in such things? You labeled them as charlatans and frauds. Xia Mingfei's cheeks flushed. Grandfather, I was young and inexperienced then. I believe now. Curious, Sheng Tingsong turned to Sheng Yu. How did you convince her? Well, if you wish to see, I can certainly show you. However, it may not be available in your neighborhood. When the opportunity arises, I can bring my 3-year-old spirit to meet you. Sheng Tingsong paused, pulling Xia Mingfei closer and lowering his voice. 3rd brother, tell me, has your head been struck? Is this young lady a friend you brought from a psychiatric ward? Xia Mingfei protested, no. Grandfather, your imagination is rather excessive. Indeed, she is genuinely a mystic. Wait, I have proof. Xia Mingfei fished out her phone, locating Sheng Yu's account on a live streaming platform and presenting it to her grandfather. This is Yu's account. See for yourself. She has utilized her mystical talents to solve several major cases for us. Look, this is the announcement from the police station in Yunqing, thanking her. After reviewing the evidence, Sheng Tingsong realized he had misjudged the young lady and promptly apologized for his previous remarks. Sheng You was accustomed to skepticism and paid little mind, nodding at Sheng Tingsong. Please share the peculiarities you've experienced. It was a convoluted tale that could not be conveyed in mere sentences. They moved indoors to converse. Although Sheng Tingsong held little hope that she could remedy his plight, he recounted the strange occurrences in detail. At over 60, Sheng Tingsong took great care of his health, abstaining from smoking and drinking, maintaining robust vitality. Yet, approximately a month and a half ago, he fell victim to an odd affliction. By day, he felt perfectly fine. But as night fell, his condition would manifest. Initially mild, the episodes lasted only 10 to 30 minutes, during which he would awaken to find his room in disarray, with various scratches on his clothing and bedding. His first instinct was that someone had intruded upon him, seeking revenge. To catch the intruder, he installed surveillance cameras, only to find that they captured him wandering and causing chaos in the dead of night. Realizing he might be unwell, he consulted top experts in various fields, all concluding that he was physically sound, attributing it to stress-induced sleepwalking, and advising him to relax. However, the situation only escalated. No longer confined to his room, he violently forced open doors, roaming barefoot around the house, attacking any servants who attempted to check on him. Thus, numerous staff had been replaced, leaving only the elderly butler in his wake. Aside from that, are there any other peculiarities? Sheng You inquired, as these details alone were insufficient for her to ascertain whether they fell within the realm of mysticism. Additionally, I have developed a penchant for consuming raw meat at night. I have even killed the pigeons and birds I raised, Sheng Tingsong confessed, glancing at Xie Mingfei and Sheng You, wary of alarming them. However, he underestimated their fortitude. Chapter 73. At first glance, quite unattractive, upon closer inspection, even more so. Sheng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and Xie Mingfei's demeanor showed little alteration. May I see the footage from your surveillance? Sheng You had formed a preliminary hypothesis, but needed to review the footage for a more accurate conclusion. Sheng Tingsong had previously downloaded the videos to his phone when he consulted the masters, so he readily retrieved them for their viewing. In the footage, Sheng You observed Sheng Tingsong hunched over, crawling on all fours across the floor with an eerie swiftness. Even more unsettling were the amber reflections in his eyes, reminiscent of a cat or dog, as he frequently rubbed his face with his palms and occasionally licked his hands. Due to their blood connection, Sheng You was uncertain how much information she would glean from him upon activating her third eye. Nevertheless, she decided to attempt it. Much like when she had examined Xie Mingfei, she could not see the past or future, but could perceive the old man's aura. His luck was poor. His yang energy was weak, while his yin energy was pronounced. Considering the circumstances, Sheng You was increasingly convinced that something was amiss with him. This is not a mere ailment but rather an entity that has attached itself to you. What kind of entity? What exactly are we dealing with? Both grandfather and granddaughter turned to Sheng You, urging her to clarify. Sheng Yu's gaze darkened slightly. Based on the current clues, it is highly likely to be a Huangdaxian. Have you offended such beings? Both Sheng Tingsong and Xie Mingfei had heard of Huangdaxian. The elder shook his head in bewilderment. I have never encountered such entities. I have certainly not offended them. Sheng Yu replied. Then we shall have to wait until we capture it to inquire further. Xie Mingfei, confident in Sheng Yu's abilities, remained composed, while Sheng Tingsong struggled to adapt to the notion that this young girl, younger than his granddaughter, was a mystic. Capture it?
How does one go about that?
What preparations are necessary? No preparations are needed. I will remain here and guard. In truth, Sheng Yu had not come unprepared. Before her arrival, she had drawn several talismans, which she had charged with merit at Fengshan. These talismans were far more potent than ordinary protective charms. Meanwhile, in another villa approximately 100 meters away, separated from theirs by a garden, Xie Xueqian entered a locked basement, unlocking the heavy door with a key. Once inside, he knelt before the incense altar, murmuring, "Grandfather Huang, are you there? Your grandson has come to pay his respects." Once finished, he picked up a stick of incense from the altar ahead, ignited it, and placed it in the incense burner before him. In front of the burner stood an image of a humanoid figure with a weasel head. "Grandfather Huang, how is the matter I disturbed you with last time? When will my father-in-law finally hand over his entire estate to me? This is my last plea in this lifetime. Please assist me." After speaking, Xie Xueqian knelt and bowed once more to the image. If he could obtain the Sheng family's fortune, his life would be wholly fulfilled. "Grandfather Huang, you promised. Do not go back on your word. With your immense powers, this task should be a mere trifle for you." The Taoist deity lamented the insatiable greed of humanity, a bottomless pit indeed. Yet, having promised, he would certainly deliver. This would be the final occasion. He hadn't anticipated that the human elder's spiritual strength was so formidable, possessing the body multiple times. He could only act at night. During the day, when that old fellow awoke, his spirit would be expelled from the body. He had considered whether to take advantage of the elder's possession to rewrite the will, transferring the Sheng family wealth entirely to Xie Yu. However, the old man was cunning and had instructed his lawyer that any decisions made during his unawakened state would be invalid. For now, he could only wait until he fully controlled the body to transfer the estate to this grandson of the Xie family. How much longer would this take? Xie Yu truly wished to avoid seeing that old man's face any longer. Within this month, perhaps. The deity calculated the time and deemed it sufficient. Once the grandson acquired the Sheng family fortune, he would certainly build a temple for the Huang deity and craft a golden statue in his honor. Xie Yu also painted a grand vision for him. That night, Sheng You and Mingfei stayed in the room next to the old gentleman's. They awaited the arrival of that entity. Sheng You had even opened her spiritual eye for Mingfei and the elder. "You, what does that thing look like? Is it frightening?" Mingfei was far too excited to sleep. "You'll find out soon enough." Sheng You was unfazed by others' apprehensions. Her courage was not easily shaken by the Huang deity. After midnight, as drowsiness began to creep in, Mingfei was just starting to doze off when she heard Sheng You murmur, "It's here." Instantly, the drowsiness vanished, and she swiftly maneuvered her wheelchair. The two of them exited the room, only to collide with the old gentleman who had just rushed out from the adjacent bedroom. Oh, no, it should be Grandfather Huang. The Huang elder regarded all humans in this villa with disdain, including the two young girls, showing them no respect as he bared his teeth and growled, "Get lost. Stop meddling here." Mingfei, having opened her spiritual eye, saw the true form of the Huang elder and couldn't help but complain to Sheng Yu. "This Huang deity is truly ugly." In her memory, weasels were not particularly attractive, but this creature, with its shaggy yellow fur and pointed head, was a sight to behold, incredibly ugly at first glance, and even more so upon closer inspection. Sheng Yu smirked, indeed, quite hideous. The two girls openly mocked the Huang elder's appearance, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? Wait, these two girls actually recognized his identity. "Since you know this deity's presence, why do you not withdraw at once?" The Huang elder's voice was shrill and grating, and he instinctively rubbed his face with his hand after each utterance. Sheng Yu, pulling Mingfei's wheelchair behind her, coldly retorted to the arrogant Huang elder, "You are merely a slightly capable spirit, and you dare to call yourself a deity?" Chapter 74, I am skilled in investigating cases. The Huang elder turned green with anger. He had always been worshipped, and humans bowed before him, addressing him as great deity. When had he ever been so publicly disrespected? "You insignificant human girl, who gave you the audacity to insult me in such a manner?" The Huang elder hunched over, baring his teeth at Sheng Yu, attempting to intimidate these two oblivious girls with his growls. Sheng Yu frowned in annoyance. What a racket. Saying this, she drew a talisman from her pocket and hurled it at the Huang elder. If she were not concerned about harming the elder's physical body, she would have unleashed a thunder talisman long ago. However, the talisman she threw was no ordinary exorcism charm. It was an enhanced version imbued with the boundless merits of the sealed spirit, far more powerful than a standard talisman. The Huang elder clearly underestimated this human girl. He did not bother to dodge as the yellow paper talisman flew toward him. When the talisman struck him, its immense power expelled his spirit from Sheng Tingsong's body, and the Huang elder realized he had been careless. Seeing that the girl was about to produce another talisman, the Huang elder retreated, feigning calmness. "Little girl, did your master not tell you that ancestral treasures should be reserved for dire situations?" He could not believe this girl had another talisman of equal power. Sheng Yu smirked. "Who told you that talisman was an ancestral treasure of my sect?" Before the Huang elder could inquire further, Sheng Yu, not wishing to waste time, waved her arm and sent out a second exorcism talisman. Having learned from his previous encounter, the Huang elder dodged quickly this time. His spirit moved far faster than his physical form and was not limited by space. The Huang elder, thinking swiftly, hid inside a large flower pot in the corridor. Yet, he was still struck by the talisman, which firmly hit the tail he had not managed to conceal in time, causing him to yelp in pain. "Is it my illusion? Has my antique flower pot grown a tail?" Sheng Laozi slowly regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and beheld his family's antique flower pot, now adorned with a furry little leg. "Grandfather, it's not an illusion. That is the tail of the Huang spirit," Xie Mingfei clarified. Huang spirit? What on earth is that? It's the Huang spirit that has attached itself to you. Sheng You explained. He is not a deity. Merely a spirit with a bit of power, so he is the Huang spirit, not the Huang deity. The Huang elder, hidden in the flower pot, trembled with rage. This is an utter humiliation. Now, he needed to find a way to escape. He had seen that woman rummaging through her pocket and noticed she had a stack of at least a dozen talismans. If each possessed similar power, he would surely meet his end here. To survive, he could only sever his tail and flee. Sheng You noticed the tail of the flower pot had not moved for a while. She approached and kicked it, only to discover it was merely a severed tail. Why is there only a tail left? What about the Huang spirit? Xie Mingfei wheeled closer. He must have fled to survive, Sheng You remarked, surprised that the creature had been so cowardly, abandoning its tail mid-fight. However, she was no fool. She had already prepared a tracking talisman, following the path of the flying talisman to pursue. Xie Mingfei wanted to join the excitement, but found her legs inconvenient. This distressed her greatly. Sheng Tingsong, with his agile legs, wanted to follow as well. When he sprinted to the villa's entrance, he could no longer see Sheng You. Where is the Huang spirit? Which unit is it?
Whose home is it?
Sheng Tingsong pondered who might be behind this. Was it someone he had unwittingly offended? After a few rows, Villa 18. Sheng Yu revealed the door number. Upon hearing the number, both Sheng Tingsong and Xie Mingfei were momentarily stunned, then shook their heads. How many houses?
Villa 18?
It is impossible. That villa also belongs to our family and has remained unoccupied. Sheng Yu's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, no one resides there. But it does not necessarily mean that no one has visited. The lawn in front of the garage bears fresh tire tracks, clearly indicating recent activity. Grandpa, do you know who possesses the code to that house? Xie Mingfei is indeed involved in criminal investigation, and now the detectives are on the move. Why don't we enter and capture that Huang dying for interrogation? No, if Sheng Yu intended to capture him, she would have done so already. Her strategy is to unveil the person behind this. This time it is Huang dying. Next time, it could be Shu dying or Shi Dagwai. Just the thought made Sheng Tingsong's scalp tingle. Sheng Zayadashi is right. There is no rush. Offerings require at least weekly incense, or it is deemed insincere. Therefore, that individual must frequently enter the community, but only for short periods, never staying overnight. Let us first check the security room to see if we can uncover any clues. Xie Mingfei raised her small arm. I am skilled at investigating cases. The following morning, Xie Mingfei and Sheng Yu arrived at the security room of the community. The identification Xie Mingfei carried was now of great use. The security personnel were quite cooperative, retrieving the surveillance footage closest to Villa 18 for their review. One advantage of high-end communities is the robust security. Xie Mingfei quickly recognized her mother's car. That car belongs to my mother. What is she doing here? Several security guards leaned in to see the commotion, noticing the striking sports car. One guard suddenly recalled something and pointed at the car, exclaiming, No, no, no. The driver was a man, not a woman. He encountered the man once while patrolling. The man had lowered his window and shouted at him. What are you looking at? You're just a watchdog and will never drive a car this nice in your lifetime. Thus, he had a vivid impression of that man. He was tall, appeared refined, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and seemed to be in his 40s. At that moment, a veteran security guard joined the crowd. I know. The driver is the son-in-law of the Sheng family. He used to live here. Why are you investigating Sheng's son-in-law? Has he done something wrong? When the inquiry turned towards her father, Xie Mingfei was not at all surprised. She had long been aware of the tension between her father and grandfather. If anyone in the Sheng family intended to harm her grandfather, it would certainly be her father, Xie Xueqian. When she was around 7 or 8, she once stumbled upon her father, just reprimanded by her grandfather in the study. She vividly remembered the hateful glare he cast as he exited. Please send that video to my phone. Additionally, I need you to notify me at the first opportunity he appears driving. To avoid causing panic, Xie Mingfei concocted a pretext. To be honest, he committed a crime. His name is Xie Xueqian, and I am his daughter, Xie Mingfei. I now suspect he is having an affair behind my mother's back, so I would appreciate your assistance. The security guards were taken aback, not expecting the son-in-law of the Sheng family to be so shameless. His daughter is already this grown-up, and he is still involved in an affair. Rest assured, Miss Xie. If he returns, we will certainly inform you. Xie Mingfei noticed they had mistakenly identified Sheng You as her sister and clarified, she does not share the Xie surname. She is Sheng. Then Miss Xie, Miss Sheng. Rest assured, we will notify you. You think I am quite harsh on my biological father, don't you? Xiaming Fei smiled at Sheng You, though a subtle bitterness lingered in her eyes. Not to mention that he has harmed my grandfather. Even if he had wronged someone unrelated to me, I would not conceal his criminal actions simply because he is my biological father. For I am a police officer, a guardian of justice. Old Master Sheng regarded her deeply, filled with emotion. Third child, you have grown up, but if your mother were to know. Sheng Yu did not expect Xiaming Fei to hesitate. Rather, it was old Master Sheng who hesitated, fearing that the matter concerning Xie Xueqian would upset his daughter. This clearly illustrated how much he cherished his beloved granddaughter. How do you know he won't later exploit sorcery to harm your daughter or granddaughters? Sheng Yu's calm words awakened him.
Capture him.
He must be apprehended with evidence of his crimes. We must expose Xie Xueqian. All that is left is to wait. Within a week, he will undoubtedly appear, for Huang Dang must receive offerings within 7 days to maintain his cultivation. Sheng Yu spent the night at the Sheng residence, entirely unaware that a certain gentleman from the Feng family had been sleepless all night. Early the next morning, he summoned Feng Lei and inquired if he had Sheng Yu's WeChat. Feng Lei initially assumed that his lord wished to contact Sheng Yu himself and kindly asked, "What business do you have with Master Sheng?" "I can convey your message." Feng Zhen lifted an eyebrow. "Do I lack hands or a mobile phone?" Feng Lei was taken aback for a moment before realizing that his lord intended to add Master Sheng on WeChat. "If you do not mind, you can first add my account, and I will send you Miss Sheng's contact information, or I can forward your contact to her, so she can add you." Feng Zhen had never used such applications, unaware of their significance. "Whatever it takes, as long as she adds me, it is fine." The thought of being the first friend added by his lord excited Feng Lei. The name of his lord was straightforward, Feng Zhen. Once they added each other, Feng Lei sent a message to Sheng Yu. "Master Sheng, our lord has important matters to discuss with you personally. I have forwarded your contact to him. Please remember to accept the request when it comes through." Soon after, Feng Lei sent Feng Zhen's contact information to Sheng Yu. "All you need to do now is wait for the request to be accepted." Feng Zhen tossed his phone aside, preparing to meditate. Yet he could not find peace. Checking his phone 3 times within 5 minutes, anxious not to miss any message from Sheng Yu. After finishing her shower, Sheng Yu noticed the message from Feng Lei and saw the friend request from Feng Zhen. She accepted it and subsequently sent him a message. "Feng Lei mentioned you have something important to discuss with me?" On the other end, the typing indicator persisted. Sheng Yu pondered how many words could possibly require this length of time to compose. What could have transpired in the Feng family during her absence? Sheng Yu. He must have just learned to type on his phone, as this is far too slow. Sheng Yu. If typing is too slow, shall we switch to video?
All right.
Sheng Yu initiated a video call, which was accepted almost instantly, revealing Feng Zhen's handsome face on the screen. Despite the awkward angle, his attractiveness remained unaffected. Sheng Yu had no intention of concealing anything, so she recounted all that had transpired. Feng Zhen had initially hoped to keep her close, proving that he was different from his grandfather and father, that he would not allow himself to be governed by curses. However, the reality proved that the curse affected him far more than he had anticipated. After a day and night, without seeing Sheng Yu, he found himself sleepless due to thoughts of her. Yet, he could not reveal this to her, fearing it would frighten her. He could only fabricate a reason for meeting her. "I have not encountered that Huang Dang and wish to see it for myself." Sheng Yu was indifferent, however. Being a guest at the Sheng residence, she needed to consult old Master Sheng first. The old man was indeed hospitable. Upon hearing that a friend of Master Sheng intended to visit, he smiled and nodded, expressing his welcome. "Do not be shy. Everyone is invited to come and play. It has been ages since we had such liveliness." Though the younger generation in his family is numerous, they are all exceedingly busy, making it quite challenging to gather together. Meanwhile, Xiaming Fei sensed that Sheng Yu seemed to have forgotten to mention something significant, but she could not recall what it was at that moment. Chapter 76 did not mention that your friend was him. It was only when the 4 luxury cars from the Feng family pulled up in front of the Sheng family villa that Xiaming Fei remembered that Sheng Yu had seemingly neglected to inform her grandfather that her friend's surname was Feng, and his name was Feng Zhan, the head of the Feng family. "Has Master Sheng's friend arrived?" Sheng Tingsong, upon hearing the sound of the cars, personally went out to greet them, showing great respect for Sheng Yu. He was slightly taken aback when he saw the 4 black cars that had just stopped at the entrance of his villa and turned to Sheng Yu with a puzzled expression, asking, "How many friends has Master Sheng brought?" 4 cars must mean at least 4 individuals, right? Sheng Yu was equally perplexed by Feng Zhan's choice to arrive with a convoy. Surely, he wouldn't have brought a crowd to simply spectate, would he? I only have one friend. I'm not aware of the others. Just then, Feng Zhan emerged from the back seat of the first car, striding towards them with his long legs. Haven't I seen this lad somewhere before? Ever since Sheng Tingsong entrusted the Sheng Group to his eldest granddaughter, Xiaminga, he had rarely attended various business banquets. Additionally, he had been quite worn out and mentally fatigued due to recent tribulations, thus rendering him momentarily unable to recognize Feng Zhan. Once he carefully scrutinized the young man before him, his gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning Feng Zhan's wrist, and he suddenly recalled who this handsome youth was.
You.
Your friend is Feng Zhan? The young head of the Feng family? Sheng You calmly nodded in affirmation. Sheng Tingsong struggled to maintain his composure, internally chiding the girl for not mentioning that her friend was Feng Zhan. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zhan had approached them. Old Master Sheng. It has been a while. Indeed, it has been a while, Sheng Tingsong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. After all, the young head of the Feng family seldom made public appearances. He had heard rumors that Feng Zhan had become a monk. Seeing him now, it seemed that not all rumors should be taken at face value. Mr. Feng, please do come inside. Feng Zhan gestured for him to enter first, saying, at this moment, we're not in the business world, old Master Sheng. Just regard me as an ordinary junior and call me Feng Zhan. Observing the numerous gift boxes piled on the coffee table that could hardly fit, Sheng Tingsong gently cleared his throat. Feng Zhan, you have come. But why bring so many valuable items? If one were unaware, they might think it was the first visit of a son-in-law from his family. These are merely trifles. Please don't stand on ceremony, old master. For Feng Zhan, they were indeed trifles. In his life, he had never been a guest in anyone's home. He initially intended to visit Sheng You directly, but it was Feng Lei who reminded him that when visiting someone else's home, especially that of an elder, one ought to bring gifts. Thus, the present assortment of modest offerings came to be. Xiamingfei cast a glance at the gifts. Mr. Feng. These gifts are by no means trifles. Top-grade Dahongpo tea, century-old ginseng, cordyceps, bird's nest, and antique calligraphy and paintings that grandfather adores. Are these trifles? One of those items alone would cost her an entire year's salary. One might as well forget about living. Feng Zhan had no intention of lingering on the topic of gifts and smoothly shifted the conversation. I may trouble you for a few days. Sheng Tingsong waved his hand dismissively. Not a trouble at all. Stay as long as you wish. Feng Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Sheng You. You didn't sleep well last night. Wouldn't he like to take a nap? Though Sheng You wasn't particularly tired, she felt somewhat out of place in this atmosphere of mutual pleasantries, so she nodded slightly. I am a bit fatigued. You two carry on. After she ascended the stairs, Feng Zhan also found an excuse to step away, leaving behind Sheng Tingsong and Xiamingfei. Third, what is going on here? Sheng Tingsong finally had the opportunity to privately question Xiamingfei, who had been harboring a multitude of inquiries. What is going on? I mean, Master Sheng's friend is actually Feng Zhan. And did that young man mistakenly bring gifts for the wrong person? I am not Master Sheng's grandfather. Why would he gift me all these items? It makes me uneasy. Suddenly receiving such lavish gifts left Sheng Tingsong feeling somewhat unsettled. Xiamingfei found his reaction amusing. Grandfather? Don't overthink it. He probably has ample wealth, and these are trivial to him. Feng Zhan settled into the Sheng residence. Sheng You worried he might not adapt well. Considering the strict etiquette observed in the Feng household, where meals and accommodations were far more refined than here. To her surprise, Feng Zhan exhibited no signs of discomfort. In fact, he engaged in delightful conversation with the old master. Feng Zhan, I previously saw your calligraphy at a charity auction. It was truly remarkable. Powerful strokes and vibrant spirit. A veritable artistic treasure. Regrettably, it was bid away, and I wonder if I might have the honor of seeing it again today. The old master genuinely admired his writing.
What would you like me to write? I can do that for you right now.
Oh, how can I impose? Shall we head to the study? The old master beamed with joy, nearly taking Feng Zhan by the hand to lead him to the study. Xiamingfei thought to herself, ISNT grandfather being a bit too forward? Has he forgotten that the troublesome Huangdi Jing is still lurking around? The following morning, as Xiamingfei awoke, she spotted Feng Zhan accompanying the old master in the garden. Practicing Tai Chi, the old master was quite fond of him, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Had it not been for the knowledge that Feng Zhan had come seeking Master Sheng, he would have eagerly introduced him to his granddaughters. On the third day of Feng Zhan's stay, Xiamingfei received a call from the security office of the community. Miss Xie, your father has arrived. He just drove in through the west gate. After thanking them and hanging up, she immediately informed Sheng You. You, he is here. We must act now. They were set to catch an illicit affair, or rather, to confront Huang Dijing. The old master was equally excited. Wait, let me grab a stick. Initially, Sheng Tingsong had struggled to accept the situation regarding Xie Xueqian's actions against him. However, after a few days in Feng Zhan's company, his discomfort had nearly dissipated. That cunning Huang Dijing, Feng Zhan, would you like a stick for self-defense? The old master not only armed himself with a stick, but also prepared one for Feng Zhan. Xie Mingfei felt a pang of jealousy. Grandfather, your biological granddaughter is presently in a wheelchair. Aren't you concerned about whether I need a stick for protection? Sheng Tingsong chuckled. Grandfather will protect you with the stick. You won't need to lift a finger. Once adequately prepared, the group headed straight for Villa 18. Sheng Tingsong entered the gate code while holding a golf club. Leading the way, behind him trailed Xie Mingfei, pushed by the butler to witness the spectacle, followed closely by Sheng You and Feng Zhan. Additionally, Feng Lei and Feng Hua accompanied them under the guise of protection, but were equally eager to see the unfolding drama. Chapter 77. I beg your pardon, but your face is too large. In the basement of the villa, Xie Xueqian had just lit the incense and knelt down, preparing to summon Huang Dijing. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice urged him to leave immediately. Grandfather Huang, what does this mean? You clearly promised to assist me. You cannot backtrack now. He believed Huang Dijing was reneging on their agreement, irritation lacing his tone. I'm telling you to leave. If you don't, it'll be too late. They are coming. Huang Dijing's voice echoed again.
Who are they?
Grandfather Huang, what exactly are you saying? How did you fare with the task I entrusted you? When will I inherit the Sheng family fortune? Xie Xueqian remained fixated on usurping the Sheng family's wealth.
Fool.
Still dreaming of the Sheng family fortune? My possession of the old man from the Sheng family has already been exposed. They have tracked me here. The venerable Wang Taixin, in a fit of urgency, unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. At that moment, Xie Xueqian finally regained his senses, scrambling to his feet and stumbling upwards. As he reached the entrance of the basement, he collided with Sheng Tingsong and his entourage, who were brandishing a golf club.
Dad.
Mingfei, what are you doing here? He inquired. That should be our question to you. Sheng Tingsong suppressed the urge to strike him with the club.
I
just came to retrieve some old belongings from the basement, Xie Xueqian stammered, caught off guard, fabricating excuses hastily. Then where are the things you were supposed to take? Why are your hands empty? Perhaps we should accompany you down to collect them? Little Xie Mingfei, in her childhood innocence, once yearned for paternal affection like any other child. However, as she matured, she discerned a painful truth. Her biological father did not love her and even wished for her demise. He deemed her a disgrace for being a girl and had even cursed her in secret, questioning why she did not simply vanish from existence. Xie Xueqian believed that she was too young to comprehend anything, that she would not remember his harsh words. Little did he know, Mingfei understood his gaze even then, and as she grew older, she grasped the true meaning behind his cruel remarks. Why are you just a useless girl? Do you think that sporting short hair makes you a boy? If you were to die, wouldn't your mother just bear another child? Surely the next one would be a boy. Because of you wretched daughters, I cannot hold my head high in the village. Indeed, he harbored no love for her or for his other daughters, save for the youngest, for whom he occasionally exhibited a semblance of paternal care. I just remembered that the items I seek are not here, Xie Xueqian muttered, blocking the entrance with his body. Fearful they might discover the altar dedicated to Wang Taixin. Sheng Tingsong could no longer contain himself. Raising the golf club, he struck Xie Xueqian. The items you seek are not here, but mine are. Xie Xueqian let out a pained cry as he released his grip on the doorframe. Sheng Tingsong shoved him aside. Get out of the way. Xie Mingfei, also recovering, hopped on one foot and, as she passed Xie Xueqian, accidentally elbowed him in the face. Dad, my apologies. Your face is just too large. Sheng You observed her bouncing figure with a resigned smile, wondering if this spectacle was truly necessary. Seeing the grandfather and granddaughter move past him, Xie Xueqian hurried to follow. Concerned he might collide with the bouncing Xie Mingfei, Sheng You swiftly stepped forward, grasping the nape of his neck to halt him momentarily. Only when she confirmed that Xie Mingfei had safely reached the basement did she release her hold. It was then that Xie Xueqian noticed her presence, astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Sheng You? How did you come to be here? Sheng You glanced at him lightly. You will find out soon enough. I know nothing. Why are you so close to the Sheng family? Who sent you here? Do you know something? Xie Shuetian's panic intensified. Sheng You smirked. Mr. Xie, do you know me? I do not recall our previous encounters. And I am curious as to what you believe I ought to know. Feng Shan, perplexed by Xie Shuetian's reaction, wondered why he was not fearful of the potential exposure of his dealings with Sheng Tingsong. Instead, he appeared terror-stricken as he gazed at Sheng You. Disliking the way Xie Shuetian looked at Sheng You, Feng Shan advanced 2 steps, seizing Xie Shuetian by the throat and lifting him off the ground, slamming him against the wall.
Who the hell are you?
Xie Shuetian exclaimed. Feng Shan made no move to harm him but tossed him aside to Feng Hua. Take him down to see old Master Sheng. As they entered the basement, they beheld an image of Wong Tai-sin hanging above the altar. Xie Shuetian feigned ignorance. When did this picture appear? Who hung it here? Dad, was it you? Sheng Tingsong contemplated striking him again. The greatest mistake of my life was allowing that little fool to marry someone as worthless as you. Xie Mingfei, disdainful of her father, chose not to engage in further dialogue, directing her attention to Sheng You. Yu, is that Huang Dang still here? Yes, Sheng You affirmed. Its true form is not here, but its spirit is concealed within that painting. With that, she gestured towards the image. As her energy flowed through her fingers and touched the painting, the dormant Huang Dang was forced to reveal itself. To facilitate the spectacle for everyone, Sheng You had opened their celestial vision before entering the villa.
Fing Lei, excited, exclaimed.
Is this the legendary Wong Tai-sin? Xie Mingfei quickly corrected him. Wrong. It's Huang Dang. I've been hiding here. Why do you persist in pressing me? Huang Dang, having lost its tail and half of its power, regarded Sheng You with a wary gaze, fearful she might hurl talismans at it. However, it soon realized there was a presence even more formidable than her. The man behind her, radiating a blinding aura of virtue, was now fixated on it with eyes that seemed to peer into the abyss. Where on earth did the Sheng family find such powerful individuals? And why did they bring 2? It pondered. To escape this predicament, it knew it must take desperate measures. It aimed to attach itself to the old man from the Sheng family, hoping to instill hesitation in their actions. Yet, as it approached Sheng Tingsong, it had not anticipated that the golf club in his hand could inflict harm. When struck, Huang Dang felt as though it had been nearly shattered into oblivion. How can this be? That stick is not a magical tool. How can it harm me? Chapter 78. Did he save your life in a previous life? Sheng Tingsong twirled the club in his hand, revealing the talisman affixed to its handle, boasting, is this an ordinary golf club? This is a divine instrument inscribed with talismans by Master Sheng. Xie Shuetian, still reeling from the earlier strike, could only stammer. Huang Dang, the weasel spirit, retorted, who are you calling a dog? If anyone's a dog, it's the human who inscribed talismans on this stick and infused it with virtuous light. Xie Mingfei, incensed, maneuvered her wheelchair towards it. You vile creature, you dare insult me? Watch as I run you over. Huang Dang lay flat on the ground, motionless. As a spirit, it knew the woman's wheelchair could not harm it. However, in the next moment, Xie Mingfei demonstrated the power of a wheelchair adorned with talismans and imbued with virtuous light. Did you not expect this? You also inscribed talismans on my wheelchair. Realizing the implications, Huang Dang refrained from any further mischief, understanding that the others might possess equally peculiar yet deadly artifacts. I concede. Do with me as you will. Having cultivated for nearly 3 centuries and survived several tribulations, it never anticipated falling to mere humans. Sheng You, intrigued by its motives for assisting Xie Shuetian, arched an eyebrow and asked, why do you help him? Did he save your life in a previous existence? Are you risking retribution from the heavenly order to aid him in his misdeeds? Typically, beings aspiring to transcendence would avoid entanglements with human affairs unless driven by revenge or gratitude. Huang Dang's actions on behalf of Xie Shuetian appeared to stem from the latter. Huang Dang cast a disdainful glance at Xie Shuetian, who was being dragged along like a chick by Feng Hua, and remarked, it's not him, it's his ancestors. The tale is rather kitsch. In the mountains, a weasel that had cultivated for centuries encountered a thunder tribulation and was on the brink of death, only to be rescued by a wood-gathering farmer woman. In gratitude, the weasel promised to protect the farmer's family for 3 generations. That kind-hearted farmer woman was none other than Xie Shuetian's grandmother. Before Zhao Area passed away, she revealed my existence to her grandson. Is that all? Given Xie Shuetian's insatiable greed, he must have sought your assistance more than once since Zhao Area's demise. Sheng Yu's gaze was piercing, as if no secret could escape her scrutiny. Noticing that Huang Dang hesitated, Sheng You added, his retribution has come. There is no use in concealing it for him. Instead, before your soul departs, confess all truths to alleviate your sins. Xie Xueqian, terrified that his dark deeds would be exposed, shouted, Are you all mad? Listening to a beast's ramblings. Father, I don't even know it. Hurry. Use your rod and kill this creature. Huang Dang did not expect to risk punishment from the heavenly principles, exhausting a century of cultivation to assist him, only to meet such a fate. Perhaps this was his karmic retribution. Had he known, he would have preferred to perish on the mountain. Soon, Huang Dang realized that it was the selfishness and treachery of humanity that prompted him to keep secrets for Xie Xueqian. He had sought my help multiple times. Although my cultivation required time to recover after each use, thus I granted him only 3 wishes. The first time he approached me, he lamented that while studying in the capital, he was looked down upon and bullied, yearning to change his fate. He desired the love of a wealthy heiress and aspired to become a prosperous son-in-law. I cast a spell, ensuring that the wealthy heiress fell deeply in love with him, and he achieved his wish of becoming a son-in-law of a prominent family. Upon hearing this, everyone in the basement understood exactly who the heiress was. Sheng Tingsong had only one precious daughter, and how could he bear to let her suffer even a little? Although he had always looked down upon Xie Xueqian, he ultimately conceded to his daughter's desperate plea and agreed to their marriage. After marrying, Xie Xueqian, lacking any real ability, sought to enter the Sheng family. Given an opportunity to start from the lowest ranks, he was discontent and flaunted his status as the Sheng family's son-in-law, behaving arrogantly despite his incompetence. His blunders cost the company tens of millions, and he disregarded the elders of the company. Sheng Tingsong did not indulge him. He promptly ordered him to pack up and leave the company. This son-in-law brought Sheng Tingsong much ridicule among the elite circles of the capital, with whispers of his poor judgment in choosing such a worthless son-in-law, tarnishing his reputation. Fortunately, his granddaughters did not inherit Xie Xueqian's flaws. Aside from the youngest, who was still playful and lacked focus, the other 4 were exemplary, causing him little worry throughout their upbringing. Xie Mingfei's expression was also not pleasant. She had always felt her father did not love her mother, as the outside world claimed. If he truly loved her, how could he allow her to endure 5 pregnancies for him, knowing her health was frail? Yet, as a child, she felt it inappropriate to interfere in her parents' relationship. She thought to herself that if Xie Xueqian was indeed pretending, then maintaining that charade for a lifetime was also his skill.
Now,
with Huang Dang revealing that her father had always schemed against and harmed her mother, her anger was palpable. Xie Xueqian, you had better pray that my mother is unharmed. Otherwise, I will not let you off the hook. Xie Xueqian continued to defend himself. No, I didn't. I truly love Xingqing. Why are you listening to a beast sowing discord? Before Huang Dang could finish his words, finding Xie Xueqian too noisy, he used the remnants of his power to cast a silencing spell, allowing him to continue. The second time he came to me was after 6 or 7 years of marriage. He expressed his desire for a son, but his wife had borne 4 daughters. He inquired if there was a way for her to conceive a boy. At that time, still wishing to repay Zhao area, I promised to protect her family for 3 generations, so I used 10 years of my cultivation to divine his fate. I discovered that he and his wife could only have 5 daughters in this lifetime. A son was impossible unless he changed partners. Chapter 79. He did change, but to the wrong woman. Not long after, he brought another woman before me, asking if I could divine whether she could bear him a son. Again, I sacrificed 10 years of cultivation to provide him with an answer which indicated that this woman could fulfill his desire. Thus, he betrayed my mother and sought another woman to bear him a son. Xie Mingfei was already aware of her father's lack of love for her mother, but the revelation that he had betrayed her with another woman and fathered an illegitimate child shocked her. Sheng Tingsong, astounded, did not forget to chastise him. If you wanted a son, why didn't you divorce your wife? I'll kill you, you shameless cur. Because he could not bear to relinquish the wealth of the Sheng family, he still hoped to inherit it alongside his son. Huang Dang revealed the true thoughts of Xie Xueqian. Not only Sheng Tingsong and Xie Mingfei, but even Feng Lei, who had been watching the spectacle, could no longer restrain his disdain. How shameless. You want to take your illegitimate son to inherit your father-in-law's wealth? What do you think of your legitimate daughters? Sheng Tingsong slammed his hand on the offering table, gritting his teeth. I will have someone find that illegitimate child of yours. Let us see what your precious son looks like. How dare you covet the wealth of the Sheng family? No need to investigate. I already know who his son is. Sheng You suddenly interjected. All eyes turned to her in unison. Grandfather, Yu can predict fortunes. Her predictions are accurate. No need to check. Yu just needs to take a glance to identify that illegitimate child. Mingfei realized, explaining to her grandfather, that with the Sheng family's influence in the capital, uncovering Sheng Yaozu's identity would be a trivial task. Rather than let them waste time investigating, it was better to disclose the information herself. I not only know who his illegitimate son is, but I also know who the woman is that bore him a son. His son is named Sheng Yaozu, and his mother is Sheng Menying. Sheng Menying? Both Sheng Laoyizi and Mingfei exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging glances afterward. Grandfather, do you know Sheng Menying? Mingfei asked, voicing her curiosity. Sheng Tingsong nodded. That woman was my former driver, Sheng Dajuan's daughter. The year she graduated without securing a job, Sheng Dajuan sought my assistance. And I arranged for her to join Sheng Corporation. She refused, insisting on becoming a maid in the Sheng family. Your mother had just given birth to the fourth child and was in confinement at home. She came to help care for your elder sister, second sister, and you. We thought, being related to the family and considering her father had worked at Sheng for over a decade, she should have good character. Who knew she secretly mistreated you and the second child? You were both too young to understand, but your elder sister was able to articulate what was happening. Upon discovering her abuse, she immediately informed me. And then I expelled both of them from the Sheng family. Sheng Tingsong had not anticipated that Xie Xueqian had become involved with someone who had once abused his daughter. Do you know her too? But you were very young then. You shouldn't remember. Sheng Tingsong was now even more curious about how Mingfei had come to know Sheng Menying. Mingfei glanced at Sheng You before slowly speaking. Actually, Yu's mother is named Sheng Menying, and her brother is called Sheng Yaozu. They have no father. Before the elder could react, Mingfei dropped an even more explosive bombshell. Yu and her brother are actually fraternal twins. The thought that Sheng You might be her half-sister sent Mingfei's emotions into a whirlwind. Huang Dang, with his eyes darting, looked toward Sheng You. No wonder you carry the blood of the Xie family. No, you're the child from the Sheng family who was swapped. Sheng Tingsong and Mingfei were left utterly confused. What did this mean? What child from the Sheng family was swapped? Given that the situation had escalated to this point, they decided to let it unfold naturally. She firmly believed that, in the grand scheme of things, fate would reveal itself. 21 years ago, Xie Xueqian had orchestrated those events in the hospital, and Huang Dang recounted them, without her prompting. 22 years prior, Xie Xueqian's wife and an outside woman had both become pregnant, the latter with fraternal twins, while his wife bore another daughter. He wished to keep his son close to inherit the Sheng family's fortune, so after both women gave birth, he bribed a nurse to swap the girl born to his wife with the boy from his mistress. They would claim that a mistake was made during the examination, asserting that it was indeed a boy. If suspicions arose, he would simply have a paternity test done to confirm it was his child. Mingfei immediately countered. That's not right. Our youngest sister is clearly a girl. Could it be that the swap didn't occur? Huang Dang glanced at Sheng You, thinking to himself how composed she was. One might mistake her for discussing someone else's affairs. Such a steady demeanor, it was no wonder he had lost to her. It wasn't that the swap didn't happen, it was simply done incorrectly. The nurse, being inexperienced, had mistakenly swapped the girl from the fraternal twins. After Huang Dang spoke, he rolled his eyes dramatically at Xie Xueqian. The expressions on the faces of the elder and Mingfei could not merely be described as shock. So, Yu is indeed our youngest sister. This is far too dramatic. Mingfei's emotions were complicated. She never anticipated that Sheng You was her biological sister. Sheng Tingsong, seasoned in the business world, quickly regained his composure. Yu, if what you claim is true, you are indeed a child of the Sheng family, and we welcome you back home. However, if what you say is untrue, my daughter is in fragile health, and I fear she cannot withstand such relentless blows. I prefer to hold off on informing her until we have conclusive results. He genuinely liked this young girl, impressed by her capabilities at such a young age. He would be more than pleased to have her as a granddaughter. Yet, he could not disregard Nuanwan's feelings simply because of Yu's merits. It would be unjust to switch their identities without any verification. Feng Zun was initially uninterested in the Sheng family's troubles. His sole concern was for Sheng Yu's well-being, fearing she might be harmed by this creature. It was only when Huang Dang mentioned Sheng Menying and Sheng Yaozu that he realized the situation might indeed involve Sheng You. As he listened further, Feng Zun grew increasingly uncomfortable. After hearing the elder's words, he scoffed. Does Elder Sheng think that she is so eager to recognize you as her kin? The wealth of the Sheng family may entice others, but she desires none of it. What she can have from the Sheng family, I can provide for her. What the Sheng family cannot offer, I, Feng Zun, can. She doesn't need the title of the fifth miss of the Sheng family to thrive in the capital. Sheng You could sense his protective stance. However, she couldn't quite comprehend why he was angry. That's not what I meant. I won't acknowledge her. She is a child of the Sheng family. Why would I refuse? Seeing his misunderstanding, Elder Sheng became anxious. Give me some time. I must first gather evidence to expose Xie Xueqian's betrayals and the swapping of children in front of Shaoqing. Xie Mingfei also spoke on her grandfather's behalf. Mr. Feng, my mother has never been in good health. She faints when overly excited. The betrayal from her husband, the existence of a mistress, and the swapping of her child. Each incident is a significant blow. My grandfather merely wishes to collect solid evidence so that my mother can fully understand the man Xie Xueqian is. You, we do not wish to deny you. I am genuinely happy to have you as my sister. Xie Mingfei's gaze toward Sheng You was sincere, yet like Elder Sheng. She needed evidence to substantiate her words rather than relying solely on Huang Daying's statements. Sheng You, however, was indifferent. She was not the original owner of this identity and did not yearn for familial ties. If the Sheng family suddenly sought to claim her, she would also require proof before embracing them. She tugged at Feng Zun's wrist, shaking her head to signal that she was fine and not so fragile. Turning back to Sheng Tingsong, she added, I can give you a few strands of hair for testing. Why do you need my mother's hair? Xiaminga felt a twinge of alarm, fearing he might have some grand scheme involving a master. Grandfather, please don't do anything reckless. You will know once you have it. Sheng Tingsong, on the phone, found it challenging to explain further. Meanwhile, Huang Daying had said all he needed to say. He ceased all resistance, awaiting divine retribution. His interference in human affairs would not go unpunished. Sheng You calculated the timing. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Thunder pierced the floor, striking Huang Daying's spiritual form. The others heard a wretched scream from Huang Daying, followed by the complete disappearance of his spirit from their sight. Once his essence dissipated, the silent spell on Xie Xueqian automatically lifted. Dad, I was wrong. I truly was. For the sake of Shaoqing and the children, please forgive me. I only wanted a son to carry on the family name. I never intended to hurt Shaoqing. Xie Xueqian realized that after the truth was unveiled, his eloquence and attempts at deception were futile. It was better to admit fault and plead for forgiveness. Sheng Tingsong, now unwilling to even glance at him, kicked him away as he crawled closer, trying to clutch at his leg. Get lost. Do not repulse me any further. How dare you mention Shaoqing and the children? Do you even deserve to be their father? Xie Xueqian rolled on the ground before reaching Xie Mingfei's wheelchair, gripping the wheel tightly. Mingyang, please say something for your father. I truly love you all. Xie Mingfei felt utterly disillusioned with his father, curling her lips into a cold smile. Mingyang is currently abroad. Why are you calling for her? You can't even remember your own daughter's name, yet you dare claim to love them. Sheng Tingsong, whose anger had been barely contained, flared up again. You cannot even differentiate between Mingfei and Mingyang. Get away from my granddaughter. Seeing him shift his gaze toward Sheng You again, Sheng Tingsong brandished a golf club and charged forward. What are you looking at her for? Try touching her, and I dare you. After taking a few hits, Xie Xueqian had multiple lumps forming on the back of his head. When his eyes met Feng Zun's fierce glare beside Sheng You, he instinctively recoiled. This audacious girl brought along a helper. This man must be her benefactor. This little brat, leveraging her looks, had found a formidable ally. Xiaminga received a call from her grandfather, canceling an important meeting to fetch a few strands of her mother's hair before hurrying to find her grandfather. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the unexpected gathering of people. Third uncle? Dad? You're here too? Mom said you went fishing. How did you end up here with grandfather? When her gaze landed on Feng Zun, confusion filled her mind. If it weren't for her grandfather and Xie Mingfei's presence, she would have doubted whether she had wandered into the wrong place. Mr. Feng, you're here too? Xiaminga had the fortune of having glimpsed Feng Chen once. And even from afar, the commanding presence of this head of the Feng family was indelibly etched in her memory. Sister, this is Yu, as I mentioned before. Noticing that Xiaminga had greeted everyone except for Sheng You, Xie Mingfei stepped forward to introduce her. Miss Sheng, hello. Our third sibling has spoken highly of you. She regards you as a friend and a formidable master of metaphysics. Xiaminga's intention was not to slight Sheng You, but the crowd was simply too large. She needed to attend to each individual in turn. She had yet to greet the beautiful young lady beside Feng Chen. Mingfei, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, Sister, my relationship with her may be more than just friendship.
Oh,
More than friends?
what then?
Xiaminga raised an eyebrow in curiosity, sensing an unusual tension in the room. She might be our sister. Mingfei revealed Sheng Yu's identity without further pretense. She could actually be the real fifth sister. Nuan is merely our half-sister. The matter was far too intricate, and it took Mingfei some time to elucidate everything clearly. In a mere moment, Xiaminga was bombarded with a plethora of shocking revelations. Their father had secretly harbored a spirit, a weasel spirit, which had possessed their grandfather, seeking to usurp the Sheng family's fortune. The weasel spirit had previously employed dark sorcery to ensnare their mother into loving their father, simply because he desired a life of luxury. Their father, yearning for a son, had clandestinely raised a mistress, resulting in a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, only to mistakenly switch them, leaving the girl in the Sheng family.
Now,
Nuan was actually their father's illegitimate daughter with the mistress, and the girl before them, named Sheng You, was the true fifth sister of their family. I will take the hair for testing right away. We can discuss the rest once the results are in. Xiaminga was known for her decisive and straightforward approach, preferring to avoid any unnecessary complications as she needed to confirm Sheng Yu's identity first. However, from Feng Chen's perspective, the Sheng family's attitude towards Sheng Yu seemed excessively cold and unfeeling.
all right.
Sheng Yu also felt out of place in the current setting and nodded in agreement. As she prepared to leave, Sheng Tingsong cautiously inquired, Yu, won't you stay and wait for the results? Feng Chen scoffed derisively. Stay and listen to what you call family discussing whether to acknowledge her? Or to debate the fate of that false daughter. Once you have sorted everything out, you can find her at the Feng residence. There's no need to rush. Sheng Tingsong understood the implication behind Feng Chen's words and recognized that he was standing up for Sheng Yu. Then I must trouble you, Xiao Chen, to look after her for a few days. Feng Chen's expression remained stern, and his tone was far from amiable. I will look after her because she is Sheng Yu, not due to any uncertain ties with your Sheng family. Therefore, I cannot accept your request. Old Master Sheng. Grandfather, do you know Feng Chen well? After Feng Chen and his companions departed, Xiaminga voiced her confusion, realizing that no one in the capital would dare address the head of the Feng family as Xiao Chen. Her grandfather was undoubtedly the most prominent person here. Old Master Sheng shook his head with a sigh. Things were fine before, but now I cannot say. That young man is overly protective, thinking we might mistreat Yu.
And he has not been cordial with me.
Xiaminga was taken aback to hear such gossip from the old master, fresh and firsthand. What is the relationship between Feng Chen and Miss Sheng?
What else could it be?
Yu has only stayed with me for a day, and Feng Chen came rushing over, clearly interested in pursuing her. Xiaminga, why call her Miss Sheng? That sounds so distant. She is your sister, call her Yu. The old master insisted on correcting her. Xiaminga found his insistence amusing yet exasperating, but we haven't confirmed this yet. How can you be so certain she is the fifth sister? Sheng Tingsong replied firmly. I am certain. That young girl is undoubtedly of the Sheng lineage. Mingfei nodded in agreement. The moment I saw Yu, I felt a connection. Perhaps that is the instinct of kinship. Xiaminga was not one to rely solely on intuition. I will personally take this for testing. As soon as the results arrive, I will inform you all. Yes, let us keep this from your mother for now. As Sheng Tingsong thought of his frail daughter, he recalled the source of all troubles, Xie Xueqian, who was still present. Upon noticing the old master looking at him, Xie Xueqian quickly donned a flattering smile. Dad, no need for testing. Yu is definitely the fifth sister. Sheng Tingsong had no patience to entertain him. Nonsense. How dare you call her Yu? He then turned to the butler. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't go to the little mistress and upset her. Third sister. Don't you have Yu's contact information? Why not check if she arrived safely? Sheng Tingsong was beginning to feel anxious after her departure. Is she living so far away? Should we prepare a few houses for Yu to live closer to us? Having her stay at the Feng residence isn't a long-term solution. Xiaminga. The new property that Sheng Corporation just launched looks promising. I will find time to take a look and pick out a few for Yu. As Sheng Tingsong spoke, he was already preparing to go house hunting. Xiaminga was pleased to see the old master so cheerful and refrained from dampening his spirits. Regardless of whether the young girl was her sister or not, the old master liked her, and a few houses were a trivial matter. The Sheng family could certainly afford it. Once in the car, Sheng Yu basked in the warmth of good fortune and vitality, sipping on sweet water, and relished the rare moments of tranquility. Her spirits lifted. However, to Feng Chen, It seemed she was merely putting on a brave face. Aren't you worried they might reject you for that imposter? Oh, let them reject me then. Sheng You replied nonchalantly, as if the entire matter bore no significance to her. In the realm of high society, where interests reigned supreme, the Sheng family had invested considerable effort in nurturing that imposter, and it was unlikely they would relinquish her easily. There was a high probability both would remain, under the pretense of having developed feelings over the years and being unable to let go. If Sheng Yu refused to acquiesce, she would be deemed lacking in magnanimity and accused of harboring jealousy. Should she concede, such compromises would likely recur. Sheng Yu raised an eyebrow at him, bemused by his urgency. Feng Chen had anticipated needing to counsel her to think more clearly, but he found her agreement unexpectedly swift. The words of persuasion he had prepared caught in his throat. Ahem, if they choose to keep that imposter and abandon you, that is their issue, not yours. You are exceptional. Sheng Yu belatedly realized that he seemed to be comforting himself. She wanted to say that it was unnecessary. Even if the Sheng family disowned her, she would not feel sorrowful. Well, borrowing your earlier words, if they recognize me, I am Sheng Yu. If they do not, I remain Sheng Yu, unbound by any individual or family power. Xiaminga swiftly acquired the results of the paternity test. Her gaze swept over the text before settling on the final line. The probability of kinship was 99. 99, thus. It was confirmed that Sheng Yu was indeed the fifth sister of the Sheng family. The weasel spirit had not deceived them. She promptly called the old master to relay the test results. The results are in? Is it true? Is Yu one of us? On the other end, Sheng Tingsong's voice trembled with anticipation. Yes, she is our sister, our full sister. Sheng Tingsong slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, I knew it. She must be one of us. I was infatuated with her the moment I laid eyes on her. Xiaming Fei interjected, Grandfather. Now that it has been confirmed that Yu is the fifth sister, what do you plan to do about Wan? Xiaming Yang was jolted awake from her slumber by the urgent ringing of a phone. After listening to the old man's words, she momentarily believed herself to be dreaming. Wan was her father's illegitimate daughter, a younger sister born of her mother, who had been forsaken by their father.
Now,
Their grandfather wished to discuss with the sisters what steps to take next. Xiaminga maintained her calm demeanor. This situation, after all, was not Wan's fault. She was merely an infant at the time and should not bear the burden of this mistake. Xiaming Yang remained silent. As the fourth child in the family, she had always been one to agree with the decisions made by others. She thought that her elder sisters had already come to an understanding, and that the third sister would likely have no objections either. After all, the third sister had previously shown little interest in family matters, much like herself. To her surprise, Xiaming Fei suddenly rose and vehemently opposed. I cannot agree with your perspective. Since the event has occurred, it is imperative to rectify the mistake rather than perpetuate it. Yes. Sheng Wan has been spoiled by the Sheng family, and you are reluctant to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. But what of Yu? Does she deserve to have her identity stripped away? Do you know what kind of life she endured? Have you ever inquired about her experiences living with her foster mother? No, you have not. You only care about whether Wan is happy upon learning this news. Her foster mother poured all her resentment towards her own mother onto Yu, subjecting her to beatings and verbal abuse, treating her as less than human, forcing her to drop out of school at a young age to repay debts for her gambling son, and even encouraging Yu to seek out an older man to become his mistress. That gambling son also bullied Yu, treating her as a contemptible servant, and when they were short on money, he would compel her to sell her body. After Xiaming Fei's outburst, she realized her cheeks were wet with tears. The others fell silent. Xiaminga's emotions surged within her, her heart heavy with a bitter ache. Third sister, I do not know her. Xiaming Fei wiped her tears, understanding who Sheng Yu truly was. Their grandfather was astute. Since the incident had taken place, he could not allow his own granddaughter to suffer. As for Wan, while it was difficult to part with her, it could only be said that her connection to the Sheng family had reached its conclusion. Xiaming Fei's passionate declaration made Xiaminga and Xiamingxi realize the error in their previous thoughts. They decided to heed their grandfather's wishes. Wan needed to learn to grow up. The next challenge was how to communicate this to Xingqing. Should they disclose everything at once or approach the subject gradually? Perhaps they should start with one piece of news and observe her reaction, as too much excitement could adversely affect her health. Which piece, then, should they commence with? The family found themselves in a quandary. Every piece of news would likely provoke her. They did not wish to keep Xingqing in the dark. Yet they were also concerned that she might not be able to handle too much stimulation. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed to begin with the matter of Xie Xueqian's mischief, which had troubled the old man and caused discord over the family fortune. Comparatively, this issue was less likely to be as distressing. Sheng Qing, whose health was frail, often experienced auditory and visual hallucinations. Even the slightest noise would trigger a headache. Hence, she resided in a tranquil suburban villa, surrounded by a Chinese garden adorned with flowers and plants. In her leisure time, she would indulge in flower arranging, sipping tea, and reading books. Perhaps having been nurtured by love throughout her life, she had never encountered hardship, appearing far younger than her peers. Upon seeing her father, she would lean in affectionately, her demeanor and actions exuding an innocence that belied her age. "Dad, what brings you here?" she asked. "Xiao Go, Xiao Ci, Xiao Fei, what special occasion is today? Why are you all here?" Sheng Qing's voice was gentle, her brows arched in curiosity, her eyes sparkling with unblemished purity, as if reflecting the world's beauty. It was no wonder that she had been easily swayed by Xie Xueqian's sweet words. In her eyes, her daughters were all strong and independent individuals, each with their own careers, rarely finding time to gather. Yet she could not recall what made today so special. Xueqian, Dad, and the kids have come," said Sheng Tingsong, who had grown weary of even hearing Xie Xueqian's name. "You needn't call him. We're here for you," he stated. Sheng Qing noticed the solemn expressions of her family and sensed something was amiss. "Is something wrong? Why does everyone look so serious? Let us go inside and talk," said Xieminga. "Has the doctor arrived? He should be here shortly." Prior to their visit, Sheng Tingsong had instructed Xieminga to contact the family doctor, concerned that Sheng Qing might be overwhelmed and faint. As the family settled down, Sheng Tingsong broached the topic directly, recounting his own mysterious ailment. When he mentioned Sheng You, he immediately pinpointed the source of the problem. It was the mischief of the Huangde master. Sheng Qing marveled slightly. "That young master is quite impressive. I would like to meet him." After exchanging glances with the other granddaughters, Sheng Tingsong replied, "You will surely have the opportunity to meet her. However, what I am about to say may be difficult for you to accept, so you must brace yourself." Seeing him prolong the suspense, Sheng Qing urged, "Did the young master manage to catch that Huangde spirit?" When she asked this, she seemed momentarily stunned. "I know that person? You not only know her, but you see her every day." Xiamingfei nearly revealed Xie Xueqian's name directly. "I know her well. Someone I see every day? Are you referring to Xueqian? Is Xueqian trying to harm Dad? Why would he do such a thing?" Sheng Tingsong had been observing her response closely. To their surprise, Sheng Qing did not react with the anticipated agitation. She simply expressed confusion regarding why Xie Xueqian would wish to harm her father. "Xiao Qing, are you feeling well? Do you have any dizziness or difficulty breathing? If you feel unwell, you must tell us immediately."
I'm fine, Dad.
"I feel great. But why would Xueqian do this?" Xiamingfei understood her mother's innocent nature. Yet she could hardly believe how naive she was being at this moment, still not suspecting Xie Xueqian of any wrongdoing. Why else? He's a typical Phoenix man, marrying you solely for your status as the only daughter of the Sheng family, hoping to seize your grandfather's fortune. Yet, unbeknownst to him, your grandfather entrusted the company to the eldest sister instead, and he is unwilling to accept it. Unwilling? Why would he be unwilling? Minga is also his child. She's not an outsider. Mom, stop deceiving yourself. You know better than anyone that Xie Xueqian is obsessed with having a son. Minga is a girl. He only desires a boy. Xiamingfei could not help but roll her eyes at the thought of their father's patriarchal views. These photographs here are evidence of his clandestine offerings to the Huangde spirit. As an accomplished police officer, Xiamingfei had meticulously prepared an entire chain of evidence, presenting it before Sheng Qing. With the weight of the evidence laid out, there was no room for doubt in Sheng Qing's mind. After a moment's contemplation, she made a decision.
Dad, I want a divorce.
Sheng Qing had no intention of remaining with a man who would harm her father and neglect his own child. Sheng Tingsong was taken aback. "What did you say? Divorce? Xiao Qing, are you really willing to part with Xie Xueqian?" Mixue exclaimed, "Mom, have you suddenly had an epiphany?" Xiaminga added, "Mom, do you truly mean it? I'll find a lawyer right away to draft the divorce agreement." Xiamingfei chimed in, "Mom, this is no joking matter. We are serious." The family was astounded by the gravity of Sheng Qing's statement. She had not anticipated such a strong reaction regarding her intention to divorce Xie Xueqian. Why is everyone so reluctant? Shouldn't a man like that be left behind, rather than kept for the new year? "Grandfather, My mother is not in love with him anymore. It is incorrect. It should be that after Huang dying was struck by lightning, the spell cast upon my mother also lost its effect, and she finally returned to normal. After spending so much time with Sheng You, Fei has gained some insights into the realm of metaphysics. Sheng Tingsong was filled with excitement, wondering if this meant that Xiao Qing's physical ailments had also miraculously healed. Xiao Qing, do you feel any difference in your body compared to before? I feel a bit more spirited, she replied. Sheng Qing sensed a change within herself today. Her mind was unusually clear, and she felt less fatigued.
Mom,
how do you feel about your current capacity to endure? For instance, if I were to share a few explosive pieces of news related to Xie, would you still be able to handle it? Fei was nearly bursting with anticipation, eager to reveal her mother's secret lineage.
what?
Is there something more thrilling than this? You don't mean to say that Xie has an affair with that weasel spirit, do you? The mere thought made Sheng Qing grimace. Sheng Tingsong. Fei. The good news is that her mother's mind has regained clarity, but the bad news is that it is perhaps too clear for comfort. Xie lamented that her mother's unique perspective would be wasted if she did not pursue a career in scriptwriting. Mom, that weasel spirit should be a male character. Xie remarked, rubbing her temples in exasperation. What's wrong with two men? Don't be so rigid about gender. Two men can certainly be portrayed together. Many novels do just that. Xie felt her temples throb. Her mother was clearly too idle. Mom, you should avoid such novels. If you have nothing to do, come to the company with me and learn how to manage it. After all, it is inheritance you should be taking on. Sheng Qing hastily supported her forehead, feigning a headache. Ah, how strange. Every time you mention the company, my head starts to hurt again. So, what is this explosive gossip?
Indeed.
The essence of humanity is to gossip. Fei glanced at her grandfather. You need not worry. My mother can accept that Xie is entangled with a male weasel spirit. What else could she possibly not endure? Sheng Tingsong sighed. These years. He truly did not understand his own daughter. Xiao Qing, that scoundrel Xie has indeed been fooling around behind her back. The mistress he is keeping is someone you know. I know her? Sheng Qing's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Yes, you know her. She was the one who helped care for the eldest, second, and third children when you had the fourth, named Sheng Menying. Sheng Menying? A young girl's image surfaced in Sheng Qing's mind. If she remembered correctly, that girl was barely 18 when she first arrived at the Sheng household, filled with curiosity about everything. She never regarded her as a servant, and would always prepare something good for her. Later, that girl suddenly left the Sheng family. Sheng Tingsong explained, that was the excuse I made back then to spare you from heartache. In truth, I sent her away because she mistreated the second and third children. And the eldest found out. As for when she became involved with Xie, I suppose it must have been around that time. Chapter 84. Your sincerity is more deplorable than a dog's. Fei, noticing they had been talking for a long while without mentioning Sheng Yu's background, urgently interjected. Grandfather, when that woman and Xie got together is insignificant. What matters are the immoral deeds they committed together. Sheng Qing was puzzled. Did Ming Fei mean that infidelity was not important? What could be worse? Just how depraved could it be? Dad, stop beating around the bush. I can handle it. Just tell me everything. Sheng Tingsong clenched his hands tightly on his knees. They have a pair of illegitimate twins. When you gave birth to the fifth child, they were in the same hospital, on the same floor, on the same day. Xie intended to switch his son into the Sheng family to inherit the fortune. But when the nurse mistakenly swapped the children, the girl from the illegitimate twins ended up being switched instead. Therefore, the current Wan is not your biological child, but rather Xie illegitimate daughter. Sheng Tingsong spoke without pausing, revealing everything in one breath. He then watched for changes in Sheng Qing's expression. Sheng Qing sat there, stunned, unable to make a sound for a long while. Mom, if you're upset, just cry it out. Don't hold it in, Xie said, feeling for her mother. Such matters are indeed burdensome for anyone. Xie, having been in the entertainment industry for a long time, was quite open-minded about relationships.
Mom,
it's hard to find a three-legged toad. There are plenty of two-legged men. Xie lacks both looks and character. He is not worth your sorrow. Fei hastily nodded in agreement. Mom, my sister is right. Trash like Xie belongs in a trash heap. Sheng Qing shook her head at them. I am not grieving for myself. I am thinking of that child who has switched away, my little fifth. She is so pitiful. Have you seen that child? How has she been all these years? Sheng Menying and her son made her a servant. prone to beatings and scoldings, forcing her to drop out of school to pay off Xie Xueqian's gambling debts, and even made her a mistress to please an old man. Upon learning of her child's plight, Sheng Qing's eyes reddened, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It's my fault. If I had been more aware and not so deeply asleep, my child would not have been taken by those two scoundrels. Xiao Qing, this is not your fault. No one could have anticipated they would switch the children. Had it not been for the incident coming to light, Sheng Tingsong would never have believed that Xie Xueqian, that coward, would dare to do such a thing behind their backs. Dad, I want to meet that child. Is that possible? Of course, but what? Does that child not want to acknowledge us? Sheng Qing noticed his hesitation, her heart tightening. No, the child has not said she doesn't want to acknowledge us. What I meant is, let us first ensure Nuan is settled, and then we can go to find her. Only then did Sheng Qing realize there was also the child who had been swapped, the one she had cherished as her own, Nuan. Thinking of the precious girl she had spoiled, she felt a pang of reluctance. But how could she neglect the suffering of another child while her own had endured so much? Xie Mingfei, seeing her mother remain silent for too long, reminded her, Mom, Nuan is already an adult. She has enjoyed years of resources and education in the Sheng family. Even if she leaves, she can manage on her own. In truth, Sheng Qing had already come to her own conclusion. I know Nuan cannot stay. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to that child. She was merely contemplating another matter. Xie Xueqian and Sheng Menying were criminals. This could not simply be overlooked. They must face legal consequences. Xie Mingfei gave her a thumbs up. Mom, your legal awareness is quite impressive. Should we call the police now? Sheng Qing told her not to rush into calling. Before that, I would like to meet Xie Xueqian. What do you want to see him for? Xiao Qing. You must not be confused again. It's fine. I just have a few things I want to clarify with him in person. Upon hearing that Sheng Qing wanted to see her, Xie Xueqian's demeanor shifted dramatically. Sitting in the back seat of his car, he crossed his legs, exuding a particularly arrogant attitude, entirely unconcerned about the consequences of his actions. As long as Xiao Qing still loved me, I remain the son-in-law of the Sheng family. Xiao Qing will certainly protect me. What can Sheng Tingsong do to me? Unless he is willing to forsake his own daughter. At that point, if Xiao Qing were to make a scene in front of him, I would still be acknowledged as the son-in-law and father, whether they like it or not. His smug demeanor even made the butler want to give him a good thrashing. How could anyone be so shameless? Miss will not be confused. She cannot truly forgive this scoundrel. Xiao Qing, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. You observe my face, marred by their violence. As for my father, he is an elder. I can accept a few blows from him. However, Xie Mingfei, this ungrateful wretch, strikes and berates her own father. Such behavior is utterly defiant and abhorrent. Xie Xueqian, in his usual manner, believes that Sheng Qing will undoubtedly side with him and seek retribution on his behalf, for she has always loved him wholeheartedly. Little does he know that without the enchantment of the yellow scoundrel's magic, he appears to Sheng Qing as nothing more than a middle-aged, greasy, unattractive man. A mere glance at him feels like tarnishing her own vision. Your appearance is irrelevant to whether you have been struck. Is there any fault in Mingfei hitting you? Shouldn't someone of your low character be punished? Don't think I'm the only one who desires to strike you, Sheng Qing declared, raising her hand and swinging her arm towards his face, exerting all her strength with a resounding slap. Xie Xueqian was momentarily stunned. Wait, this is not what he anticipated. What are you looking at? This is all you deserve. Sheng Qing despised him, wishing she could end his life, yet her reason prevailed. There was no need to sacrifice her future for the sake of this fool. Xie Xueqian, we shall divorce. The children will remain with me, and they will bear the surname Sheng. From this day forth, they shall have no father. Divorce? Xiao Qing, what has come over you? Is it because I fathered a child with another woman that you are jealous? But I do not love her. I am with her merely to carry on the family line. Xie Xueqian, swear to the heavens that my dearest love remains you. He mistakenly believed her proposal for divorce was a test of his sincerity, a means to stir jealousy with Sheng Menying, and hastily resorted to sweet words to placate her. Sheng Qing scoffed, your sincerity is worth less than a dog. I have no desire for it. I care not for how many women you consort with or how many illegitimate children you father, but you must never lay a hand on my children. They are my bottom line. Chapter 85. Yu had never encountered such shamelessness. Xie Xueqian began to panic. He knew that his last bargaining chip was Sheng Qing's affection for him. Yet now, her demeanor reflected no trace of love. Xiao Qing, how have you changed? You were never like this before. Why have I changed? Do you not have any awareness of your own actions? Would I have married you had you not compelled that weasel to cast a spell on me? Xie Xueqian, do you not look in the mirror? Sheng Qing had awakened to the truth. She harbored no feelings for him, only hatred. Hatred for the destruction he had wrought upon her and their children. Mingfei, how long until the police arrive? They should be here shortly. Police? You intend to report me? Xie Xueqian's face paled, veins bulging at his temples. If one were to look closely, they might see the newly sprouted yellow hairs. Sheng Qing, have you lost your mind? If I end up in jail, what good will that do you? Father, does our Sheng family not value its reputation? If I were to be imprisoned, it would be a disgrace to our family. Furthermore, my children would be burdened with a father who has been incarcerated, making it difficult for them to find suitable partners in the future. Everyone knew he was shameless. But they were taken aback by his audacity to use the family's reputation as leverage. Sheng Ting Song scoffed, Pa. Your actions have nothing to do with the Sheng family. If there is any disgrace, it is yours alone. Xiemingge added, It matters not. I will tell them I have no father. Xiemingzi coldly remarked, Instead of worrying about the reputation of the Sheng family, you should consider how to survive in prison. Xiemingfei curled her lip in disdain. I would never say I have no father. I will tell them my father has passed away. Xiao Qing, you must think differently than they do, right? Xie Xueqian gazed longingly at Sheng Qing, who had remained silent, deep in thought. A wealthy son-in-law reduced to a mere prisoner. Engaging with a weasel to conspire against his father-in-law. An affair with a mistress, swapping children. Is this a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? The villagers would surely revel in such scandalous topics. Xie Xueqian, I've gone mad. This woman is truly insane. The police arrived swiftly, led by Huasiyu himself.
Xie Mingfei, no.
She should be called Sheng Mingfei, directly contacted Captain Huasiyu to explain the situation. Normally, such a minor case would not warrant his attention. But due to the involvement of a weasel, which posed a unique concern, it was deemed suitable to assign it to Huasiyu, who had previously handled cases involving the supernatural. Huasiyu had never dealt with a case of such minor significance. He had never encountered a criminal who confessed as swiftly as Xie Xueqian. As he entered with a cup of coffee, not even having taken a sip, the man spilled all the beans. Officer, this was not my idea. It was that vile Sheng Menying who proposed it first. I merely wanted a son to carry on the Xie family name, but that wicked woman insisted I swap my son to inherit the Sheng family fortune. Subsequently, she has repeatedly extorted money from me regarding this matter. Ultimately, if anyone is to blame, it is that old man Sheng Ting Song, who never treated me as family. I am clearly the son-in-law of the Sheng family. He should have simply handed the Sheng enterprise to me, and I would never have thought of swapping children. And as for Sheng Qing, I cannot comprehend why she always bears daughters. If only she had given me a son, none of this nonsense would have arisen. Huasiyu had never witnessed such shamelessness. What was remarkable was how Xie Xueqian blamed everyone but himself. Fearing he might not be able to contain his anger any longer, Huasiyu rapped the table. Are you suggesting that the principal culprit is this Sheng Menying? Yes, that woman. You should know. We police cannot rely solely on your word. Huasiyu raised an eyebrow, his dark gaze fixed on him, implying something. Xie Xueqian caught on quickly. I can call her, lure her out, and help you capture her.
Good.
Huasiyu instructed his men to return the phone that had been confiscated. Xie Xueqian shook his head. Not this phone. I have another hidden at home that I used to contact her. Huasiyu sent someone to the Sheng residence to retrieve that phone. The call was made. A sultry female voice answered. Qiange, why did you take so long to call me? Have you found that little vixen Sheng You? Xie Xueqian was aware that his conversation with Sheng Menying would likely be considered evidence. So, he aimed to coax her into admitting that the idea of swapping children had originated with her. Indeed, I have found her, but she claims to be my child. So do not go too far. Upon hearing this, Sheng Menying's displeasure was palpable. Your child? Sheng Qing has given you so many daughters. Does one more matter? You were once so disdainful of her. What has changed? Now that you know she has latched onto a wealthy benefactor and can earn money from men, you suddenly want to treat her well? Qiange, rest assured. Once I find that wretched girl and secure some funds from her, I will no longer bother you. By the way, Yaozu is getting older. I want to find him a wife. Can you check within your wealthy circles for a suitable match? Preferably an only daughter. So when Yaozu marries her, he can inherit their family fortune. Their lineage should certainly not be inferior to the Sheng family. Sheng Menying believed her son deserved only the finest matches. Xie Shueqian had no patience for her ramblings and snapped. You dealt with that nurse you found back then, right? I have been plagued by nightmares lately, worried that the child-swapping incident will be uncovered. Qianga, don't worry. That little nurse? I lured her into the mountains and sold her to a lonely old man. She will never return. Sheng Menying was oblivious that her casual words would later serve as incriminating evidence against her. You sold her to the mountains? Did I not provide a hush money back then? Xie Shueqian was astonished by her cruelty. She has caused us to lose the opportunity to become the heirs of a wealthy family, and I cannot swallow this indignation. Sheng Menying spoke the most venomous words in the sweetest tone. Even Hosiu, who had seen the darkest sides of human nature, felt his gaze darken a few degrees. Who would have thought that this would entangle a case of human trafficking? Chapter 86. She panicked. Xie Shueqian, following Hosiu's instructions, arranged to meet someone. Sheng Menying had even dressed up, applying beautiful makeup. Upon arriving at the designated location, she found no sign of Xie Shueqian, only to be surrounded by several unfamiliar faces. It was only when she was brought to the police station and saw Xie Shueqian in the interrogation room that she realized she had been sold out by him. What followed was a familiar scene for Hosiu, two criminals turning on each other. Meanwhile, on the Sheng family side, they outright refused. Mom, I've made plans with my friends to go out. If you need something, talk to my older sisters. In the past, Sheng Qing would not have been angry. Instead, she would have smiled indulgently and perhaps even transferred some money to ensure her daughter had a good time. However, now that she knew her identity, her attitude had changed. It should be noted that Sheng Yuan was the most leisurely among them, not needing to work, yet she rarely called to check in. Even when she did reach out, the child would not show concern. Sheng Tingsong's expression was also grim. Tell her to come here immediately. She loves shopping. There will be plenty of opportunities to indulge in that. After much insistence from Sheng Qing, her daughter reluctantly agreed. Although she claimed she would come right away, they ended up waiting for a full 3 hours. Grandfather? Eldest sister? Second sister? Third sister? Why are all of you here? Is it because Mom is unwell? Your mother is perfectly fine. You need not worry about her. Sheng Tingsong's tone was somewhat harsh. This child had truly been spoiled by them. Leaving the Sheng family might not be a bad thing for her, allowing her to experience society and correct her spoiled habits, enabling her growth. Why haven't I seen Dad? Where is he? Sheng Yuan scanned the room, confused by her father's absence. Sheng Tingsong followed her lead. He has been arrested and is currently in custody. Arrested? What happened? Only then did Sheng Yuan closely observe the expressions of those around her, a sense of foreboding creeping in. No, it couldn't be what she feared. It must not be. But the next moment, Shang Qing spoke, shattering her illusions. Yuan, we called you here today to tell you something very important. In truth, you are not our child. Shang Qing did not give her the chance to choose whether to listen or not. She simply stated the crux of the matter. How could I not be a Sheng family child? Mom, are you sick? Are you confused? Sheng Yuan's face turned pale. She remembered that in her previous life, things did not escalate so quickly. Thus, she panicked, unwilling to accept the reality before her. Yuan, we have evidence proving that the true fifth child of the Sheng family is someone else. You were switched at birth. Sheng Mingfei directly threw out the paternity test reports of Sheng Qing and Sheng You. Sheng Yuan had considered leaving the Sheng family, but not this hastily. The current Sheng family still held value for her. She had not yet absorbed all their fortunes. She had not yet acquired the family assets. She had not yet become the center of attention as a film queen. After all, she was the reincarnated female protagonist. In her previous life, when Sheng Tingsong and Xiaminga disregarded past affections and sought to expel her from the Sheng family, it was Sheng Qing who tearfully pleaded for them to keep her. Little did they know, Sheng Qing was exceptionally clear-headed. No, you are not mine, Yuan. You are that woman's child. They switched you with my true fifth child. What do you mean, that woman's child? Mom, please don't abandon Yuan. Yuan cannot bear to leave you, or this family. If you all forsake Yuan, then she will have no home. Tears streamed down her face. However, her tears could not sway the opinions of the Sheng family. Sheng Yuan nearly rolled her eyes at her mother, thinking, how absurd. She really was a saintly hypocrite, speaking without any understanding of hardship. Why didn't Xiaminga seek employment through her own abilities instead of inheriting the Sheng family from her grandfather? In any case, she would cling to the Sheng family for now. Once the system was restored, she would absorb all their fortunes. Just watch how Xiaminga becomes a female CEO. Watch how Xiamingxi becomes a renowned director. Watch how Xie Mingfei becomes a goddess detective. As for Sheng Tingsong and the sickly Sheng Qing, it would be best if they met their end. Mom, my 22nd birthday is approaching. May I celebrate my last birthday at the Sheng family before leaving? Calculating the time. There were still 6 months left. That should be enough for the system to restore itself. Sheng Qing shook her head in refusal. Not to mention whether her birthday was truly in 6 months. Even if it were tomorrow, she could not agree. Her own daughter's birthday would certainly be celebrated in the Sheng family. She would not be magnanimous enough to celebrate alongside the daughter of a mistress. No, from now on, you will have no further ties to the Sheng family. Sheng Yuan did not expect such cold-heartedness from this woman. What to do now? Her gaze fell upon the fruit knife on the table. To remain in the Sheng family, she had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Amidst the gasps of those present, Sheng Yuan seized the fruit knife and held the blade above her wrist. Mom, must you force me? Must you drive me to die before your eyes for you to be content? I will not leave. Even if I die, I will die in the Sheng family. What are you doing? Sheng Tingsong frowned. Was this not unreasonable? Sheng Qing could not comprehend why the child she had raised would resort to such extremes. Mingfei, call the police and report that there is a disturbance here. Mom, you want to call the police on me? You actually want to have me arrested? Sheng Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Even in such a situation, they showed no signs of backing down and intended to call the police on her. This family truly showed her no mercy. I have told you, I am not your mother. Wan, please stop making a scene, will you? Sheng Qing realized that despite raising this girl for so many years, she did not understand her at all. There seemed to be no trace of the Sheng family's spirit within her. If this situation had involved Minga or Mingxi, it would not have unfolded in this manner. Chapter 87. The Phoenix Turns into a Chicken. Sheng Minga and the others were equally disappointed by Sheng Yuan's reaction. Wan, please stop being foolish. Foolishness? Xie Minga, what right do you have to accuse me of that? Since they were so heartless, Sheng Yuan decided to drop the pretense. It was not her who had been expelled from the Sheng family. Falling from grace, enduring ridicule from her former friends as a fallen phoenix. Do you understand that feeling? They understood nothing. In her previous life, after being expelled from the Sheng family, those socialites had avoided her like the plague. Even Feng Heng, the male lead, had distanced himself from her due to her false identity. Later, she had trusted a scoundrel and was sold to Myanmar, ultimately meeting a tragic end in a filthy alley. As for Xie Minga and her companions, while they did not enjoy the good fortune of Sheng You, who married the elite Feng Heng, they all married well, their husbands being wealthy and influential figures. In this life, Sheng Yuan would be the true female protagonist. She would ensure that everyone in the Sheng family would face dire consequences. It would be best if they all experienced the suffering she endured in her previous life. Wan, if you must blame someone, then blame your biological parents. Do not direct your resentment towards us. The Sheng family has treated you well over the years. Even if you do not appreciate our nurturing, you should not speak such harsh words to Minga. With a heavy heart, Sheng Qing rubbed her temples. Utterly disappointed in Sheng Wan, if you harbor such resentment towards us, then surely you do not cherish the gifts we, the Sheng family, have bestowed upon you. When you depart, be sure to leave behind the keys to the car and the house, as well as the valuable items given to you by the Sheng family. Very well, Sheng Qing, remember how you treated me today. I hope you do not come to regret it in the future. Sheng Wan did not anticipate the woman's cruelty. She silently vowed to make them regret their choice of Sheng You, forsaking her, the true reincarnated heroine. As for the Sheng family, the mood remained unaffected by Sheng Wan's actions. Upon hearing his words, Sheng Qing objected. Father, Yu is my daughter. She should reside with me. You have no idea what girls enjoy. You only meddle with flowers, birds, fish, and insects. What young girl truly likes those? Sheng Tingsong countered. You do not understand. My precious granddaughter is not like ordinary girls. She is a master of metaphysics and has mentioned wanting to introduce me to a 3-year-old ghost next time. Sheng Mingfei had already revealed Sheng Yu's unique identity to Sheng Qing, but upon hearing of the special arrangement between her father and Sheng Yu, she nearly lost her composure. Did she really say that? She wishes to introduce you to a ghost? Sheng Mingfei, having opened her heavenly eye, had encountered more than one ghost, casually waving at them. It's nothing. I've met that 3-year-old ghost before. Her name is Yao, and she is rather cute. Not frightening at all. Sheng Qing exclaimed, can we please change the subject? The group unanimously elected Sheng Mingfei to inquire about Sheng Yu's opinion. At that moment, Sheng Yu was dining, seated across from Feng Chen. Noticing her gaze fixed on her phone, Feng Chen inquired, is that news from the Sheng family? Yes. It's from Xie Fei. Oh no. She mentioned she has changed her name to Sheng Fei. Sheng You was surprised by the swift efficiency of the Sheng family's actions. The events of the morning had already been resolved. Feng Chun subconsciously tightened his grip. Why was the Sheng family acting so quickly? They even managed to drive away the impostor and displayed the utmost sincerity. Sheng You found no reason to refuse. What is your stance then? On her end, she was also grappling with the lack of reasons to stay. It wasn't that she disliked the Sheng family. Rather, no amount of goodwill or vitality could sustain her. The comfort she experienced in this body relied entirely on the merit and vitality emanating from Feng Chun. Thus, when Feng Chun suggested she continue residing with the Feng family, Sheng You, without a moment's hesitation, eagerly agreed. Then ask her if we can visit the Feng family first. Sheng Qing had yet to meet her biological daughter. Quickly inquire when she is available. While Sheng Yu's schedule was indeed free, she currently resided with the Feng family and had to uphold certain etiquette, first consulting the master, Feng Chun. Sheng Qing set the meeting for 3 days later, as she did not wish to arrive empty-handed and needed time to prepare appropriate gifts. 3 days later, the Sheng family gathered early, each bringing their prepared gifts as they set off for the Feng family residence. The Feng family had also made early arrangements to welcome their guests. It had been ages since such a gathering graced the Feng estate, with the last occurrence over a decade ago. Even the Hua, Song, He, and Pei families had never gathered all at once. Their patriarch Feng Chun was notoriously unwelcoming. Yet this time, he instructed his staff to prepare modest gifts and a feast to properly host the Sheng family, even ensuring the garden was tidied up. Among the bustling crowd, the protagonist, Sheng You, maintained her routine, meditating in Feng Chen's Zen room, absorbing merit and vitality, strolling through the garden after breakfast to aid digestion, and then retreating to Feng Chen's study until the arrival of the Sheng family. Chapter 88. Yu, I bequeath my son to you. Yu, we have arrived. Among the Sheng family, Sheng Fei was the most familiar with her and played a pivotal role as the intermediary during this meeting. She promptly introduced Sheng Qing and Sheng Mixue to Sheng You and Feng Chun. Mother, this is Yu, our family's true little fifth. The one beside her is Feng Chun, the head of the Feng family.
Oh.
He has a rather illustrious nickname that you should all be familiar with. The Buddha of the Capital Circle. Sheng Mixue nodded. The renowned Buddha of the Capital Circle. Indeed, we have heard of him. How should I address you? By your title or? Feng Chen's brow subtly furrowed. I have not renounced the world. Nor do I possess a title. You may simply call me Feng Chun. Sheng Yu slightly nodded, acknowledging their greetings. Sheng Qing gazed intently at the young girl before her, whose features were exquisite, with bright, expressive eyes. When she looked at them, her gaze was unwavering, devoid of any superfluous expression. Despite this being their first meeting, the bond of blood was intensely palpable. Yu, I am your mother. I understand that you may find it challenging to accept our existence right away. That is perfectly fine. You may take your time. There is no rush. Sheng Qing, concerned that her excitement might intimidate Sheng Yu, kept her emotions in check, even moderating her voice. Sheng Yu could not bring herself to call her mother. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, and terms like mother or grandfather felt alien to her. The atmosphere grew tense. Fortunately, Sheng Fei, the intermediary, helped ease the situation. Mother, don't you often say that calling you mom will aid you? Why not let us call you Sister Qing instead? That way, Yu can join us in addressing you as such. Compared to mother, Sheng Yu felt she could at least manage Sister Qing. Sister Qing?
Yes.
Sheng Qing smiled warmly, delighted that the child was willing to meet her. The title mattered little to her. Yu, hello. I am Sheng Mingge, the eldest in the Sheng family. You need not call me elder sister. You may simply refer to me as Mingge. Sheng Mingge noticed Sheng Yu's discomfort with titles and did not press her. Yu, I am the second.
Sheng Mingchi.
Sheng Mingxi followed suit with a brief introduction. Sheng Yu gently nodded in response. Mingge Mingxi. Seeing that greetings had been exchanged, Sheng Ting Song waved his hand. Yu, I am also here. I am your grandfather. Grandfather Sheng. As he was an elder, Sheng Yu felt it inappropriate to address him by name. In time, as they grew familiar, she would naturally call him grandfather. Yes. By the way, I have prepared a little gift for you to mark our meeting, which will be brought in shortly. I hope you like it. If not, just tell your grandfather what you prefer, and I will procure it for you. Sheng Yu considered the meeting gift to be a gesture of goodwill from the Sheng family towards the original owner. However, she had not anticipated that the Sheng family's gift would be so extravagant. Despite having seen the world in her past life, She was taken aback by the lavishness of the Sheng family's offerings. Yu, your grandfather is unsure of what to gift you. So he is presenting you with a European castle. This castle is surrounded by a 300-acre rose estate. I wonder if there are any foreign ghosts inside. If so, you can catch them and have fun. Sheng You. The others from the Sheng family. The old man gifted a castle to allow Sheng You to catch ghosts within its vast halls? Was this not excessive? There exists a private island nestled in the Pacific Ocean, renowned for its exquisite coral reefs nearby. The island boasts comprehensive amenities, including luxurious villas, a private dock, and an exclusive helipad, allowing you to visit at your leisure. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, a private jet will be arranged for you as well. Here is a collection of properties located in the capital city. I am unsure of your preferred residence, so I have prepared a suite in various districts for your enjoyment. Dad, are you done? It's my turn now. After showering affection upon the esteemed elder, the butler presented a pile of meticulously wrapped gifts, filling the 3-meter-long mahogany tea table of the Feng family. As the boxes were opened one by one, they revealed their splendid contents. To put it simply, even a visit to the largest world-class jewelry exhibition in the capital might not compare to the rare jewels displayed on this table. Crowns adorned with diamonds the size of pigeon eggs, exquisite jade bangles carved from imperial green jade, emerald earrings and necklaces, along with a white jade Buddha statue, approximately 20 sets in total. Those who knew the purpose of these gifts understood their significance, while those who did not might have mistaken it for a jewelry exhibition at the Feng residence. Yu, what do you think of these? Shengqing inquired, her expression tinged with anxiety. She was uncertain of what her little sister, Xiao Wu, would like, but assumed that every girl would be enamored by such jewelry. She kept one piece for herself, to maintain some semblance of face. The gifts from Sheng Minga were far simpler. Xiao Wu, here is a black card for you, no limit. Buy whatever you desire. While others presented homes, jewels, or cards, she found her options quite limited. Xiao Wu, I'll gift you a car. You don't need a license. I'll even provide you with a handsome chauffeur to make it easier for you to go wherever you wish. Feng Zhen, fiddling with a string of prayer beads, suddenly tightened his grip, a tumult of emotions swirling beneath his lowered gaze. The Feng family garage was already full, so for the time being, let us hold off on delivering Miss Sheng's gift. What could Sheng Mingxi do? After all, her sister was residing at the Feng residence. Yu had never encountered someone offering a car along with a chauffeur and hurriedly declined, no, thank you. I do prefer to wait until I have time to learn to drive and obtain a license. It would be an additional skill. Sheng Tingsong immediately praised. Our Yu is truly remarkable. Yu thought to herself, those who knew she merely intended to get a driver's license would not imagine she was preparing to pilot a spaceship. Such flattery. Sheng Mingfei, having had a disagreement with her family, found her card frozen and genuinely had no means to present Yu with a gift. Therefore, she decided to offer her most treasured possession. Yu, I'll give you my son.
So?
Yu paused, her hand holding the teacup faltering. Wait. When did she not know that Sheng Mingfei had a son? Moreover, who gives a son as a gift? Chapter 89. Who knew one could be so indulgent? Not just Yu, but Sheng Tingsong and Sheng Qing also widened their eyes in astonishment. Third sister. Where did you get a son? Third sister, is that child adopted? Sheng Qing, aware that her daughter would not engage in premarital pregnancy, speculated that she must have adopted a son. However, Sheng Minga, understanding her quirky sister, clarified for the others. The son referenced by the third sister is the horse our grandfather gifted her on her 16th birthday. Yes, for me, Long Wang is like a beloved firstborn. Sheng Mingfei, strong-willed since childhood, preferred electric toy dinosaurs over dolls and favored fierce animals like tigers and lions. Due to her boundless energy, their grandfather sent her to their family's horse ranch to channel her vigor. Little did he know that once she was introduced to riding, her latent talent would flourish, leading her to sweep numerous championships in youth equestrian competitions. Their grandfather, ever indulgent, personally flew abroad to procure a top-bred racehorse for her when she turned 16. Sheng Mingfei cherished this horse as her own child, claiming victory in various competitions alongside Long Wang. This horse was indeed a prized possession, with annual maintenance costs reaching several million. Typically, others were not permitted even to ride it, yet now she generously offered it to Yu. Yu graciously declined the offer of her beloved son. You should keep this treasure for yourself. I likely won't have the opportunity to ride. Sheng Mingfei felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. Then I truly have nothing else to give. Perhaps, once I receive my salary, I can make it up to you. Yuyo was taken aback by her lack of funds, recalling how she had been lavish during their gift exchanges in Yuyo's livestream. Thus, she casually suggested, "It's not easy for you to earn a salary. Next time, don't spend it on gifts during my streams. Save your money for yourself." To her surprise, her remark seemed to spark a new idea among the others. Who knew one could be so indulgent? Sheng Ting-song exclaimed, "I'll register an account right away, fund it, and send gifts during Yuyo's livestream." Sheng Qing added, "As a mother, I must support my daughter's endeavors in her streaming career." Sheng Minga remarked, "What Yuyo means is that since the third sister isn't earning, she shouldn't spend. While someone like me, who is earning, can certainly afford to send gifts." Sheng Mingxi declared, "I mustn't be lazy. I need to take on more roles this year to earn money, to send gifts to Xiaowu." Feng Zhen, playing with his prayer beads, commented, "The Feng family doesn't support idleness. According to my understanding, I have already acquired the livestream platform where Yuyo broadcasts and am revising the gifting mechanics, making it much easier for me to send gifts without the pain of clicking." After the familial reunion, the entire clan joyfully stayed at the Feng residence for lunch. During the meal, the esteemed elder brought up the topic of Yuyo's earlier promise to introduce him to the ghost. "Well then, let us go meet it after we finish eating." Yuyo did not intend to treat the 3-year-old ghost as a mere trifling toy. She contemplated that the child appeared to be raised in a wealthy household, and the Sheng family had established their foothold in the elite circles of the capital for decades. Unlike Feng Zhen, who seldom graced elite gatherings, the Sheng family frequently appeared in high society. Perhaps he had encountered that little ghost before. "Yuyo, can I also meet it?" Sheng Qing, feeling a tad apprehensive about the ghost, was more eager to understand Yuyo and share some common ground with her. Sheng Minga smiled. "Why don't I take a look too? I heard Mingfei mention you were searching for that little ghost's family. I have a good memory. And if I've seen them, I'll surely recall." "Xiaowu, may I join in the fun?" Sheng Mingxi, who had always wanted to see, felt emboldened to speak up now that others had voiced their interest. Yuyo nodded at them. "Sure. We are indeed looking for that little ghost's family. Perhaps someone here has seen them." Sheng Mingfei, having already seen the ghost, chose not to join the crowd. However, she worried about Yuyo opening the eyes of so many, fearing it might deplete her energy and affect her health. "Xiaowu, can your body handle opening the eyes for so many at once? Will it affect my health? Then I won't look. I won't look either." "Xiaowu, we'll all refrain from looking." The previously eager spectators, upon hearing Sheng Mingfei's words, quickly decided against it. After all, nothing was more important than Yuyo's well-being. Yuyo cast a glance towards Feng Zhen, reassured by his presence. Knowing her strength could withstand it, she had diligently practiced her cultivation after benefiting from the light of merit. "Don't worry, my cultivation has already been restored. Opening the eyes for you will not deplete my energy. Last time, I inadvertently exhausted it due to the sheer volume of matters I had to handle over several consecutive days." After listening to Sheng Yu's lengthy explanation, the tension and worry in the hearts of the crowd gradually faded. However, Feng Zhen's furrowed brow remained unchanged. Why was he unaware of the impact on his body due to the depletion of his cultivation? When had this transpired? Based on their conversation, Feng Zhen deduced that it likely occurred after he discovered the curse afflicting him during the days he spent away at the West City Temple. It was foolish of him to realize this only now. What happens to the body when one's cultivation is exhausted? Feng Zhen's voice turned suddenly cold, startling everyone. Sheng Mingfei had witnessed her exhausted state before and promptly scoffed, remarking that it was more than just a slight discomfort. She was on the verge of fainting. Her body unusually cold, hands frighteningly icy, making one think she had just emerged from a cold storage. Clearly, they needed to keep a watchful eye on her to prevent further harm. Upon her remark, Sheng Ting-song's concern deepened. Allowing Sheng You to remain at the Feng household was out of the question. He felt compelled to stay close to his beloved granddaughter to ensure her well-being. The speed with which old Master Sheng shifted the topic left everyone momentarily stunned. "Has this little ghost perhaps come from the harbor city? Sister, have you seen her?" Sheng Mingfei fixed her gaze on Sheng Mingguo as if a glimmer of hope had emerged before her. "I'm not entirely sure," came the hesitant reply. "What do you mean by not sure?" Sheng Mingfei's impatience flared. "Calm down, let your elder sister take her time," Sheng Qing gently reminded her, noting that while her youngest was generally fine, she had a tendency to be overly hasty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sheng Minggu slowly began to explain. "I believe I have seen her before, but it was so long ago that I can't recall the details clearly." According to what the youngest had mentioned earlier, This 3-year-old ghost, if still alive, would now be around 23 or 24 years old. Sheng Mingo was currently 27, which meant she would have been 6 or 7 years old at that time. She felt a sense of familiarity with this little ghost named Yao Yao, but they must have only crossed paths briefly 21 years ago, making it difficult for her to remember the circumstances or the visuals of their meeting. But Sheng Mingfei's impatience bubbled up again. The style of the dress she is wearing resembles one I own, likely from the same collection of a renowned children's clothing brand from that spring season. That brand was not available in the capital back then. It was a gift from our grandfather during a business trip to the harbor city. Each of us received one. At this, Sheng Mingfei recalled, yes, I have a similar one too. Wait, do I have that dress? I don't remember. She scratched her head in confusion. Her memory was typically sharp, as she consistently ranked among the top 10 in her class during school. Sheng Mingo raised an eyebrow at her. Of course you don't remember. You never liked wearing dresses as a child, insisting they were for little girls and that you weren't one.
So,
while our grandfather bought dresses for the other 4 of us, you received a top paired with overalls. Listening to the childhood anecdotes of the 3 sisters made Sheng Qing chuckle, but when her gaze fell upon Sheng You, her smile faltered. A wave of bitterness washing over her. Little Five likely never had the pleasure of wearing beautiful dresses as a child. What kind of dress do you like, Little Five? I can get it for you, Sheng Qing remarked, prompting others present to reflect. Sheng Tingsong interjected. Those despicable scoundrels would never have bought her beautiful dresses. Don't worry. Grandfather will buy them for you. Whatever style you like, I'll ensure the store is acquired. Sheng Mingo added. What style of clothing does Little Five prefer? I can arrange for a few decent designers to come over and create custom pieces for her.
Sheng Ming Chikanding.
It seems there haven't been any major fashion shows in the capital lately, but there are a few in the country. Does Little Five want to attend a show? At that moment, Sheng Yu was left in a whirlwind of confusion. Were they not discussing finding this little ghost's family? Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to her? I have enough clothes for now, so there's no need to buy anything. If this little ghost's clothing is only available in the harbor city, does that imply she may not be from the capital but rather from that region? From the harbor city? Sheng Mingfei raised a brow in skepticism. Sheng Yu replied, perhaps she was too young, and the person caring for her was not from the harbor city, which is why she lacks their accent. When they were young, I generally didn't bring them to business dinners. They mostly attended more personal gatherings, like birthday parties. Whose gatherings? Sheng Qing's voice trailed off as her gaze shifted to Feng Shun. Feng Shun frowned slightly and replied in a low tone, I do not know anyone named Hia. Sheng Qing nodded, I understand, but she is acquainted with your father, Feng Qizong. To be precise, Hia's feelings for your father have reached an obsessive level. From Feng Shun's expression, one could easily surmise the exceptional beauty of his parents. In his younger days, Feng Qizong did not possess the reputation of a well-mannered gentleman. Nearly half of the elite women in the capital dreamt of becoming the wife of the wealthiest man. Naturally, Miss Hia was no exception. Moreover, the He family had a cordial relationship with the Feng family. Hia believed that, in terms of both family background and appearance, she was among the finest in the elite circle of the capital, and only she was worthy of Feng Qizong. But who would have thought that Feng Qizong harbored no such intentions toward her? In front of everyone, he explicitly rejected Hia's feelings, showing her no mercy. He severed ties with the He family, forcing them to choose between preserving their century-old status in the capital or saving Hia. The He family certainly would not sacrifice the family's interests for one Hia, compelling her to marry the ailing young master of the Qi family, Qi Bo Yuan. After Hia's marriage to the harbor city, Sheng Qing seldom heard gossip about her from her circle of friends. The next time she caught wind of Hia's news was when the ailing young master of the Qi family suddenly passed away, leaving Hia pregnant and overwhelmed, leading to a premature birth in the mourning hall of their youngest child. Such explosive news was impossible to keep under wraps in the elite circle and quickly spread. Feng Shun was completely oblivious to this long-standing affair between Feng Qizong and the He family, nor did he wish to know about that person. His only desire was to assist the 3-year-old ghost in finding her family swiftly so that she would no longer linger beside Sheng Yu. I do not know Hia, but I am acquainted with a member of the He family. If necessary, I can have him come over to meet this little ghost. Sheng Yu and Sheng Mingfei exchanged glances. Although they did not verbally confer, their understanding was palpable. Very well, then we shall trouble you, Mr. Feng. As the clock neared noon, Feng Shun dialed Henan Yuan, who answered the call with a voice still laced with the remnants of sleep. Who is it? Why are you calling at this hour? It's me, Feng Shun. Shun? Well, the sun must be rising in the west today. What brings you to contact me? You need to come to the Feng family's old residence right away. Feng Shan had grown accustomed to Henan Yuan's carefree and nonchalant demeanor and was not inclined to engage in idle chit-chat. Now, that might not be possible. I'm rather busy at the moment. Just as Henan Yuan finished speaking, Feng Shan heard a soft, melodious female voice on the other end. Oh, young master he. You're hurting me. Please stop. Feng Shan's brow furrowed, his voice turning icy. Here, you have 1 hour. Clean yourself up and come over. At this moment, not far from them, Sheng Mingge and Sheng Mixue overheard Feng Shan's last remark. Clean yourself up before coming. Upon recalling the rumors circulating in the elite circle regarding Feng Shan, a complex expression appeared on their faces. The two sisters pulled Sheng You aside and quietly inquired, Xiao Wu, please tell us the truth. What is your relationship with Feng Cheng? On the surface, she appeared to be Feng Cheng's benefactor, but in reality, Feng Cheng was also her benefactor. They were mutual benefactors to one another. This entanglement also involved concepts of merit, extreme yin and extreme yang, which were difficult to elucidate. The crux of the matter lay in the Sheng family's indulgence towards her body. Sheng You feared that revealing the truth would cause them unnecessary worry. She was particularly anxious that she might be deceived by Feng Cheng's affections. Xiao Wu, you have known Feng Cheng for too short a time. You may not fully understand him. He is a man of profound depths, far more complex than he appears. Moreover, rumors suggest that his sexual orientation leans towards men. His monastic life merely serves as a fade to conceal his true inclinations. Sheng Mingge, concerned that she might not believe, recounted what she had just overheard. A man asking another man to come over after a thorough washing. This is rather unusual. Sheng You raised an eyelid in contemplation, realizing her previous assumption that since Feng Cheng was a practitioner, he would not require attention in that regard, was misguided. It turned out he indeed had need of it. Internally, Sheng Yu reflected on how one could inadvertently create such significant troubles. Once the matter concerning the 3-year-old spirit was resolved, she vowed to devise a way to aid Feng Cheng in his recovery. Sheng Mingxi presumed she had discovered Feng Cheng's true orientation and, feeling a tinge of sorrow, launched into her classic ribbit theory. Xiao Wu, 3-legged toads are rare, but 2-legged men are plentiful. Whatever your desire, second sister can procure it for you. Sheng Mingfei, still out of the loop, listened for a while, remaining perplexed. Huh? So, what's the issue with a man asking another man to wash up before coming over? Sheng Mingge cast her a disdainful glance. If you cannot comprehend, then do not dwell on it. Your mind is already muddled. However, you were correct earlier. Feng Cheng does not harbor romantic feelings for Xiao Wu. His kindness towards her is likely akin to that of a close friend. Sheng You intended to clarify that they had misunderstood, and she did not possess any romantic notions towards Feng Cheng either. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed sufficient that they recognized that her relationship with Feng Cheng was not of that nature. Whether or not she explained it was inconsequential. Henan Yuan arrived at the Feng residence precisely on time. Not long after the rumbling of the engine ceased, a figure entered through the door. Backlit. He appeared tall and imposing, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. He would not be out of place among a group of international male models. As he approached, the crowd could discern his features. Strikingly handsome, with a perfect proportion of facial features, captivating peach blossom eyes that shimmered with a depth of emotion. A high and straight nose, and subtly curved lips that seemed to hold a teasing smile, exuding a hint of roguish charm. Clad in a wine-red satin shirt with a slightly open collar, faint traces of ambiguous markings were visible on his collarbone. His long legs were enveloped in black trousers, accentuating his physique. This attire suggested that he was a natural master of manipulating others' feelings at will. Sheng Mingge and the others were further convinced of their earlier suspicions. It was no wonder Feng Cheng had been swayed, for Henan Yuan's enchanting appearance was equally appealing to both genders. Curious about why Feng Cheng had personally called him, Henan Yuan entered to find a room full of young beauties. The several youthful and attractive girls turned their gazes towards him in unison, then glanced at Feng Cheng, their expressions shifting to one of sudden realization. Feng, what's going on? You summoned me here just to show off in front of me? Henan Yuan plopped down beside Feng Cheng, turning to him with a tone laced with languor and indifference. Feng Cheng, catching a whiff of the faint scent of alcohol on him, frowned in displeasure. You drove after drinking? Are you out of your mind? Henan Yuan squinted, raising 2 fingers to indicate. I merely had a small drink. I hurried to see you. Now tell me, what pressing matter required my presence so early? It is not me seeking you, but they are looking for you, Feng Cheng replied coolly. He-nan Yuan reclined back, adopting a relaxed posture. Oh, I see. Several lovely ladies wish to see me. What could be the reason? He clarified, I must state that I currently have a girlfriend. I am not single, nor do I intend to play the field. While He-nan Yuan was known for his flirtations, he maintained his own principle. When involved with one woman, he would not pursue others. Naturally, the ladies from the Sheng family were not known for their pleasant temperaments. Sheng Mingo, protective of her sister, was the first to launch an attack. The infamous He Shao, we have heard of your reputation. Rest assured, we from the Sheng family have keen eyes. We are not blind. Sheng Mingxiai was notorious for her sharp tongue within the circle. Apologies, but when you walked in, I couldn't help but notice your aura. I thought you were some young master from a high-end establishment. Turns out you are He Shao. Sheng Mingfei, straightforward in nature, displayed her disdain more directly. Spitting at him, I have no interest in a heartless playboy. Chapter 92. Oh, so you are defending him now? The youngest, Sheng You, though the most composed, remained unflustered, casting a nonchalant glance at He-nan Yuan, to fall for every pretty face one encounters. Beware of retribution. Among the gathered, He-nan Yuan found himself most intrigued by her. If I am not mistaken, this exquisitely beautiful young lady must be the renowned Sheng Shao master mentioned by Huixi, the recently reclaimed fifth miss of the Sheng family. I wonder what kind of retribution awaits me? Sheng Shao master, care to elaborate? Feng Cheng's expression suddenly turned icy. A layer of frost enveloping his dark eyes, his tone laced with clear annoyance. Speak appropriately. He-nan Yuan glanced at him sideways. Oh, so you're defending her now? Huixi's words must hold some truth. Feng Cheng seemed to have truly developed feelings. Very well, I shall speak appropriately. Now, tell me, why did you have Feng call me over? He-nan Yuan could not recall any prior connection with the Sheng family. Sheng Mingfei was the first to delve into the matter directly, adopting a professional inquiry tone. Do you know Hia? I know of her, but we are not familiar.
Why?
Did Hia offend your Sheng family? If so, I am of no use. It is well known that in the He family, my words are as good as worthless. You should seek Feng. He is the one in charge of the Feng family. The He family indeed belonged to a complex circle of aristocracy within Jing City. Old master, he had married 6 times. Apart from the first wife, the others were concubines. He-nan Yuan's father belonged to the first wife's lineage, while Hia hailed from the 4th wife. The two families maintained only a superficial relationship, secretly vying for power and influence, often embroiled in conflict. No worries, regardless of whether you are disregarded in the He family, you must have seen Hia's daughter, Qi Niao, correct? Sheng Mingfei needed him to personally identify whether the 3-year-old spirit was indeed Qi Niao. Qi Niao, what does this have to do with her? He-nan Yuan's expression grew perplexed. Wait a moment. I understand each word you are saying, but collectively, it makes no sense. You summon me to identify? A spirit? After much effort, He-nan Yuan finally grasped her meaning, shaking his head. No need for identification. That 3-year-old spirit is certainly not Qi Niao. I recently returned from a business trip to Gang City, where I saw Qi Niao in good health. Sheng Mingfei's gaze sharpened as she pressed him further. Are you certain the person you saw was Qi Niao herself? He-nan Yuan nearly burst into laughter at her question. What is there to be uncertain about? What you mentioned refers to the occasion of the old gentleman's 70th birthday.
Correct?
Back then, I witnessed her boarding the airplane with my own eyes. Therefore, you must be mistaken. That little spirit cannot possibly be Qi Niao. Since we are already here, let us take a glance. Suddenly, Sheng You, who had been silent all along, spoke up. He hadn't even registered the scene before him when he opened his eyes and saw the little ghost floating in midair. The little ghost tilted her head and waved her small hand at him, greeting him. Hello, big radish uncle. He was utterly unprepared for this shocking revelation. He shrieked and instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, No, 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 don't come closer. Ha ha ha. Oh, the second young master, he truly has a timid disposition. Sheng Mingge couldn't contain her laughter, bursting into guffaws. Sheng Mingxi joined in, teasing him further. Having a small heart isn't a problem, but it would be concerning if other areas were equally lacking in courage. At this moment, He-nan Yuan had no time for banter. He pointed at the floating little ghost and shouted, Why does this little ghost look exactly like Qi Niao when she was a child? A vibrantly alive individual had now transformed into a 3-year-old apparition, appearing before him and smiling widely. Who wouldn't he scream in surprise? He was merely managing a subdued shriek. His mind was in disarray, and he slapped his own face, wondering if he had perhaps drunk too much today and was hallucinating. Xiao Fei, upon hearing this, grew quite animated. Are you certain? Certain of what? Right now, I simply wish to ascertain whether I am experiencing a delusion. He Nanyuan clapped his cheek sharply, confirming that this little ghost indeed seemed to be Qi Yinyao. However, it appeared that she did not recognize him, persistently calling him Big Radish Uncle. After considerable mental preparation, he finally accepted the situation. No, you should call me brother instead. Oh, Big Radish brother, do you know Yao Yao's mother? Yao Yao misses her mother. He Nanyuan was perplexed as to why this little ghost insisted on prefixing her address with Big Radish. Am I really reminiscent of a radish? Why do you keep calling me that? The little ghost, Yao Yao, blinked her large eyes, her innocent expression betraying no malice. Sister Mingfei said you are the flowery Big Radish. I'm sorry for the mistake, then. Flowery Big Radish brother. Do you know Yao Yao's mother? Yao Yao misses her mother. Can you help Yao Yao find her? He Nanyuan felt as if he were losing his mind, pondering whether he had gone mad, or if the world had gone mad. Here he was, engaged in a discussion with a 3-year-old ghost about how he should be addressed. I mean, you can simply call me brother, otherwise I want to assist you in finding your mother. Alright, Yao Yao understands, flowery Big Radish brother. You pesky little ghost. Do you insist on calling me Big Radish brother? Yao Yao is not pesky. Yao Yao is a fragrant little ghost. Sheng Mingfei interrupted their playful banter, stating, if you wish to call him Big Radish, then so be it. Second young master, he will not lose a piece of flesh over it. Our priority now is to help Yao Yao find her family. Wait. The Qi Yinyao from Port City bears an uncanny resemblance to her grown-up self. Furthermore, if she were an imposter, the Qi family would have certainly noticed. He Nanyuan paused, recalling a peculiar incident from years ago that he had overlooked. Chapter 93. Why was he such a misfortunate soul? Hia had mentioned that she initially believed that the adopted daughter was an orphan and took her in, unaware that relatives would come to claim the child. Although Hia's explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, no one bothered to investigate whether her words were truthful or fabricated. At that time, neither the He family nor the Qi family cared about the whereabouts of an unrelated orphan, or whether she was dead or alive. However, the more He Nanyuan contemplated, the more perplexed he became. Could it be that He Qingmei was involved? Yet that didn't seem right. The 3-year-old ghost before him was undoubtedly Qi Yinyao. The detective within Sheng Mingfei stirred. Little Five, do you think He Qingmei might be connected to this matter? Sheng Yu's gaze was solemn as she remarked, perhaps meeting the Qi Yinyao from Port City will yield answers. Then the question arises. How do we arrange a meeting in Port City? He Nanyuan noticed the collective gaze upon him and shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. After the old gentleman's passing, he has been living in Port City, virtually severing ties with Beijing. If you wish to go to Port City, I could accompany you to the Qi family to meet Qi Yinyao. Although his voice held little weight in the He household, he believed the Qi family would extend a modicum of respect. However, Sheng Mingfei hesitated. If the case involves Port City as citizens, we cannot act across jurisdictions. It's highly likely that the matter will be taken over by the authorities there. They couldn't possibly take a 3-year-old ghost to Port City on a business trip and have Sheng You use her abilities to investigate the case from years ago. That would be far too complicated. Moreover, if they proceeded with a large-scale operation, wouldn't that alert the culprits? Suddenly, He Nanyuan recalled an important detail. Qi Yinzong, the second son of the Qi family, is currently in Beijing for business. If he cooperates, he should be able to bring Qi Yinyao over from Port City. Sheng Mingfei raised a concern. What if he and Qi Yinyao are in cahoots? Sheng Yu responded confidently. That's easily resolved. Once he appears, I can discern whether he poses a threat. He Nanyuan nodded in agreement. All right then. I will organize a dinner to invite him out. The sooner this matter was resolved, the better. Second young master how does tonight sound? Given that they were soliciting his assistance, Sheng Mingfei forced a polite smile. I will call Qi Er to see if he is free tonight. He Nanyuan was eager to clarify the situation, especially since, in all seriousness, this 3-year-old ghost would soon be calling him brother. The response came swiftly. He had an important dinner engagement, expected to conclude around 9 o'clock, and he had arranged to meet at the Shao Nanshan Club. However, He Nanyuan did not disclose that Qi Yinzong had initially declined, only agreeing when he mentioned Feng Sheng would also be present. That young man had long wished to meet Feng Sheng, but had never found the opportunity. The club would suffice. The mere prospect of meeting was enough for Sheng Mingfei and Sheng Yu. With their own work commitments, Sheng Minge and Sheng Mingxi bid farewell, instructing Sheng Mingfei to ensure Sheng Yu's safety. As Sheng Yu observed her limping gait, she couldn't help but wonder who would be protecting whom if trouble arose. Sheng Yu instinctively settled into Feng Sheng's vehicle, while he Nanyuan drove alone, finding the silence unbearable. He waved to Sheng Mingfei. Sheng-san, why don't you ride with me? It mattered little whose vehicle Sheng Mingfei chose. Just as she was about to turn towards him, Sheng Yu interjected, do not ride with him. He's been plagued by misfortune lately. Staying too close could lead to your own misfortune. Upon hearing the term misfortune, Sheng Mingfei fled faster than a rabbit. She had suffered greatly from misfortunes in the past. He Nanyuan, of course, dismissed the notion, suspecting that Sheng Yu was merely discriminating against him. What misfortune? My life has been nothing short of fortunate. He could accept criticism in many areas. But when it came to his luck, he Nanyuan could not entertain any doubts. It was well known that he had been dealt an excellent hand in life. And, even if he attempted to squander it, he would find it a challenge. Sheng Yu's gaze held a hint of warning as she stated, I've told you before, if you fall in love with every person you meet, there will be consequences. Not even half an hour had passed when he Nanyuan found himself unable to smile any longer. First, a large drop of bird droppings fell from the sky, landing squarely on his head. Indeed, being in a convertible allowed that unfortunate occurrence to transpire. Forced to halt his vehicle by the roadside, he utilized tissues and water to perform a hasty cleanup of bird droppings before embarking once more on his journey. However, within a mere 10 minutes, another predicament arose. His momentary lapse in concentration nearly led to a collision with an obstacle at the roadside. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and his driving skills adept, allowing him to narrowly evade the obstruction. He found it hard to believe that misfortune had befallen him twice. The bird droppings were surely an accident. The subsequent incident, however, was more easily explained. It was undoubtedly a consequence of his distracted driving after encountering a mischievous spirit earlier that day. Thus, he resolved to remain fully alert for the remainder of the journey. Inside the car, Sheng Mingfei observed through the rear-view mirror that he Nanyuan had abruptly stopped at the roadside. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, why is he parked? Is the car malfunctioning? No. It's just that he had bird droppings on his head, came Sheng Yu's calm voice from the back seat. Sheng Mingfei's eyes widened in shock. What? If I had been sitting in the passenger seat, would that mess have landed on me instead? Sheng Yu shook her head. No, that would still have fallen on him. The one that would have landed on you is a different one. Sheng Mingfei sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't sit in that unfortunate vehicle. Sheng Yu reminded her once more, it is not the car that is unfortunate, but him as a person. Therefore, if you wish to avoid his bad luck, keep your distance. I understand. I will certainly stay far away from that unfortunate soul. Sheng Mingfei sat up straight, her expression exuding innocence. Feng Chen rubbed his temples, finally speaking up to inquire about He Nanyuan's misfortune. Why is he so unlucky? Has he borrowed someone else's fortune? Oh, he hasn't borrowed fortune, but rather has attracted the ire of someone he should not have, Sheng Yu replied leisurely. Someone he shouldn't have attracted? Yes. It's a woman who has cast a spell on him, causing him to encounter minor misfortunes, which is not a grave issue. Thus, Sheng Yu chose not to intervene for the time being. Since she had stated as much, Feng Chen decided not to press further. However, recalling the peculiar relationship between Feng Chen and He Nanyuan, Sheng Yu offered an explanation. You need not worry. That woman likely does not wish for his demise. In fact, viewed from another angle, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. He has learned a lesson this time, and will likely become more restrained in matters of romance, be it with women or men. Sheng Mingfei nodded in agreement. That philanderer certainly deserves to learn a lesson. Feng Chen frowned. He was aware that He Nanyuan was a notorious playboy, but he was oblivious to his potential attraction to men. Upon reflection, he realized that Sheng Yu must have seen something with her celestial vision that led her to make such a statement. As for He Nanyuan, even if he were inclined toward men, he would likely never admit it in front of his friends. Unbeknownst to Feng Chen, Sheng Yu had not actually witnessed any scene of He Nanyuan with another man. Her comment stemmed purely from recollections of whispers shared with Sheng Minge and others. She mistakenly believed that Feng Chen and He Nanyuan were entangled in a forbidden romance. Sheng Yu had also carefully observed He Nanyuan's features. He was, by nature, a romantic with a plethora of fleeting affections. His true match, presumably a woman, was yet to be seized. Whether he could grasp it would depend on his own efforts. Should he fail to do so, he must prepare for a life of solitude. Fearing that Feng Chen might not comprehend, Sheng Yu emphasized the word woman. While Feng Chen was not particularly interested in He Nanyuan's romantic affairs, he found it difficult to divert his gaze from Sheng You and yearned to converse with her further. Then, could you also discern my romantic destiny? Sheng You shook her head. Your romantic prospects appear to be obscured by the light of merit. I cannot discern them. Yet, with your abundance of virtues, you shall find success in all endeavors, including matters of the heart. Feng Chen gently caressed the beads on his wrist, momentarily closing his eyes. A glimmer of hope illuminating his gaze as he smiled faintly. Is that so? Indeed, but I refer specifically to a true match, not those transient affections. Sheng You nearly conveyed directly that he and He Nanyuan were ill-suited for one another, and that their paths would not culminate in a favorable outcome. Feng Chen's spirits visibly lifted. He called out to the driver. Feng Huer, you mentioned wanting a vacation. Would half a month suffice? Paid leave, of course. The unexpected joy left Feng Huer momentarily stunned. Ah, half a month off. Is that insufficient? And no, it's more than enough. In fact, even a week would suffice. On He Nanyuan's end, a series of minor mishaps had plagued his journey, and he finally arrived at the entrance of the club, throwing the car keys to the valet as if discarding something filthy. Quickly, make this wretched vehicle vanish from my sight. I no longer wish to see it. Sheng Mingfei and the others had arrived half an hour earlier. Upon reaching the private room on the top floor, they had already consumed an entire bottle of sweet beverage by the time He Nanyuan made his entrance. Young Master He, your driving skills leave much to be desired. He Nanyuan, his expression darkened by frustration, slumped onto the sofa. I suspect there's something wrong with that cursed car. Even Sheng You found his confidence admirable. He suspected the car was faulty, but not once considered that the issue might lie with himself. Sheng Mingfei nearly spat out her drink, muttering, TSK. That car has suffered under your ownership. It has to bear the blame. Sheng-san, what are you muttering about? Nothing, I too believe the car might be at fault. How about you sell it to me for a pittance? Sheng Mingfei squinted her eyes, aware that the Sheng family had a natural knack for business. With a simple twist, she could sell the car to the second young master and make a substantial profit. He Nanyuan genuinely believed the car was defective. Seriously defective. Do you truly want it? Are you not afraid of death? Do you think your life is so resilient? I'm not joking. Do you have any idea how many mishaps I encountered on the way? First, I nearly collided with an obstacle at the roadside, and then out of the blue, a pig fell from the truck ahead, landing squarely on my car hood with its rear end against my windshield. It nearly gave me a heart attack. Sheng Mingfei pointed at his head. Did you forget to mention that you also had a pile of bird droppings land on you? He Nanyuan. He was nearly ready to forget that little detail, but she had to bring it up. At that moment, he felt as though he was enveloped in the foul odor of bird droppings. I can't take it anymore. You all continue chatting. I need to take a shower. About 5 minutes after he left, a flamboyant young man entered the private room. His attire was reminiscent of He Nanyuan's, albeit a slightly inferior version. Where is he? It's his gathering. Why is he not here? The man seated himself unceremoniously, crossing his legs and fiddling with a lighter. Sheng Mingfei glanced at him, confirming his identity. You are the second young master of the Qi family from the harbor city? Qi Inzong raised an eyebrow, grinning playfully. And you are? The little bird newly acquired by young Master He? Sheng Mingfei was currently unable to brandish her police badge in his face and clenched her fists. I have no connection with him. Qi Inzong shifted his gaze from her to Feng Chen and Sheng You, smirking with a mischievous expression. Young Master, he has indeed invited you. President Feng. Is this lovely lady your little bird? But I recall that President Feng is a celibate, isn't he? TSK. Our celibates from the harbor city certainly don't play with such frivolity. Given Feng Chen's status, few dared to act so brazenly before him in the capital. It was evident that Qi Inzong was deliberately seeking trouble. While Sheng Mingfei could tolerate him disparaging her, she could not stand his lewd remarks directed at Sheng You. She immediately darkened her expression. You should be aware that this is the capital, not the harbor city. You ought to watch your tongue. If trouble arises, the He family may not necessarily protect you. Are you truly seeking a fight? Sheng Yu stated calmly. Unaware of her genuine intent to confront him, Qi Inzong continued his antics in front of Sheng Yu. This little beauty has certainly been spoiled by President Feng. She seems unaware that a vase should embody the demeanor of a vase, merely a proud little trinket. I advise President Feng to temper his indulgence. Otherwise, I might have to set some boundaries for her. Come, let us finish this bottle of wine, and let today's matter pass. Qi Inzong stated that he was setting rules for Sheng Yu, but in truth, he sought to provoke Feng Cheng. Such a person would not be allowed to prance about for long in front of Feng Cheng. The reason he had not immediately summoned Feng Hua, who was standing outside, was that he was waiting for Sheng You to conclude her business. Have you finished, Sheng You? May I strike now? Chapter 95. Are these two even speaking human language? Without needing to call Feng Hua in, she declared, I can handle this myself. Given Sheng Yu's understanding of him, she could anticipate his next move. This man, who preferred not to get his hands dirty, would likely summon Feng Hua in such a situation. Likewise, Feng Cheng could guess her intentions. A subtle warmth flickering in his gaze. Do not act directly. Find a suitable object instead. Oh, understood. Sheng Yu rose and walked towards Qi Yinzong. Unaware of Feng Cheng's whispered words to Sheng Yu, Qi Yinzong squinted as he appraised her. The woman before him was extraordinarily beautiful, with skin as pale as jade, almond-shaped eyes, and a hint of allure that stirred something deep within him. What a pity, she is Feng Cheng's woman. Qi Yinzong quickly reconsidered. What did it matter if she belonged to Feng Cheng? The thrill lay in seizing Feng Cheng's woman. Little beauty, are you here to toast me? If you call me good brother and plead a little, I may let you off from drinking this wine. Qi Yinzong casually picked up the bottle of red wine closest to him on the coffee table and waved it toward Sheng Yu. She took the bottle from him and, with a swift motion, pressed him down onto the table, raising her arm to strike at his head. Since you enjoy setting rules, let me establish one for you today. This first bottle teaches you humility. Do not speak presumptuously. With that, she grabbed another bottle of wine, lifting it to strike him again. This second bottle teaches you to speak respectfully to women. With the third bottle, she warned, remember not to provoke Feng Cheng. He is the one I wish to protect. The first two bottles left Qi Yinzong dazed, and it was only after the third that he remembered to evade her blows, using all his strength to escape Sheng Yu's grip. Yet, with just one hand, she held him firmly in place. This fourth bottle serves as a reminder of the rules I just laid down. Feng Cheng glanced at the 4 bottles of red wine that lay shattered on the coffee table, while the remaining champagne and whiskey were spared from her wrath. He called for Feng Hua to come in. Sir, what are your orders? Bring in a few more cases of that red wine for her to play with. Sheng Yu waved her hand dismissively. It's not amusing. I no longer wish to play. Qi Yinzong, who had finally managed to rise, felt dizzy and his head throbbed. Wait, are these two even speaking coherently? What do you mean by bring in more to play with? What do you mean it's not interesting? Is smashing my head a game? Feng Cheng, are you both insane? How dare you harm me? Do you know my identity? You. None of the men in the Feng family are any good. Your father deceived my mother and callously abandoned her. How can you still speak of honor? Memories of his mother weeping as she recalled Feng Chizong filled Qi Yinzong's eyes with hatred. Feng Cheng wished to avoid any discussion regarding Feng Chizong. Impatience evident in his expression. Then you can go find him. Before you do, you must first resolve the matter of this 3-year-old child. Sheng Yu had already activated her third eye and, having seen Qi Yinzong, discerned that he held no secrets. His relationship with Qi Yinyao from Hong Kong was rather ordinary. He can be of use. Qi Yinzong, what is this woman babbling about? He could not comprehend her words. What do you mean by going down to settle a score? 88 of them? Yet soon. He grasped the meaning behind Sheng Yu's words as she bypassed asking if he wanted to activate his third eye and directly opened it for him. As the spirit of the 3-year-old child appeared before him, Qi Yinzong momentarily thought he had sustained a concussion from her blows. My mind seems to be failing me. How am I seeing Yao Yao, my little Yao Yao? Sheng Mingfei raised her hand and gently patted the child's head. Do not worry, your mind is intact. Our little Wu has merely opened your third eye, allowing you to see spirits temporarily. At this moment, Qi Yinzong disregarded his headache, his expression a mixture of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Are you saying that you can also see Yao Yao, the little Yao Yao? Sheng Mingfei nodded. To be precise, you are seeing the ghost of 3-year-old Qi Yinyao. Qi Yinzong hesitated, then shook his head vehemently. Impossible. Yao Yao is in Hong Kong. How could she have turned into a 3-year-old ghost? Sheng Yu posed a soul-piercing question. Are you certain that the one in Hong Kong is the real Qi Yinyao? In other words, that physical shell may belong to her, but the essence within may have long since been replaced, possibly by some wandering spirit or malevolent entity. A wandering spirit occupying Yao Yao's body? No, that cannot be. How could such a thing happen? This notion was beyond Qi Yinzong's previous understanding, and he struggled to accept it. Yet the apparition floating before him indeed resembled his sister as a child. Wait, I understand now. Are you suggesting that you utilized the latest technology to create a virtual figure resembling my sister as a child? This ghost is merely a projection. Finally, Qi Yinzong found a rational explanation. Sheng Mingfei swiftly produced her police badge. What technology? This child you see is one of the victims from a case I previously handled. The other spirits from that case have been reunited with their families and reincarnated, but this 3-year-old spirit remains unclaimed. At this moment, the little spirit pouted in grievance. Aren't you Yao Yao's second brother? Second brother told Yao Yao that no matter what she became, she would always recognize her. Qi Yinzong's pupils constricted sharply. How did this spirit know what he had once told his sister? Furthermore, the tone and mannerisms echoed those of Yao Yao in her youth. Yao Yao, is it truly you? Chapter 96. Is this a legitimate hospital your family operates? Once he accepted that the spirit before him was indeed his sister, Qi Yinzong realized that something was amiss with his sister at home, who had taken possession of Yao Yao's body. What was their motive? Sheng You glanced at him with an indifferent expression. You should be more aware than us of what transpired 21 years ago in the capital. 21 years ago, during their grandfather's 70th birthday, his mother had brought the 4 of them to the capital. How could he forget that his mother's adopted daughter, He Qingmei, was among them? However, He Qingmei had been taken away by her family during their time in the capital, and he had never seen her again, nor had his mother ever mentioned her. If Yao Yao's troubles began during that time in the capital, could it be related to He Qingmei? He Qingmei, his mother's adopted daughter, she must have some connection. What kind of problem did she pose? Sheng You leaned against the sofa, her gaze drifting lazily towards him. How shall I put it? She gives off an aura that sets her apart from normal children. Her eyes always harbor a certain eeriness. The way she speaks lacks the innocence of a child, as if an adult occupies a child's body. This dissonance becomes all the more apparent when she is with Yao Yao. Upon first laying eyes on her, Qi Yinzong immediately harbored an aversion towards his mother's adopted daughter. Shortly thereafter, he unearthed a more horrifying realization as neglected memories surged to the forefront of his mind. After departing from the capital, Yao Yao seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. At times, she bore an uncanny resemblance to He Qingmei. It was He Qingmei who had usurped Yao Yao's body. It had to be her. Qi Yinzong screamed in a frenzy. When He Nanyuan approached with his hair still damp, he initially thought Qi Yinzong had truly lost his mind. What on earth is happening to you, Qi? Why are you suddenly acting insane? Could it be that you were frightened by the ghost of Qi Yinyao? Qi Yinzong had long believed that his sister had distanced herself from him out of dislike, which had caused him quiet sorrow. Little did he know, she was not his sister at all, but a thief who had stolen her body. What was to be done? He needed to devise a plan to lure her from Harbor City and summon Master Sheng, for only she could assist Yao Yao now. I am uncertain. I must see the one from Harbor City to uncover the entire truth before I can provide you with an accurate answer. Sheng You had not anticipated that the events surrounding this 3-year-old spirit were so convoluted. Initially, she had thought it was merely a typical ghost seeking its mother. However, she could not speak too definitively. All right, I shall lure her here. Yet another dilemma arose. Qi Yinzong's relationship with Qi Yinyao was rather perfunctory. To what extent? He could fabricate any excuse, and Qi Yinyao would not only refuse to come, but likely wouldn't he even deign to acknowledge him. I have a plan, he mused, scrutinizing Qi Yinzong's bloodied head. Feign injury, make it seem severe, and express a desire to see family one last time. Even if it's for the sake of appearances, she will surely come. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yinzong agreed. Under He Nanyuan's direction, he lay on the ground littered with shards of glass and allowed him to take several photographs. As he clicked away, He Nanyuan muttered, even if you see Yao Yao transformed into a ghost, do try to maintain your composure. Why are you smashing a wine bottle over your head? Qi Yinzong retorted. I am not insane. Why would I smash a wine bottle over my own head? Then what exactly are you doing? Qi Yinzong clenched his teeth.
Just assume I did it myself.
What do you mean by assume you did? He Nanyuan followed his gaze and observed Sheng You rubbing her wrist. Now I understand. Well, those few actions of yours seem to have been in vain. He was quite adept at feigning illness and injury. Before long, Qi Yinzong was settled into a private hospital run by the He family. With the images of Qi Yinzong's injuries and He Nanyuan's exceptional acting skills, there would be no suspicion when news reached Harbor City, and they would board the earliest flight to the capital. In the room next to Qi Yinzong's, He Nanyuan was busy orchestrating the next steps. Master Sheng, if you don't mind, you could pose as my companion or secretary, and we can appear together in Qi Er's hospital room. Absolutely not. I do mind. Both Feng Sheng and Sheng You interjected simultaneously. He Nanyuan was perplexed. What? Is it shameful to be my companion? Feng Sheng, from the depths of his being, wished to keep Sheng You away from He Nanyuan, even if only in pretense. With a stoic expression, he stated, "Are you not aware of your own tarnished reputation?" Sheng You chimed in, "Shame is one aspect. I primarily fear that associating with you will bring misfortune." He Nanyuan was unconvinced that he would become a casualty of bad luck and stubbornly retorted, "Since my arrival, everything has gone splendidly, without a single mishap." In the face of such obstinacy, Sheng Yu's typical response was to let him experience the mysterious forces from the east firsthand. As for why he had not encountered any misfortune thus far, Sheng Yu speculated that the woman casting the spell upon him was entangled in a web of emotions and now felt reluctant to part with him. Although Sheng Yu rejected He Nanyuan's arrangement, she sought an identity to conceal herself. Following Sheng Mingfei's suggestion, she disguised herself as a nurse. The appearance of a nurse in the ward would raise no suspicions. Feng Sheng observed her clad in a pink nurse's uniform, his body inexplicably heating up.
Here.
Is this a legitimate hospital you're running? Chapter 97, I have a problem with my mind. What do you mean? He Nanyuan, not comprehending the implications behind his words, assumed he was criticizing his family's hospital. Our hospital may not compare to yours, but it ranks among the top 5 private hospitals in the capital. How can you say it's not legitimate? Feng Sheng lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Sheng Yu's slender, bare legs, with a slight furrow in his brow. This outfit does not suit her. Find her a proper doctor's attire. He Nanyuan doubted his eyesight. What's wrong with it? I think Master Sheng wears it quite well. Dresses are impractical for her, Feng Sheng replied coolly. Yet his tone conveyed an unspoken pressure that compelled He Nanyuan to acquiesce. Fine, I'll find her another set. Sheng Yu agreed that Feng Sheng had a point. Thus she refrained from objecting. She donned a white lab coat over her clothes, tied her long hair back, wore a mask, draped a stethoscope around her neck, and affixed a name tag indicating her department. Just as she finished changing, He received a call from Hia, informing him of their arrival at the hospital and inquiring about Qi Inzong's condition. He Nanyuan showcased his eloquence, embellishing the simple fact that Qi Inzong had received several stitches in surgery into a dramatic narrative of a doctor racing against time to save the gravely injured Qi Inzong from the clutches of death. Thus, Qi was now out of immediate danger and in his hospital room. On Qi Inzong's end, the surgery was genuine, and his head indeed throbbed. When he spotted Sheng Yu entering the room, the pain intensified. However, it wasn't long before he forgot the pain, for his awaited visitor had finally arrived. Sheng Yu glanced towards the entrance, where the first woman to enter appeared to be in her early 30s, clad in a dark qipao. Regardless of her appearance or demeanor, she exuded youthfulness, yet her gaze betrayed a depth of experience, as if she had lived through countless stories. She surmised this must be Hia. Following her was a man slightly older than Qi Inzong, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit that accentuated his handsome physique, with buttons neatly fastened and cuffs properly aligned. His hair was meticulously combed back, and he wore a pair of respectable gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a certain scholarly charm that, upon closer inspection, took on a more sinister connotation, an archetype of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bringing up the rear was their awaited protagonist, Qi Yinyao. It must be noted that this body possessed commendable attributes. Her features were delicate, her skin as smooth as porcelain, and her lustrous, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, though her upturned eyes hinted at a touch of the wicked. The moment Qi Yinyao appeared, the temperature in the room plummeted by roughly 10 degrees. If this individual had no issues, she would surely be Sheng Yu's namesake in reverse. In the blink of an eye, she stood before them, and Sheng Yu seized the opportunity to activate her spiritual vision, gazing intently at Qi Yinyao. She perceived the dark aura enveloping her, as well as the true nature of the entity attached to Qi Yinyao. Qi Yinyao cast a glance at his brother, whose head was bandaged like a dumpling, his expression darkening with a hint of menace. Who in the capital dares to lay a hand on our Qi family? Qi Inzong evaded their gaze and began to explain, I merely drank too much and accidentally bumped my head. Who in the capital doesn't know I and the second young master of the Qi family from Harbor City? Who would dare to touch me? The woman surnamed Sheng, despite inflicting harm upon herself, genuinely wished to assist Yao Yao. These two matters conveniently coincided. Furthermore, the woman had behind her the formidable presence of Feng Cheng. The Qi family possessed some influence in the port city, yet here in the capital, it was Feng Cheng's domain. And the Qi family simply could not contend with the Feng family. Even with the addition of the He family, they would still be outmatched. Otherwise, the vendetta against his mother would have been avenged long ago. Are you the chief physician for Inzong? How can you be so young? Are there no other doctors in this hospital? Hia's gaze fell upon Sheng You, and her dissatisfaction was palpable upon noticing her youth. Qi Yin Hui, upon hearing this, glanced at the young female doctor standing by his brother's bedside. Mother, are you unaware of the character of your own son? He surely only prefers her as his chief physician because of her looks. Upon hearing his words, Hia's irritation towards Sheng You intensified. Nonsense. He immediately change Inzong's doctor. Do not allow this woman to continue. Who knows if she is deliberately trying to get close to him? Henan Yuan quickly intervened. Third aunt, I believe you are overthinking this. I can assure you, Dr. Sheng has no ulterior motives towards Chier. Your son may be a prized possession in your eyes, but can he compare to the charm of the one next door? Although Sheng Yu was not a genuine doctor, donning that white coat compelled her to advocate for the women in this industry who faced discrimination. In other words, she was quite displeased at this moment. The neurology department is on the 5th floor. Perhaps you should go register for an appointment? It might be wise to check your heads. What do you mean by that? Do you know whose hospital this is? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can have you thrown out this instant. Having been the matriarch of the Qi family for many years, Hia, in reality, was the one who wielded authority. When had she ever been subjected to such humiliation? Sheng Yu lifted her eyelids slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, well, perhaps you should check your own head too. You, Hier. Did you see her attitude? Henan Yuan had not anticipated that these two would clash so fiercely. Caught in the middle, he felt utterly conflicted. However, upon remembering that Sheng Yu was treasured by Feng Cheng, he quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Third aunt, please do not be angry. She may simply be speaking some harsh truths. This is the He family's enterprise, and while you bear the He surname, anyone excluded from the family tree is no longer considered a member. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am losing my mind? Is it because of a woman that you dare to belittle me? Mother, your mind is sound, and so is Hier's. I must be the one who is confused. Oh, my head hurts so much. Qi Inzong feared that these two would escalate their quarrel. If it were anyone else, he would not be concerned, but this woman named Sheng Yu had just struck him, showing no fear of the Qi family status. If his mother continued to provoke her, both mother and son might end up in hospital beds. Henan Yuan swiftly picked up on the signal he was transmitting and pulled Sheng Yu outside. Well then, Dr. Sheng, let us step outside to discuss the issue regarding Qi Inzong's condition. Chapter 98. Who is it? Henan Yuan led her down the corridor before releasing her grip. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Feng Cheng's dark, brooding eyes. Why is he out here? And why is he staring at me like that? Cheng, why aren't you in the ward? Aren't you afraid Hia will recognize you? Henan Zhou leaned in closer, lowering his voice. And if she does recognize me, the Feng family can expel her from the capital as easily the second time as the first. Feng Cheng's eyes darkened, the depths of which revealed a chilling resolve. Though he was in the adjacent room, his acute hearing allowed him to catch every sound from Qi Inzong's ward, including the insults hurled at Sheng Yu by Hia and Qi Inhui. Were it not for his restraint, he would have burst through the door rather than merely standing there. You heard everything, didn't you? That was her mess to deal with. You mustn't let her actions implicate the He family. She was removed from the family tree over 20 years ago. Whether Feng Cheng intended to deal with Hia or the Qi family, Henan Yuan was content to observe the spectacle, as long as it did not affect him or the He family. All right, Feng Cheng replied curtly. All right, is that all? Henan Yuan was taken aback. When had Feng Cheng become so agreeable? Meanwhile, the group visiting Qi Inzong did not linger in his ward for long. As Qi Yao passed by Feng Cheng's room, she suddenly halted, her dark eyes fixated on the door, as if attempting to peer through it to discern the happenings within. Yao, what is it? Why have you stopped? Hia inquired, curious about her daughter's sudden halt. Nothing. Qi Yao shook her head but then turned to Hier, asking, who resides in this ward? Do you know? Hier felt a tightening in his chest. Having sensed something amiss with Qi Yao earlier, he had not perceived her as particularly unusual. However, now that he suspected she might be possessed by a wandering spirit or malevolent entity, his feelings changed entirely. Had this spirit discovered Feng Cheng and the others? I am not certain. I do not reside here, so how would I know who is next door? Qi Yao ceased her inquiries, yet her pace quickened noticeably. In the parking lot, within a luxury car that had just started, Hia noticed her daughter's odd behavior and pressed, what is wrong? Why do you seem off since leaving the hospital? It's that person with an exceptionally strong aura from years ago.
He has reappeared.
Qi Yingyao spoke. Her voice markedly different from the youthful tone she had previously used in front of others, now carrying an eerie weight. That person from back then? You mean Feng Qizong? No, that is impossible. He's been dead for years. The only time Hia had witnessed fear etched across her daughter's face was 21 years ago in the capital. Oh, that is not right. Back then, he did not bear this face but rather possessed the visage of He Qingmei. Indeed, the being before her was not her daughter Qi Yinyao, to be precise. While this body belonged to her daughter, it was inhabited by a demon that had existed for centuries. This demon was named Qingmei, originally a vine of the Hehuan plant, which had gained some fortunate opportunities centuries ago and transformed into a demon. While a demon, it could not take human form and could only wander in spiritual form. Subsequently, it had attached itself to a courtesan named Qingmei in the port city. With its assistance, the courtesan rose to prominence, but at the cost of needing to absorb the essence and vitality of robust men to sustain the fusion of its corporeal and spiritual forms. Later, a wandering Taoist discovered it and, after inflicting severe injuries, it hid within a screen made of Yin jade, narrowly escaping disaster. That jade screen eventually found its way into Hia's possession. Hia shared a peculiar affinity with it, both having a penchant for vigorous young men. Perhaps it was fate, for during her secret rendezvous with those men, it provided the demon with the opportunity to possess Hia and drain the essence and vitality from them. However, Hia's physical form was not suitable for prolonged use. Thus, the demon struck a bargain with her, promising to utilize its powers to assist her in achieving her desires in exchange for her help in finding a suitable body for possession. Hia swiftly found a body with pure Yin energy, that of a mere 3-year-old girl. After possessing that body, it was adopted by Hia as a goddaughter and renamed He Qingmei. At the banquet for the old master it sought an opportunity to approach Feng Qizong, attempting to use its demonic abilities to bewitch him and fulfill Hia's wishes. However, it not only failed but was also forcefully repelled by a powerful aura of virtue emanating from Feng Qizong, leaving it gravely injured. Upon regaining consciousness, it realized that perhaps due to its prolonged absence or the injuries it sustained, it could no longer use the body of He Qingmei. It was gravely injured and urgently needed a new vessel. Thus, it set its sights on Qi Yunyao, who also possessed a pure Yin constitution. To its surprise, Hia readily agreed, for to her, it was far more valuable than an ordinary child. She could have many children if she desired, but this entity was unique. It cast a spell, embedding Qi Yunyao's soul into He Qingmei's body, and from that moment on, it inhabited Qi Yunyao's form, becoming her. Little did anyone expect that after this bodily exchange, Qi Yunyao's soul could still survive within He Qingmei's body, awakening to call out mother to Hia. Even it found this astonishing. Yet, Hia, ever ruthless, fearing a change in Qi Yunyao's attitude might expose her secret, signaled her subordinates to eliminate He Qingmei. In Chapter 99, Qi Yinzong had slipped into the adjacent hospital room, eager to learn what Sheng You had discovered about Qi Yunyao. How is she? Is there a problem? Is that even a question? She undoubtedly has issues. You weren't aware? Just before she left, she stared over here and asked who resides in this room. Fortunately, I was astute enough to deflect her inquiry. Sheng You lifted her gaze, briefly assessing Qi Yinzong before coolly responding, "Oh, she certainly has a problem, but not only her. The other two are also tainted." Qi Yinzong's pupils dilated. The other two? You mean my mother and elder brother are also possessed by something? Not exactly. I used my celestial eye, and only Qi Yunyao is possessed. However, the situation is not as favorable as you might think. Sheng Yu smirked slightly, her gaze towards him implying he was somewhat naive, for he alone remained oblivious within the entirety of the Qi family. In truth, they were all aware of the possession of Qi Yunyao. It was just him who was kept in the dark. Moreover, I mean to say that they have been aiding the spirits in cultivating over the years, accumulating numerous lives lost. Thus they are not clean. People? Lives? They have killed. Qi Yinzong, already pale from his bloodthirsty nature, turned even paler. Sheng Yu was unconcerned with whether he could accept this truth. At his age, he had to come to terms with it. Spirits possess human vessels with difficulty and struggle to maintain their vitality over time. First, a vessel with a pure Yin constitution is required. Secondly, after possession, the spirit must absorb human essence and yang energy at least once a month. The essence sustains the vessel's vitality, while the yang energy balances the spirit's inherent Yin energy, harmonizing the two. Ideally, Robust young men are sought for these spirits. They would procure young men and then instruct their subordinates to dispose of the corpses. Though they did not personally kill, they were still entangled in the karmic consequences of these lives lost, thus they too were not untainted. Listening intently, Sheng Mingfei, a detective at heart, interjected. 1 victim per month means 12 each year, over 21 years, that totals more than 200 lives. This is a major case. Sheng You nodded at her. Leave the spirits to me. As for the others, those who violate human laws must be dealt with by you. Without hesitation, Sheng Mingfei pulled out her phone. I will call Captain Hor immediately and report this. As long as the case remains in the capital, it falls under our jurisdiction. Upon hearing that another case had surfaced on Sheng Yu's end, Hor lost all fatigue. As he listened further, he realized the case involved not only the Qi family's wealth, but also sinister entities and over 200 victims, a burden no ordinary person could shoulder. In the entire capital, only he, Hua would dare to take on such a daunting challenge. To him, what others deemed a major trouble was of no concern. As long as it was a case, he was bound to pursue it. After reporting to higher authorities, he swiftly mobilized personnel, ready to act at Sheng Yu's signal. However, he first received news of Qi Air slipping away from the hospital. Could that lad be seeking Hia at a hotel? Henan Yu, having not found Qi Air in the ward, sensed something amiss and called both Hua and Feng Shan. No need to guess.
It's certainly that.
If he runs off, our plans will be exposed, and with Hia and Qi Inhui prepared in advance, this confrontation will be challenging. Henan Yu exclaimed, Isn't there something even more pressing than this matter? After completing the talisman, Sheng Yu once again borrowed some merit light from Feng Shan. Upon seeing her approach with a stack of talisman paper, Feng Shan understood her intent without her needing to speak, extending his arm. The merit light surrounding Feng Shan had not diminished, though a dark aura at his brow had slightly altered, appearing to expand outward. Sheng Yu frowned. What could this phenomenon be? In the capital's largest hotel owned by the He family, within the presidential suite on the top floor, Qi Inzong, clad in a hospital gown and bandaged, faced 3 individuals seated upon the sofa, his beloved mother, his revered elder brother, and the entity that had usurped his sister's body. Yet, he could not dwell on those matters. He yearned to understand why they had committed such acts. Are you truly out of your mind? She is not Yun Yao. Could you be? He had dismissed him outright. Huh. Even now you refuse to acknowledge the truth? Do you believe that no one knows what transpired in the capital 21 years ago? She is not Yun Yao at all, but the demon that seized her body. Am I correct? The expressions on Hia and Qi Inhui's faces shifted from momentary panic to indifference as they replied, Oh, you are aware? How did you find out? Qi Inzong, witnessing his elder brother discuss the matter without a hint of remorse, his lips curling into a smile, could no longer suppress his fury. He hurled a punch at Qi Inhui.
Damn.
Second brother, are you insane? Qi Inhui barely dodged in time, receiving a blow to the face. He intended to push Qi Inzong away, but the latter, fueled by an unrestrained rage, struck him relentlessly like a rabid dog. In desperation, he turned to the spectating Qi Yunyao for help.
Yunyao.
Why are you just watching? Pull this madman away. Silence. She is not Yunyao. She is the demon that has taken her body. Qi Inzong's emotional turmoil escalated upon hearing him address the demon as Yunyao. In chapter 100, today, I shall enact justice and take your wretched life. How did you know I am a demon? Qi Yunyao raised her arm and waved her hand lightly, sending Qi Inzong flying across the room. She then rose from the sofa, sauntering over to him, looking down upon the prostrate Qi Inzong as if he were an insignificant insect. Tell me, how did you come to know I am a demon? Qi Inzong spat at her. You old hag, do you think that by seizing Yunyao's body, you can become human? I spit on that. A flicker of green light crossed Qi Yunyao's gaze, and her brow furrowed with irritation. She leaned down, grasping Qi Inzong, locking eyes with him as she reiterated, How did you know that I am the demon who seized her body? This time, Qi Inzong, seemingly enchanted, offered no resistance and divulged everything about Sheng You and her companions, including Qi Yunyao's transformation into a 3-year-old child searching for her mother. He furrowed her brows, displaying evident impatience. That girl, how has she become a ghost, lingering on like a haunting spirit? Qi Yunyao's expression darkened immediately, her voice ethereal. Could the master Sheng she mentioned be the same one who once served beside Feng Qizong? After hiding in the harbor city for so many years, she ultimately could not escape her fate. No, tonight is my day for replenishment. You must hurry and find me a man brimming with vitality. Qi Yinyao required monthly replenishment, which involved absorbing the essence and yang energy from men. This was essential not only for maintaining her corporeal vitality, but also for her cultivation and enhancement of her abilities. This time, deceived by Qi heir into feigning death, she had forgotten to replenish herself in the harbor city. Only now did she realize how foolish she had been. Why had she sneaked over to clarify matters with them? Qi Yinyao, already irritated, now bore a glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes. No need to search. Isn't there one right here? You mean Inzong? Hiya's expression shifted. No, if you desire a man, I can find one for you, but do not touch Inzong. He is, after all, my son. I want him. Qi Yinyao's temper flared. Qi Yinhui glanced at his inept brother, a ruthless glint crossing his gaze as he advised, Mother, I know you have always favored the second, but he has betrayed you, colluding with outsiders to deceive us into coming to the capital, never treating us as family. Eldest brother, do you wish for my life as well? Qi Yinzong had assumed his esteemed elder brother would come to his rescue, only to find that he too harbored intentions to eliminate him. He aside, but he resembles Feng Qizong too closely. I find it hard to part with him. Yet, I have always despised betrayal. Second, do not blame me. Qi Yinzong had intended to confront her about her harshness towards Yao Yao. But now he understood the truth. She had never loved any one of them. To her, both Yao Yao and he were mere disposable entities. Realizing this, Qi Yinzong revealed a sorrowful smile, slowly closing his eyes and surrendering to despair. When Sheng You and her companions arrived, they found Qi Yinzong ensnared in verdant vines, nearly drained of life.
Qui you fool?
Escaping from the hospital only to deliver yourself here. Henan Yuan had come to join the fray and, from a distance, spotted a pale face peeking from the massive vines, his heart sinking. He was not yet dead. There was still breath. Sheng You glanced at the writhing vines, clutching several talismans, and swiftly cast them forth. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that those green tendrils sprouted from Qi Yinyao's back. You are the master, who once hid beside Feng Qizong. No, it cannot be. How can you be so young? You were just a child back then. Qi Yinyao, or rather the demon ghost Qing Mei, recognized the talisman's light as reminiscent of the one that had harmed it years ago. Yet, the master before her, attacking with talismans, appeared far too youthful. Sheng You began to piece together the story. This demon had sought Feng Qizong in the past and had been injured. I do not know who harmed you back then, but today, I shall enact justice and take your life. With that, she conjured more talismans and flung them outward. The demon Qing Mei, having witnessed the might of these talismans, dared not confront them head-on, retreating to the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window. The vines behind it shattered the glass as it leapt downwards, heedless of the 38th floor. Oh no, it has jumped. Henan Yuan gasped, covering his eyes in fear. Sheng You, however, had already pursued the demon to the window's edge. Just as she peered down, she was pulled back into the embrace of Feng Cheng, who held her tightly. Before she could react, long vines emerged from the shattered window's edge, targeting her previous position. Had Feng Cheng not pulled her back, she might have been ensnared by the tentacle-like creature and dragged down, meeting a gruesome fate. How did you know it was laying in wait to ambush me? Intuition. Sheng Yu sighed inwardly, realizing she had grown complacent, having not faced these evil spirits for too long. It was her oversight. She owed Feng Cheng a favor. Meanwhile, Sheng Mingfei also felt a surge of anxiety for her. Little five, be cautious. We are on the 38th floor. Sheng Yu acknowledged the danger. Understanding the demon was aware of their altitude and was feigning an escape while actually hiding on the outer wall, ready to drag her down. Likewise, the demon would not wish to part with the body it had inhabited for 21 years. She was wary of the demon's weaknesses. However, what if there existed another, more perfect vessel? For instance, her own body, which possessed a pure Yin constitution, was a rare and extreme Yin body, enhanced by her own cultivation. What demon would not covet such a prize? Suddenly, a scheme formed in Sheng Yu's mind. She could use herself as bait to lure the demon upwards. Yet, prior to executing this plan, she needed to make thorough preparations. Turning to Feng Cheng, she flashed a smile. Sir Cheng, since you are already here, would you mind assisting me with a small favor? Feng Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of favor? Sheng Yu lifted her arm. May I embrace you? Without waiting for a response, she closed the distance and nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her cheek brushing against him gently. Given the urgency of the situation, she sought his forgiveness for any perceived offense. As she settled into the embrace, she quickly apologized. Feng Cheng had never anticipated such a spontaneous gesture. His body tensed, fingers curling slightly, his throat swallowing hard, and his breath and heartbeat became erratic. When he finally spoke, his voice was noticeably hoarse. "Is this sufficient?"
Huh?
Sheng You tilted her head back, meeting his dark gaze, which reflected her face and swirled with emotions she could not decipher. Was this enough? Feng Cheng's rigid form gradually relaxed. He understood that Sheng Yu's embrace was not motivated by affection. She merely sought to harness his merit. Yet so what? He willingly accepted the role of her instrument. Aside from him, she would not embrace another, and that was enough for him. Yes, that is sufficient. Sheng Yu nodded fervently in agreement. Nearby, the onlookers wore bewildered expressions. Henan Yuan exclaimed, "What are these two doing? At such a crucial moment, they are busy displaying affection? What does sufficient even mean?" Huasiyu remarked, "You, a dandy of the capital, do not comprehend, and we pure-hearted youths are even more at a loss." Henan Zhou interjected, "Pure-hearted youths? Huasi, have some dignity." Sheng Ming Fei added, "Little Five has requested his help. Please refrain from wild speculation." Having absorbed enough merit, Sheng Yu's lips curled into a lazy smile as she turned to propose. "Shall we make a deal? You exit Qi Yinyao's body, and I shall offer you mine. If you possess discernment, you will surely recognize that my vessel is far more suitable for you than Qi Yinyao's." The demon scoffed. "You would so generously relinquish your body to me? You must be plotting to deceive me into a trap and attack with your talismans. Cunning human. I will not fall for your ruse. I have foreseen that today is my great calamity. If I can sacrifice myself to save others, I shall surely gain merit, perhaps even ascend to immortality. Thus, this human shell holds no value for me." After stating this, Sheng Yu stepped forward, producing a stack of talismans and tossing them outwards. "I will discard these talismans. Now you should trust me." The cunning demon, with unblinking eyes, cast aside talismans imbued with the light of virtue, her heart wavering. Primarily, her body indeed appeared more suitable for the possession of a demon, as she had claimed. If she could obtain it, it would elevate her cultivation by at least 100 years. "If you wish for my trust, then take another step forward. Come to the window." The demon plotted, intending to drag her down as soon as she reached the window and seize her body. Very well. Sheng Yu obediently stepped forward twice, inching closer to the shattered glass wall, so near that another step would send her plummeting from the 38th floor. "Is this sufficient? Fool, you have fallen into my trap." The demon's laughter echoed throughout the room, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, soon, its laughter morphed into a wretched scream. The smile did not vanish, but shifted, now adorning Sheng Yu's face. Henan Yuan did not blink, afraid to miss a spectacle, and indeed, he was rewarded as several green, tentacle-like vines surged from all directions toward Sheng's fifth descendant. Sheng's fifth descendant stood still, waiting for the vines to approach and finally settle upon her. She gently raised her hand, grasping one vine and yanking it forcefully, pulling the concealed Qi Yingyao into the open. Immediately, she raised her palm and struck Qi Yingyao on the shoulder. A plume of black smoke erupted from Qi Yingyao's body, followed by a scream even more agonizing than before. Sheng Yu's plan succeeded. Having expelled the demon from Qi Yingyao corporeal form, she promptly released the soul of the 3-year-old spirit.
My body?
"What body, pretty sister?" The little spirit, still too young, failed to comprehend her words, gazing with wide, bewildered eyes. Sheng Yu pointed to the lifeless body before her and said, "This is it. This will be your body when you grow up. If you wish to see your mother again, hurry and enter." Despicable and cunning human, you deceive me. The demon Qing Mei floated in the air in its spiritual form, vaguely humanoid. Sheng Yu coldly smirked, saying, "You take lives and stray from the righteous path, yet you claim to be wronged?
What have I deceived you about?
I stand here. If you have the capability, come and seize me now."
Why not?
Is it because you dislike it? You dare say, I did not deceive you. Surely you have concealed talismans. Otherwise, why would you still possess such a strong aura of virtue? Who told you that only talismans contain the light of virtue? Perhaps you should open your eyes wider and look over there? Sheng Yu raised her small hand, gesturing towards Feng Chen, who took a few steps forward to stand beside her, softly inquiring, "Do you need any more assistance?" The demon finally perceived the situation clearly. "It was you. Years ago, you gifted Feng Qizong a talisman radiating with the light of virtue, causing my grievous injury." Feng Chen did not even glance at it, continuing to focus on Sheng Yu's small face. "Do you want it?" Sheng Yu, unsure if she was overthinking, felt his gaze coupled with his words carried a hint of ambiguity. But then she remembered, he did not fancy women. What ambiguity could there be? She quickly waved him off. No need. Send it on its way. That will suffice. Chapter 102. Slice this demon to perfection. Sheng You turned her head, noticing the demon's gaze toward Feng Chen, filled with malice. Instantly, her expression darkened. Your intent suggests you wish to seek vengeance upon him. This matter requires my consent. She certainly did not agree. Feng Chen was her life-prolonging elixir. Sheng You felt a protective instinct toward those she cherished, discontentedly glaring at the demon. Subsequently, she retrieved a blank yellow paper from her pocket, bit her finger, and swiftly inscribed a talisman upon it. She had indeed scattered all previous exorcism talismans. Thus, she drew a lightning fire talisman anew. The demon, having practiced for many years, had seen much of the world, yet it had never encountered someone drawing talismans right before its eyes. This was akin to sharpening a knife in front of a person before attempting to strike them. Sheng Yu's expression grew increasingly serious, as if the previous playful banter had been mere jest. The demon realized too late that her intentions were aimed squarely at it. For Sheng Yu, drawing a talisman involved no complicated procedures. It was a swift affair. Once completed, she hurled it directly at the demon. The talisman zipped past the onlookers, leaving only a yellow afterimage. The demon instinctively attempted to flee, but Sheng Yu's talisman seemed equipped with a tracker, tailing it closely. Preparing to confront the talisman, the demon felt no pain upon contact. Is this an exorcism talisman? Why does it not hurt at all? Little girl, are you failing to impress? The demon laughed heartily, believing it had encountered someone formidable. Little did it know, all was but a ruse. Sheng Yu, with a sly smile, responded, Who told you this was an exorcism talisman? Being a mere fledgling demon devoid of even a proper form, it had not witnessed much. Allow me to enlighten you today. Aside from the exorcism talisman, I possess the lightning fire talisman. The incantation inscribed upon this lightning fire talisman requires the invocation of thunder to unleash its full power. Fear not. I shall demonstrate this lightning fire talisman for you. Lightning fire talisman? Invocation of thunder? Could it be? The demon's body trembled violently at the thought, desperately attempting to rid itself of the talisman. However, the talisman seemed to have adhered to its spiritual form, refusing to detach. Displeased by the sight of a swirling mass of darkness before her, Sheng Yu began to silently chant the invocation of thunder. Huasi, have you ever seen this lightning fire talisman? Henan Yuan inquired curiously. Huasi shook his head. No, but we shall soon find out. Sheng Mingfei, eager like a diligent student, interjected. I know. It should summon heavenly thunder, rendering this demon crisp and tender. Henan Yuan rolled his eyes. Have you watched too many animes? How could one possibly summon heavenly thunder? And crisp and tender. I might as well sprinkle some cumin on it. The neighbor's children would weep with envy. Sheng Mingfei shot him a look of disbelief. Just wait and see. Soon, Sheng Mingfei lifted her neck as she heard a resounding clap of thunder in the sky. The next moment, a bolt of thunder crashed through the shattered glass wall, striking the demon's dark mist directly. Following a brief, piercing scream, the dark mist vanished without a trace. This outcome surprised Sheng Mingfei. It turned out, like Huang Dejing, the demon was obliterated completely.
Mama?
Though 21 years had passed, for the little spirit, she remained a mere 3-year-old child. Hia had aged gracefully, with little evidence of time upon her face, thanks in part to the teachings of the demon in the art of yin-yang cultivation. Hia bore no maternal affection. Had she possessed even an inkling, she would never have consented to allow the demon to seize her body. What she desired was a powerful ally to assist her daughter, not a worthless being. Qi Yao stood in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend her mother's words. However, she could read the expression on her mother's face and asked softly, Do you not like Yao Yao anymore? Is it because Yao Yao has been disobedient? In this situation, the onlookers felt powerless. Meanwhile, Qingzong, nearly drained by the demon, crawled over with great difficulty to shield his sister in his embrace. Wishing to spare her the cruel truth of the past, Yao Yao, dear, Mama is merely unwell. That is why she has changed, not because you have been disobedient. Qi Yinhui harbored a profound disdain for the two fools before him, one large and one small. You two, traitorous imbeciles, colluding with outsiders against your own kin. Now look where we are. Without our guardian spirit, the century-old legacy of the Qi family is on the brink of collapse. Qi Yinzong cast a glance in his direction. Too weary to engage in argument, instead bending down to gently reassure his sister. Eldest brother is unwell too. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. Second brother will protect you. The 3-year-old child could not distinguish between genuine illness and feigned ailments. She believed wholeheartedly in their plight, her eyes brimming with tears of worry. However, at this moment, Hia and Qin Hui required not a physician but law enforcement. Huasiu stepped forward, leading the two away. Uncle, we shall take them to see a doctor. They avoided the innocent mind of 3-year-old Qi Yinyao. The pair was taken to an adjacent room for a brief inquiry. Identifying themselves as members of the Qi family from Hong Kong, they responded with ignorance, claiming they could not answer until their lawyer arrived. Yet, they did not wait for a lawyer, but rather for Sheng You. The individuals they had apprehended included a few still alive, kept in an old warehouse under the Qi family's name in Hong Kong. Furthermore, at least 5 of their subordinates had been involved. 1 was a driver, 2 were Qi family bodyguards, and another was a chef, alongside an old servant who had accompanied Hia from the capital. If you wish to interrogate them, start with this old servant. She has the clearest memory of events from 21 years ago, Sheng You stated, feeling justified in treating her with utmost reverence. Urging his team to take notes quickly, he realized that the young girl's few words could save them from countless sleepless nights. As Sheng You continued, he revealed that most of the drained bodies had been handled personally by Qin Hui. Huasiu looked curiously at the pale Qin Hui. Oh, you did it yourself? Sheng You did not keep the suspense, nodding as he elaborated. He is a pervert, slicing off flesh from those corpses, feeding some to the dogs he raises, and saving the rest for his own consumption. I believe there are still some leftovers in his home refrigerator. Chapter 103. A Certain Unspoken Brotherhood. Sheng Mingfei, being a relatively novice officer, had never encountered such a grotesque case. Hearing Sheng Yu's words, waves of nausea surged within him, almost making him retch. How could someone so seemingly respectable be such a monster? The old man once thought highly of him, suggesting that the second son meet him. Thankfully, the second son declined. The Qi family, discontent to remain in their limited Hong Kong territory, sought to expand their business into the capital, with the simplest method being through marriage, and the Sheng family was considered a favorable option in the capital. This perverted Qi heir had been playing the part of the perfect gentleman in front of the old man. If the old man were to discover that the grandson-in-law he favored was a cannibalistic pervert, he would surely be driven to sleepless nights. Sheng You, unexpectedly revealing another scandal, stated, "Oh, he is truly shameless. He clearly prefers men yet feigns interest in women for the sake of procreation." Sheng You did not disdain same-sex love, rather. She despised those who, despite their true inclinations, resorted to deceitful marriages. Qi Inhui's underlying panic was evident as he nervously loosened his tie. "I am a citizen of Hong Kong. You have no right to investigate me." Huasiu chuckled. "Do you truly believe your status grants you immunity?" "Oh, I almost forgot. The Qi family holds absolute power in Hong Kong. But if the media were to expose this, do you think anyone would risk losing their position to protect you?" Nevertheless, such matters were not for Sheng You to ponder. Before departing, she made a point to advise, those dogs that have tasted human flesh, being fierce large breeds, should not be spared. Having calmed Qi Yinyao, Qi Yinzong arrived to inquire about the situation just as he overheard their conversation, his expression darkening. If, and I emphasize if, a person has consumed human flesh. Sheng You shot him a glance, suspecting he might also have partaken. With a serious demeanor, she replied, "To be safe, it is best to dispose of them swiftly." Qi Yinzong trembled as he asked, "What if? What could happen if we do not act?" "They could become poisoned, leading to a transformation into zombies, complete with long fangs, attacking anyone they encounter." Sheng You deliberately frightened him, not anticipating that Qi Yinzong would genuinely believe her. A grown man in his 20s began to weep. "What will happen to Yao Yao if I die? She has only just found family. I am her only remaining relative in this wretched household." Sheng Yu thought, could this naive soul truly protect Qi Yinyao? She feared he might be deceived along with her. "Enough of the tears. I shall concoct an antidote for you. Once you are cured, simply refrain from consuming such meat again." During the meal, he had found the taste of the meat peculiar, neither resembling beef nor pork, and had curiously inquired about its origin. Qi Inhui had smiled and informed him it was ostrich meat. Now he realized it was far from ostrich but rather human flesh. "I cannot die. I must survive in this den of wolves and protect my sister, who has just returned to me." Since witnessing Sheng Yu summon thunder, He Nanyuan's attitude toward her had undergone a complete transformation. He learned from Sheng Mingfei that before confronting the demon, Sheng Yu had embraced Feng Chong. not to flaunt their affection but to bask in the merits radiating from him. After years of camaraderie with Feng Chong, He Nanyuan was astounded to discover the profound merit his brother possessed. No wonder the lad had such a fondness for skewers. It was perfectly acceptable for his brother to borrow some of that power to ward off evil. Once He Nanyuan resolved to approach Feng Chong, he sought an opportunity to get closer, raising his arm in an attempt to hug him, though he lacked Sheng Yu's boldness to leap forward. Feng Chong, noticing him approach with an outstretched arm, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Is your arm cramping? He Nanyuan scratched his nose to ease the awkwardness. It's just that the demon has finally been vanquished. Shall we hug to celebrate? After all, we have known each other since we were bare-bottomed. What's wrong with a hug? Come on, let me embrace you. When Sheng Yu approached Feng Chong, she caught sight of He Nanyuan playfully pleading for a hug, further solidifying her belief in the existence of an unspoken bond between them. He Nanyuan, do not compel me to strike you. Feng Chong, would you truly dare to lay a hand on me? Listening to their exchange, Sheng Yu felt as though they were engaging in flirtatious banter. Upon returning to the Feng residence, her thoughts were consumed by how to address Feng Chong's physical ailments. Ultimately, it was her own mess to confront. Sheng Yu dedicated an entire night devising a reasonably reliable remedy, preparing to put it to the test. To this end, she personally ventured out to gather the necessary herbs. Fortunately, the development of traditional Chinese medicine in this fictional world was on par with her previous world, allowing her to find all the required ingredients. Gazing at the steaming concoction in the white porcelain bowl, Sheng Yu felt her efforts throughout the day were not in vain. Xiao Wu, what are you carrying? It's still steaming. Be careful not to burn yourself. As Sheng Yu emerged from the kitchen, she collided with Sheng Tingsong and Sheng Qing, both of whom stared intently at the tray in her hands, concerned for her safety. It's fine, I will be careful. What's in that bowl? It looks dark and murky. The elder approached, catching a whiff of the herbal aroma. Is that medicine? What ails you? Are you unwell? Upon hearing this, Sheng Qing anxiously turned to Sheng Yu and said, the third brother mentioned earlier that your cultivation has been depleted, which could lead to physical issues. Did you perhaps sustain an injury while dealing with that demon the other day? Sheng Yu was taken aback by their leap in logic, simply because she had held a medicine bowl. Meanwhile, old Master Sheng had already picked up his phone and dialed the family doctor. Dr. Yi, could you come over for a moment? Fearing that he would indeed summon a doctor to examine her, Sheng Yu hurriedly clarified, this is medicine, but it's not for me. I prepared it for Feng Shan. Dr. Yi, you need to come after all. Old Master Sheng hung up mid-call, perplexed. So this medicine is for that rascal Feng Shan? Is he unwell? He doesn't have any serious ailments, just a bit of weakness. I'm giving him some medicine to bolster his health. Sheng Yu was not one to gossip about matters concerning a man's dignity, especially when it came to the head of the Feng family. Bolstering his health? Sheng Tingsong muttered. That lad practices boxing with me every morning, performing several sets without breaking a sweat. He seems quite sturdy. Clearing her throat, Sheng Yu interjected. Well, he's not entirely weak. Just a tad under the weather. I'll take the medicine to him before it cools down. All right. Sheng Tingsong ceased his inquiries and stepped aside to let her leave. However, Sheng Qing scrutinized her daughter's retreating figure, deep in thought. Our little Wu seems quite invested in that young master from the Feng family, even personally preparing medicine for him. I wonder what he thinks of her. Having encountered a scoundrel herself, and having suffered for it, she naturally wished for her daughter's romantic endeavors to be less tumultuous. Sheng Tingsong, confused by her words, asked, Little Qing, what do you mean? Father, don't you think that young master from the Feng family is getting too close to little Wu? Sheng Qing, having moved into the Feng family's residence, discovered that Sheng Yu did not occupy a guest room, but rather resided next door to Feng Shan, the head of the family. Their rooms were merely separated by a single wall. Moreover, they spent extensive time together, with Sheng Yu freely entering Feng Shan's study and meditation room. Being acquainted with this circle, Sheng Qing understood how intimate a study was for Feng Shan. Years of experience in relationships told her that their connection was not as innocent as Sheng Yu had described. Ordinary friends? Would Feng Shan allow someone he has known for just a month or two into his study? I suspected from the outset that that lad was pursuing our Sheng Yu, but she insists they have no romantic involvement and urged me not to overthink it. She claims he is simply a good person who enjoys helping others and likes to join her outings. Sheng Qing pursed her lips. Look at how he treats others. Does he seem benevolent to you? To show kindness to someone is favoritism, not true benevolence. One concealed their intentions, while the other had not even considered them. Sheng Qing could not fathom Feng Shan's true intentions. She resolved to find a moment to speak with him. As a mother, She wished for her daughter to encounter no harm. Meanwhile, Sheng You entered the study with the medicine, placing the bowl on Feng Shan's desk. Drink up quickly while it's warm. It won't taste good once it cools. As she approached, Feng Shan caught the strong scent of the medicine, surprised that it was for him. What kind of medicine is this? He inquired, unable to recall when he had commenced taking traditional remedies. It's good for your health. Fearing he would shy away from the truth if she mentioned it was for a particular issue, she deceived him, claiming it was a tonic. Good for my health? My health is perfectly fine. I don't need medicine. To be truthful, Feng Shan was not fond of the taste of traditional medicine. Had anyone else brought him that dark concoction, he would have hurled both the person and the bowl out. However, he picked up on her words. Realizing that since she had personally prepared the medicine, he felt less disdain for it. Under Sheng Yu's watchful gaze, he lifted the white porcelain bowl and drank it down in one gulp, leaving not a drop behind. Seeing him consume the entire bowl, which was, in fact, her heartfelt labor, a smile crept onto her lips. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? Would you really poison me? Of course not. If I were to poison you, I wouldn't inherit your family's immense fortune. It would only benefit that scoundrel Feng Heng.
Besides,
If something were to happen to you, where would I find another person with such merit to protect me? This heartfelt confession from Sheng You stirred something within Feng Shan, leaving him with a bittersweet feeling. So, her fear for his well-being and her effort in preparing the medicine were merely pragmatic considerations, devoid of deeper sentiments. After delivering the medicine, Sheng You did not leave immediately. Instead, she remained nearby to observe the effects of the potion. She inquired repeatedly, "How do you feel now? Any changes in your body?" As time passed, nearly 4 hours slipped by. Sheng You grew restless and approached him, checking his pulse while closely observing his condition. "Are you sure there are no changes?
non-usual reactions?
Your pulse indicates that the medicine is taking effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so vigorous. What kind of reaction should I be experiencing?" Feng Shan, with his heightened senses, could detect her unique aroma as she drew near. The heat within him intensified. Realizing something was amiss, he questioned, "Sheng You, what exactly did you give me?" Avoiding his dark gaze, she replied, "It's medicine for your condition." "What condition?" He furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition growing stronger. "It's just that I inadvertently injured you there before. I promised to take responsibility." Since he had already consumed the medicine, there was no point in regurgitating it after such a long time. Feng Shan gritted his teeth. "So, you've given me an aphrodisiac? Could it be that you can't sleep because you're thinking of me?" Sheng You shook her head, correcting his assumption. No, this is not just any ordinary aphrodisiac. This is a secret medicinal concoction from the ancient imperial court, the supreme yang tonic. Exclusively for emperors, just look at how they managed to please so many women. Others may have attempted to administer drugs to Feng Shan, but she was the only one who had succeeded and openly acknowledged it. The effects of the medicine had long since manifested, but Feng Shan had mistakenly believed it was merely a new development of the Feng family curse causing his discomfort, as if someone had ignited a fire within him, boiling his blood. To suppress the unnamed heat within, he had recited the calming chant countless times in his mind. Now he understood that it was not a curse, but rather the result of the medicine Sheng You had given him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, beads sliding along his sharply defined jaw, staining the scriptures on the table. The veins on his hands stood out, and he nearly crushed the prayer beads in his palm. His breathing quickened. He struggled to maintain composure, but the potency of the medicine surged like a tide, threatening to drown his reason in a whirlpool of desire. Just then, Sheng You leaned in closer, her small hand caressing his wrist, intent on continuing her pulse check. It merely added fuel to the fire, causing the flames to blaze even brighter. Feng Shan grasped her delicate wrist, his palm radiating heat, as low gasps escaped his thin lips. "Sheng You, do not move." Sheng You looked up, meeting his dark gaze. Momentarily taken aback, "Is the medicine taking effect?" Feng Shan, still clinging to a shred of rationality, averted his eyes and retreated slightly, reasoning that the best way to extinguish the fire was to distance himself from her. Sheng You gazed at his retreating figure, somewhat bewildered, murmuring to herself, "So, is the medicine really working?" The image of her charming little self lingered in her mind, impossible to shake off. Feng Shan, surrendering to the moment, ceased his resistance, closed his eyes, and, in a hoarse and deep voice, repeatedly called out her name. You. After a period of self-soothing, his discomfort had somewhat subsided. Discomfort? Could it be that there was an issue with her medicine? Adhering to her principle of seeking clarity, Sheng You scrambled to her feet and sent a message to Feng Shan. How is your body feeling now? Sheng You inquired. Have you noticed any improvement in your symptoms? Although confident in her medical skills, she had not anticipated the potency of the remedy, which seemed to have worked wonders after just one bowl. Fearing he might have misunderstood, she sought confirmation. Are you certain you are cured? Feng Shan replied. I know my body best. Sheng You smirked, realizing that he had no reason to deceive himself about such matters. As long as you're better, that's good. However, now that you're healed, you must tread carefully. Also, keep your eyes wide open. Be wary of being deceived by scoundrels. Sheng You considered him a friend, hence her unsolicited advice. Feng Shan sent several question marks in response, doubting his eyes and wondering if he had misinterpreted her words. Are you saying I've been deceived by a scoundrel? Sheng Yu clarified. Well, I am not implying that Henan Yuan is that scoundrel, but someone who falls in love at first sight certainly isn't a suitable match. You understand what I mean, right? Feng Shan furrowed his brow, unable to believe his ears. Who are you suggesting I am involved with? Sheng Yu reassured him. Do not worry. I do not discriminate against your unique brotherly bond. Feng Shan was now convinced that his vision and comprehension were intact. Her messages clearly indicated that she was insinuating a relationship between him and Henan Yuan. He felt the need to clarify matters face to face. Open the door. Sheng Yu responded. Feng Shan insisted. I wish to discuss the nature of my relationship with Henan Yuan. At this hour, if they were face to face, Sheng Yu would likely hear the sound of him grinding his teeth. Not wanting to change into formal attire at such a late hour, Sheng Yu donned a cover-up over her nightgown and opened the door, only to be met by Feng Shan's dark, intense gaze. How swift was this man? Had he run over? Without waiting to step inside, he eagerly explained, I do not like men, and I certainly do not like Henan Yuan. Sheng Yu blinked in surprise. Huh? I meant that my relationship with Henan Yuan is not what you think it is. Must you be so astonished? Feng Shan was baffled, unable to comprehend what about his demeanor had led her to such a significant misunderstanding regarding his preferences. Sheng Yu, indeed, felt a measure of shock, as she had always assumed him to be male with a corresponding orientation. Then, why, during your phone call with him, did you ask him to clean himself up before coming to see you? Sheng Yu touched the tip of her nose. You cannot entirely blame me for the misunderstanding. I witnessed him being affectionate towards you while we were at the hotel dealing with those supernatural beings. Feng Shan's mind raced to recall the key points she mentioned. Hotel? Affectionate? Dealing with supernatural beings? Henan Yuan seemed to be acting strangely, drawing closer to him. How was I to know what he was up to that day? Sheng Yu acknowledged with an O, indicating her understanding of his confusion. However, Feng Shan sensed that her tone suggested she did not entirely believe him. I will now call Hier and have him clarify things with you.
What? Right now?
Sheng Yu hesitated, wanting to suggest that it was too late for such a call. Yet Feng Shan was quick, having already dialed Henan Yuan's number. The phone rang for about 30 seconds before it connected. Henan Yuan's voice, laced with excitement, came through the speaker. Hello, Shan? Why are you calling me so late? Are you missing me so much that you can't sleep?